I woke up to a panicked voice calling, "Little Landon, are you okay?" My head throbbed with pain, and for a moment, I thought, wait, didn't I die? When I opened my eyes, I saw a stunning woman and a beautiful girl crying and shaking me. They were my mother and Lucy. I felt weak and could barely speak, but I managed to calm them down, saying, "I'm fine, don't cry." My stomach growled loudly, and Mom quickly stopped the carriage to make me something to eat while Lucy helped her. Left alone, I closed my eyes to process everything. Back on Earth, I was a 26-year-old mechanical engineer who had just gotten a raise before dying in a car accident. Now, I'm in the body of Landon Barren, a 15-year-old illegitimate prince of Arcadina. Landon's life was rough. His mother, Kim, was forced by the king and later cast aside in shame. They lived on the palace outskirts, constantly bullied by the king's other children. Lucy, an illegitimate child herself, was taken in by my mom and has stayed with us ever since. A month ago, the king exiled us to Baymard, a barren, freezing land far from the empire, where people starve. He basically cut us off, leaving us to fend for ourselves. As I tried to figure out my next steps, a robotic voice suddenly spoke in my head. Host selected. System analyzing. 100% complete. I was stunned. A system? Just like in those stories? I couldn't believe it, but maybe, just maybe, this was my chance to rebuild my life and turn Baymard into something great. I heard an emotionless, mechanical voice inside my head. Ding! Do you wish to bind with the system? Without much thought, I said, bind. The voice replied, binding completed. Host must bring advanced technology and development to this world. I was stunned and curious, so I asked why it chose me. It explained that my IQ of 260 made me the smartest dead person available. That stung a little, but it made sense. Being dead apparently made me a good candidate. The system told me I'd get tasks related to my kingdom's needs. Completing tasks would earn rewards, like resources and knowledge, and I could use points to buy equipment. It also displayed my information. I'm Landon Barren, a 15-year-old banished prince of Arcadina, poisoned and weak. It even joked that I could be blown away by the wind. I suspected my poisoning was the work of my father or siblings. Just another blow from a family that already exiled me to the desolate land of Baymard. A gift box appeared. A starter pack. It included farming knowledge and a cure for my poison body. When I opened it, knowledge flooded my brain, and my body started to heal. My hands looked human again instead of ghostly pale. I felt stronger, more capable. The system gave me 2 missions. The first was to solve Baymard's food shortage using farming techniques. If I succeeded, I'd earn knowledge about gunpowder and cannons, along with development points. The second mission was to gather enough points to level up the system, but that would take time. Both seemed fair. I needed to feed my people before anything else. I asked the system about the world. It told me this continent, Pino, has 5 empires, with Arcadina being one of them. Baymard, my so-called territory, is 6,000 square kilometers, but only has 1,582 people, far below what's normal. Most survive on fishing, and the harsh winters claim many lives. Baymard is desolate, but at least now I had a plan. As I looked around the worn-out carriage, I couldn't help but feel disgusted by how my father treated us, not even giving proper transport for our exile. Just as I was lost in thought, Lucy came in, looking relieved. She smiled and asked where I wanted to eat. Outside, I said, stepping out of the carriage. I felt stronger now, ready to face the challenges ahead. This was my chance to rebuild Baymard and prove everyone wrong. As I walked by groups of knights, they saluted me, calling out, "Greetings, Your Highness." I smiled and told them to sit back down, not to bother with formalities. Inside, I thought, I'm still getting used to being treated like this. I joined my mom, who immediately started fussing over me, checking my temperature and even turning my face side to side. Lucy wasn't any better. She grabbed my wrist like she was feeling my pulse. I'm a king now, but they're treating me like a baby. Still, I couldn't complain too much. It felt nice to be cared for, something I never had in my previous life as an orphan. When they started piling food onto my plate, I nearly choked. The plate was enormous. enough to feed 3 grown men. Mom even tried to feed me, blowing on the food to cool it down. I was mortified. My knights were struggling not to laugh, but their amused faces made me realize how much they respected me. Fine, I'll let it slide this once. After all, I'm supposed to be sick. Despite my complaints, I felt touched. My mom's love and Lucy's loyalty were unlike anything I'd known before. Lucy especially caught my attention. She was beautiful, caring, and had always stood up for me. I silently vowed to protect her and repay her kindness. As we ate, I thought about the unfairness of my situation. My siblings were given prosperous cities and thousands of knights, but I was left with only 330 knights and a barren land. Even my sisters, who didn't rule cities, had more knights than me. Most of my knights were deemed untalented or unwanted by the Empire, but I could see their worth. Among them were 5 standouts. Lucius, a knight commander, had resigned from his prestigious position to follow me. He'd cared for me like a father since I was young, and I suspected he had feelings for my mom, though she was too oblivious to notice. Maybe I should set them up someday. Mom deserves happiness. Then there were Josh, Mark, and Gary, loyal captains who followed Lucius. Finally, Trey, my personal knight and bodyguard, stood out. At just 19, he was already a knight lieutenant and treated me like a brother. As we continued our journey to Baymard, I looked at my knights and my family, feeling determined. This wasn't just about survival. It was about building a future where we could all thrive. Baymard may be barren now, but I'll change that. This is my chance to create something great. As we approached Baymard, I couldn't believe my eyes. The city was huge, almost the size of the capital, surrounded by massive 16-meter-high walls. It looked just like a medieval city from the movies. Despite its reputation as barren, I could already see its potential. My father clearly never bothered to visit. What a fool. When we entered, people whispered about us. They were clearly worried, wondering if I could help them or if they were doomed. Looking around, I realized how poor they were, surviving on fishing and hunting. If I was going to lead, I'd need money, and a lot of it. Thankfully, my mother and the old me had saved every coin we could. My mom started saving as soon as she became pregnant, and I gave her my royal allowances starting at age 7. We had enough to sustain everyone for about 6 months, but with knights, servants, and the need to build infrastructure, it wouldn't last long. I remembered the starter pack's farming knowledge. It would be key to our survival. When we reached the castle, it was clear this would be a fresh start. The staff greeted us, and I introduced everyone with a smile. The servants looked young, mostly in their teens or 20s, and I quickly organized things. Nathan, our butler, and Daniela, his wife, would train the staff. I promised fair salaries, 350 copper coins, more than the usual pay. The servants were stunned but grateful, seeing my kindness as a reason to serve me loyally. Later, I gathered my knights and retainers. I reminded them that the Empire had abandoned us, hoping we'd fail, but we won't give them the satisfaction. I spoke about turning Baymard into a thriving kingdom, a place they'd regret casting away. The fire in their eyes told me they were ready to fight for this dream. To motivate them further, I announced generous knight salaries based on rank. Pages would earn 1,000 copper coins, lieutenants 3,500, and so on, up to 18,000 for the highest rank. Everyone was shocked, but I wanted to show them this was a new beginning, a chance to prove ourselves. As I ended my speech, they shouted with excitement, "Long live the king!" Their loyalty and determination were clear. This is it, a new era, a new home, and a new me. I knew I needed to change how my knights trained, but it had to be gradual. In this era, their training was nothing compared to the rigorous routines back on Earth. Having served in the military before becoming an engineer, I understood the importance of discipline and teamwork. My ultimate goal was to prepare them for the advanced technology we develop, like cannons and even machine guns. I gave my first order. Training would start at dawn, combining new routines with their regular sword practice. Anyone late would lose their meals for the day, and repeated absences would result in punishment. The knights shouted their agreement, and I instructed them to divide into 3 groups under the leadership of our 3 knight captains. Commander Lucius would oversee them all. After addressing the knights, I spoke to my mom and Lucy about preparing food for everyone each morning. They readily agreed, though Mom pinched my cheeks like I was still a kid, and Lucy blushed while volunteering to help. Why can't they take me seriously? I'm trying to run a kingdom here. Still, their love and support warmed my heart. When I returned to the Knights, I watched as Josh, Mark, and Gary took charge of their groups. The Knights seemed genuinely motivated and felt like they belonged, something they'd never experienced back in the capital. I reminded them that they were a family now, working, training, and growing stronger together. For the first time, they heard the promise that no one would be left behind. It clearly moved them. Finally, we decided to inspect the land. Lucius agreed it was a good idea, and the Knights supported the plan. Just as we were about to head out, Lucius smirked and asked, "Little Landon, do your cheeks still hurt?" Seriously? Even Lucius is teasing me now? I sighed but couldn't help smiling. Despite everything, I felt lucky to have these people by my side. Together, we would turn Baymard into something incredible. As they left the castle, Landon quickly checked on the system. "System, how do I use you to map out the territory?" Answering host. Host just needs to look at the map of the empire, stored in the system, and highlight the territories that belong to host. Just like that? Landon asked, almost not believing the system. Yes. So what happens when I want to expand my territories? If that were to happen, host just needs to highlight more regions on the system map. Landon nodded as he listened to the system. This is also very useful, as the system will inform host if there are any enemy attacks or unwanted guests in the host territories. That's good then. Landon looked at the map and decided to draw a circle around Baymard. He made sure to add at least 20-meter difference between the city walls and the surroundings. Once he was done, a pop-up screen appeared. "Would you like to view your selected territory on the monitor?" He was excited. With a monitor, could check every area in Baymard without being there in person. This is extremely useful for times when he might have to leave the territory for urgent matters. He clicked on yes and viewed the city. Looking at the monitor, it resembled a regular flat-screen TV. He could see people fishing on the seacoast, people farming inside the city, people going out to hunt, the city walls, the castle, and so on. He was satisfied with this mapping function in the system. Baymard was divided into 3 regions: the upper regions, the central regions, and the lower regions. As he passed through the upper region of the city, he saw various estates. There were 16 estates that each had at least 6 stone mansions and 10 small buildings on them. These mansions were extremely huge, having their own courtyards and servant quarters. Each estate was surrounded by a 4-foot fence. A person standing next to the fence could see the entire estate without stressing themselves. If it were back on Earth, each of these mansions could be used to open a major university. They were big, but not as big as his castle. "At least there are no nobles in the city to bother me." The city lord used to stay in Landon's castle, while these other estates belonged to the barons and dukes. Once they heard that Baymard will no longer be under the protection of Arcadina, they all fled to the capital. They didn't want to serve Landon, so they left. What a joke, serving a 15-year-old prince who has no power. In their eyes, he was trash, a prince with only 330 soldiers. They were all way stronger than him physically and had a larger number of knights under their wings. In his world, strength is everything. They knew that Landon had been exiled along with his family to Baymard. Staying would only bring the wrath of the king onto them. Choosing to serve Landon would be stabbing the king in his back. Besides, they didn't want to lend any of their knights to aid in protecting Baymard. If a war broke out between Baymard and any neighboring cities, there would be no reinforcements coming in to help them. Coupled with the lack of food in the territory, it was not a risk they were willing to take. They knew that the king was indirectly saying, "I want Prince Landon out of Arcadina," and if anyone helps him, they would face the consequences. Once Landon and his men left the upper region, they arrived at the central part of Baymard. This region was where the villagers lived. As the group moved through the city, they greeted the villagers and aided any who needed any form of assistance. Landon kept observing his surroundings. Compared to the houses in the capital, these ones could easily be destroyed in harsh weather conditions. From his memories, the houses in the capital were all made from stone and wood. making them sturdy and long-lasting. But the houses in Baymard were made of sticks, straw, and mud. They all had frameworks made of timber. Their walls are made of a dried mixture of woven twigs and mud, and their roofs made of straw. These houses were typically called mud brick houses. No wonder it was reported that Baymard had the highest death rate in Arcadina. He thought, looking at the roads here, they were not as good as the ones in the upper region. There were patches of mud on the ground and a lot of potholes on the roads. On their way to the lower regions, they saw a group of men carrying bows and arrows hoping to get some meat for their families, women carrying water and children running around and playing. Once they reached the lower levels, it was all vegetation and farmlands. Landon could see over 300 fields, but only about 5 people on them. It was clear to see that even the people believed that their lands were barren. Looking west from the fields, Landon was surprised to see 2 giant estates. He then turned to the east from the fields, and only one gigantic estate there. Landon's interest was piqued. He turned to the Lucius in the group. Why would nobles leave the upper region to build their estates here? Don't you find it very strange? Indeed, my king, Lucius said, and everyone else nodded. My king, maybe they found something valuable in this lower region and decided to stay here, said a shy knight. The knight had blonde hair and dark brown eyes. If he were on Earth, he would look like a K-pop artist. He had no muscles and looked incredibly weak, like a twig. Landon was not worried because once he started training them, they gain a lot of muscles. The knight's voice showed a hint of shyness and fear. It was clear that he lacked any confidence in himself. What's your name, age, rank, and captain? Landon asked. Billy Vane, age 17, squire under Captain Mark. My king Billy, that was an excellent suggestion. They might be things there that could help us better the kingdom. Excellent, Landon said while smiling. Inwardly, Landon was shocked that Billy was 17 years old. He really looked like a 14-year-old boy. Billy was extremely excited to be complimented by the king. One had to know that when he spoke, he was shaking like a leaf. Seeing his highness in high spirits, he felt more confident in himself. The other knights also nodded and thought that what Billy said made sense. After all, even the villagers didn't stay here. So why would nobles? It all seemed very sketchy and questionable. Let's go west first. I'm curious to know why they needed 2 estates there, compared to the east. The first estate they stepped into was located on a hill. As they stepped in, Landon was stunned by what he saw. It looked a pack of ferocious lions clawed their way out of the estate. The courtyard had several pieces of broken equipment on the floor. The left boot of a shoe was found floating in a pond at the center of the courtyard. A trail of grain could be seen from the courtyard trailing into the estate. Looking at the floor more closely, he spotted a woman's undergarment by the trail of grain, a ripped painting in the flower beds, and what looked like roasted fish. Were they so scared of my father's wrath that much that they had to throw away their meal? He thought Landon and his men were all stupidly confused. Just what is going on? Nothing here adds up, they thought. In one of the courtyards, they saw large quantities of ash scattered all over the floor, and traces of twigs and swords with blood stains on them could also be seen. They searched through every mansion on the estate and couldn't find anything valuable. Just as they were about to leave, Landon saw a cave at the back of the estate. Once they reached the entrance of the cave, the men put their hands on their sheath in preparation for any sudden danger. The entrance of the cave looked like it came straight out of a Lord of the Rings movie. Landon was just waiting for Samurin the White to pop up from thin air. The cave had molybdenum, trona, and feldspar stones on the walls and ceilings. The people in this continent only knew the uses of molybdenite. Molybdenite was used to increase the corrosion resistance on swords, armor, and any silvery objects. This was the era of swords. Thousands of swords were forged daily in this world. This was for sure a rare treasure. On the other hand, people used trona and feldspar as decorative stones in the continent. In their eyes, these two were just regular stones, completely worthless. But to Landon, who came from Earth, they were priceless. Trona could be used in glass-making, paper, detergents, textiles. The list is so long. This was truly a huge win for them. The cave was so big that Landon thought they would easily get lost if they kept going forward. So they decided to leave. The second estate stood on another hill, 700 meters away from the first. Walking in, the estate was far cleaner than the first. It was truly stunning. Landon was in awe. They found bags of planting seeds and wheat in the kitchens, a ton of armor, swords, and also a courtyard scattered with ash and blood stains. Moving towards the back of the estate, they found another cave entrance. Once they stepped into the cave, they saw a lot of iron ores. This was an iron ore mine. To think they had such things here. Everyone became excited again and kept wondering why no one in the Empire knew of this mine. They looked around for a while before deciding to head to the other estate on the other side of the farms. The estate was a lot smaller compared to the other two out west. Searching the mansions, they still found a lot of seeds, armor, and swords. Like the other two estates, they found a courtyard with a large quantity of ash on the floor and a cave at the back of the estate. This cave had a lot of mineral pigments and ion oxides on the walls and ceilings. Looking at the walls, Landon could see red ochre, yellow ochre, unbeer, saltpeter, and limestones. In this world, people use these ores to make various pigments for paint. Only royalty, potential women for selected for harems, and wealthy people could have their portraits painted. Some peasants could live out their entire lives and never have their portraits taken. Everything about painting was expensive. If people in the Empire knew that Landon had this, they would cough out blood heavily and wage a full-scale war against him. As the men all thought of the benefits of having paint, Landon had his own thoughts. System: are the other mineral ores important? Answering host: saltpeter is the main ingredient for making gunpowder. It can also be used in making fireworks, rockets, food preservatives, and can also be used as plant fertilizer. For the other ores, they can be used as pigments for cosmetics and future inventions. Limestone can be used as soil conditioner, aggregates and concrete animal fillers, and so on. Host: the possibilities are endless. Landon became excited after listening to the system. He looked at the cave and thought, oh my god, there's actually large quantities of saltpeter on the walls and ceilings. Looking at the white crystalline cones on the ceiling and the walls, he felt like Scrooge McDuck. He even started smiling stupidly. In truth, saltpeter ores looked like frozen snow cones on the ceilings in winter. He was reminded of the Disney movie Frozen when he saw this. There was no way he would let it go. This people on the continent didn't know what the uses of these ores were. But thanks to the system and his previous life, he now knew the importance of these ores. Although he was happy now, he knew he had a long way to go, especially when looking at the ores. He needed to find ways to extract the elements from the rocks. On Earth, these ores would have been processed using very acidic compounds. There were no distillation columns, pipes, or tanks here. This was very stressful to him. Even thinking about it, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Take cosmetics, for example. Although he had the pigments for it, he needed to produce castor oil, glycerin, hydrolyzed cornstarch, water, sodium chloride, oleoyl alcohol, and so on. He needed at least 12 different ingredients here. He truly felt cheated. For every major invention, he just had one ingredient here. But he needed to be grateful for what he had at least. He started thinking of how he could use the ores. Ah, that's right. I saw a lot of slate stones around the territory. Now that I have enough raw materials, I can make a chalkboard. Ha ha ha, he thought as they walked in deeper. When they exited the cave, Landon faced his men and asked, what do you all think about this situation? The reports don't say anything about these 3 mines that we found. From the looks at it, the barons and the city lord might have been the only ones who knew about it, Gary answered. That may not be entirely true, since they needed workers for the mines. Do you suppose they used the villagers? Josh asked. No. Know that they would be digging their graves if they did that. Remember, they went through a lot means to painstakingly hide the resources from the Empire so that they could fill their pockets. Lucius said. Right. If they told anyone else, they would be dead men walking. As it stands right now, they won't be able to tell the king about the resources in Baymard any longer, said Mark. Why? Asked a young knight. They've been here for many years, and in that time frame they never reported any resources they found in Baymard. Lying to the king is the same as taking the king for a fool. The penalty is death, Mark answered. All the other knights gasped. Also, If King Barren knew that he had bestowed a land of fortune to our King Landon, he would kill them for sure. Josh added, I'm guessing if he really knew, he wouldn't have given the land to King Landon. Said another knight. They probably brought in their own workers, in fear that their secret would be found out. If the villagers knew of it, they would probably fight for some resources so they could sell and feed their families. Said Trey. That may be the case. After all, since we've been in the lower region, we haven't seen any people walking around. Since the people believe the land is barren, they don't come here anymore. And even if they did come, the mines are a great walking distance from their farmlands. Said Lucius. Also, don't forget that the entrance and exit from Batmerd is located in the central region, so no one really needs to be here. Gary added. Everyone agreed as well. My guess is that they burnt all the workers when realized how serious their situation was. Landon said. That would explain all the blood stains and ash we found in all 3 estates. After all, there's no guarantee that the workers would keep their secret forever. The only way to bury the secret was silencing the workers permanently. Trey added. They had to admit, the city lord and the barons put a lot of thought into their plans. They didn't think there would be a day when they would have to leave Baymard for good. They truly didn't see it coming. Since we are done, let's move to the seacoast. Landon said. The central region of Baymard was like the midpoint of a compass. Moving eastwards from the central region, one would reach the upper regions of Baymard, and in the west, you would reach the lower region. Likewise, to the north of the central regions was the entrance/exit to Baymard, and in the south, the sea coastline entrance. Once they arrived the coastline, Landon and his men saw a lot of villagers fishing, while some were carrying baskets of fish on their heads. They spoke to the villagers, aided them, and left to inspect the city walls and the forests by the entrance of Baymard. Once we're outside Baymard, Landon looked at the walls carefully. He had to admit, the walls were pretty formidable. The walls were in perfect conditions. Moving into the surrounding forests, they heard a shrilled shout and the sound of a sword hitting against something. Ah, ting, ting. There was a little boy who looked not older than 8, trying to kill a giant wild boar. The boy had light bright eyes and deep red hair. Just as the wild boar was about to strike him down, the boy shut his eyes tightly, as if accepting death. He waited and was surprised. He didn't feel any pain. Opening his eyes, he was stunned to see a group of knights and a dead wild boar on the ground. Thank you, sirs, the boy said. What's your name? Landon asked smilingly. Once the boy saw Landon's genuine smile, he knew they were friendly. My name is Momo Lidot, sir. Who are you? Momo asked curiously. I'm the new king and lord of Baymard. Landon the boy was shocked and frightened. My king, sorry for not greeting you earlier, it's all right. Besides, I'm more worried about you. Mosley was shocked. His Highness is worried about me? He thought. Mono, why were you here alone? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Landon asked. I live alone with my elder sister, my king. Our parents died when I was just 4 summers old. Sister told me they died because of the cold. Sister recently got very sick. I know that for her to get better she needs a lot of meat. So I came to hunt. Landon and the men were sad on hearing this. Although some of the men were bullied in the capital, none of them had ever starved or seen someone die of cold. They vowed that they would work hard in order to protect the people. In fact, Landon took pity on them too. In his previous life he orphaned, so seeing Momo struggle, he felt he should assist him from now on. Your sister will be my adopted sister. You will be my adopted brother, and I will call you Little Momo. You and my new sister will move into the castle immediately. From now on, that will be your new home. Landon said. Momo couldn't believe it. This was the king. Although Momo was 8 years old, he knew when people were kind or tried to help him. He could tell that Landon was a good person. Landon introduced Momo to Lucius and the other knights. Everyone started teasing Momo, making him blush. Little Momo, let's go take my new sister home. They carried the boar and left the forest. Landon, Momo, and the men stood outside a tiny house. They could hear tiny cough sounds coming from inside. Landon went in with Momo, Josh, and Lucius. Sister, sister, I brought food for you, Momo yelled as he ran into the house. Landon and group waited in the living room area. When Momo stepped into the bedroom room, he saw a frail but extremely beautiful girl laying on a straw bed. She had fiery red hair, light brown eyes, and a petite frame. "Sister, the king is here to see you." Grace nearly fell out of the bed when she heard Momo. "Momo, did you get into any trouble? Why would the king want to see me?" Grace asked questionably. Momo then narrated the entire story to Grace. "Then let me thank His Highness," then she said as she tried to stand up. "Sister, he said that when you're ready he would come in." She nodded and Momo went out. A few seconds later, Momo, Landon, Lucius, and Josh walked. "Your Highness," she said as bowed her head. Looking at the tiny girl in front of him, Landon was sure she was 19 years old. In truth, she looked like a mini version of Urza Scarlet Titania from Fairy Tale. "Please be at ease. You're my big sister after all," he said gently with a smile on his face. Grace was taken aback by his words, and after a while she relaxed. She found that what Momo said was true. He was really a kind fellow. He was somewhat cute, with his big white eyes. He looked like a cute bunny rabbit, she thought. "My name is Landon. This is Commander Lucius, and this is Captain Josh. May I know your name, elder sister?" As Josh looked at the girl in front of him, he almost forgot to breath. Although she looked sick, she was incredibly gorgeous. Her red hair and petite frame made her look like a fairy. The more he looked at her, the more he blushed. The same thing could be said for Grace. She had a hard time taking her eyes off Josh. She had never felt this way before. She blushed so hard that her already light red face turned deep red. Of course, Lucius and Landon noticed all these and couldn't help chuckling inwardly. "My name is Gracelai. Grace, since I already take you as part of my family, I cannot bear to let you stay here with Momo on your own. For the safety of you two, please move into the palace with us." Landon asked. "Your Highness, please call little Landon," Landon said smilingly. "Little Landon, I'll go with you." Momo was so happy that he jumped on the bed and gave his sister a big hug. "Captain Josh, help Sister Grace pack up here. Commander Lucius, little Momo and myself will pack up in the dining area." Josh was stunned. He turned and saw Lucius and Landon chuckling. He turned his head back to Grace. She kept looking towards the floor, but it was clear that she tried to hide her blush. She was so cute. Josh smiled and thought, "These rascals, they even have the nerve to give me a thumbs up." Luckily she didn't see anything. It would have been so embarrassing. Once they got home, Landon told his mom and Lucy all that happened. They warmly welcomed Momo and Grace into their family. Little Momo and Grace were given rooms close to each other. They were also close to Lucy and Kim's rooms. Landon gave the job of training Momo as a night page to Josh. Momo was 8 now, so it was the perfect time to train him. Although 7 years old was the appropriate age in the continent. He sat on his bed and tried to go to sleep. Tomorrow was a busy day for him. He had to train with the men in the morning, and then head out to the farms to solve the barren land situation. As he laid on his bed, his eyes became heavy with fatigue and his mind drifted to sleep. The next day, Landon stood in the center of the inner courtyard facing over 300 men. He was impressed. If he were back on Earth, it would be about 5 a.m. now, and yet all the men were up and ready. None of them came late. Even Momo showed up early. He knew that for his plan to work, he needed to discipline them well. He looked at them coldly, giving off an aura of an old war veteran. Line up in straight lines of 10. He started counting out loud. 1.2.3.4.5.6.7.52. They all formed their teams under 52 seconds, waited for his next command. Too slow. Lines should be formed by the time I count to 5. From today onwards, anyone who isn't fast in lining up will run 10 laps around the courtyard before training begins. Is that understood? Yes, King Landon. During training, I will be your commander and not your king. When answering to me, you will all say, "Sir." "Yes, sir." "Say it." Landon yelled. "Sir." "Yes, sir." They yelled back. There are 4 military disciplines to follow while training. These rules are to be followed only when you are in training. First, I am the law here. Second, obey my orders. Third, unconditionally obey my orders. Fourth, when I am not around, obey Commander Lucius' orders. The men were taken aback by his opposing aura that sent chills down their spines. Is that understood? Sir. Yes, sir. He did warm-up exercises with them for 10 minutes and stopped. He watched and waited for them to catch their breaths. After 1 minute, he yelled, Line up behind your assigned night captains. They immediately got up and looked for the captains in a flash. No one wanted to be punished. They all lined up behind Josh, Mark, and Gary. Momo lined up behind Josh since he was told that Josh would train him. In fact, Lucius was impressed. He had always struggled when disciplining young knights. This was a real eye-opener to him. After these exercises, you all should have realized how weak you are physically. You all lack stamina and strength. At this point, they all came to the conclusion that their king was a demon trainer. He had joined them in training earlier, and yet, he stood there looking back at them as if this was a casual walk. They had to admit, their king was pretty strong. Actually, when the system cured him previously, it also gave him extra strength when he took the system starter pack. Staring at their tired faces without any hint of emotions, he continued. Captains Josh, Mark, and Gary stepped forward. They stepped out and looked at Landon. You all will lead your teams in becoming stronger. You will face challenges together and ensure that no soldier falls behind. If anyone in your team fails, it would mean that you also failed. Do you understand? Sir, yes, sir, answered the three. They stepped back and stood in front of their respective teams. Listen up. Everybody squat down with your feet in a wide stance, hands clasped behind your back. Although they were confused, they hurriedly did it. Even Lucius, who was standing by the sides, decided to join in. He wanted to experience this new exercise. Holding this squatting position, jump to move forward. You are all to do this 10 times around the courtyard. Little Momo will be required to do only 4 rounds. Hearing this, the soldiers thought that this exercise would be a breeze. Even little Momo and Lucius was doubting the effects of this kind of exercise. How could Landon not know what they were thinking of? Back on Earth, he thought the same thing too. The first time he saw how the 3 exercise was done, Landon walked to the very back of the lines besides Lucius and squatted down. Then he yelled coldly, "Start!" Once they started, everyone was excited. They thought they would finish it fast and be done. After a while, they were breathing heavily and their throats were dry. Most of them were proud of their strength before, but now they couldn't help but look at their weak bodies. Even Lucius started to feel the burn, but he knew he couldn't stop. Gary felt like he was about to die. His heavy arms and tired legs started wobbling. Momo felt the burn in the legs and thighs. Does this mean I'm weak? He thought. From the back, seeing people feeling tired, Landon spoke out. If you give up so easily, are you real soldiers? Are you real men? Get up. This is an order. My command is law. When they heard him at the back, they all had one thought, demon trainer. As the training progressed, their thighs felt numb. Every time they wanted to quit, they would hear the devil's voice from behind. Those that give up will be face my wrath. If you want to see he try me. As they looked at little Momo, they were truly envious of the fact that he had finished his rounds. Trey truly felt like his legs were going to rip off his circuits. As he thought of his best friend Landon, he wondered where he had learnt this sort of demonic training from. Trey thought that Landon made the training up on the spot. In fact, no one suspected that Landon was different. He had always been a very weird child. He was always too quiet growing up, a little introverted. When people would bully or insult him, he would just watch. He never really cared about how they treated him. He never cried or showed any form of worry. So they all thought this was still him. As the exercise progressed, everybody gave it their all since no one wanted to do any of the devil's punishments. Once they were done, they all dropped to the floor like flies. Everyone was dead tired. Their thighs felt sore and their hands felt heavy. Some were lying on the ground, while others were kneeling down trying to catch their breath. Some even tried to sleep for a minute, while the ones that were awake started looking at the main culprit who caused them to be in this state. In fact, they almost thought he wasn't human. He had been doing these exercises with them, and yet he looked the same as he was before the exercise. Once everyone caught their breaths and became more relaxed, Landon spoke. Line up. Once they heard the devil's call, they all jumped for their lives, lining behind their captains. Even those who were almost asleep woke up and acted like shinobis as they desperately tried to find the captains. In fact, Landon was sure that after this day, most people would literally stick closer to their captains like glue. Landon chuckled secretly. The men followed him in training for the next 45 minutes. They did sit-ups, duck walks, leg stretching, front kicks, normal kicks, side kicks, back kicks, and roundhouse kicks. All these exercises were new to them. When they were done, he allowed them to rest for a bit. While they were resting, a maid came over and spoke to him in a very low, whispery tone. You will all follow me in straight lines for breakfast. Your breakfast will be served every morning at this exact time. If you are absent for breakfast because you were of your duty or sickness, you need not worry. The staff will make sure to deliver your food wherever you are in Baymart. Now follow me. As they followed him into the dining area, they saw 12 maids, his mother, Lucy, Grace, and 12 giant pots of food. On the side of the pots were a lot of plates and spoons. The dining hall looked exactly like the meal hall in Harry Potter, if not bigger. You have an hour. As soon as they heard the Demon King, they quickly rushed up one by one to get their meals. With 12 pots stationed and 12 maids serving the food, within 20 minutes everyone had food on their plates. Water was then brought out and served to the men. Those who finished their food earlier could go for a second round if they weren't satisfied. The only issue was that it had to be done within the time frame Landon had set for them. He brought little Momo with him and joined Lucius, Lucy, Grace, and his mom for breakfast. Looking at the cute, tired Momo, Lucy, Kim, and Grace lightly pinched his cheeks. Little Momo, is it too stressful for you? You don't have to work that hard. Ani will take care of you, Kim said while smiling at him. That's right. When sister gets strong, she will feed you and take care of you, Grace said while nodding her head. You just tell big sister when you want to stop, okay? Lucy added. Auntie, elder sister, Sister Lucy, I'm fine. Brother Landon took good care of me when we were training. I want to get strong, Momo replied. My cute little Momo, so cute, Kim said while rubbing his head. My little man is so cute, Grace said while lightly pinching his jaw. Little Momo, you are so adorable, Lucy said while lightly pinching his other cheeks. Momo turned and saw Lucius and Landon holding in their laughters. He felt wronged. No man wanted to hide behind women forever. What would people say? He looked at his arms and thought, cute? Adorable? No, no, no. Father Landon was right. Right now I'm too weak. Once the time was up, Landon yelled, line up and move out. In the minds of the men, the words line up was their devil commander's favorite words. And their worst. They were pretty sure they would have nightmares of the king chasing them while saying, line up. When they returned to the courtyard, Landon continued. 2 weeks from now, all teams will compete with each. The strongest in each team would be made second in command to their team captains. Also, those who prove themselves will be promoted on the spot. Everyone was surprised and excited. Everyone is required to practice their swordsmanship for at least an hour a day. There will be 3 sessions, one after breakfast, one after lunch, and one right before dinner. He looked at them seriously and continued, for today, we will train in swordsmanship now. And right after training, Commander Lucius will give you all your responsibilities. Some of you might need to guard the entrance, checking for spies, while others will work in the city. Everyone listened attentively. Landon took his sword from the ground and smiled at them, making them extremely confused. As of now, I am not your commander. Commander Lucius is. Right now, his word is the law. I am just a knight in training. They almost coughed up blood. Who are you trying to deceive with those innocent looks? 1 minute you're a demon, and the next minute you're an angel. Aw, thank goodness, at least now, we don't need to be alert all the time. They all sighed from relief. Some even tried to sit on the floor. Lucius looked at them and knew that they needed discipline. And who said you could sit? Those who broke out of formation. Step out and give 100 push-ups each. Captain Josh, start training Page Momo. The rest of you take out your swords. Let's train, said Lucius. Sir, yes, sir. They all yelled back, including Landon. They couldn't help but sigh. From the frying pan to the fire. From one demon king to another. At the same time, Lucius was happy with the positive responses he was getting. The men were more attentive and did things more diligently. I can get used to this, he thought. By the time training was done, it was already 9 a.m. The men all went to their assigned posts. Landon decided to take Momo, Lucy, and Trey to the farmlands in the lower areas. Looking at the farms, he could roughly estimate that there were at least 300 farms. The whole place looked like one of those industrial plantations on Earth. There were 3 farmers on the land. When they saw Landon coming over, they rushed over to meet him halfway. "Good day, my lord," they replied with a hint of fear in their voices. "Good day to you all. I wonder if you guys can tell me about the land here? I was hoping that I might be of assistance to you all," Landon said while smiling. "My lord, may we ask who you are?" asked an elderly man. Landon could see that this man was like the leader of the pack. Everyone sort of hid behind him while talking. "I am the new king of Baymard, King Landon. This is my personal night tray, my friend Lucy, and I'm guessing you all know little Momo here. Please be at ease. I only wish to help." The farmers looked at Landon curiously. This was the first time they had ever seen or heard of a king who wanted to aid in farming. "May I know your names as well?" Landon asked. "Your Highness. My name is Pat, this is Lior, and this is Waldo. We are farmers here in Baymard," said Pat as he introduced everyone. Pat was a strong 42-year-old man with rich black hair and in light green eyes. On the other hand, 37-year-old Lior had blonde hair with light brown eyes. And 36-year-old Waldo had ink black hair with dark brown eyes. "Your Highness, we have been farming in this land for more than 20 years now. The land is very barren. The growth of our crops are stunted and our yields are sparse," said Pat, searching through his mind. He knew he had to determine the soil type in order to fix the problem. Don't worry. By tomorrow, I will give you the solution to the problem. Meet me here, same time tomorrow morning." Landon replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Although they agreed, they really didn't believe that he had a solution. After all, they had been farming all their lives while he had been living in luxury. Their fathers farmed on this land, and now they did too. Since they could remember, the land had always been barren. They chose to keep farming because they genuinely loved everything about it. It felt like an accomplishment seeing something they planted sprouting out of the ground. Although the yields weren't high, they felt joy in doing their profession. So when His Highness said that he would give them a solution, they were taken aback and of course had doubts about this so-called solution. They decided to wait and see. Landon walked away from the men, poured some water onto the soil, and waited. He observed that the water drained quickly. This was a good sign. He then grabbed a handful of soil and softly compressed it in his fist. The soil felt smooth and could hold its shape for a short period of time. So far so good, he thought. Landon then took 3 handfuls of topsoil from the ground and went back to the castle. Once in the castle, Landon filled a white jade wine basin with water and poured the soil into it. He then stirred it vigorously until all clumps of soil had dissolved. He then decided to place the basin by the window overnight. In fact, it would have been best to use a transparent glass jar. But too bad. Glass hadn't been invented yet. He decided that in the future, he would teach the farmers and villagers everything he knew about farming. Knowledge is power, he thought. The more people that knew the right ways to farm, the better the crop yields in Baymard. "System, can you give me a copy of the farming book for my starter pack?" Answering host. "No. If host wants a copy, host should write it out himself," the system replied. "Aren't you supposed to be an all-powerful and mighty technology system?" Landon grumbled. "It is exactly because the system is all-powerful and mighty that your request was rejected. The system is not a photocopying machine, host." Landon was speechless. What a shameless system, he thought. "So how can you help me then?" Host can use the system's space-time capsules. Once host eats the capsule, host will be transported into the system's space. 1 hour in the outside world is equivalent to 5 days in the system's space. The system emotionlessly replied. Landon was excited. With this, he could write down the entire book in hours. "System, I want to use the space-time capsule," he said excitedly. Host does not have enough experience, technology, or bonus points to use the space-time capsule. Landon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then why did you tell me about the capsule?" Landon asked, almost wishing he could kill the stupid system. The system thought it was the appropriate time to tell the host. Landon massaged the temples on his forehead, trying for calm down. "How much time is contained in one capsule? And how many points do I need before I can use the capsule?" Answering host. 1 capsule is equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. For host to buy a space capsule, host needs any of these points. 10 technology points, 5 experience points, or 2 bonus points. The system replied, "Since I don't have any at the moment, what do I do?" The system suggests that the host invents something, so as to get the bonus points. Landon's eyes lit up. "That's it, that I'll make a blackboard," he thought the next day after training. He went to his bedside window and observed the contents in the basin. He took a spoon and carefully checked if the soil had any layers. At the very bottom was sand, the middle layer had silt, and the top layer had clay. This was loamy soil. It was the perfect soil for agriculture. It was a mixture of sand, silt, and clay. If the problem wasn't with the soil itself, then there could only be one reason: lack of nutrients and organic matter. As Landon looked into the basin, he realized that the water residue was clear in color and not a lot of organic sediments could be seen floating at the top. This was a bad sign. Typically, rich soil leaves murky-colored water with a lot of organic sediments floating around. The solution is simple. The soil needs manure. Actually, this problem would have been solved decades ago if the people in this continent knew what manure was. The most important thing to know is that soil is alive. There are more species of organisms in the soil than there are above ground. These organisms convert soil minerals and organic matter to vitamins and hormones needed for the plant. So for more than a decade, these people have been starving the soil. Obviously, these organisms would either die or move away. It's that simple. Soil needs to eat too. In fact, Baymard wasn't the only place where the lands were said to be barren. There are so many small towns that had this problem. The reason Baymard was well known was because it was the third biggest city in the empire. For more than 40 years, it had been barren. From the reports he received, people claimed that one day, the land turned barren. Some people even said it was a cursed plan. Of course, Landon didn't believe in all those stories. It definitely didn't happen overnight. Everyone gave up on the place, as it was deemed worthless to the empire. As the saying goes, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Baymard's size was comparable to Tokyo, Japan back on Earth. Imagine if the entire Tokyo turned to barren lands, and there was no food too. Of course it'd make headlines. Landon also wanted to introduce crop rotation. Doing this would definitely increase soil fertility, soil nutrients, and crop yield. Crop rotation would also reduce stressful weeds and soil pollution. It was a good method for maintaining the soil structure. Having come up with a solution, he took a lot of bags and buckets, leaving again with Momo, Lucy, Terry, and 3 other knights. On their way to the lower region, they stopped at the stables and got animal feces and then got water from the wells. They also picked up a lot of mosses, grass, and dead tree skin and put in bags, as well as cooked discarded fruits, vegetables, and vegetable peelings. Lower region, if Baymard mix everything together and put on the soil. Landon said everyone looked at him as if he was mad. Wouldn't doing this make the soil rotten? They thought even though they were thinking that, they did it anyway. Water the farm beds. Remember not to flood it. Doing so will make the soil hard. They quickly went along to do what he said. Now we wait in the next couple of days. You all will follow the exact procedure done just now. When you get a process, come and find me. Landon said. Everyone nodded as they too were curious to know the results of this little experiment. Once everything was done, Landon decided to find a carpenter for the blackboard. Since it would take time for the crops to show any signs of recovery, he decided to open a school in the meantime. For now, he decided to teach all the children and villagers on how to read and write in Barren, language used in the empire, and how to do math. He had already decided to ask Lucy to assist in teaching Barren, while Kim and himself would teach math. Although both women knew basic addition and subtraction, multiplication and division would be hard for them to do. Hence he decided to break math into 2 parts, Math 1, addition and subtraction, and Math 2, multiplication and division. Kim would Math 1 and him Math 2. Of course, both math classes would start off with basic understanding of numbers. They would have to make sure the villagers knew how to count before they started addition or multiplication. He also planned on teaching both women math every night from now on. He hoped that one of them could take over his duty as the second math teacher very soon. There were quite a handful of literate people living in the central region. From the reports, he knew there were a few alchemists, welders, and so on, who were literate. It would be a good idea to find these people and use them in teaching others. After all, he can't teach everything. He decided to follow the same schooling system that exists back on Earth. No matter how old or young the villagers were, those who were not literate would begin at kindergarten. They were to learn how to read, write, simple add numbers, and so on. As the saying goes, you're never too old to go to school. In fact, Landon remembered that back in his university days, there was a 50-year-old man who was in the class with him. He was so astonished and had deeply respected the man. Not everyone had the guts to go to school at such an age. Most people were either ashamed or very prideful. The situation in Baymard was very tricky. Everyone went out to either hunt, fish, cook, farm, and so on. Because he didn't want to disrupt their daily lives, he decided to make a teaching schedule for the town. He would have morning sessions and late afternoon sessions. All illiterate villagers were required to attend at least one session a day. All villagers below the age of 18 were required to attend the morning classes, while those above 18 could choose to attend any session they liked. Morning sessions would have 6 classes, 3 taking place at the same time. He decided to break the children down into 3 groups: those below 7, those below 13, and those above 13. Lucy would teach Pyron to those below 7. Kim would teach Math 1 to those below 13, while he would teach Math 2 to those above 13 at the same time. Once their classes was done, they would just take the next set of children. Landon thought all these things as he made his way to the center region in search of a carpenter. Standing by the castle walls of Whitewood Castle, a Stillhout could be seen looking over their city. The man had dark black hair and an overconfident smile on his face. However, hidden deep within his inky black eyes, a hint of anxiety could also be seen. Eli Barren looked at his most trusted knight, Zarius, half kneeling in front of him, and asked. When Zarius arrived earlier, he gave a letter to Eli while doing his salute. Without opening the letter, Eli asked, "Is it done?" "Rest assured, my lord. We made sure that His Highness Landon was poisoned with Nallet Wisp before he left the capital." Zarius replied, "Perfect. How long will it take for my trash of a brother to die?" "My lord, this poison is a slow, deadly one. There is no cure for this poison. It will kill him in 5 months' time. Why then no one would even suspect my lord for His Highness Landon's death. I left no evidence, my lord. Ha 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 ha. Good. Zarius, you have done well. That stupid brother of mine is the disgrace of my royal family. Even if they found out I did it, so what? Father wouldn't care much. Hi. He's already a dead man walking. After all, everyone would think he got killed fighting over food or something. He, Eli said while smiling and laughing. Zarius looked at his lord with a confused gaze. Why had his lord gone through all the trouble just to kill Landon Barren? Everyone knew he would die sooner or later, so why the rush? My lord, why kill him? Eli looked at Zarius and smirked. I need his land as a secret base for my knights. I plan to be king within the next year and a half. The sooner that buffoon of a brother dies, the better. As for father, he would never suspect me of anything. So I'll take advantage of that and kill him when he least suspects it. A trace of violence flashed in his pupils as he spoke. Zarius looked at his lord in surprise. It was a genius idea. Even if they killed Landon Barren, they wouldn't let the Empire know. By doing so, they could secretly use his territory as a base to gather and train more knights. King Barren sent his officials as spies to all parts of the Empire. There are tons of spies in Eli's territory. The only way to train or get more knights without the king's knowledge was to use Landon's territory. It was the perfect location. King Barren had made his officials leave Baymard so as to prove that he wouldn't support the territory. The king believed that Landon would never pose a threat to him, so he didn't see the need to send spies over there, hence making Baymard the ideal location. Also, King Barren had made sure that no one controlled more knights than he did in the Empire. If the king knew Eli wanted to train and gather more knights, it wouldn't be long before he guessed what his son was up to. At that point, King Barren would definitely kill Eli. The funny thing is that Eli is already the crown prince and his father's most favored son. So doing all this was really unnecessary. Greed is a fatal human flaw after all. Zarius' entire body trembled while looking at his lord, Prince Eli. His Highness sure is vicious, he thought. What about the assassins we caught earlier? Eli asked. My lord, 5 of them killed themselves, but 2 survived and 1 escaped. From what we gathered, your second and third brothers are working together to get rid of you, my lord. Zarius replied. Eli smiled coldly. So they plan to get rid of me first before killing each other over the throne? Him, not bad brothers, my lord. Should we send our men to retaliate against them? Zarius asked. Eli shook his head while saying, No need. Doing so would only alert my father and make things difficult for us as well. Don't forget our new goal. a year and a half before I become king. Anyway, it's only my brothers. What harm could those cubs pose to a full-grown lion? Well, let's see how long they can keep this up, shall we? I don't mind being a star in their play. Ha ha ha. Eli remembered that he hadn't opened the letter in his hand yet. He opened it slowly and began to read it. My sister Jeanette wants to visit me from the capital. This family just gets better and better, Eli said with a smile. My lord, do you think she knows that the assassination attempt failed? Zarius asked. I doubt that she would know. I'm sure my brothers haven't seen her yet and won't pass such serious information on paper. Most likely she just probing to see if I'm still alive. I should reply here, no? Zarius smiled and replied. It's only proper, my lord. Eli smiled while looking over the city once more and thought, it won't be before I rule the entire empire. By then all of them would die for sure. Draper City, in a well-lit fancy room. 3 men could be seen talking to each other. 2 of the men were sitting down, while the other was half kneeling as a form of respect. Are you sure the rest killed themselves? Asked Barren. Yes, your highness. While escaping, I saw it with my own very eyes, the escaped assassin replied. You may leave now. Kana replied with a cold voice. Yes, my lords. After they made sure that the assassin could no longer be seen, they both looked at each other deeply. Second brother, what do we do now? If father hears about this, he wouldn't let us off. Asked James. Barren. Relax. I'll send first brother a letter saying that we want to come over for a visit. It would be better to be absolutely sure he doesn't suspect us of it. Kana replied. I agree. James replied also. It would be best for you to stay in my territory for the time being. If he really knew, he would try to assassinate us together. They both nodded and decided that this method would be the best way to find out whether Eli knew or not. Landon looked at the tiny stone building in front of him. It was one of the few stone buildings in the central region of Baymart. As he walked in, he observed a short-looking who seemed to be fully immersed in making something. The man looked to be in his late 40s, having deep green eyes and whiskers that curled at the tips. His overgrown beard and mono brow made him look like a dwarf fairy tale character. Landon decided to sit and wait for him to be done while observing the tiny workshop. There were also 6 other people at the back, who seemed to all be around the ages of 1825. They were also fully submerged into their own works. Landon could tell that they were the old man's apprentices. Once the man was done, he looked up and was shocked to see that someone was sitting down waiting for him. He hurriedly wiped his hands on his apron and rushed towards Landon. Sorry, customer. I didn't see you there. I hope you didn't wait for long. I'm Tim Mayers, the owner of this workshop. How may I help you? The man said with a forced smile. Landon could tell that Tim was a kind-hearted man. He could easily see that Tim felt guilty for making him wait. It's all right. I didn't wait for long anyways. I'm here because I want you to aid me in making school supplies, Landon said with a welcoming smile. After observing that Landon was truly not angry, Tim visibly relaxed and had a genuine smile on his face. Are you talking about slate boards and slate pencils, sir? Yes, but I'm talking more about chalkboards. Tim was confused. He didn't know what chalkboards were. In this era, school children used slate boards to practice handwriting and arithmetics without wasting paper. Slate boards were made from slate stone. The boards were about the size of a laptop back on Earth. They were portable, usable, and disposable. Since paper was very expensive in this era, it was more reasonable to write on slate stones. As for slate pencils, Landon really didn't need them as a plan to use chalk instead. Slate pencils were made from softer pieces of slate rock. Slate pencils always left scratched marks on the boards, and the sound they make when used was just utterly terrible. It sounded like nails screeching on a chalkboard. In fact, Landon thought that the sound was just like those shriek sounds in horror movies. Also, when slate pencils were used, the boards would need to be thrown away after a short period of time. That's where chalk has the advantage over slate pencils. Chalk could be easily used without destroying the boards. At the same time, he noticed that teachers didn't write or show their capabilities. They just talked for hours trying to make the students memorize things. Slate stones could only be cut into smaller pieces, so making a very large slate board was near impossible. Hence, he really couldn't fault the teachers for their teaching methods because they didn't have anything like chalkboards, also called blackboards. Of course, in the future, Landon knew that he would upgrade to the popular white bards commonly used in universities. Landon looked at the confused Tim and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll guide you on how to make them." Immediately as Tim heard what Landon said, he nodded and felt reassured. "How many would you need, sir?" "I'll need 60 chalkboards and 2,000 slate boards." Landon planned to line up at least 3 chalkboards in each classroom, just like how his university did. Tim was quite curious about this customer of his. Judging from his clothes, he must be a knight. So why would a knight need all these? "Pardon me for asking, sir, but who are you?" Tim asked inquisitively. Pardon my manners. I'm your new king of Baymard, King Landon. I plan to develop Baymard in all aspects of life. I want my people to all be learned. For this I will need your assistance." Tim was shocked. Weren't all nobles supposed to be snobbish? The young man in front of him was intelligent and very humble. Landon spent the entire day explaining how he needed the chalkboards to look like and what materials were to be used. At the end, they came up with a price range for all the products. Each slate board would cost 7 copper coins, and a chalkboard would cost 4 silver coins. Landon thought those were pretty reasonable price ranges. It was also concluded that a month from now, all the boards would be available. For the chalkboard paint and the actual chalk, he needed the mineral ores in the caves. The next day, he gathered 300 men and appointed Wiggins as the supervisor for digging the ores out, making the paint, and also making the chalkboards. He agreed to pay each worker 400 copper coins, while Chief Wiggins would get 600 copper coins per month. He also arranged for all workers to have meals during their lunch break, which would be cut from their salaries. A plate of food would cost 5 copper coins. They didn't really mind. A week passed by and Landon realized that they had collected quite a lot of ores. It was finally time to show Chief Wiggins how to make chalkboard paint and chalk. From the group of 300, 20 men were selected to make blackboard paint, while 80 men would make chalk. Chief Wiggins also appointed 3 new supervisors under him. Hale Verno would supervise ore extraction, Charles Mopey would supervise paint manufacturing, and Javon Stern would supervise chalk making. Of course, Chief Wiggins would oversee everything. Their salaries were also upgraded to 500 copper coins. The last estate Landon went to last time in the lower regions was cleaned and used as the storage facility for all ores and the manufacturing industry for both chalk and paint. The ores were put into different buildings according to their types, and the amount deposited registered at the end of every day. Landon also appointed 5 cooks and 30 knights to guard and protect the workers in case of any unforeseen incidents. Once the first batch of chalkboard paint was made, Landon sent it to Tim Mayers, as well as a sample of chalk. Landon knew that this chalk would be used by both teachers and children. For now, he decided that chalk should be freed, but once the economy picked up, he would sell 12 pieces for 10 copper coins. Time flew by very fast, and before he knew it, the last week of the month was here. Just when Landon was about leaving the upper region of Baymard, he saw Waldo running towards him. "My king, the plants have bore fruits. Congratulations to host for completing the first task," the system responded. Landon decided that he would check his reward when he went back home at night. For now, he needed to see the results for himself. Landon looked at the overly excited Waldo. Judging from his appearance, Landon could see that Waldo had been crying before. He assumed it was tears of joy. Waldo knelt down in front of him and almost began crying again. "Your Highness, your idea was a success. With the soil not being barren anymore, we would be able to produce enough food to feed everyone. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you." "Sniff, sniff," Waldo said while trying to hold back his tears. "Please stand. You all are my people and my new family. It is my responsibility to take care of you all," Landon said with a smile. Waldo looked at Landon and was filled with warmth. This is what a ruler should be like, he thought. "Waldo, let us go to the farms and have a look at the fields." "Yes, Your Highness," Waldo said with a smile. Once they got to the farmlands, Landon was shocked. He could see tall stalks of wheats, he could see bean sprouts, oats, peas, rye, and tomatoes. In fact, the farms all looked luscious and rich. When everyone saw him coming over, they all smiled and rushed over to him. They were no longer afraid to speak their minds in front of him. In fact, at the middle and end of every week, Landon made sure to come over regularly. He always brought food over and spoke to them as if they were his family. The farmers were stunned at first, Then they later realized that their king didn't care about appearances at all. All of them thought he was wise, intelligent, kind, generous, and most of all humble. "Your Highness," they all greeted and gazed at him as if they were looking at a god. "How are you all? I heard that there are a lot of goodies from the farm this time. You all should make sure not to overwork yourselves. Taking care of one's health is the most important thing after all," Landon said while smiling. They all smiled in return, and Lior stepped forward. "My king, your methods were amazing. I feel like a toddler who is learning farming for the first time," Lior said excitedly. Landon chuckled while looking at their excited faces. "Don't worry, in the future I will teach you all on everything concerning farming. But for now, we need at least 250 more people here. We will hire people irrespective of gender. Of course, children below the ages of 15 and people above 38 will not be allowed to carry or distribute the goods. They can only work on the fields for health and safety reasons." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, it would be difficult for the elderly or very young boys or girls to carry those heavy bags of food. This food industry will have Lior as the overseer for all farming activities. Pat will supervise how the workers plant and care for the soil, while Waldo will supervise how much yields we make and the storage of the goods. Pat will be in charge of 150 people, while Waldo will take on 100 people. Again, they all thought that was reasonable. At the end of the day, storage of all goods is to be kept in the second estate on the left of the fields, and the amount recorded. Also, Waldo, it would be your job to distribute the goods to the local stores in the central region. We will set reasonable prices for all food items, so everyone can buy them. 10 wagons will be assigned to the farming industry. Use the wagons to send the yields to the estate and the stores in the central region." "Yes, my king," Waldo replied proudly. "There will be also 5 cooks and 20 guards assigned for protecting you all in the fields. You all will also have your lunch breaks in the estate as well." They were all happy that at least they had a place close by to get food. One needed to know that there was quite a good amount of distance between the farmlands and the central region of Baymart. Finally, everyone will receive their salaries from Lior at the end of each month. All workers would earn 400 copper coins, supervisors get 500 copper coins, and the overseer gets 600 copper coins. Of course, your meals will be taken out of your salaries. It would cost 5 copper coins a plate. Once more, they were truly shocked. All farmers in the empire were paid a measly 250 copper coins per month, but His Highness gave them so much more. They were beaming with joy and really felt grateful towards him. They swore in their hearts that they would work twice as hard and make the best of their new lives. Over the past few weeks, they've been hearing some of the miners brag about how grateful they were to His Highness. He gave them food, jobs, and made them feel safe and cared for. They felt like they would hold their heads up high once again. So what if he wasn't favored in the empire? He was kind and very trustworthy towards all of them. In fact, some people even thought that Landon was the reincarnation of a god, sent to help Baymard grow. Landon looked at their happy faces and smiled. "Now, let me walk you all to the estate that would represent the future food industry once they arrive the second estate." Landon showed them around while explaining how the estate would be used. He told them about his future plans, so they would know that they were going to share the estate with others soon. Although they didn't understand half of his plans, they believed in him. Hence, they didn't mind sharing with others. This was a man who solved the barren soil issue as if it was nothing. What more could they say? He was working his hardest to make sure that they had food in their bellies. Landon planned to make a section for fishing, production of canned foods, and so on. But that would be in the future. Hence, he needed them to understand that they share this estate with others. He allocated some buildings to the farming department and told them to store foods in different rooms depending on the food types. He also showed them all the seeds he originally found in the estate and asked them to plant some more crops. He would need to get the rest of the seeds he found on the other estates over here later. He thought. Lior had agreed that in 3 days' time, he would gather 250 men to work for the farming industry. Landon could only wait. Once Landon went to his room, he decided to look at his reward for completing his first mission. System, show me my stat and rewards. Hostname, Landon Barn. Age, 15. Status, King of Baymard. Level, Beginner, Level 1. Current situation, Healthy, fixing barren lands and mapping territory with the help of the system. Completed. Rewards, Knowledge on gunpowder and cannon making. Host will also receive 100 development points. Overall points, 100 development points, DP. A pop-up message showed up when he was done reading the information on his screen. Receive rewards. Yes or no. Landon accepted it and immediately felt a surge of information flowing into his brain. After using 30 minutes to digest the large amount of information from the system, he decided to view his next mission. A mission. How can you protect your technology if your kingdom defenses are so weak? Use your newly acquired rewards to create and test warfare cannons for the protection of your kingdom. Rewards. Will your people keep living in thatched and mud houses? As the future kingdom for technological advancement, it's very humiliating. Hence, Host will receive all knowledge on cement manufacturing. Host will also receive 20 godly food recipes and 5 spice-making recipes. In the future, if Host needs to create toasters, microwaves, ovens, and so on, your people should know why they need them in their everyday lives. Hence, they need to appreciate these various cooking appliances so as to create new ways of cooking and satisfy their palates. Lastly, Host will also receive 250 development points, DP, and 1,000 technology points, TP. Deadline. No specific time required. Landon looked at the mission and was completely baffled. The rewards for the new mission left him stunned. It's not that he had a problem with cooking, but when anyone is asked about technology, they would think about AI systems, laptops, cars, and so on. No one would ever mention anything about cooking. But now that he thought about it, if he could come up with different spices and dishes, people would want to eat them every day. Hence, they would readily appreciate cooking appliances like frying pans, ovens, grills, and so on. So in a sense, it was still a technological improvement in this era. After all, people want things that make their lives better and easier. Making them learn how to cook these godly recipes with their crude cooking methods will make their palates satisfied. But once things like frying pans, microwaves, toasters, ovens, and so on come out, they'll see how crude their cooking methods were and understand the importance of technology. They'll see how using these appliances can save time, cook efficiently, and open new doors in the cooking industry. More importantly, those appliances would be available to all, not just royalty or large households. Peasants would be accessible to them, and sooner or later, they'll see these appliances as essential needs for everyday living. For a moment, Landon thought this system was actually trying to brainwash people. I mean, he loved technology and all, and he saw its importance. But why couldn't he create these cooking equipments first before introducing these godly dishes? The system wanted these people to crave for the dishes. The more they craved, the more they try cooking them over and over again. By doing so, they would spend lengthy amounts of time cooking a single dish. And when Landon makes cooking appliances that reduce the amount of time to used in cooking, they'd be hooked on them for good. The system just wanted people to practically worship technology. At this point, Landon wouldn't be surprised if in the future, a technology church popped up as a religion. In fact, Landon observed that the people didn't really know about deep frying methods. They knew about frying food, but these fried dishes were only served in the palace and top-class restaurants or large households. Even the way they fried was terrible. It was like they were so afraid to fry anything else other than rice, eggs, and meat. Landon thought this era was somewhat equivalent to the 10th century medieval times back on Earth. He just couldn't understand why they couldn't even fry vegetables or something else. What baffled Landon was that fish was often boiled, baked, or roasted, but never fried. I mean, if you could fry meat, why couldn't you fry fish? What kind of logic was that? But he knew that he also couldn't entirely blame them too. After all, frying only became popular 60 years ago in the Empire. Landon's late grandfather, who he never met, had gone on a sea voyage to one of the empires in Pino, called Terike. He had tasted the fried meat there and instantly fell in love with the taste. He later sent a group of chefs to learn about frying from them. These chefs returned after 6 months and taught the different chefs in the capital of Arcadina. As time went by, these practices spread out to other chefs, but majority of the chefs never experimented beyond what they learned. Landon guessed that the few popular chefs who did experiment failed when trying to fry vegetables, fish, and other foods. So they concluded that these foods couldn't be fried. They probably fried them using the amount of time needed to fry meat as a basis. For sure, the results were catastrophic. The foods were burnt to a crisp. The more he thought about it, the more he changed his mind. It's not that they didn't understand logic, it was just that they were ignorant. After all, seeing is believing. Back on Earth, people believed that the world was flat until someone proved them wrong. They also believed that someone with a dying heart couldn't be saved until some performed the first heart transplant in the world. If someone told Landon they could breathe in space, he would tell them to prove it first before he believed in them. Humans believe what they see. So when those chefs failed in experimenting with frying, they only said what they saw and believed. After all, back on Earth, it was only until the 13th century before people knew other foods could be fried. And only until the 16th century before people knew manure was good for crops. Unless you provide substantial evidence to support your claim, no one would believe you. Coming back to cooking, most people just roasted or boiled food over the fire for long periods of time. Then they would add various leaves, honey, and salt as spices. Landon thought grills were an absolute must as well as fridges. Some people didn't even use salt because salt was very expensive. Some of the cooking appliances in this era are not practical for everyday use. Their pots didn't have handles and were unnecessarily large. They looked like a witch's cauldron in those fantasy movies. The only thing that Landon found okay was their baking methods. They could make sweet, delicious pastries, pies, and various types of puddings. Their ovens were used in baking and also used in making mud bricks. They were really expensive for peasants to use. So he already decided to make ovens that ran on electricity like those found on Earth. Most ovens only existed in large households and bakeries. In larger and flourishing cities, it was common for a community to have a shared ownership of an oven to ensure that bread making was accessible to everyone rather than private individuals. I have a long way to go. I see why I need those dishes. That I wonder when I'll be able to eat pizza again. Landon thought as signed helplessly when he thought about the backwardness of this era. Just thinking about how much work he had to do in the future gave him a minor headache. Why couldn't he transmigrate into an era which was close to the 18th century on Earth or more? Truly tragic. Landon decided to sleep early, as he had to give the knights their first military test in the morning. In the early hours of the morning, 4 a.m., a large group of knights could be seen making their way towards the lower regions, in lines of 3. Looking at them, Landon couldn't believe how much they had improved by. Their muscles were bulging, and they had much more discipline and strength compared to their previous appearances. They all had upright postures, sturdy physiques, and unfaltering determination. Little Momo was the only one that didn't have that robust physique. After all, he was still a child. Nonetheless, he had all the other qualities instilled into him, so he wasn't very lacking as a soldier. He seemed more mature and had looked very confident for his age. As the group moved, their footsteps were so light that one would think they were assassins and not knights. Landon had taught them the importance of camouflage and giving the enemy the element of surprise. In this era, knights fought proudly and with honor, liked to show off their flashy moves to prove that they were powerful. They thought sneaking around was an act of cowardice and showed lack of strength, but Landon disagreed. In war, finding the easiest and safest way to eliminate your opponent while protecting your comrades showed true strength. The less casualties produced, the better. In fact, Landon had taught them how to set up booby traps and come up with different war strategies. He especially taught them how to knock someone out by hitting all their pressure points, especially the back of their necks. Since swords weren't allowed in the first phase of the exams, they would have to use their hands and their brains. Hence, he taught them basic martial arts and self-defense tactics. 2 weeks prior to the military exam, Landon had located 3 mini hills that were far away from the farmlands or any of the estates. Each hill was surrounded by trees and a lot of bushes, making it perfect for camouflage and traps. Some parts even had sand pits, while others had little streams that obviously led to the sea. It was perfect. Landon had given each team a mini hill as their base and told them to build their own base wooden sheds and booby traps for the upcoming exam. Although he didn't tell them the nature of the exam, they immediately understood that each team would face each other in the upcoming exams. So they started preparing for the exam. Once they arrived, Landon looked at the men lined up in rows of 3 and was very pleased. They now looked and acted like the soldiers back on Earth. There will be 2 phases for the exam. Phase 1 will include strategy and enemy infiltration, while Phase 2 will be on swordsmanship. Today we will only focus on Phase 1, while tomorrow will be on Phase 2, Landon said. While he spoke, Commander Lucius and Butler Nathan placed boxes in front of each team. The boxes in front of you contain each team's headband, ropes, and flags. Josh's team will wear the red headbands. Mark's team would use the yellow headbands and Gary's team will use the purple headbands. There are also 50 pieces of rope in each box for tying up prisoners. Each team should have 5 flags that have the same color as the team's headbands. Your headbands can be worn on your heads, wrists, arms, and even on your legs. Wear them anywhere you'd like. Now, put on your headbands. The team captains quickly carried their boxes and distributed each headpiece swiftly. Landon was impressed. The men didn't break up their lines and just waited for their team captains to give them the headbands. Some put them on their legs, others on their waist, arms, and so on. No one put them on their heads. Landon smirked. They were smart. These so-called headbands were just pieces of clothes cut from very old peasant clothes. Once Landon saw that they were done, he continued, tonight each team should come up with its offensive and defensive sides. Your goal is to gather at least 1 enemy flag or at least 50 enemy headbands. I will not give any advice or aid on how to hide your flags or engage in this battle. Do you all understand? They hurriedly gave a military salute and yelled out, "SIR, yes, SIR, good." During the battle, Commander Lucius and myself will be moving between each camps to observe you all from the shadows. And at the end of the exam, everyone will all be graded. Landon replied. Once they heard what Landon said, they were filled with more determination to prove themselves. Here are the rules for the battle. The use of weapons like swords or blades is prohibited. Only martial arts or self-defense tactics can be used to disarm your enemies. Finally, knocking your enemies out is also not allowed. They all listened carefully as they didn't want to miss any major details. Those who lose their headbands will be considered as dead. If you are captured and your headband is taken from you, you are considered dead. If you lose your headband by accident, you will also be considered as dead. Once dead, you cannot and should not continue with the battle. Aiding your team after pronounced dead is a serious crime in today's battle. He looked at them and released a cold aura which made their spines shiver. Anyone who disobeys these rules will get a month's worth of intense punishment at the end of the exam. You will also not rank up as a soldier for the time being. Hence, do not disobey orders. After all, dead men tell no tales and should not affect the battle in any way. Everyone felt as if the headbands given to them had the same worth as a mountain of gold. They secretly asked themselves whether the position they placed the headbands were secure enough and well hidden from their enemies. One more thing, the duration of the exam is 2 hours. Once the time is up, even if you haven't succeeded in the exam, you are all to assemble back here immediately. Failure to do so will also result in a weak punishment for all soldiers, irrespective of what team you belong to. They were shocked. So if someone in another team was late, then they too would get punished? In fact, Landon did this to ensure teamwork with his knights. He wanted all of them to be their brother's keepers, or so to speak. Good luck, men. Your exam starts now. Landon said. Josh looked at his men whom he had successfully divided into groups of 5. The first group had 12 men, the second had 36 men, the third had 20 men, the fourth had 16, and the fifth had 15 men. Group 1 will constantly scout the perimeter of the base. There should be at least 3 people stationed at each checkpoint. If an enemy approaches, one person should rush back to alert us, another trails them quietly from the shadows, and the last should always stay on guard at the checkpoint in case other enemies approach again. Remember, unless necessary, do not attack them. Just observe quietly. Do you understand? Yes, Captain, they replied swiftly. When they were building traps, they also built hidden bases and covered them with mud, leaves, grass, and sticks, so they could spy on their enemies without being seen. Group 2 will focus on infiltrating our enemy camps. Since you are 36 in number, 18 men will infiltrate Gary's camp, while the other half will infiltrate Mark's camp. From the 18, divide yourselves into 6 groups and infiltrate the camp from all entrances. Once your position has been compromised, escape and return to the base carefully. Yes, Captain, Group 2 replied. Group 3 will be stationed at all trap positions. Each trap should have 3 people guarding them. Once the enemy falls into the trap, secure their headbands and take them as prisoners or free them. Once the prisoners and their headbands are secured, one person should rush back, give little Momo the headbands. Once given, return to your positions by the traps. The other two should redo the traps and wait for another enemy encounter. Yes, Captain, Group 3 replied. Group 4 will be in charge of guarding 4 of the flags. I will keep one with me, of course. Spread yourselves around the hill in groups of 4 and protect the flags. Remember, choose a location that wouldn't give off your position to the enemy easily. Yes, Captain, they also replied. Finally, Group 5 will have 3 subgroups in charge of guarding our main base, protecting Little Momo, and protecting myself. Remember, Little Momo is the one who will have all the enemy headbands in his position. If another enemy steals all the headbands we worked hard to get, then we will lose this battle. Although I'm confident in my own skills as a knight captain, we must plan for the unexpected. Hence, since I have one flag as well, it is your duty and responsibility to protect me. Yes, Captain, Group 4 replied. Outskirts of Gary's hill, a group of soldiers hid quietly in the bushes and trees, carefully waiting for their prey to move closer towards them. They had planned to ambush their enemies. They had painted their faces, necks, and hands with mud and had stuck tree branches, leaves, and grass all over their hair. It was clear that they had tried as much as possible to remove any and all shine from their skins. It would be extremely hard for anyone to spot them with this kind of army camouflage. Barry Jacks was one of these soldiers. He stood at the back of a tree, waiting for his prey to get closer, while holding trees' branches as part of his camouflage. There were a total of 4 people walking into their territory. Once the enemy was close enough, Barry and his team moved out quickly. Barry arrived behind one of the men and sharply pressed his fingers behind the man's ear, into the pit between the jaw and the neck. This region was the parotid lymph node. He then gripped of the ear in a fist and dashed the lobe from bottom up, twisting the ear up towards himself. The soldier whose ear was gripped felt his entire body go numb, and he subconsciously fell on his knees in defeat. Barry swiftly took off the soldier's headband and used his rope to tie the soldier as a prisoner. By the time his team was done, they escorted the captured soldiers to the outskirts of their base. They figured that since the soldiers were now dead, they would not be able to interfere with their camp anymore. Hence they freed them and returned to their main base. As Landon watched through the monitors of the system, he took a mental note of Barry and his team. Especially Barry. When the enemies came, he was the one who signaled the men to attack. If Barry had been a few seconds late, this ambush would have been a complete failure. Even Barry's quickness and decisiveness when dealing with his enemies was remarkable. The others in his team were good, but Barry was a natural. It was like he was born to be an assassin. Landon was pleased. Josh's camp as Trey and his team left Mark's camp. They decided to first observe the perimeter of Josh's camp. They knew that like all their Captain Mark, Captain Josh would also station people around the perimeter. The team looked at the trees carefully, but didn't see anyone on them. So they ruled out the possibility of Josh's men using tree huts like they did. In their own camp, Mark had made camouflage tree huts with mud, grass, and leaves on top of the trees. Just as they were about to move into Josh's territory, Terry spotted a heap of dried grass, leaves, and twigs that looked suspicious. The only reason Terry noticed it was because the grass seemed to be growing in the wrong direction compared to the surrounding grass. "What do you guys think of that heap over there?" Terry asked him. "It looks normal to me. Do you think there's something weird about it?" One of his teammates asked. "I think their knights are hiding in there," Terry responded while nodded. The other 3 were shocked. "The heap is really small. How can anyone be under there? Only a child could fit there, all right." Terry wasn't sure if his hunch was right, but it wouldn't hurt to double-check. "I'm guessing that they dug out holes there, jumped into them, and placed the grass and leaves on their heads while waiting for enemies. Once the enemies passed through the checkpoint, they would get out of those holes and report what they saw to Captain Josh." "I have a plan." Terry and his team walked in casually, pretending to not be aware of the hidden knights in hiding. Once they were out of view from the heap on the ground, they hid in the bushes and waited to confirm their speculations. As expected, after 3 minutes, 2 knights jumped up from the ground. One went towards the left, while the other towards their direction. Terry signaled for 2 of his men to capture the other knight, while the rest focused on the approaching knight. Once the knight passed their hiding spot, Terry quickly arrived behind the knight and covered the knight's mouth with his hand. while his teammate quickly weakened his pressure points and took off the knight's headband from his arm. Now you are considered dead. Remember, dead men tell no tales. So once I take my hands off your mouth, you cannot speak or scream. Understand? The soldier nodded understandably. After all, what could he do? He was just a corpse now. They decided to check if there was any other person in that hole. They couldn't ask the captured knight because he was already considered dead. Terry decided to go for a surprise attack by jumping into the hole and taking out his enemy. Once in the hole, the young knight was shocked for a while before trying to defend himself. They battled in the hole for 2 minutes before Terry found an opportunity to secure the knight's headband. It wasn't that the knight was weak or anything. In fact, from a spectator's point of view, they were evenly matched in strength. The only reason why Terry won was due to the fact that he had way experienced in combat and battle than his opponent. Just as he was done, his other teammates brought back the headband from that knight that went towards the left. With just 3 headbands, they decided to continue until they got at least 10 more. A while after they left, Lucius came out from his spot of hiding. He told the dead knights to go towards the meeting ground and wait there until the exams were done. Terry, my boy, your biggest asset is your brain. This boy is already smart and observant enough to access his enemy's potentials. Combined with his fighting prowess, in the future he will be a powerful force to behold. Lucius thought. Mark's territory, a group of knights were silently following their prey while waiting for an opportunity to seize their enemy's flag. At the start, they thought that these soldiers were looking for people to hunt down, so they decided to lay low for now. But after following for a while, they noticed that their soldiers were not hunting, but hiding. This only meant that they had their camp's flag with them and didn't want to get caught. They were 4 enemy knights in total, but his team only had 3 members. They needed to act real quick to accomplish their task. Although it was risky, they were all willing to take that risk. One of these soldiers was Billy Vane, who was a knight under Captain Josh. He was the shy knight that gave Landon a smart suggestion during the city's inspection a while ago. But now, he was beaming with confidence. The enemies located a good hideout and decided to stay there for a while. Just as they were about to lay low, Billy's team appeared swiftly. Billy quickly numbed the first knight by hitting his pressure points and took his headband. By the time he was done, another enemy came towards him. This one was strong. He began seriously fighting while observing his other 2 teammates from the corners of his eyes. His teammates had been a little slower in attacking their enemies. Hence, the element of surprise didn't go too well as they planned. Everyone was fighting seriously, trying to each other's headbands. Billy had been thinking of how to get close enough to his opponent's headband tied around his neck, when all of a sudden he realized that his teammate was about to be killed. Headband taken off. He hurriedly kicked his opponent and successfully helped his teammate in the nick of time. His teammate used the opportunity to quickly take the headband, while Billy returned to fighting the knight he fiercely kicked. His teammate, who he had just helped, decided to assist the other teammate who also had trouble finishing the job. Billy fought for 7 minutes before successfully taking the headband from his opponent. He looked at his opponent and said, "You're good. I'm honored to have fought with you this time. I was just lucky to have won this time around. Thank you," Billy said while smiling. His opponent smiled back, but didn't say anything. After all, he was dead. What could a dead man say? Once Billy and his team were done, they decided to quickly leave and head back to Josh's camp. Walking around with the enemy's flag was also too risky. As Landon observed more, he was shocked at Billy's transformation. Wasn't this the boy who had once looked like a cute K-pop star? Now his body looked like a gongyu. Even his shy attitude and aura had been replaced by a serious and manly one. Landon really admired Billy's courage and fearless attitude. Although it was risky for their 3-man group to go against 4 enemies, they still took the chance. And when Barry saw the helpless situation his teammates were in, he didn't even hesitate to help them out. He was loyal and hardworking. Such a man could even die for his comrades in war. Although it was admirable, Landon didn't like them taking such risks as sacrificing their lives easily. What he wanted was for them to think various ways of rescuing their teammates and themselves safely. If the chances of a soldier making it back was less than 70%, Landon didn't want them to take on the jobs. Like he said, it was admirable, but too risky. Take, for example, if the Empire was to send thousands of troops right now to kill him, his people and retainers, He would try to find a way to secure everyone's safety by letting them escape. What was the point of fighting to the death with no power? Landon firmly believed in the live today to fight tomorrow philosophy. Just because one couldn't fight his enemies today didn't mean they would never crush them in the future. As for Landon L., the only thing he needed was time, and the systems helped to avert all crises coming his way. And when he was ready, he would find out who poisoned this daddy here. Oh yes, he was still about the poisoning that took place when he first got here. Although he was cured, he was still a very petty person. If you were good to him, he would give you the world. But if you looked for his trouble, he would kill you 1,000,000 times over. He was a very, very, very petty man, and he was aware of that flaw. Before everyone knew it, time was up. They had been constantly battling, observing and capturing their opponents for 2 whole hours. Everyone assembled in straight rows of 3 behind their captains. No one was late. Landon had put 2 bags in front of each team captain. One bag was used to collect all headbands from their surviving team members, while the other was used to collect enemy headbands and flags. Once collected, Landon counted everything in front of everyone, so that they could know how they did as a team so far. Josh's team had collected 2 flags and 19 headbands. Mark's team had 1 flag and 25 headbands, while Gary's team also had 1 flag and 27 headbands. Their results were overall the same in Landon's eyes. Although Josh had the lowest amount of headbands, he had obtained 2 flags, while Gary and Mark were similar in their scores too. Everyone had successfully passed as a team in this exam. Once the soldiers heard their results, they were so happy that they almost cried. One had to know that this was the hardest exam in their lives. Most of them lacked battle experience and weren't all that familiar with battle tactics, but they persevered through and all their hard work bore fruit. They themselves had seen the changes in the bodies and their ways of thinking. They regarded each other as family, and for the first time had a deep sense of brotherhood. Now that they thought about it, most knights in the capital were very selfish, only thinking about how to get more power and wealth. If you were not strong, you would be trampled on and even ridiculed there. But here in Baymard, they had a new understanding of how life should be. The strong should always protect and provide for the weak. And no matter how poor people are, it was not enough reason for anyone to treat them like trash. Now was just 6:30 a.m., which was too early for their normal training sessions to end. So they knew that there was more to the exam than this. Since we time on our hands, we will move on to the next stage for today's exam. You can what you just did as Phase 1 Part A, while this one will be Phase 1 Part B. Landon said, I need you all to form groups of 6, which will include 2 knights from each team. The last test showed how well you performed in your captain's team, but now I need you to work well with other knights under other captains. Remember, we are all people of Baymard. No one is more superior or inferior to the other. There is always room for improvement, so keep working hard. Landon continued. The men thought what Landon said was right. They were all for Baymard. It didn't matter which captain they were under, provided they did their best for Baymard. Now form groups of 6 as required. Of course, the captains will be grouped together separately from you all. They hurriedly formed their groups and waited for further instructions. Over the last weeks, I have been training you all on how to use simple tools with your own bare strength, and then using them to climb hills and cliffs. By using your bare hands, you all have improved your physical stamina, flexibility, mental strength, muscle coordination, muscle strength, and a sense of judgment for adaptability. Some of you have even conquered your fear of heights and death. Landon looked at his men who were beaming with pride and confidence and felt a sense of accomplishment within him. A few days ago, he had paid some villagers had to assist him in building the exam set. For this test, Landon had set it up almost like the military drill sessions back on Earth. You all follow me and I will show you where your next exam will be held. Landon said once they arrived. Seeing what was in front of them, they were confused about how the test would progress. For each team, Landon had put 5 stacks of wood separated by a very short distance. Only 6 people could jump over 1 stack at a time. He had used trees for this test after all. The soldiers were all expected to jump over these wood stacks without touching them. The next drill was the tire drill exercise back on Earth. Soldiers would hop in several car tires while trying not to fall. Since there were no tires in this era, he made circular molds with mud, leaves, grass, and twigs. Oldiers were required to hop through 20 tires without falling before going to the next exercise. He later built a 5-row wooden jumping bar over some muddy water, which had dried out now, but it made the ground look mushy for each team. The goal was for the soldiers to cross the muddy water by using the hanging wooden bars he built, without touching the ground, followed by a large wall made of net, hanging over the side of a 10-feet, sturdy and old tree. The men would run up to the wall, climb and slide down the tree like a pole and move on. They would later crawl under several nets that were pinned very close to the ground. And finally, they would have to rock climb the cliff at the side of the mountain to get to the top. Once on the cliff top, they would meet Commander Lucius, get a block of wood from him, and rush back to present it back to Landon. Mission complete. For your test, Baymard is at war, and the only way to save it from extinction is to retrieve something very important from Commander Lucius and bring it back to this king. Your task is to pass through all the obstacles, get the item, and successfully retrieve it without damaging it. Landon looked at his excited men and continued. But there's something very important to note. When doing rock climbing, each team will only be given 8 ropes to use. You are to secure your rope as well as your teammates before proceeding to climb. Commander Lucius will not give you the item if you are one teammate short. If one person isn't there, you all fail. Everyone finally understood that they seriously needed to work well as a team. Also, going to Commander Lucius and coming back should only take 15 minutes. Once the time is up, your exam will end. They were all worried now whether they could do it or not. As Landon looked at their worried faces, he decided to boost their confidence by letting their captains demonstrate it for them. In fact, once Landon finished building all the obstacle courses, he had showed Lysias and the captains how to perform the drills. At first they were slow, but now they were pros. After all, they didn't want to let the soldiers see them fail as captains, so they trained extra hard for this. As you can see, there are 5 sets of obstacle courses in front of you. There are 3 net walls available for all to use, remember that. The only other thing you all share is the cliff. So 5 teams will perform at once. Now I'll let you see how it's done by letting your captains work as a team for this test. As the men watched their captains work together very fast, they were amazed and looked at them with worshipping gazes. The speed at which their captains climbed the cliffs together amazed them, as they knew that they themselves couldn't be that fast as of now. But nonetheless, they were now confident that the test was within their capabilities. When their captains returned, everyone clapped and said various honest, heartfelt praises. Now that the first 5 teams step up and begin, the exam starts. Joseph Fig was very anxious and nervous as he watched the exam progress from the sides. He observed that some knights had their legs tangled up on the rope wall, while others couldn't jump swiftly over the stacks of wood present. Most people fell when they had to jump through the circular stacks of dry muddy leaves. And few people were slow when doing rock climbing. Their king had taught them how to make decisive decisions on where to place their hands when rock climbing. He also noted that for some people, by the time they reached the cliff top, Landon would say their time was up. Others had collected the item from Lucius, and on their way back to Landon, their time was up as well. Some people also damaged the item on their way back by dropping it in the mud, or letting it fall from the top to the bottom of the cliff. This was also a fail to their king. Their king said the only thing he would allow to damage the item was blood. Carelessness with important items, or even state documents, could lead to exposure and worsen your position with your opponent. If you get the item, one must secure it before proceeding to return. But surprisingly, what Joseph was worried about was cliff climbing. When he climbed before, he was confident because he was alone on his rope. But now, other people might depend on him to climb up the cliff. Their security and lives were somewhat in his hands. Their king had told them that in a military war campaign, when a rock wall, cliff, or mountainside was visible anytime, many people would choose to go around it, Joseph included. This was the first time he had ever heard of a need to know how to scale hills, cliffs, or mountains. No one had thought of this idea, but Joseph could see the wisdom in it. No enemy would imagine that someone would willingly climb a cliff just to attack them, so they would leave that edge unsupervised, giving room for them to invasion to occur. And if you were not fast enough when climbing a cliff, the enemy might discover you and throw boulders down on you, instantly crushing you. As their king always says, you need to be swift as an assassin in war. Joseph decided to do his best and toughen up for the glory of Baymard and his majesty, as well as improve himself. Even if he didn't complete the exam, he needed to be confident in carrying his teammates through. And Joseph was right. Although time was important in this drill, Landon's primary objective was on teamwork. He needed each knight to feel the responsibility given to them in a team. They couldn't act selfishly, and they needed to make wise decisions that benefit the entire team as a whole. When Joseph and his team ran towards the bottom of the cliff, Joseph took one end of a rope, knotted it around his waist, and passed the other end of the rope to his next teammate. This was, of course, for safety measures. Joseph realized that he was the safety climber, lead climber, of the group, while the others were supporting climbers behind him. Joseph took another rope, tied it around his legs, and Ace as a harness, and knotted both ends of the rope with the other team rope around his waist. His teammates did the same thing as well. Of course, His Highness had said that each person must always have a dagger when climbing up a cliff or rock wall. One end of a new rope should always be tied to the dagger and the other end to the climber's waist rope. Once they reach a dangerous height, the lead climber was to pierce the soil and rock cracks deeply as support and climb up the cliff. In this way, if all of them slip, the rope attached to the deeply pierced knife will save them. Joseph looked the tall cliff in front of him and decided to start climbing it. He looked at a vine in front of him and hesitated whether or not it would be wise to grab it now. When he did, nothing happened, and he immediately became happy in knowing that he made the right choice for his team. As they progressed up the hill, suddenly grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr saw one of his teammates dangling helplessly from the team rope. His teammate had slipped. Joseph thought fast. Use your dagger to stabilize yourself by stabbing it into soil and climbing back to your position. We will wait for you, don't worry. Joseph said with a smile. The knight smiled bitterly with his face filled with guilt. He looked like he was about to give up. It doesn't matter if we don't make it in 15 minutes. What matters is that we work hard together and better our skills. You were the best at the other obstacle activities. So what if you're slow in this one now? With His Highness' help, we will become professionals in no time. Persevere and don't give up easily. Joseph encouraged while smiling with confidence. Yeah, he's right. Cheer up. I myself almost slipped there too. We are all learning, are we not? No one is as good as our captains now, so don't worry. Push on, said another knight smilingly. The knight looked at Joseph and the rest, and smiled more confidently as if he just had an enlightenment. Thank you all, he replied. As Landon, the captains, and Lucius heard them, they all smiled and nodded as if acknowledging what was said. It was the main point they were trying to drive home today. Likewise, as the other knights heard this, they also had an epiphany, and finally you understood what the real goal was for this exercise. Once Joseph and his team reached the top of the cliff, their time was up. Although they had failed in the aspect of time, they had passed regarding their teamwork. They held their heads high and didn't feel down at all. In their minds, they were thinking of how to improve themselves more over time. In fact, all the knights didn't get discouraged, but aspired to improve and become as tough as their captains. Once they were all done with the test, everyone went on with their daily duties excitedly in anticipation for the last exam. Tomorrow was the last day for this hellish exam. Would it be a normal sword-fighting competition, or something else? This question made them ponder deeply the entire day. The soldiers had gathered at the training courtyard in the castle. Today was the last day for the exams. Those who were proclaimed dead yesterday felt like they had to do exceptionally well in today's test. They were so anxious such that they were literally shaking unknowingly. For them, they had let their commander, captains, teammates, and His Highness down. This alone was enough for them to want to prove their worths. Landon looked at his men and smiled. Today, Commander Lucius and I will test your swordsmanship skills. We will be looking at your reaction time, flexibility, prowess, and fighting tactics. Each person will be given 4 sandbags weighing 4 kilograms each and a 15-kilogram sandbag to carry on your backs. You are to fight either Commander Lucius or myself for 5 minutes, while wearing these weights. 2 matches going on at the same time. Commander Lucius will fight in 1 match, while I, the other. Landon knew that Lucius could last for 2 hours straight without even taking a break when wielding his sword. Lucius was a war veteran. To get to his position, one needed to have slaughtered a lot of enemies in the battlefield. In some war cases, Lucius had to fight for 4 hours straight before the war ended. Others lasted for 2 hours, while some for 3 hours. Breathing exercises were very popular for knights. In the battlefield, one needed a lot of stamina and momentum to push on. Landon knew that at the end of every match, it would take 1 minute for the knight to leave and a new one to come on stage. For veteran knights, that 1 minute was perfect for breathing exercises and gathering momentum for the next opponent. Although Landon knew this, he still didn't want to burden Lucius that much. As for Landon, he knew that he couldn't last for more than an hour without getting tired, so he asked the system for help. System, do you have energy boosters that I could use? Answering host, this system has everything, even instant ramen noodles. Therefore, system will have energy boosters. One shot of energy from the system can last for 1 hour only and costs either 3 development points, 5 technology points, or 1 bonus points. This energy shot revitalizes 1 energy level, bringing one's body to maximum energy conditions. All traces of fatigue and pain will disappear from the user. Does host want to use his development points towards this? The system asked. System, can I use this shot on anyone other than myself? Yes, you can, host. Good. After every hour, give Captain Lucius and myself energy shots. So for 4 hours we will need 3 shots each. In total, 6 shots will be used. Right, system? That is correct, host. In total, the host will use up 18 development points for the hourly energy shots. Landon nodded and was pleased. He also decided to get some for Lucius, because although he knew that, although Lucius could really last long, he wanted Lucius to fight the young knights in his best conditions. Others should not fight Lucius when he was tired, as that will also not be fair to the knights who fought him in his best condition previously. The reason for the weights is to see how the men could fight in different scenarios. When facing an enemy, you might have to fight when carrying heavy items or even rescued civilians on your back. What if you were carrying an unconscious princess and the minute you put her down, someone sneaks attacks you and kill her? Besides, you might need to escape while fighting and carrying heavy items in your hand or a person on your back. Adaptability is key. It is also important to note that your enemy might not carry any extra items or persons when attacking you, so they would be free and weightless compared to you. Hence, Landon insisted that they fought with these weights on. Landon realized that most of the young knights couldn't fight well when carrying weights on their backs and legs. Surprisingly, the weights on their hands didn't disturb them all that much from wielding their swords. The problem was that they didn't know how to balance their center of gravity when fighting with these weights. So most of the time, they would fall down, trip, or even accidentally drop their swords. They were struggling to adjust themselves, but in battle, the enemy will not give you the time to adjust. Looking at his men, Landon decided that he would start training them regularly with weights. After 1 hour of battling, Lucius was surprised that he didn't feel tired at all. He assumed it was because of the breathing exercises he did during the battles. Lucius looked at Landon and was deeply impressed. He had assumed that the young lord would get weak after an hour of multiple intense battles. He decided to see how long Landon could last before opting for a break from the exams. 2 hours went by, and even 3 hours had gone by, yet Landon didn't even break a sweat. Although Lucius found it oddly strange that he wasn't tired, he now regarded Landon as a monster for wielding a sword so long. In fact, Lucius wasn't the only one thinking that. The young knights all thought Landon was not human. Lucius they understood, but Landon, who had never gone to war before, could last this long? They were all impressed by their king. Once the exam was over, Landon informed the knights that they would get their results and rewards tomorrow morning before their regular training sessions. After having breakfast, Landon made up his mind to check on the farmlands and mines today. As he was walking out of the upper region with Terry, one of Tim's apprentices rushing over. "Good day, Your Highness. All the slate boards and chalkboards requested have been successful made," Paul said while bowing his head at Landon. "Raise your head, Paul. This is wonderful news. Let's go see your master first, shall we?" "Yes, Your Highness. Good day, Your Highness. All your orders have been completed and are ready to go. If I must say, Your Highness, these chalkboards and that strange white stone you call chalk are simply genius," Tim said while gazing at Landon with eyes filled with worship and adoration. Landon chuckled. "Don't get too excited, Tim. In the future, we will create more marvelous products in Baymart. After all, although the idea was mine, you and your apprentices did all the actual work." so you all deserve most of the credit. No, 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 Your Highness. A true man doesn't take credit for what he did not do, Tim said while shaking his head. Landon could only look at him helplessly. In fact, as time went by, Tim had come to know of all the brilliant ideas and things His Highness had done in Baymard, from making the land bear food to producing chalk and so on. How could a 15-year-old have such profound knowledge? In his eyes, Landon had already become a wise sage who knew how to solve every problem in the world. Tim, are you and your apprentices literate? Landon asked. Yes, Your Highness. I taught them how to read, write, and do math. Tom answered confusedly. In the future, I would like you to teach more people about carpentry and construction. Would you be able to do that? Tim thought for a while and finally replied, I would, Your Highness, but my workshop is too small to accommodate a lot of people here, Tim said while looking around his messy workshop. Don't worry about that for now, Tim. I want to open a school for everyone in Baymard. Once people know how to read and write, I want you to pick 2 of your apprentices or yourself to teach them about carpentry and construction later on. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will give you an entire estate in the lower region consisting of 18 buildings for your new workshops. Tim was shocked. Isn't an entire estate too big for just a tiny workshop? What is His Highness planning? Landon looked at Tim and instantly knew what he was worried about. These buildings will be able to allow over 2,000 people to work in them at once. I will put you in charge of these buildings and all construction projects in Baymard. Although we don't have a lot of people now, very soon this place will be filled with people. Tim finally understood where Landon was driving at. Plus, in the future, I will also teach you new never-before-seen techniques for welding, constructing materials, or buildings and creation of new devices and equipments. You will be the first person in the entire empire to use these techniques. As for the new equipments, they will mostly be made from iron. Of course, you and all villagers under you will get paid for your services monthly. The more Tim heard, the more excited he became. Right now, he hardly had any customers who in his workshop. His customers over the years were the barons and the city lord. They paid him a fair price for all his works, and he was content with the amount. The only reason he cared about the money was to feed his apprentices and himself, as well as help some villagers here and there. When he had excess money, he would drive a cart to the next village, buy food and share with some villagers of Baymard. But now, he had the chance to let the villagers earn some coins, while he would learn new skills and techniques in his profession. How could he not agree to His Highness' request? So once you understand the principles and methods that I teach you, I need you to also teach everyone coming later on into your workshops. Landon continued. Of course, Your Highness, Tim said happily. Landon knew that he couldn't request Tim to teach the principles of construction now, or Wiggins to teach the principles of mineral or extraction, or anyone for that matter. Right now, none of them knew anything about physics, chemistry, or even biology. They knew math, but not the Earth type of math. They only knew how to add, subtract, and do basic division. The good thing was that they were all literate. Landon planned that while the villagers were learning how to read, write, and perform math, he would give each of the leaders books on all 4 subjects, allowing them to study them first and then later teach their workers in all work departments. Tim was happy, but also now extremely worried. But Your Highness, more importantly, how are we supposed to get enough iron for all these? Don't worry, after you install these chalkboard to the various classrooms in the upper estate, I'll take you to a place. Tim was still confused, but chose to believe Landon anyway. Tim took 3 apprentices, put all the boards in a cart, and followed Landon and Terry to one of the estates in the upper region. Once they arrived, they spent their time dismantling the fancy designs and paintings on each wall. After all, Landon thought classrooms should be free of all distractions, so the students could better concentrate on their studies. They attached the chalkboards to the walls in various rooms and used one room as a storage room for all slate boards. Landon decided to go to the lower regions so he could show Tim the iron ores and also collect chalk for the classrooms. On his way down, the system notified him for his reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating chalkboard, blackboards, and chalk. You were rewarded 40 bonus points, BP, for the creation of the chalkboard and 10 BP for creating chalk. The system replied. System, show me my stats. Host name, Landon Barn, age, 15, status, King of Baymard level, beginner, Still level 1, current Satoshi, healthy, overall points, 82 DP and 50 BP. Note: DP is development points and BP is bonus points. Actually, Landon had forgotten about the fact that he could get points for creating chalkboards and chalk. His mind was very focused on starting his mission on cannon making and gunpowder. He needed to teach Chief Wiggins the alchemist how to make gunpowder for the cannons fast. Suddenly, the system gave him a new warning alert. Warning, warning. Host a ship is sailing towards the seacoast of your land. Landon said his goodbyes to Tim and rescheduled with him for tomorrow. Landon then made a U-turn with Terry back to the upper region. Terry was confused as to why Landon looked so flustered. Immediately as Landon stepped into Lucius' office, he said, "Uncle Lucius, there's a ship coming towards the sea coastline of Baymard. Please gather 100 men and come with me towards the coast." Lucius jumped up from his chair, took his sword and ran out. While they were running, Lucius asked, "How long do you estimate before they arrive?" 2 hours' time. Landon replied. Everything happened so fast and Terry was still confused, but he decided to wholeheartedly trust Landon's analysis. He thought that when he and Landon made their way towards the lower region, Landon must have probably seen a tiny, figure on the sea approaching Baymard. After all, one could see the seas from the central region clearly. 1 hour later, while they were gathering enough men, a soldier from the seaport ran up to them. "My king, a large ship is approaching the coastline. It is estimated that they would arrive in an hour's time," said the knight. "You did well, soldier. Thank you for your report. Go back and tell the rest of the soldiers stationed there that we will bring enough men for safety before the ship docks on the coast." As the soldier was about to leave, he turned around and realized that a lot of knights were already gathered in the courtyard with Landon. Did His Highness already know of the approaching ship? Or is there another training routine I'm not aware of? The young knight pondered. Just like that, 30 minutes more had passed by, and Landon started moving towards the seacoasts with his men. Once at the seaside, Landon had the villagers go back for safety reasons and waited for this unexpected ship to dock. The first time Landon came out here during the inspection, he knew something fishy was going on. There was an already built ship dock here, and the most villagers had said that after 4 months, Landon's father, the king of Arcadina, who came to Baymard in the ship for visits. Apparently, the city lords and barons had lies to the poor villagers so as to stop them from being nosy. During the time when the ship docked, the city lord would always ban people from coming to the coastline or even going towards the lower regions. The city lord claimed that they would bother His Majesty and get killed if they showed up to any of these places. The villagers were so afraid to die that once the ship docked, they would hide in the central region and only hunt for food in the forest outside the city gates. At first, he didn't understand what the barons and city lords' plans were. But after visiting the mines in the lower region, he had finally completed the puzzled mystery. There was no way his father would take time out every 3 months to visit Baymard. He would rather believe that cows could fly than believe that story. The villagers had lived all their lives here and were simple people. What did they know about royal visits? Sigh. They were really scammed out by those nobles. It was clear that these were the merchants who traded with the city lord and barons. The emblem and flag on their ship shows that they're from the Empire of Corona. From Baymard's location, Corona was its closest neighboring empire compared to Terike. It made sense that these nobles would trade with people outside the Empire of Arcadina. That way his father would never know a thing. So Landon concluded that this ship must be a merchant ship. As the ship docked, a chubby 20-year-old boy surrounded by his own knights walked off the ship towards Landon's direction. He smiled as he opened his arms and loudly spoke. Where is Baron Sylvain and City Lord Augustus? Have they fallen, Isle? I have just finished trading with some cities in the Empire of Jotun and decided to get my usual supply from here." As Landon looked at the boy, he observed that the boy was completely clueless about Baymard's current situation. This boy was a jolly guy, all right. In fact, Landon thought that he was the smaller, chubbier version of Santa Claus back on Earth without the gray hairs and beards. Just looking at him would make anyone smile. As he spoke, one could tell that his smile was genuine and his cheeks would get turned rosy red. Such a cheerful guy, Landon thought. Sorry, sir, but the city lord and barons have been stationed in other cities in the empire. I am the new lord and new king of Baymard, King Landon. Landon said with a smile. Mr. Santa Claus was taken aback. Yes, Santa. In fact, Landon had already decided to call him that irrespective of what his real name was. Santa's eyes almost popped out and his mouth opened widely. Landon really thought that this guy didn't have any poker face at all. Why so surprised? So you are King Barren's son, Landon? You're nothing like what the people describe you to be. I can tell a person's true nature by just observing them. I think you're a good fellow, bro. You give me good vibes. The man said while nodding. Santa walked around Landon in a circular manner while constantly nodding. Landon and his knights didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Grinning face with sweat. Sir, can't you see he's our king? Can you at least not circle him as you like? Can't you do it without making it look so obvious? The knights thought. Yup, I was right. No poker face at all. But I like it, Landon said with a smile. Where are my manners? Santa said. Everyone rolled their eyes heavenwards. Face with rolling eyes, face with rolling eyes. Even his own knights did it too. My name is Benjamin Hamilton. For short, you can call me Ben, or whatever you like. Since we are already friends, I'll call you younger bro. Hi, in fact, you all should call me elder bro, or little bro. Hee, Santa said while acting shy like a blushing maiden. Since when did we become friends with you? Can you not be so shameless? Most of the knights thought. Since we are already friends, I'll call you Santa from now on. Right, Santa? Landon replied playfully. No, what kind of name this that? Little bro, are you making fun of your older bro here? It's weird, all right? Santa said while holding his jaws and shaking his head. Face screaming in fear, weary face, sleepy face. Landon couldn't hold it any longer and burst out laughing hard. You said I can call you whatever I want. So are you going back on your words now? Besides, Santa means a cheerful person, he lied, smirking face. I like you a lot, that's why I gave you the nickname. Really? I like you too, bro, yay. Santa replied while holding Landon's hands and shaking them vigorously. One of the knights from Santa's side coughed and looked at Landon as if begging for him to forgive Santa for his actions. Landon smiled back at him as if reassuring him that it was okay. Little brother, let's talk business, Santa said as he held onto Landon's shoulders and walked towards the lower region. In conclusion, when it concerned Santa, Landon had just one philosophy to go by. If you can't beat him, join him, little bro. I won't even lie to you. I came here to buy some mineral ores from you. Would that be possible, little bro? Please. Santa asked with pleading puppy dog eyes. Of course it would. Not only that, in the future, I will be making new, unique, and interesting products that'll be only available only in Baymart. Anyway, just tell me how many tons you need and I'll provide them for you immediately. Santa's eyes lit up when he heard the words unique and interesting. He was a merchant after all. As they moved through the lower region, Landon purposely showed Santa the labs and chalk samples that he developed. As they moved through the lower region going, Santa was stunned. He actually made the land bear food. This guy? Santa thought with a smile on his face. One could see fields of wheat, beans, and all other foods covering up to farmlands. There were bananas and plantains growing on the sides, as well as apples, tomatoes, lettuces, cabbages, and spinach. All the times he came to Baymart, 97% of farms didn't even have a single crop growing in them. But now these farms were overflowing with rich crops. How could Santa not be shocked? Was this still the Baymart he knew of? And unlike the other nobles he met, Landon didn't disrupt the peace in the village just because he was passing through with a guest. Santa observed that as they passed through, everyone on the farms greeted them warmly, especially Landon. And there were no false pretenses in their gazes. He noticed that most people looked at Landon as if he were a god. This little brother of his even cracked jokes with the villagers and carried the little children who came to see their parents at work. The kids were all happy that they could touch or be carried by their king. He even did a little magic trick for them before they left. This is how nobles should act, Santa thought. In fact, Santa was a noble himself. He was the third son of Baron Hamilton of Corona. Since he couldn't inherit his father's title, he chose to be a merchant. Over the years, he built quite a name for himself and became known throughout Corona as the foolish noble merchant by many. They call him foolish because since he was young, he never liked following all those pretentious and fake Nobel rules. At an early age, he always liked doing things that regular people loved. Once, he disguised himself as a peasant and worked in a bakery for 3 months. On the third month, His dad found out and gave him the beatings of his life. Because of his nature, he became a thorn in his dad's eyes. People would mock and laugh at the Barren, saying that he had a peasant son. As if there was anything wrong with that, he later on bought a ship and successfully crossed the seas, bringing different things from different parts of the world into Corona. He became popular and the go-to man for all shop owners and nobles in Corona. But his dad was still constantly disappointed in him, as well as his two older brothers. For them, it was an honor for a noble to fight and go to war for his majesty. The only people who loved him dearly were his mom and his three sisters. They thought he was cute, funny, and very kind. He just didn't like pretending and doing senseless things. Why couldn't people talk to each other regularly without the extra rules attached? That's why he secretly admired Landon. He could tell that Landon wasn't one who was also hung up on the rules of etiquette. As they passed through, the villagers didn't even bother with Santa at all. Their gazes were on full focus towards His Highness Landon. Was this the weak and dumb witch child of King Barren? In fact, Santa knew that he wasn't weak. The aura Landon gave out was that of a person who had experienced a lot of battles. When he learned that Landon would be creating items that have never been seen before, Santa was skeptical. After taking a tour in the laboratory and seeing this so-called chalk, Santa was pleasantly surprised. Although chalk seemed like a small matter, to Santa it really wasn't. It was genius. Do you know how many slate boards are thrown away per year in his empire because they get scratched or destroyed? Chalk was way better than slate pencils and way cheaper. Slate pencils are like sticks which are used to scratch the boards for educational purposes. Chalk was the best solution for this problem, and it was only found in Baymart. How could Santa not want any? Little brother, is it possible to buy these chalk sticks now? I need enough chalk for 10,000 people in one go. Not for now, Santa. These chalk sticks are barely enough for my people as it is, and we don't have enough man labor to produce such large amounts. But if you can get me 3,000 slaves or people who are genuinely looking for work the next time you come, then I'll be able to produce a huge batch for you. How about that? That makes sense, little bro. Okay. At the end of each month, I will send one of my trusted aides to you with a ship containing 1,000 workers in them. I will do this every month until you have 3,000 men from me. That's good. Speaking of which, how much will you pay per ton of ores? Landon asked. I usually pay 1,200 gold coins per ton, little bro, and I'll be leaving with 150 tons of these ores today. So I'll get 180,000 gold coins today. Not bad. Landon thought. All right. So how much does it cost to get slaves? Landon asked. In the markets, slaves are gotten by how beautiful or how strong they are. The average costs 1,600 copper coins per person, Santa said. So for 3,000 people I'll need 480 gold coins. Landon thought. Do you have any rare seeds on your ship? Of course I do, silly. When I used to come here, the nobles would buy bags of wheat, beans, and other foods from me. There would also be a few who buyed the seeds of these foods, although they knew that the lands couldn't bear anything. I'm guessing they still wanted to try their luck. Santa said with a smile. Good. Once we are done with your order, I'll take a look at your seeds. As the day went by, Landon, Santa, and the knights loaded up all the ores onto Santa's ship, and Landon gave him 12 chalk sticks as a parting gift. Landon ended up using 300 gold coins to buy bags of dried apple seeds, pear seeds, watermelon seeds, peach seeds, grape seeds, orange seeds, pepper seeds, peanuts, rice, and bean seeds. He quickly looked for Lior and carefully explained how the fruit seeds are to be planted. The farmers who saw the seeds were curious about some of them. They had never heard of watermelons and peach fruits before. They were now curious as to how the fruits will look and taste. Plus, Landon was craving some himself too. With 179,700 gold coins more in Baymar's pocket, Landon was thrilled. But this gave rise to a new issue he had. Who would be in charge of government funds in the future? For now, he and his mom could do it. But later on, he needed to write laws, procedures, and violations codes for Baymart. All his trusted aides were knights, and he couldn't use his mom or Lucy either. The finance minister needed to be someone who was trustworthy and didn't show any characteristic traits of a greedy person. The chosen minister must also be well-learned, with a mindset that always focused on the improvement of Baymart. This would be difficult, Landon thought. The next day on the training courtyard, Landon promoted some knights and rewarded them as lieutenants under their various knight captains. Mark, Josh, and Gary were promoted from captains to major generals for the army. Each major had 2 captains under them, and each captain had 4 lieutenants as well under them. Every knight was told about their strengths and weaknesses, as well as recommended personal workout routines for them to do in their free time. The knights who got promoted were extremely proud of their accomplishments and felt that all their hard work paid off. Those that didn't get promoted didn't feel jealous or envious of those that did. They knew how hard those captains and lieutenants trained to get those rankings. Barry Jacks, Terry, Billy Vane, Joseph Fig, and 2 others were promoted to captains under their various major generals. Once the training session was over, Landon took Tim to the lower region and showed him around the estate on the left side of the farms and the mines. Tim saw both mines and was completely shocked. One had iron ores while the other, molybdenite. The other ores in the caves held no importance in his eyes, but to Landon they were extremely rare ores. Tim, I will put you in charge 350 men who will work in the estate. Out of the 19 buildings present in the estate, one will be used as a storage facility for keeping all ore stones extracted from the mines. Each stone type will be stored separately in different rooms. No problem, Your Highness. This won't be an issue, Tim said while nodding. The second building in the estate will be used for glass production. We will need to collect a lot of sand from the sea for that glass. Tim was shocked. One had to know that glass was only produced accidentally by lightning in this era. Hence it was very rare and valuable. Sort of like a collector's item. Tim had seen glass before, green-colored glass and blue-colored glass in the former Baron's estate before. In this era, sometimes when lightning struck the ground, tubes of glass would be formed. The electricity in a bolt of lightning can melt the sand, making it combine with other substances which later hardens into glass. Hence people thought that only the gods could make glass. Back on Earth, glass was first man-made in the late 15th century. And before that, people only waited on lightning to do some well. Obviously, Landon couldn't wait for the 10th century to move towards the 15th or 16th century for glass making be invented. He urgently needed laboratory test tubes so as to make gunpowder. He needed to isolate different compounds from the ores and accurately combine them to make effective products in the future. He needed to complete his mission as soon as possible, as well as ensure Baymard's safety for the time being. He hated the feeling of vulnerability towards his enemies. Anyone could gather a large army and kill him presently. Ever since he was cured from the wisp poison, he had felt something or someone wanted him seriously dead. He ruled out his father because, although his father hated him, his father also couldn't bother to kill him. His father was the sort of person that wouldn't waste his energy on an enemy that he considered to be weak, so that leaves his siblings in the mix. All of them were black-hearted and downright cruel. It had to be one of them. He needed to make the cannons fast so as to protect Baymard, his mom, Lucy, his men, and himself as well. As Tim listened to Landon, he couldn't help but wonder if Landon was actually the reincarnation of a god. Either way, he was happy to be a part of the glass-making process. This was history in the making. Don't worry, Tim. I'll show you how it's done, Landon replied with a smile. Tim calmed his excited heart down and looked at His Highness with reverence. The third building will be used in producing what I call war cannons. I will also teach you how to create them. The fourth building will be used to make construction tools like pickaxes, construction rail cars, and other mining equipments. As for the rest of the 16 buildings, keep them unoccupied for now. Soon, other things will be created in them. Landon continued, Your Highness, how soon do you want to start? As soon as possible. Out of the 350 men, 100 will work on or extraction, 100 will work on glass production, 100 on cannon making, and 50 will work in producing construct equipments. Don't worry, by the end of the month, Baymard will be expecting new workers, so by then you'll have more people in the production line. Tim nodded and listened attentively. You will be the overseer for all departments in the estate. I also need you to assign all 6 of your apprentices as supervisors for each sector and department. Landon said. The glass-making department will have 2 sectors, sand extraction from the sea and glass making itself. Likewise, ore extraction will also have 2 sectors, ores from the first mine and those from the second mine. Landon continued. Landon later told Tim the salary for all workers, supervisors, and overseers. He also ensured Tim that he would have cooks and guards around the estate for the workers. Since the paint company had used up all the mining pickaxes available, Landon gave Tim enough money to go to the next city and buy 1,000 more in preparation for the set of slaves coming from Corona. Tim had agreed to go to the neighboring town the next day and return before the end of the week, so Landon had to postpone his mission for now. Speaking of the slaves, Landon needed to make accommodations readily available for them once they came. In the central regions, most houses were concentrated far away from the front gate of the city in fear of enemy attacks. Landon thought that he could use those empty spaces to build mud-thatched houses for them. He would need to gather and pay a few more workers for the job, though. Since Landon couldn't start the mission until Tim came back, he decided to open his school today. The adults could attend classes any time of the day, due to the fact that some of them worked at morning shifts while others worked at afternoon shifts. Landon forbade anyone, especially the miners, to work above 9 p.m. in Baymart. Mining while using lamps air candles was still too dangerous in Landon's opinion. The children, on the other hand, had to attend only morning classes. After training, he asked the knights to gather all the villagers around the town square in the central region. Even the miners and farmers had to attend, plus the alchemists and fishermen. Everybody. He looked at the large crowd and climbed up the podium in the city square in the central region. Citizens of Baymart. Within this past month and a half, history has been made here in this glorious city. The farmlands have board food, the people are healthy, and the town is growing steadily. Some of you have had steady wages from working in the various jobs in Baymart and can now afford to feed your families. You all need to feel proud because this is the result of your hard work. Landon said. Everyone nodded and felt warm inside, especially those who had been working in factories and farmlands. As you all know, Baymart is no longer part of Arcadina. The Empire has rejected us because in their eyes we the trash of Arcadina. The Empire abandoned us and left us for dead. But do we need them? No, we don't. We will make our own empire and make them regret ever throwing us away. As they listened, their blood began to boil. For years now, they had been requesting food and assistance from their former king, Landon's father, King Barren. But what did he do? Absolutely nothing. He neglected them for years and left them to their hunger. The Empire laughed at Baymart, thinking that we would always remain weak and die from starvation. But haven't we proven them wrong? It is my dream to make Baymart a paradise on earth for you all. We will progress mentally, physically, and financially together. We will fight and trample on our enemies together. I promise to make the city a holy land to all who see it. Are you all with me? Are you all with me? Landon asked loudly. Yes, they yelled passionately. Good. In future, I will offer up more jobs to you all, allowing all of you to make as much money as you would like and live better lives than your current states. But for this to happen, I need my people to become literate. I will teach you all and allow you to further yourselves in the world. My people must not be looked down on by anyone in the Empire. I will make you all leaders of tomorrow and Baymart, the promised land for all. This is my promise to you. They were stunned. His Highness was willing to teach them? Their hearts were filled with joy and gratitude towards Landon. Their children would become literate and smart like people in flourishing cities. They vowed that they were going to seriously learn and develop Baymart alongside with Landon. They also wanted to witness history in the making. Landon explained the schooling system to them and had everyone register for a session. He had Lucius and the 3 major generals write out their names on parchment papers. Lucius wrote down the names of all children, while the 3 generals registered the adults. Gary registered adults for morning classes, Josh for early afternoon classes, and Mark for late afternoon classes. Registering allowed Landon to know how many people would attend the classes daily. Just like that, the first day of class was set for tomorrow morning. He also told them about the slaves and refugees that would come at the end of the month and got 100 volunteered men and women who would aid in building houses for them. He discussed the pay and also promised to provide them with food and guards while they were working. He wrote down their names and told them that they would start the next day. And finally, he gathered 350 men and women in advance for the building and development of cannons. He also wrote down their names and told them to begin work Monday next week, since Tim would come on Friday. Off the bat, he decided to let most of the women work with making glass, as that did not involve strenuous digging for ores in the mines. Although women could do the job, men had more raw strength and were just faster than women. On Earth, Women could work in a lot of jobs due to the progress of technology. There were machines that dug up the ground and carried raw materials for people. All one needed to do was to control these machines. But now, in this ancient and wayward era, there was no way he would allow women carry heavy stones and rocks all day. They'd get sick and damage their organs and bodies. Landon wasn't risking it, but he could allow them to be a part of putting sand in sacks and letting the men load them onto carts that would transport them to the glass-making factory. The women could also become alchemists or scientists, if you will. They could also weld and mold the cannons in a giant furnace, but he would never allow them to work in the mines. The women who signed up were happy and excited. Women in this era only cooked, took care of their families, sewed, farmed, molded mud bricks, or became maids for rich households. Even working as a blacksmith's apprentice was not allowed. They were bored with these jobs and wanted something new, but now they could. And the best thing was, they got to earn the same salary as a man. In this era, even in the same profession, men earned more than women. For example, in the same bakery or farming jobs, even if a woman did exactly the same thing as a man, she'd still get lower wages compared to that man. They usually got frustrated because they too have families to take care of. Some of them were widows, and some had husbands who became bedridden with illness. They became the breadwinner in those cases, and had to support their husbands and children. But this era made things too hard for them. Over the past month, Landon had been teaching Lucy, his mom Kim, Grace, and little Momo math. Likewise, Lucy and Kim also taught Grace and little Momo how to write, read, count numbers, and also do basic addition and subtraction. In Landon's opinion, Grace was very intelligent and had a sharp mind. With more time, Grace would definitely become a master in mathematics. In the future, he would let his mom teach math too, while Grace thought math won. But not for now. She had to continue learning properly. Landon went down to the alchemy department and transported a huge stack of chalk to the classrooms in the upper region. Each student would be given 2 packs of 12 stacked chalk sticks, 24 pieces of chalk in total, and 2 slate boards for free at the beginning of the term. Once they lost or finished their school supplies, they could buy extra supplies from the school store or the local stores in the central region. After dinner, Landon decided to continue writing books on all the knowledge he acquired from his past life as an engineer and from the system rewards. Ever since he finished the farming mission a while ago, he had been writing daily on farming, basic chemistry, and mathematics. He had been using the system's time capsule for 3 hours a day in the real world, 15 days in the time capsule, alongside a concentration speed pill. One concentration speed pill allowed him to concentrate and write super fast for 1 hour in the real world. After taking the pill, he realized that in 2 hours, 10 capsule days, he had written 5 books. Landon was pleased with the pill. So far, he had written 32 copies of Basic Chemistry, 25 copies of Introduction to Farming, 39 copies of Basic Mathematics, and 3,000 timetable parchment papers for each student. Today, after his morning teaching session, he decided to continue making more copies. His goal was to have 60 copies of Basic Chemistry, 50 copies of Introduction to Farming, and 60 copies of Basic Mathematics by Friday. Once all the copies were done, he would allocate them to schools and all industrial departments in Baymard. He also decided to continue writing and readjusting the laws in Baymard, as well as the military rules for soldiers. Baymard was sort of a ruleless city. Since the Empire stopped caring about the place, the nobles who lived here before just did what they wanted and also took what they wanted. They were just bullies, Landon thought. And just like that, Landon's week flew by fast. He spent his days writing, teaching, assisting in farming, building mud houses, fishing, training, and building gigantic furnaces for different departments in the construction industry. Occasionally, he would also visit the mines and the alchemy laboratory to see how they were doing. By the time it was Friday, he had accomplished all his goals. Out of the total copies he kept 30 basic chemistry books, 30 basic mathematics books, 30 introduction to farming books, and 2,000 copies of the timetable in the school storage room. In Baymard, every student would get 2 parchment paper timetables for free. But if the student loses them, she would have to buy one from the school or ships in the central region. 2 of them would cost 1 copper coin. As for the rest of the books, he decided to distribute them to all supervisors and overseers within all the industries in Baymard. On Friday, Tim came back with a large wagon filled with pickaxes. They were unloaded and neatly arranged in a tool storage facility for the workers. Thinking about it now, Landon thought it would be a good idea to build a locker room where everyone could keep their tools in it. Of course, building it would be the duty of department 4 when they start working. Landon gave 10 copies of basic chemistry, 10 copies of basic mathematics, and 300 timetable sheets to the construction industry. Since all the supervisors already know how to read and write, as well as do math, he decided to give them the copies. Be it the alchemists or even Tim's group of people, all of them knew how to read, hence, each supervisor was to keep one copy and read and fully understand them. In the future, although these courses will still be taught in school, if the employee doesn't understand something at work, it is the duty of the supervisor to explain it to him or her. Back on Earth, supervisors and overseers knew the hows, the whats, and the whys. Why they kept the temperature low in some procedures, why the pressure was high, the dangers of doing certain things, and so on. Engineering itself is a very risky field. Some compounds and chemicals can only be kept or worked on at certain pressures and temperatures. Higher pressures could cause explosions in the tank, killing everyone instantly. After all, 95% of chemicals are flammable at specific entropies, pressures, and so on. Hence, in Landon's mind, the supervisors and overseers must be knowledgeable enough to explain and assist the workers. They must act and guide all those under them. He also gave 10 copies of basic chemistry, 10 copies of basic mathematics, and 300 copies of the timetable to the chemistry industry, as well as 4 copies of basic chemistry, 8 copies of introduction to farming, 4 copies of basic mathematics, and 300 copies of the timetable to the food industry. His reason for giving the food industry chemistry and mathematics books was simple. Very soon, Baymard would start processing canned tomatoes, tuna, and many more, as well process their own spices and food preservatives. To make all this happen, chemistry plays a major part in it. Talk less of mathematics. Once the night came, Landon jumped onto his bed and closed his eyes immediately. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Finally, the little king was fast asleep. Again, the days flew by fast, and just like that, Monday was here. Let's make some glass, Landon thought. Gunpowder was a delicate thing. To make it, one needed saltpeter, charcoal, and pure sulfur. The purer the sulfur, the stronger the explosive effect of the gunpowder. So far, there was saltpeter and charcoal available, but pure sulfur was a different matter on its own. Pyrite rocks, called the fool's gold, is formed when iron, ore, and sulfur fuse together naturally with time. Since iron is silvery and sulfur is yellowish, the rock is a blend between the two colors and can easily be spotted in the mines. Hence the name fool's gold. Most pyrite rocks have 53% sulfur in them. If Landon just threw these pyrite rocks in with the charcoal and saltpeter, the gunpowder it would produce would be trash. He needed at least 97% of pure sulfur for it to be extremely powerful. Hence extraction was the only way. Landon could have used the clay pot method to extract the sulfur, but that method was unsafe and not practical for industrial use. Generally, when sulfur is being extracted, a very poisonous and toxic gas called H2S is released. When using the clay pot method, there is no real safe way to dispose of the H2S, making the worker's breath the poisonous gas. Large amounts of H2S can instantly damage your health, but small batches will not cause a lot of harm. That's why people only use this clay pot methods in small batches, 5 to 6 stones a time. Landon didn't want to risk the health of his workers' health, so the clay pot method was off the table. How could he let them breathe in poisonous gases? The workers would be producing gunpowder for God know how long. At least it should be safe. Hence, he decided to build his own apparatus using iron and glass. He wanted to create a safe way to dispel the H2S gas, as well as carry out an industrial scale batches, 150-300 stones. If he was going to build something, why not make it industrial scale? What's the point of throwing 5 or 6 rocks there, when you could throw 100s? It didn't make anything sense for Landon, who had hired more than 100 workers to just throw a few stones a day. He wanted a mass production of sulfur, not a tiny sample. Go big or go home, he thought. He also decided to build it in a way that was easy to manually control for now. But when electricity would come, he would attach temperature sensors, pressure sensors, and other devices to a control room. The future is so bright. I can't wait to build a food processing plant. Oh wait, I miss toothpaste. Maybe no. I'll do an industrial paint-making plant first. Landon thought while drowning in his futuristic fantasies. Little did he know that dangerous forces were gathering in the shadows, waiting to make their move. So, you're saying that you personally saw Tim Mayers leave with a wagon filled with thousands of pickaxes, and he didn't tell you why he needed them? City Lord Shannon asked with a cold and intimidating voice. Why? Yes, City Lord. We saw him, said one of the young men kneeling on the ground fearfully. We don't know why he needed them, my lord. Another one said. Shannon Lerp drummed his fingers against the table and carefully observed their reactions. Drew 'em. His fingers drummed. It doesn't look like they're lying, he thought while sizing them up. The four poor men were shivering under his ice-cold gaze. They dare not meet his gaze. Everyone knew that their city lord was a tyrant. He killed when he felt like it. In their opinion, it was best not to anger this maniac. It's just that they couldn't understand what they had done to wanton the city lord's attitude towards them. 3 of them were just common welders while the other was also just an ordinary merchant. They didn't even know Tim Mayers well enough, so why were they treated like this? Was he a criminal? Was he wanted in the Empire? Did they accidentally sell goods to a fugitive? Is that why they were here? They asked themselves worriedly. You all can leave. And keep this conversation confidential. I don't need to remind you all of what I will do to you if this conversation gets out. Do I? My lord, I swear on my life that I will never tell another soul. Replied one. I swear too, my lord, the other 3 said hurriedly. Go. Shannon Lerp yelled. They shivered as they stood up and immediately walked away as fast as they could. In their minds, they had just come out of Hades. They made up their minds that if they saw Tim Mayers again, they would stay as far as possible from him. Once they left, a man came out of the shadows and sat beside Shannon Lerp. He knows, the man said. This man was Barren Rogers, who used to live in Baymard before Landon took over. Barren Rogers was sent 4 cities away from Baymard by King Barren. He was sent to the flourishing city of Prisden. As soon as he arrived, he realized that his stay there would be far much worse than when he was at Baymard. Prisden was a moderately sized city with over 15 barons and 1 city lord who controlled and distributed funds for all the nobles. Part of the money he received from the capital as a baron was cut away by the city lord of Prisden. Apparently, he was not the only one. The city lord of Prisden requested for the nobles to give him 10% of their monthly wages given by the empire. But Barren Rogers needed the money more, so he couldn't accept it. He requested for his money to be returned back to him, but the city lord never even gave him a glance. What he thought? He looked at Barren Rogers as if looking at a foolish child who didn't know what was good for him. Barren Rogers was almost angered to death. For Pitsake, he needed more money to take care of his knights and keep his household in check. Back in Baymard, although the land was barren, the money he got from selling those ores was at least 4 times greater than what he received in Prisden as his monthly upkeep. The worst part was, ever since his fight with the city lord, everyone isolated him. Some barons constantly tried to pick fights with him and even tried seizing part of the money as well. They even tried to buy his knights over, promising to give them more money than what he offered. How could he take this kind of insult as a man and as a baron? Living in Baymard for all those years, he had truly forgotten how nasty and horrible nobles and people in power could be. His wife and children, who used to be high up, they were the ones who bullied and beat up the maids and citizens of Baymard, were now mocked and picked on by the other nobles. His sons had been constantly bullied in the knighthood academy of Prisden, and his wife constantly mocked because she didn't have the latest fashionable clothes. He felt really low as a man. Hence he needed money fast, so as to secure his position in Prisden. Once he thought about the mines in Baymard, he started thinking about Landon's death. For him, even if all the citizens of Baymard had to die for Landon to die as well, he wouldn't give a. All he wanted was the money. He couldn't just move his knights, who were 4 towns away, to come over and fight Landon and his 300 knights. Everyone in the empire would be suspicious, especially King Barren and that annoying city lord of Prisden. That's why he had told and made a deal with City Lord Shannon about the mines and the land. Since Baymard was very close to Riverdale City, City Lord Shannon accepted the deal. For him, it was a great way to expand his territory and while making more money at the side. Because Baron Rogers had to do it discreetly, he decided to leave Prisden on the excuse of visiting an old friend. If word got out that he was interested in going to Baymard, people would start wondering if there was any special treasure there in Baymard. From there on, they would launch a full-scale investigation on Baymard. If they truly discovered the mines, he was sure that King Barren would surely execute him immediately. Off with his head. As for Shannon Lerp, he had no intention of informing the king as well. After all, he too wanted the money made from the mines. Once and if King Barren found out about the mines, no one would benefit from it other than King Barren himself. So they decided to find an opportunity to discreetly deal with Landon without raising any suspicions. If they suddenly attacked Landon, people would want to know their motives. This would definitely bring the king's attention on them. So for now, they decided to play it safe. It doesn't matter whether he knows about the mines or not. We'll assassinate him. Assassination is the only way to get rid of him without raising any suspicions. Shannon Lerp said, I agree. But if we're going to do it, we need to get one of the top 5 assassins in the Empire. I think Dumbo the Butcher would be the best candidate for the job, said Baron Rogers. Not a bad choice. After all, he's the closest one around presently. I reckon if we send a letter now, he would arrive here in a month and a half. Well then, what do we do till then? Baron Rogers asked anxiously. We wait. Remember, right now, the capital is in an uproar. If we pull attention to ourselves, the other princes would surely seek us out. Waiting is the only option, Shannon Lerp replied, while sipping on a cup of wine. Baron Rogers thought that what Shannon Lerp said made sense. The fight for power within the royal family was a well-known fact to all the nobles in the empire. As nobles, they had the option to side with any of the princes in the empire. But if the prince they choose doesn't win in the fight for the throne, it meant that their days were numbered, or they would be hated and treated as trash by the ruling king. It was a tough call for most nobles. Who do you think would win the fight for the throne? Baron Rogers asked. Shannon Lerp leaned on his chair and looked up to the ceiling. He seemed to have fallen in a deep trance. The royal Barn family. Eli stood at his castle balcony, watching as his little brothers, Connor and James, got off their carriages. So they finally came, he thought. Zarius, where is Princess Jeanette? My lord, she is currently within the castle garden. Inform her about the arrival of my dear brothers. Eli said. In fact, 3 days ago, his younger sister, Jeanette, also arrived at his castle. She had claimed that she missed him and wanted to spend more time with him. When she had arrived, Eli could see a trace of disappointment and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Knowing that the assassination attempt had failed, how could Jeanette not be angry? A month ago, when her brothers said that they would assassinate Eli, she was extremely happy and didn't wait to confirm if the assassination attempt would fail or not. After all, they had hired the Golden Lotus assassins who had a success rate of about 98% in all their missions. Instead, Jeanette wrote to Eli, saying that she would visit him soon. Her thinking was simple. If he was still alive by the time she got there, she would claim that she missed him dearly and wanted to spend more time with him. But if he was dead, after delivering the letter, she got on her carriage 2 days later and headed to Whitewood City. In her mind, Eli was already a dead man. She even started practicing her performance for his death in her head. She could already see herself kneeling over his grave while shedding fake tears and screaming, Brother Eli, why did you have to go? Sob, why didn't I die in your place? No. I won't allow this. Let me go with you. I want to be with you, Brother Eli. Sob. After that, she had also imagined how people would beg her not to take her life and live longer. In her mind, her performance had to be flawless, so she kept practicing in the carriage. Since it would take a month from the capital to Whitewood, she calculated that her arrival would be faster than that of her little brothers Connor and James. This was good. After all, she too thought of killing their father. So she urgently needed more knights, and funds as well. She had planned to arrive early and secretly disguise the knights as slaves. Then, she would lead them back to the capital and into her territory. For her, there was no need looking for another base. If her father realized that the 5,000 knights he gave her had left the capital, he would be suspicious. So she could only secretly gather more forces in the capital. Even though her father had a lot of spies, she thought she could outdo him and secretly bring these men under his nose. Stupid girl. Why couldn't a woman rule a kingdom? Ever since she was a little girl, she had dreamed of being the first ever queen to rule the empire. She wanted to make history, but that old foggy father of hers wouldn't even budge. He was so Hades bent on her older brother Eli as ruler of Arcadina. Wasn't she smart? Wasn't she talented? So what was wrong in her being ruler? This was not fair, she thought. Her plan was to wait for all her brothers to kill each other. Then, she would assassinate the last man standing. On her way, she didn't want to contact her other brothers, for fear that the assassination plan would be leaked. Little did she know that they too didn't contact her when the assassination attempt failed, because they wanted to tell her in person to avoid other people from finding out about their schemes. If their father knew that they had tried to kill the crown prince, he would decrease their funds and take away half of their armies. So, imagine her surprise when she sees Eli receiving her when she arrives at Whitewood City. Do you know how many days she spent planning that fake crying scene? TSK. She immediately pretended to have missed him and asked him about everything that happened in Whitewood City. Eli told her that someone tried to assassinate him, but he doesn't know who it was. Jeanette had spent these 3 days gathering information. Apparently, the assassins killed themselves in front of everyone before Eli had the chance to catch them, and only one escaped. After constantly digging information from the maids, common folks, and every other person she could think of, Jeanette decided to believe Eli, as all the proof showed that he really didn't know anything else. Eli went down the castle to welcome his beloved brothers who also missed him dearly. Apparently, at the sight of Eli, both Connor and James smiled widely. If one didn't know any better, they would think that these brothers actually loved Eli. Eli smiled as well and received them with a hug. Little brothers, welcome to Whitewood. How have you guys been? How come you only write to your elder brother once in a year? Don't you miss me? He said while pouting. Elder brother, that's not it. You know that we have to take care of our territories as well. How could you say that we don't care about you? Connor said while hugging Eli tightly. Elder brother, I don't know how you do it, but for me, running my territory is so hectic. I have to run up and down all day. Of course we miss you. Sigh. It's just that there's too much work in my territory right now, so of course I didn't have time to write to you. James said while hugging Eli too. Three trio spoke while making their way into the castle. As they arrived, Connor and James were shocked. What is she doing here? Was she the one that leaked information about the assassins to Eli? They thought. But they quickly dispelled those thoughts after they found out that she had also arrived 3 days before. Once everyone was settled in their rooms, Eli went to his office with Zarius, his head knight. He walked towards his bookcase and Zarius pushed it open. Vroom, there was a staircase leading to a secret room. Zarius lit a torch and walked down the staircase with Eli. At the bottom, there were torture devices hanging on the walls and tables, and at the end of the room, there were 3 cells that held 2 chained-up men in them, while the other cell had a man who was treated as a king. Eli walked past the first 2 cells and finally arrived at the last one. Old friend, have you enjoyed your stay at Whitewood Castle? The man looked at Eli and smiled. A man laid on a black, beautifully crafted couch. In front of him were different foods and fruits all lined up in well-crafted wooden bowls, as well as a jug of wine to quench his thirst. The man was also the same age as Eli. He had dark red hair, thick manly eyebrows, and light green eyes that looked like that of a cat. The man in the cage was called Slytherin Cord. He was one of the top intelligence personnel in the Empire. Whatever you wanted to know, he would get the information for you. His results were always 97% accurate. Because his siblings had arrived, Eli didn't want to risk them finding out about his involvement with Slytherin Cord. Although they wouldn't be able to recognize him, one should always prevent unnecessary situations from arising. 1 year ago, Eli received shocking news about his father. In all honesty, he thought the Nan was an arrogant pig. His father had another witch son other than Landon, and this witch son was older than Eli by a year. The witch went by the name of the Ghostly Prince. His whereabouts were a mystery to those that try to find him. He always wore a giant silver ring on his thumb, as well as a silver metal face mask no matter where he went. It was only a stroke of luck that Slytherin found out about him. Slytherin was passing through the city of Ganjia and decided to lay low for a while since he was on a mission at the time. He saw the metal-faced masked man by of luck and was curious. After doing investigations for 5 months, he was disappointed. This man had a tight network around him. Slytherin then decided to kidnap one of the man's lower-ranked knights and tortured him. Although the knight didn't know much, what he did know was still astonishing. This man had been building his army for the past 4 years now. No one knows his base, not even the knights. Apparently, he keeps knights at different cities and makes them blend in by letting them work with the city lords and barons. So basically, the knights worked as double agents. Even the king, city lords, and barons didn't know about his existence. From Slytherin's view, the ghostly king was a dangerous one. All the men Slytherin sent to locate him turned up dead. This man was a ghost, all right, thought Slytherin. Ever since Eli had received this piece of news, he had been planning on killing his father and sitting on the throne fast. Eli didn't know what the ghostly king was planning, and neither did he want to find out. His father had to die fast before other witch children pop out again to claim his throne. Did you finally locate his whereabouts? Not yet. I think he knows that someone is trying to track him down. My next operation might be a setup. It's too risky. Slytherin answered. You're right. Lay low for a while before you begin again. As you wish, Crown Prince. Oh, that reminds me. There's turmoil in the capital. The left minister has rallied up a lot of nobles to support Prince Connor as the Crown Prince. For my brother to make this move, it shows that he is confident about his strength. What about the right minister? Recently, our spies have also reported that he had successfully been bribed to side with Prince James for the position of the Crown Prince. Although you're the Crown Prince, your brothers are more popular in the capital than you are. Slytherin answered while crunching on an apple. That's a given. After all, they took advantage of my absence and worked their way up. I also heard that Prince James and Prince Connor had been giving out money to a lot to the peasants in hopes of gaining their support. Ha ha ha. What a desperate move to make. At the end of the day, the one who decides who becomes king and who doesn't is still my father. Eli responded. True. I also thought it was stupid. From what I can see, your real competition is the ghostly king. Even your father doesn't know of his existence. I know, that's why I need to gather enough forces fast. What about your royal siblings and all the disturbances they're causing in the capital? Why bother over something like this? What does it matter anyway? Soon they'll all be dead. And your witch brother Landon? Do you want me to find out about his situation? Slytherin asked. No, no, no. That would be a waste of your skills and time. What can a dying man do? Besides, Baymard is a 3-month journey from here. Slytherin listened and thought that what Eli said made sense. After all, Slytherin had personally witnessed Landon being poisoned at his 15th birthday feast. Eli had sent him there to make sure that his knights did a good job of poisoning Landon. So he had observed from the shadows. He had also continued observing Landon within the 2-day period before his departure to Baymard. Landon's complexion had changed to a pale bluish color within those 2 days. Even getting him onto the carriage required help from his knights. Anyone who saw this would know that Landon was already a dead man. There was no cure for that poison. Only death awaited him. Besides, I need you around here. I need you to keep tabs on Kana, James, and Jeanette. Find out about their every move. I want to know where they go, who they see, and what they're doing daily. Don't worry about that which Landon. Soon I will take his land from him. He is but the least of my worries right now. Eli continued. Not a problem. I'll send my men to secretly follow them on their way back to their territories. As for the ghostly king, make sure no one finds out anything about him. Not even my father. It would be better if his existence remained a secret. And if anyone is curious about his background, come up with any story you want. But never mention the fact that he is the king's son. As you wish, Crown Prince Slytherin replied. Good. Soon, I will take care of him as well. By then, I would like to see just how powerful this brother of mine really is. Within a week and a half, Landon had successfully produced 12 cannons within the construction industry and 56 large sacks of gunpowder in the alchemy estate. To ensure that the gunpowder had a superb combustion ability, Landon had gone through several processes to ensure that the gunpowder particles were all finely crushed powders with uniform particle sizes. At the same time, Landon had also recruited 150 knights into the army within this past week and a half. Landon wasn't worried about the slow production rate of cannons and the number of knights he had, because he knew that, in another 1.5 weeks more, slaves and refugees would be arriving Baymard from Santa. Today, Landon positioned 8 of those cannons on the city walls and decided that the remaining 4 cannons should be brought to the barracks headquarters in the upper region. Behind the barracks was an empty field that led to a dense forest. From the high walls on the barracks, one could see the dense forest that went on for about 80 square miles, leading to a tall volcanic mountain. From what he had heard, the mountain has not had an eruption for at least 10,000 years, and is not expected to erupt again in a comparable timescale of the future. So this was an extinct volcanic mountain. It was the perfect place for the knights to practice cannon firing in future. For today, he chose to test one of the 4 cannons from the barracks and had 2 knights drag the cannon onto the empty field. Both knights and workers wanted to see, as well as his mom, Lucy, little Momo and Grace, so he allowed them to come. But not all the knights, of course, who's going to guard the city walls in the central region. Many of the workers were curious as to what they had been making. They had been creating this weapon for quite some time now, and didn't fully understand what it could do. But for Tim Mayers and Chief Wiggins and the various supervisors in the industries, they understand exactly what would be happening today. Based on the chemical reactions and production processes, they knew that this weapon would have a great explosive factor. Everyone's heart was pounding as they crowded on the city walls, waiting to witness history. Landon also had some workers create 7 strong circular wooden fences with rope and wood, 3 feet away from each other. Then, he had his knights place 7 wild boars in each circular fence. He assigned a gunner and crew needed for operating a single cannon, and instructed Lucius and the knights on how to operate the cannon. Cannon operation required a specialized crew and a gunner to run it smoothly. Each cannon was to be manned by 4 soldiers and a gunner. The gunner was in charge of loading the gunpowder, while 1 soldier was in charge of providing cartilage by igniting the cannon. The 3 other soldiers were in charge of ramming and sponging the cannon, as well as holding the ladle. Also, each cannon could fire about 60-75 shots, cartilage, daily. After properly explaining to his knights, they followed instructions and pointed the cannon at a projected angle towards the 4th, middle, animal fence. "My lord, we are prepared," Major General Gary said. "Good. Now, fire." One of the soldiers ignited the cannon. Sludge and smoke fired out from the cannon, and instantly, boom, the ground shook slightly and everyone felt sounds echoing loudly in their ears. It was truly deafening. Everyone was shocked. Silly. What kind of weapon was this? The results exceeded everyone's expectations. Lucius' eyeballs nearly popped out of his eyes as he looked at the results. Then, he started remembering the days where he used to fight for territories along the borders. The Pino continent looked exactly like that of North America back on Earth. You could say that Arcadina was like Canada and Alaska combined, with Baymard located at the topmost part of Alaska. The Empire of Deiferus and the Empire of Jotun both shared borders with Arcadina and could be considered as the United States and Mexico combined. From the east of Empire of Arcadina, a lot of cities trailed towards an extremely large island close to Baymard, similar to how Mexico trails into the continent of South America back on Earth. Only this happens from Alaska and Canada. This massive island is Empire of Corona. Likewise, from the west of the Empire of Arcadina, a lot of countries trail towards an even bigger island. This is the Empire of Terike. Acadina and Deiferus have always been in conflict with each other. This conflict led to a large-scale war 200 years ago. The main issue was that the Deiferus soldiers would sometimes conquer major cities along the Arcadina borders, brutally killing the people and soldiers stationed there. Once cities along the borders are conquered, the overall size of the empire would be reduced. If this continued, then sooner or later, they won't just be contented with cities at the borders. Hence in the past, Lucius had always been sent to the borders to fight and kill the Deiferus soldiers. Although all the leaders of each empire signed peace treaties with each other hundreds of years ago, humans were always greedy beings who want more than what they had. And since Arcadina was the biggest empire in Pino, they didn't mind taking some of its cities. Once new rulers ascended the throne, they always looked for more power and cities to conquer, so the treaty wasn't always applied. Even till this day, there are always wars around the borders. If Lucius had this kind of weapon, then most of his friends wouldn't have died in the battles. He had been involved in intense battles that went on for 12 days straight, with each side sending backup every single day. He had even seen his friends being cut down before his eyes. Although they had succeeded in keeping their border cities, Lucius felt that there was nothing to be happy about. As Lucius looked at the cannon, although he was happy for the creation of this weapon, he felt sad at the thought of his lost friends. Sigh. Landon walked around and checked the animals. The one that was targeted was dead, as its face was blown away into smithereens. The other 4 around it also died from the shockwave impact. The last 2 that were furthest away from the target didn't die, but had their knees split open and blood gushing out of their ears. Excellent, Landon thought. The knights had cold sweat on their backs seeing the damage it caused. If they were faces with this kind of weapon, they would have no means or chance for survival. Tim and Chief Wiggins laughed and hugged each other like a bunch of 5-year-old kids. Ha ha ha. This is great. Marvelous. Genius, Tim Mayers said excitedly. That basic chemistry book basically changes the game for alchemy. Ha 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 ha. What is matter? This is matter. His Highness is a godly genius. Old Tim, I'll buy you a drink today, Chief Wiggins said while patting Tim Mayer's back. No way. I have to keep reading my basic chemistry book. I want to see and create more materials. Did you know that even iron itself has different temperatures for which it can be welded by? There's even something called enthalpy and entropy. When we created glass for the first time, I almost lost it. Genius. Simply genius. Tim said, oh. Don't forget about air, my friend. What we are breathing has different elements in it. Blah, blah, blah. As the 2 men spoke, their apprentices looked at each other and smiled. Today they had witnessed history. Although everyone was shocked silly, deep down, they knew that with this new weapon, Baymard would have a means of protecting itself. They couldn't help but looked at His Highness with awe. Godly genius. After cannon testing, Landon asked Lucius to ensure that the soldiers trained daily on how to use the cannons. Every week, Lucius would be in charge of drawing a schedule that allowed everyone to train and prepare on how to use the cannons. After all, it was impossible for 330 soldiers, plus the added 150 recruits to practice daily. So a schedule was the best way forward for these 480 men. All in all, each soldier would have the opportunity to practice cannon firing at least 3 times a week, going from Lucius' drawn-up schedule. Landon held his mother's hand with his left hand and Lucy's hand with his other hand, as they walked around the barracks. Brother Landon, why don't we go to the castle? Lucy asked curiously. Little Landon, am also curious as well. Aren't we done? Why aren't we going back home? Mother Kim asked suspiciously. Lucius and Landon looked at each other for a second and quickly averted their gazes. Something was fishy to both women, but they decided to brush it off. As they continued to stroll, Landon kept looking at the blushing Lucy and smiled. Mother Kim, as if feeling the weight of being a third wheel, held onto Lucius' arms, as well as Grace's arm, and ushered them forward. Too bad she didn't see the intense blush on Lucius' cheeks. But Grace did. Grace in turn rushed up ahead with little Momo, leaving the royal couples behind. She had to get to the castle quickly. Mother Kim felt awkward and blushed deeply. She looked at the handsome Lucius from the corner of her eyes and was lost in thought for a while. When she and her son were banished, Lucius resigned and decided to offer his services as a knight and protect them towards their journey to Baymard. Kim had always known that Lucius took Landon as his son, and that Landon did the same with Lucius. She always thought it was natural and never thought anything about it. But when she was at her lowest, this man had always stood up for her and guarded her against any dangers and troubles. She didn't have any feelings for him before, because whether she liked it or not, she was King Barren's concubine at the time. But when she was freed from her Hades, she decided to live her life anew. On the day they left the capital, she started noticing how handsome and manly Lucius was. As time went by, she realized that all this while, she had been in love with Lucius. She didn't even know when it started. Was it when Lucius helped her take care of her son in the capital? Or when he resigned to follow her to Baymart? She didn't know and she didn't care. When he smiled at her, her world would stop and she would get confused and say the wrong things. Plus, she wasn't sure if he felt the same way. What if he didn't love her? Wouldn't she just be forcing her love onto him? What if she ruined her friendship with him because of love? She would never allow that to happen. No way. Lucius, as if noticing her gaze, turned his head facing her. "Your Highness, should we go back to the castle now?" Lucius asked as he saw her flushed face. As he spoke, her face turned redder and redder. Honestly, he thought that if her face got any redder, it would pop. He chuckled inwardly and smiled. "Why, yes, let's do that. After you," she stammered. Landon and Lucy, who kept watching at the back, almost couldn't hold it in. Was this the tiger mother that they knew? Who was this shy woman? As soon as Lucius and Mother Kim disappeared from their view, they laughed out loud and almost fell over. As they were laughing, Landon sneakily pecked Lucy's left cheek. Now, it was her turn to blush. She placed her left hand on her cheek and pointed the other one at Landon. "You." Landon took hold of her hands and smiled at her warmly. "Is that all you have to say to me?" "My dear fiancé," Lucy almost choked at his words. Fiancé? Since when? How come she wasn't aware of this? She was blushing even more now and quickly pulled her face away from his gaze. "Why are you hiding from me?" "Brother Landon, why are you teasing me like this?" I, Lucy stammered as she spoke. "Come with me." Landon covered her face with a thick piece of cloth and led Lucy up the staircase off the castle. They moved for a while slowly until they reached the throne room. Once Landon dropped the cloth, Lucy was shocked. There were a lot of people in front of her, candles surrounding her, and a lot of flower petals sprinkled all over the throne room arranged in a special way. "Will you marry me?" Lucy was spelled out by the flower petals. Lucy turned around to look at Landon and was shocked. He was on bended knees. Was a king supposed to kneel to anyone? She asked herself worriedly. But that thought quickly left her brain when Landon gave his speech. "Lucy Gustav, we've known each ever since we were little. You've always been there for me through thick and thin. When I was down, you stood up for me. When I needed someone to lean on, you were always there. As time went by, I slowly fell in love with you. I love your smile, your caring nature, and your heart. Look, I guarantee that there'll be tough times. But no matter what troubles we face, I will fight for you and continue to love and cherish you. I promise you that no one will work harder to make you happy more than I will. Lucy, I want to marry you because when you love someone as much as I love you, getting married is the only thing left to do. So what do you say? Will you match me, Lucy?" Everyone, including the knights, the maids, Tim, and Chief Wiggins, were shocked. What did they just see? The king was kneeling down. Is this how marriage proposals are supposed to be made? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. Usually women didn't have a choice. Their parents chose a strong, reliable husband who could take care of them, and that was that. Sometimes they would be lucky if it was the man that they took loved. Marriage usually involves politics and power for most nobles. But His Highness bent down on one knee for his wife and even made such a grand gesture towards her. The women, on the other hand, were all in the spirit of romance. Grace, Mother Kim, and the maids felt like this was what a man should be. The men looked at the women and thought, is this what women want? They had to admit that this was pretty romantic. The flowers, the candles, the ring, those words. It all made sense somehow. They were almost gave a big thumbs up to His Highness for his idea. From the moment Landon came into this world, he had noticed his uncontrollable feelings for Lucy. Whether it was because of the old Landon or the current him, his emotions were strong. Every time during dinner, supper, heck, even breakfast, he would stare at her in a daze. As the days went by, he also began to notice her feelings towards him. Their love was literally oozing out every time they met. Of course, he didn't want to marry her immediately. They were just 15 years old, after all. But in this era, most girls got engaged at the age of 12 and married at 18 to 20. Lucy being engaged now was considered late in this era. Also, Landon didn't want people to think that there was something wrong with her or that she only good enough to be a concubine or a. No matter how times change, human beings were always the same. Back in Earth, if a woman passed the age of 30 and never got married, everyone would point fingers at her. Even at age 26, people would still talk bad about them. He had seen and noted all of Lucy's uncertainty. It was very clear that she had assumed that she would end up as a concubine, or worse, just a side chick. Brew. He did this to reassure her that she would always be his queen. In his mind, they would get married when they were old enough to do so. For now, he just wanted her to know that she belonged to him. So within this period, he had asked him to create a ring made out of iron with a tiny green jade stone on it. Landon brought out the beautifully crafted ring and waited for her reply, while looking deep into her eyes. Ever since he started talking, she had been crying. Of course she loved him. It was so obvious for everyone to see. Yes, brother Landon. I'll be your wife. Sob sob, this ring is a symbol of my love as a man to you. It is also proof that you are my fiancé, the one I love and the one I will marry. Landon got up and held her in his embrace. If you should willingly remove or give me back this ring, it would mean that you no longer want to marry me or have me as a husband. Keep my ring safe and cherish it as well, Landon said while looking at her warmly. Everyone clapped and cheered for them. Josh looked at Grace and smiled. Grace, upon feeling someone's gaze on her, turned and locked gazes with Josh, who was standing directly behind her. She blushed and turned towards little Momo. Elder sister, are you still sick? Why is your face so red? Little Momo asked innocently upon seeing his sister's condition. Josh chuckled, and Grace truly wished that the floor could open up and swallow her whole. How embarrassing, she thought. Even Grace felt like no one would ever marry her anymore. Her friends in the village were already engaged, while others married. She didn't want to marry young or be promised to anyone, because she had to take care of little Momo. But looking at Josh now, she started having hope that he would marry her as a concubine at least. Lucius, on the other hand, was extremely happy. Landon had come to him last week and told him to man up and confess his feelings to his mother. In fact, he himself had started to see the way she would always look at him. He was sure that she cared about him. Landon was right. What was he waiting for? Was it when he turned 50 that he would confess? Hence, he and Landon had worked out this whole scenario. They need to find a moment where both Mother Kim and Lucy would not be around the castle a lot, as well as have classes. Today was that day. They had been in cohorts with Grace, the knights, the maids, and everyone else. On his way to the castle, he had brought Kim to the gardens and confessed to her. He did it the way Landon taught him, on bended knees. Heck, he even rehearsed some other lines that Landon gave him. Mother Kim was so shocked that she too burst out into tears. She accepted his love, kissed him, and ran away from him like a 5-year-old girl. He quickly chased after her and brought her here. The mighty tiger became a small kitten in his embrace. Lucius looked at Mother Kim's smiling face and whispered in her ears, "When I propose to you, I will make you happier, because I love you." As he said that, he slowly used his left hand and held her right hand tightly. She looked at him and was stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly smiled. Their hearts were finally one. Landon climbed on his bed and thought about the day. Even at dinner, Lucy would look at the ring and smile at it. Even the way she waved had changed. She started waving using the back of her hands like how Julia Roberts did in the Princess Diaries. Himself, Grace, Lucius, and the 3 major generals were trying to hold back their laughters every time she did it. Women. They were all the same no matter the era. Sigh. Landon smiled and looked his next mission. Cement manufacturing 1.5 weeks ago. When Landon first produced the first cannon and gunpowder sample, he had already completed his mission. He needed tools that would aid in manufacturing cement, so he asked Tim to assign Department 4 to the task. Within the construction industry, Department 4 was in charge of building all equipments or tools needed by other departments or industries. Be it industry tanks, pumps, screwdrivers, or even hammers, they would do it all. Landon asked them to create 2 large rotary kilns, 300 shovels, 40 wheelbarrows, carriage wheels would be used instead of rubber, 30 iron buckets, since rubber wasn't invented yet, 100 hoes and 50 manual spice grinders. But now that he had just got information on how to construct houses, he found that he was lacking a lot more tools. Tim, it has been a week and a half since I asked you to make some tools for me. How many equipments have you made so far? Landon asked curiously. Your Highness, with 50 people working on the tools, we already made all the shovels, as they were even easier to make than swords. The iron buckets, hoes, spice grinders, and the wheelbarrows were done as well. But we are only February 3rd done with the kills. Excellent. Good job, Tim. Have 5 people continue working with the kills. I just remembered that there are more tools that we would need before the end of the month. I apologize in advance about my negligence on the matter, Landon said sincerely. The things he needed were too many to be made before the end of the month. There was only 1 week and 4 days left before the slaves would arrive. This would definitely put pressure on them. Tim looked at Landon's pained expression and immediately understood what he was thinking about. It was rare for rulers to be this considerate towards their subjects. Tim smiled. Your Highness, no need to apologize. We would all be honored to do whatever job you request of us. You're only human, Your Highness. It's normal for you to forget sometimes. Tim replied. Thank you, Tim. But you know, your words make me more guilty. Hehehe. Tim smiled and chuckled as well. Don't worry, Your Highness, we won't hold it against you. All right. I'll bear that in mind. Here's what I need. Blah blah. Landon explained and drew diagrams on parchment papers on how each equipment would look like. He needed 2 large manual cement mixing machines, 2 large manual making cement block machines, 40 wall screeds, 40 floor screeds, 42 man saws, 40 mini wood scroll saws, 40 hand rip saws, 100 thick wooden measuring rulers, and 1,000 well-cut plank boards of different sizes, 1,000 nails, 50 door knobs with keys, 100 door hinges, 50 paint rollers, 4,000 reinforcing steel bars, rebar, and 200 long steel tying wires, rebar wires, to join the bars together. With the exception of the 5 who will work in making the kiln, there are 45 workers available for the task. The first 4 projects should indeed have 4 people working on them. But for the 5th to 8th projects, we will consider them as one giant project. Have 15 people create each saw type, and when they are done, get them to start creating the measuring rulers and the planks. The 9th project should have 7 workers on it to make nails, doorknobs, hinges, and paintbrushes, while the other 7 workers should focus on finishing the 10th project. Landon said, Your Highness, that would mean each worker would have to create 8 screeds in a week and 4 days. Isn't that too little? No offense, Your Highness, but from what you described, these saws would take less time to create than swords. A normal blacksmith would be able to make 3-4 swords a day, my lord. These tools should be done within the next 4 days. What happens when they finish their task early? Do you want them to create more? Tim asked seriously. No, those that finish early should help out with the other projects. What we need now is enough tools to start the job. Once the slaves arrive, we can assign more people to create more tools. Tim nodded his head while listening. As for hammers, the department had always been making them for a long time. So far, Baymard has over 300 hammers within the construction industry. When Landon browsed through the knowledge he had acquired, he found out that the foundation of all houses were done with wood, concrete, and steel bars. Steel was used because it could expand and contrast in heat and cold as much as concrete. He also needed to cut down trees and make several planks neatly. If it wasn't done well, the foundation would not be sturdy. That's why he needed them to make saws. In this era, people used axes to cut their wood. That was a real waste of time. Just saw the wood open. Since there was no electricity, all the tools he made operated manually. The workers should use the 2-man saw to fall the trees. When trying to get precise wood measurements, they could use the measuring rulers, chalk, wood scroll saws, and rip saws to get the exact wood blocks needed for each part of the house. He also needed to make sure that the cabinets for the kitchen, bathrooms, and so on were done properly. In this era, people tied wood together with ropes instead of using nails. That's why he also requested for nails to be made ASAP. Now that we are done with Department 4, let's talk about Department 3, the Warfare Department. Landon also gave him a detailed understanding and sketch on how the handguns were to be manufactured. Also, put all the hoes and spice grinders on a cart. I'll take them over to the food industry. Landon met Chief Wiggins and handed over all the tools to him. In this era, people use sticks, sharp stones, pickaxes, and their hands to dig up the soil. Wiggins didn't know how this thing could help them. He looked at the tools in confusion. Landon decided that it was better to show him how it worked than explaining its functions. So he decided to head towards the farms. He rolled up his sleeves and turned towards them. "Let's begin. Follow my lead." Landon held the hole with both hands and swung frontwards towards the ground. After softening and smoothing the soil, he then started forming beds by digging up the surrounding soil and placing it on top of the area he smoothed. As everyone followed his movements, they realized how fast and easy using this tool was. Less than 3 minutes, they had already formed a farm bed. Normally, it would take one person an hour to make a standard-size bed. After using a pickaxe, stones, or sticks to soften the soil, the farmers would use their hands to form the beds. Chief Wiggins looked at the tool in his hand and smiled. This was a game-changer for him. Once the day is over, you all can return the tools back to your supervisor. Since the demonstration was over, he went back to the food industry with Chief Wiggins. And on their way, Wiggins kept talking about how this tool was godly and so on. Landon looked at the excited man and chuckled. When Wiggins spoke about farming, he really looked like a kid. As they rode back, Landon kept thinking about spice making. Although he wanted to start now, he knew that he couldn't without more people. So he decided to wait for the slaves and pass the time assisting every department. As Landon thought about his situation, someone far away was preparing for a stormy night. Benjamin Hamilton A.K. Santa had already gathered 800 or more slaves and refugees from his city on the first 3 days of arriving Corona. On the 4th day, he got an urgent massage from the 9th Prince of Yoden, Barry McLean. The 9th Prince was a funny one. He was kind, simple-minded, loyal, and hard-working. When his half-siblings fought over kingship, he only focused on learning how to run the 2 small cities under his control. His father, King McLean, had 6 wives and 2 concubines. With this, Barry had 23 siblings. Actually, he was born a week after the 8th prince, while the 10th and 11th princes were born 4 and 6 months after his birth. So in 1 year, King McLean had welcomed 4 princes and 1 princess into the world. The workings of the inner harem was brutal. The main official wife kept getting in her feelings and trying to control the other wives and concubines when she could. If she noticed that her husband favored anyone more than her, she would try killing them or setting them up. His mother was unfortunately one of these women. His mother had stayed in the king's chamber for an entire week, which made the first wife drown in anger. She then made up a story about infidelity and hired witnesses to testify against his mother. There were over 100 witnesses. Of course the king would believe them. And what made matters worse was that his mom never begged or belittled herself in front of him. She only said one sentence and that was it. "I'm innocent. Do what you want to do." It would have been better if she had screamed, begged, or cried her eyes out. But the way she said it made the king afraid that he had made a mistake. But since he had become a laughingstock in the entire capital, he had to follow through with the punishment. She had no proof. It was her word against hundreds. Even some of the other wives had testified against her. Very quickly, those emotions left the king and anger took over his mind. How dare she act proudly when she was the one who was caught cheating? Did she take him for a fool? He thought. As he looking at the proud woman who stood before him, he decided to go ahead with the punishment. She would have to do the walk of shame. Different empires had different rules. In Arcadina, cheating royals would be locked up shabby rooms for rest of their lives, or until their husbands forgave them. In Yoden, it was vastly different. After the walk, the cheating woman's marriage would be annulled. That year, the 9th prince had already turned 16 and ran his cities independently. Once he got wind of his mom's situation, he rushed back to the capital and headed straight for the palace. HD looked at his hurt but prideful mother and anger rose within his heart. For a fact, he knew that his mother was innocent, but sometimes he wished that she would at least talk or cry like other women did. Instead, she smiled at him and bottled up everything inside. That smile instantly brought him to tears. He loved her with all his heart and thought that if he became strong, he would easily protect her. But he was wrong. He looked at his weeping little sister of 9 years old and hugged her tightly. Tomorrow was the day for the marriage annulment. Early the next morning, he held his mother's arm and led her towards the throne room. Within the continent of Pino, different empires had their own beliefs and non-beliefs. The Empire of Deiferus believed in the goddess Serena. It was said that she was the one who created the stars, the moms, and the land. She blessed the land as well as cursed it. So all marriages were blessed by her ministers. Arcadina, for example, believed in the souls of their forefathers being gods. They would pray and call their ancestors gods. The Empire of Terike believed in the sea god, Corona believed in the god of fertility, and in Jotun, they believed in absolutely nothing. They thought it was ridiculous. If gods existed, where were they? Once they got to the throne room, the king said some mumbo-jumbo, and long story short, he annulled the marriage sent to packing. The king didn't even know his 9th son's name. He was only concerned with the first 5. One of them would likely be the next ruler of the empire. He didn't choose a crown prince yet, because he wanted his sons to prove themselves of being worthy to rule the empire. But this decision only made his harem more deadly and made his sons and wives plot to kill or assassinate each other. Even the princesses fought amongst themselves. His father looked at him coldly as he supported his mother's shoulders. He, in turn, returned the gaze. As they locked eyes, the first wife whispered into the king's ears and sneered at him. "You are to return all the knights under your care and work as an ordinary knight. I will give you 50 gold coins as your inheritance. Be lucky that I even had the heart to give you some. You can choose which town you would like to work in, and I'll have you posted there immediately," his father said. The queen didn't want to allow him to have any knights for fear of revenge towards the disgrace she gave his mother. The look in the boy's eyes were strong. He would definitely kill her if he had the chance. "I agree, but I also have one other request. I want to renounce my sister from being a royal, and I choose to be stationed within the city of Vienna," he replied. Now that his mother had been sent away, he dared not keep his younger sister in the palace. Those women would turn her into or worse, their punching bags. His father, of course, approved. The princess was his 17th child. He didn't even know her, talk less of caring about her. One less mouth to feed, he thought. Barry chose Vienna because ever since he ran the territory, everyone over there became his family and friends. He was sure that they would treat him kindly. And unlike most people within the empire, those in Vienna were very honest and somewhat pure. They had also been living far away from the capital and didn't know much about the dark side of royalty. These people were a breath of fresh air to him. It was the perfect place for the family of 3. At that time, he failed to notice the evil twinkle within the queen's eyes. Had he seen it, he wouldn't have been in this mess right now. As Santa looked at the message, he knew he had to rush over to Vienna. "Sigh, little brother Landon. It appears that he will come, bearing too many gifts this time around." For the past 1 week, Landon had been waiting for the ship to come with the slaves. Landon had decided to use this period to create more equipments for the new industries that were about to be formed. And after waiting for another 3 days, he was informed that there were 10 large ships sailing towards Baymard. From the system, Landon could identify the ships. They were Santa's ships. But why were there so many? Just what was he thinking? Landon thought. On the shore, Landon looked at the ever-smiling Santa and felt helpless. It was really hard to get angry with this jolly fellow. Sigh. "Little bro, I've missed you. Not seeing you all this while has made my heart uneasy. Little bro, I hope you're not mad at me for coming late." "Hee-hoo," Santa said while giggling. Everyone on the ship was surprised. Isn't that the king? Why would he talk to a noble like that? Before they had set sail to Baymard, Santa had explained to them the situation Baymard was in. He also assured them that the king of the newly independently established territory would definitely treat them well. He had guaranteed them safety, shelter, and food. Back on the shore, Santa explained what happened and why he had brought 10 ships of people with him. Long story short, once the 9th prince arrived Vienna, everything was going on fine at first. But a month later, there were sudden attacks and killings happening within the city. By the end of the next month, more than 11,000 people out of 96,000 people had died. When they had captured one of the attackers, it was revealed that the queen had been sending a group of bandits called the Evergreen Bandits to harass the citizens while trying to kill him. Once he was killed, it would be announced that him alongside the citizens died from an attack from bandits. The queen had to make sure that it wasn't traceable to her, So burning and killing other people was only their secondary mission. But when the bandits came, the prince alongside the city lord's knights fended them off bravely. At the end, their primary mission of killing Bari had failed. The queen became restless and ordered her secret knights and about 23 gangs with more than 5,000 people in each gang to join forces and burn down the entire city. The city lord got wind of the plan early on and informed the prince. It was said that in the next 3 months, they would arrive Vienna and the attack would commence. So, they started evacuating the people from Vienna immediately. Once the Bari heard the news, he also sent a letter to Santa requesting for his help. 2 months later, the city lord had evacuated all the barons, as well as over 71,650 people. The city lord of the next town was close friends with Basie as well. So Bari successfully settled these people to settle in his town with all their belongings. For days after that, Santa arrived with 10 giant-sized ships. They boarded the ships and headed for Baymard. The city lord couldn't go with Bari because he was still an official in the empire. He took his family and his knights and headed back to the capital. Listening to the story, which felt like all those TV dramas he had watched, he was somewhat taken aback. He also felt pity for Bari, his family, and the people. But basically, apart from the 800 slaves that Santa originally got, he still took 13,350 people from Vienna. So in total, there had 14,150 people on those ships. Although he felt sad for them, the amount of mud houses he built couldn't contain all of them. Forget it, he would just have to give them an estate in the upper region to live in. He decided to use the closest estate to the central region. Of course, the prince and his family would live in the castle with him. Royalty was royalty, after all. Santa looked at Landon and smiled. Since you paid for 3,000 slaves, I will send the other 2,200 more. Remember, there are 800 slaves amongst the group, Santa said. How can I ask you for more? What kind of person do you think I am? You don't have to do that. It's because I know what kind of person you are that I'm willing to get more slaves for you. It would be good if you can save them from their salvary. These people are usually treated, and treated even worse than animals. If they stay with you, I know that you would help them in every way possible. You're right. I agree with you. Since that's the case, I will pay you for your trip as well. And if you ever find refugees you are people that need help, send them over as well. Landon said after getting the gist. Landon sent 50 knights to call over all the overseers, supervisors, major generals, captains, his mother, Lucy, Grace, little Momo the head butler and maid to come over. He wanted to introduce them to everyone here. Once everyone arrived, Landon had them line up on the highest point of the ground. As he did that, he also had Santa gathered all the people along the sandy shores. System, can you amplify my voice? I want those at the back to hear me loud and clear. At the same time, I don't want those at the front to feel like I'm screaming. I want everyone to get the same volume or tune when I'm speaking. Host, yes I can. It will cost host 10 DP, 15 YP, or 4 BP per hour. Why so expensive? Isn't it just amplification? Aren't you cheating me? If the host thinks that it's too expensive, then that is not the system's problem. The system is an almighty system and above petty arguments with host. Is host buying or not? Landon really thought that this system was a petty black-bellied system. Above arguments? Please. Fine. I'll buy it then. Use my BP for 1 hour, my friends. I know that some of you feel helpless, scared, and afraid. I assure you that Baymard will be a safe haven for you. You all had labored and toiled within Vienna, and had to face and witness death of your own friends and families. Yes, I'm talking about the 5,000 poor innocent souls that died from the first attack on your city. You all have been put through Hades by those treacherous gangs who only feel pleasure from bloodshed. I promise you that within my territory, I will give you a new life and a new path, in which you all can proudly walk on. Whether you are slaves from Corona or citizens from Vienna, from this day forward, you all will be my friends and my family. Your pain will be my pain, and your happiness will be mine as well. I hate that word slavery. It is and goes against my beliefs. In this land, there is no such thing as slavery. And there will never be on my land. Everyone has to go to school, and children are not allowed to work until they reach the age of 14, in which they can apply or get what we call an internship for the time being until they finish school. With time, you all will come to understand and love Baymard, just as much as I love it. And if you face any issues within the territory, you can meet any of these people standing behind me to aid or assist you. Once more, welcome to Baymard. Prince Barry, what do you want to do now? Truth be told, when Barry looked at Landon, he didn't know how to react. After all, this was their first meeting. And Landon was younger than him. So, he was very confused on how to address him. He kept wondering whether Landon would feel threatened because he used to be a prince. Barry was an honest man who would never take what didn't belong to him. When he was supposedly given cities to run, his father had let the city lords deal with politics and ruling the city, while he just fought and trained hard. As the 9th prince, he was brought up to basically never even dream of being ruler. Because his father didn't want to give any sort of power to any of his other sons apart from the first 5, the king asked the city lords to run the cities alongside his sons. This was the best way to spy or keep tabs on them. They were to report if any of his sons was planning or scheming to kill or even dream about killing himself or his 5 eldest sons. Initially, the city lords obeyed the king's orders, but when he got to know Barry, he changed his mind. In his opinion, Barry had never even thought of the throne for a single day, so there was nothing to report about. And as he got to know Barry, he began to form a strong bond with him as well. The queen would never allow any other child to rule the empire, other than her son, so she made sure that Barry and his other brothers were trained up as knights. They were brought up to only serve the real heir to the throne. That woman worked in the shadows. If any of the other children got more land or more followers, for sure they would have to die. With all this, as a prince, Barry was only trained with the way of the sword. In a way, he was similar to the old Landon. The old Landon didn't give 2 Fs about running an empire or controlling a city. In fact, the old Landon was surprised that his father even gave him land at all. He honestly thought that when he would turn 15, he would move to a small village with his mom and Lucy and then work as any other peasant. The money that they had saved was enough to take care of 3 mouths for the next 15 years if they lived as peasants. The old Landon was also a humble, quiet, and simple-minded person. He never bit off more than what he could chew. As Barry looked at Landon, he became somewhat nervous. If Landon didn't like him, he might be thrown out of Baymard, along with his family. He didn't have a home anymore and was scared of rejection. To be honest, I want to be a knight, Barry answered nervously. Landon looked at him and smiled. Haha, why are you so stiff? Since you are brothers with Benjamin, then I will be your brother as well. Landon added, hitting his back playfully. Look over there, elder bro. Auntie is already smiling and laughing with my mom. Landon continued while pointing towards Barry's mother. Barry looked and was a little stunned. His mom would only ever laugh in front of him or his sister. No one, not even the king, had seen her laugh. A deep and warm smile formed on his face. It seemed I worried for nothing, he thought. Landon looked at him and sighed in relief. He didn't want Barry to feel any discomfort towards him. He knew that given Santa's personality, only those who were truly honest could be friends with Santa. Santa would never bring anyone one who wanted to harm or take his position as king to Baymard. And even if he did, for sure, Landon would kill the threat. If that's the case, once you complete your training under my army, I will make you a captain under my father to be and your army general. Lucius. Once he was done, Landon stocked one of Santa's ships with a lot of feldspar and other rare mineral ores. He also gave him more chalk and paint samples. At the end, he had made 1,200,000 gold coins from Santa. With 14,150 new people, Landon had more than enough workers to start his numerous projects. Landon had all the knights help everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement stating that within the next 20 years, whatever they learn can never be shared to those out of Baymard. He also read the rules and punishments that would follow if anyone disobeyed them, especially the disclosure form. The punishment was the death of the individual and his entire family. Everyone already swore in their hearts that they would keep whatever they had learnt in their hearts. Plus, they didn't know the empire well and wasn't sure that any other nobles would care for them as Landon had promised. They weren't about to risk it at all. Amongst the group, 1,600 people volunteered to be knights and were moved to the barracks. Landon decided to count Barry and his family of 3, out of the work schedule as well. Lucky for him, there were some people who had professions while they were in Vienna. There were 7 doctors, 14 nurses, 6 teachers, 20 blacksmiths and carpenters, 9 alchemists, and 3 people who used to work as government officials for the city lord of Vienna, making a total of 59 people. He also realized that there were 2,127 children from ages 0–14 within the group. Presently, while the adults worked, the children would spend the entire day in one of the buildings on the school estate. They would play, eat, and study sometimes. Landon had only assigned 28 caretakers for those children, kinda like a preschool kindergarten vibe. They were divided according to their ages and placed in separate rooms. He had made sure that for every age, there was someone to attend to them. There were those who were very young and still learning how to walk, while there were others who were 14 and liked running around and playing energetically in their classrooms. Little Momo was also very lively in his classroom as well. Landon had made schedules that gave the children nap times, breaks, class time, playtime, lunch, dinner, and breakfast as well. And when the parents finished work, they would come over and take their children away. Many parents appreciated this system, as it gave them time to do their own things without worrying about their kids. With this service, the adults who were at work, especially the women, felt very free and happy. These women felt liberated. They had always stayed at home, cooked, took care of the kids all day, while their husbands go out and come back whenever. They had always dreamed of trying out their husbands' jobs, or even doing something more with their lives. Some of them even work alongside their husbands presently. How exciting! Generally, the daycare opens from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So for those with night shifts, when they finish their jobs at 9 p.m., they would still have time to pick up their kids. Landon was sure that if he ever stopped this daycare service, there would be riots and fights within the city. He had also built 10 iron swings in the playground and cleared the fields for them to play in. In future, he would provide coloring books and toys for sure. Now that 2,127 more children were added to this number, Landon decided to add one more building towards daycare and also add 292 more caretakers, making a total of 2,428 children in Baymard. So each caretaker would be in charge of about 20 kids at once, while doing rotational shifts. Also, there were 369 elderly people who were between the age of 60 and above, who had arrived Baymard as well. When Landon asked them what they wanted to do, all of them said that they wanted to stay at home with either their sons or daughters and look after the house while they were away. Landon agreed to their request and told them that if they needed anything, they should just tell any of the guards that they see. But there were also some people who seriously surprised Landon as well. There were 3 old men, about the ages of 76–80, who said that they wanted to work in the mines, as fishermen or as hunters. Their families stood at their backs and surprisingly looked at Landon with an apologetic gaze. He didn't understand why they were looking at him in that manner. But after talking with these men for a while, he would fully understood the meaning behind those looks. All 3 claimed to be as strong as an ox. One's name was Willow, while the other 2 were Herman and Pitus. Of course, Landon would never allow these men to work in the mines, unless he was 99% sure that working there wouldn't affect their health in any way. As he looked at the 3 men, he was even more convinced of his decision to say no. Landon literally thought that if they stood outside on a windy day, the wind would for sure them away. "Kid, do you think that we are weaklings?" Old man Herman asked. "What?" Pitus asked Herman, as he didn't fully hear what Herman said. Pitus had hearing problems due to old age. "He said that we are weaklings," Old Man Willow repeated while shouting in Pitus' ear. Now Pitus got the gist. "What? You dare say that we are weaklings?" Landon didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. When did he say that they were weaklings? Aren't they just twisting his words? Do you know who he is? Old Man Pitus asked as he pointed at Old Man Willow. How the heck should I know? Landon thought as Pitus spoke. Old Man Willow turned from side to side, as if posing in a male photo shoot. He started showing off his non-existent muscles as he flexed. "Do you know who he is?" Old Man Herman exclaimed as well. "This man here is the strongest man in the world." "I beg to differ," Landon thought as he looked at the flexing Old Man Willow. This guy here had once fought an assassin with a single finger. A real assassin. The most deadliest of them. Old Man Herman exclaimed while frantically waving his hands about. The fight was brutal, I tell ya. He blocked a sword strike with his finger and used that same finger to slice off the man's ear. You think we are in a wuxia world? It's true. He cut the man's ear off with one finger and reattached it back with another, while using his right leg to fend off the man's attacks. Old Man Pitus said, That's biologically impossible. He was also the only man to ever swim from Vienna to the continent of Corona without any boat. His limbs would have fallen out by now if it were true. He also caught a sea fish the size of an entire estate and beat it to a pulp. Old Man Herman said, That would be a whale, and there's no way you could ever injure one. He once juggled 5 gigantic rocks using his right hand, while drinking wine with his left. What are you, Superman? Landon thought Old Man Willow looked at the unconvinced Landon and humped. Fine. If you don't believe it, then I'll prove it. Before Landon or any of the knights could stop him, Old Man Willow had already tried to lift up a large rock by his side. Crack. It's safe to say that he had failed woefully. Ah, my back. You tricked me. Why didn't you tell me that the rock was heavy? You cheat, Old Man Willow said while wailing in agony. Landon hurriedly supported the man. So he cheated, I? How can you openly cheat like that? Old Man Herman exclaimed. What? He cheated. It all makes sense. How could the strongest man lose to a tiny stone like this? Old Man Pitus said as he nodded vigorously. How did it come to him cheating? And what did he mean by tiny? That stone is at least 200 kilograms, all right? Landon turned around and saw Lucius and the knights trying to hold in their laughters. I request for a rematch. I'm not weak, I tell ya. You probably bolted down the rock and cheated. Old Man Willow said, Old man, although I have the system, I would never use it in a fair competition, all right? Wait. What am I even saying? Since when was this a competition? You clearly sprung this on me, and now you're claiming that I cheated? Look, no one is saying that any of you are weak. In fact, I think that you all are very strong. Landon said, So you think I'm stronger than you? Old Man Willow asked acidly. Landon replied. Landon felt truly helpless. How else was he supposed to answer him? Good. Just so long as you know that I'm the strongest man in the world, Old Man Willow said while nodding his head. At the end, Landon talked the men into accepting jobs like gardening. Landon only wanted them to snip bushes or twigs within the royal garden. At first they denied, because they thought it was a job for sissies. He had spent the last 25 minutes trying to their egos. These old men really made him feel like he was raising a child. They wanted to be coaxed and pampered. Everyone else called him Your Highness, but these men called him kid or brat. One can tell that they had always acted like this wherever they went. Landon looked at the large rock and decided to move it away from there. Who knew how many senior citizens would try to prove their strengths to him? He carried it up, and just when he was about to move with the stone, the 3 old men who were about leaving saw him carrying the stone and ran back towards him. So you think you're better than us? You think you're stronger than me? Give the stone here. I will show you my strength. Looking at the old men running towards him, Landon finally understood why their families kept looking at him like that. After successfully running away from the old men, Landon continued his assessment. He soon realized that he now had 9,700 adults who could work out of the group of 14,125. Adding to the other 100 volunteers who built the mud houses previously, he now had a total of 9,800 workers. Landon didn't want to start building houses without a water and treatment plant, central heating plant, and electricity. After browsing through his mind, he realized that the pipes needed to be connected through the walls of the house and so on. If he did it later, then he would have to break down the walls and floors just to install these features. That was just double work. Landon had scheduled for home construction to be done 4 months later. That would be in September. He first started off with the crude oil refining process. To Landon, this section was the most important piece to the puzzle as it was essential for most apartments. With oil, Landon could produce synthetic rubber, which could later be used to make tires, pipe insulation, rubber handle grips, and other important tools. Also, he needed to use oil as fuel for the electrically powered work machines that he was going to create. There was no way that the men could lift those gigantic heavy pipes that existed back on Earth. They also had to put the pipes underground and move them from place to place. Hence, he needed heavy construction machines like dragline excavators, bulldozers, and so on. System, can you locate the nearest underground crude oil reservoir? The system took a minute before answering him. Answering to host, there's one in the ocean, just 7.4 kilometers from the shores, and another one, 3 kilometers away from the city wall. Landon didn't like those answers. He didn't have an oil drill ship to go out into the sea, and his last option was out of the city itself. It was on the highway going to the next town. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. Didn't the system say that it was almighty? System, I want you to redirect the oil towards the lower region. Right. Here. Landon said, while circling a certain area on his monitor. Not a problem, host. Do you want it to be an oil seep or deep underground reservoir? For now, an oil seep would be the best option over underground oil reservoirs. Back on Earth, there were a lot of oil industries that benefited because of oil seeps. In California, USA, there are tiny lakes and ponds of pure crude oil floating on the Earth's surface. These ponds are the oil seeps. One doesn't necessarily have to dig the ground with a drill to get the oil. The oils move upwards on their own. It's like all those cartoons that show when a man finds oil in the ground. The oil will squirt upwards, forcing itself out of the ground. Of course, when Landon finally made his own drill, he would for sure dig up the ground and see oil. For now, the workers would have to use iron buckets and drums, go scoop out the oil from the pond. It's safe to say that the system charged him for his request. At the end, he had used 280 technology points. Since the other departments couldn't start it without oil, Landon had all 9,800 workers help build a manually operated processing unit within the alchemy industry. He allocated one building for this process, and within 3 days, everything was built. They built 3 gravity tanks, 5 fractional distillation vessels that had an oven-like bottom, several storage tanks, and a few mini-heating systems. Landon wanted to use gravity to his advantage here, so he built the gravity tanks at a higher elevation level than that of the fractional distillation columns. Landon knew that when making oil products, it was necessary to drain the water in the oil first. He had requested for 3 tanks to be made, so that when one is full and experiencing its wait time, the workers could fill the other 2, as much as they liked. After 2 days, gravity had separated the water from the oil. The water was drained at the bottom, and the oil was sent to the distillation column. Landon and Chief Wiggins watched as the oil flowed downwards towards the inlet of the distillation column. Your Highness, are we in the distillation stage yet? Chief Wiggins asked as he looked at Landon, all blue-eyed and bushy-tailed. Ever since Landon showed him the way, as he claims, Wiggins had become a 5-year-old kid whenever he saw Landon. They would talk about math and chemistry, and Landon would solve any bumps or issues that he had along the way. Landon was sure that even on his wedding day, Chief Wiggins would still ask him a ton of questions. He was also sure that if he ever died, Chief Wiggins would probably slap his corpse wide awake. The man was obsessed with chemistry. The distillation process has just began. I'll explain it to you as the process continues. Wiggins nodded as he carefully followed Landon's explanation. There were 5 fractional distillation columns, but the process only needed 3. The other 2 were backup, just in case any of the working columns need to undergo a routine maintenance check or gets damaged. A single column had 6 outlets and 1 inlet. These outlets were for the products: petroleum gas, gasoline, kerosene, diesel, lubricating oil, fuel oil, and residue tar. Of course, the crude oil was passed in through the inlet. The fire heated the oil, and the various products were formed due to vapor rise at different temperatures. At this point, Chief Wiggins was subconsciously holding Landon's wrist without him even knowing. Dude, it's just oil separation, all right? Why the heck are you getting so excited? When I show you water purification in future, what are you going to do? Get a heart attack? Landon thought as he shook his head helplessly and continued to observe the process. Some of the products were passed through mini heating systems, so as to remove any water, gases, and unwanted carbons from them. From there, these oil products were sent on their way to their storage tanks. Since Landon didn't have a cooling system yet, he made the pipes connecting the products to the storage units extremely long. The the pipes spiraled through what resembled a long aquarium filled with cold seawater. He then added mercury to the seawater, ensuring that the hot vapor in the pipes would be cooled down and turned into liquids before reaching their storage tanks. Mercury was one of the coldest liquids in the world. At normal atmosphere pressure, mercury's state is that of an ice block. Chief Wiggins jumped around happily as he observed the final stages of the process. He had read of tar, diesel, and the entire processing process from the book, but actually seeing the process made him a firm believer. The ancestor gods that they had worshipped. Could they make this happen? Could they make oil? For him, Landon was God's sacred messenger, who was sent here to make them believe in the God of knowledge. If Landon knew what Chief Wiggins was thinking, he would definitely forbid him from spreading such beliefs. He didn't want to be worshipped at all. Although he had the system which was godly, Landon didn't truly believe that he was a messenger. For sure, he believed that some powerful being, maybe God even, created the system to move around developing countless worlds. It was just a job, nothing more. Plus, how could he be a messenger if he had never seen the person sending the message? Impossible. Just like that, the week had finally come to an end. Landon had successfully created the first batch of petroleum oil, as well as other oil-based products like fuel and tar. Riverdale City, the wind howled against the trees, and the sounds of crickets could be heard from afar. He accepted the job. Within 2 weeks, he should arrive, said a man with a cold tone. Excellent. The next day. Today was the scheduled day for straightening and creating the rules and regulations for the army, as well as changing the various job descriptions. A while ago, he had 20 of the women who took care of the children assist him in sewing material badges when the children had nap time or classes. He had also asked Department 4 to make a lot of safety pins for the badges. Those men who came a week ago had to properly follow a rank system. Landon decided to follow the same military rank system that existed back on Earth, the lowest rank being Private E1. For the enlisted soldiers to advance to the next grade, they needed to spend at least 6 months in each grade. Within the 6 months spent, they would have 3 physical and written exams. Those that pass will move to the next grade after 6 months. For higher personals ranks, it was usually years. The ranks increase as so. Enlisted, 6 months in a rank to advance Black Small Square Private E1, PV1 or recruits, Black Small Square Private E2, PV2, Black Small Square Private First Class, E3 or PFC, Black Small Square Army Specialist, E4, Black Small Square Corporal, CPL, Black Small Square Sergeant, SGT, Black Small Square Staff Sergeant, SSG, Black Small Square Sergeant First Class, SFC, Black Small Square Master Sergeant, MSG, Black Small Square First Sergeant, 1SG, Black Small Square Sergeant Major, SGM, Black Small Square Command Sergeant Major, CSM, Black Small Square Sergeant Major of the Army, SMA, Warrant Officers, 1-year rank advancement Black Small Square Warrant Officer 1 Black Small Square Chief, Warrant Officer 2 Black Small Square Chief Warrant Officer 3 Black Small Square Chief Warrant Officer 4 Black Small Square Chief, Warrant Officer 5 Officer Ranks, 2. 5-year rank advancement Black Small Square First Lieutenant, Black Small Square Second Lieutenant, Black Small Square Captain, Black Small Square Major, Black Small Square Lieutenant Colonel, Black Small Square Colonel, Black Small Square Brigadier General, Black Small Square Major General, Black Small Square Lieutenant General, Black Small Square General of the Army. Lucius, of course. Lucius was presently in the position of General of the Army. He also adjusted the time spent in each grade to fit this era. Most knights who had originally come to Baymard with him would be from warrant officers. They had been training since they were 7, so they have at least 10 years of experience under their belts. Within the new recruits, out of 1,200, only about 300 were previously knights. The rest were just ordinary people who volunteered to be in the army. Within this 1 week, the new recruits, both men and some women, were very happy with their choice. They studied, trained, and formed strong bonds with one another. Those that were slaves within the group started opening up more and even joking around here and there. The military atmosphere was truly beautiful to them. Some were already orphans as it was, but now they shared clean and spacious rooms with other roommates, had fun, and during their breaks, they would run around Baymard happily. Those who were already knights were also grouped with Landon's original knights and trained. He wanted the men to change the way they called themselves. They were soldiers in the army, not knights in the barracks. Everywhere in the army estate, he had put wooden signboards and written different words using paint. These signs showed different directions and the names of buildings, so that nobody would get lost. These signs would generally say, Baymard Army, Hospital, or Baymard Army, Training Facilities, something like that. Landon's main point was that, once they saw this daily, eventually it would stick to their minds like glue, and soon, they would see themselves like soldiers in the army and not knights. He also decided that he would make the military fort like a school. They would go to class, study war tactics, study their weapons, do physical training, shooting practices, first aid studies, and so on. He also provided enough holiday time and pay for each individual, so that those who got married could leave and spend time with their wife and children, or husbands. Most of them were new and fell in the private E1 category. So he had some of his warrant officers split them into groups and teach them during their scheduled class time and field trainings. They were to understand the safety measures involving each military weapon, as well as study the weapon intently. He also gave iron whistles to all those who were within the warrant officer class, officer ranks, and finally to Lucius. They were to train and mold the soldiers with the whistles. Today, he distributed the batches and posted the rules and regulations on a large notice board with pins. He also posted class schedules outside the regular Baymard class schedules and field training schedules, as well as the punishments for violating each law. Once he was done, he closed the board with a glass frame, so that no one would dirty the board or the paper. He placed all the boards alongside each other and stepped away. The boards were as wide as 6 chalkboards joined together. The first board showed clear white parchment papers detailing the military rules and regulations, as well as punishment for each rule. The second, third, and fourth showed everyone's name and rank arranged alphabetically, depending on their ranks. The second showed those within the enlisted ranks, the third showed those who were warrant officers, and the fourth showed those who had officer ranks. The fifth board showed the latest military news and exam schedules for each rank. And finally, the sixth board showed a gigantic map of the inter-military fort. Landon had paid the system to create a detailed, colorful map that even had the names of each building written down. Also, in all buildings, he had put building maps that showed where each room was and what direction they had to go to get there. Each floor was labeled Floor G, A, B, C, and so on. All the new recruits were each given their schedules and a mini-map of the extremely large military fort by their major generals and captains. There were about 27 large buildings in the estate. Landon wanted to make sure that they didn't get lost easily while staying and studying here. The recruits also received badges and safety pins each. Landon had informed them that when they were on duty, or within the fort or in training, they had to wear their badges. The badges had different colors and strips. All enlisted soldiers had green badges, but their stripes were different colors depending on your rank. The warrant officers wore blue badges, and again had different colors as their ranks increased. The officer ranks wore red badges, while Lucius, as the highest authority within the fort, wore a silver badge. They only had to pin one a day. They were given a total 6 badges, should in case they lose them. Landon had also requested for Department 4 of the construction industry to weld lockers, locks, and keys for each soldier, as well as create proper obstacle courses for the soldiers. As the day came to an end, some people were excited over their ranks and badges within the army, while others were pumped up about exploring the fort. Some of them didn't even know that there were so many buildings within the fort. It was all new and exciting to them. A 29-year-old lady was being led by a soldier on duty to where Landon was standing. Is it time? Yes, my king. Ever since he created the daycare system, Landon had been visiting the children once a week. He would tell them stories that engulfed morality, compassion, loyalty, hope, and all over basic qualities that made humans who they were. There were hardly any morals being taught here. To them, strength was everything. Fighting, killing, and so on. Landon wanted people to only do so if they were left with no choice. He didn't want the children to kill people, just because they could. Death was normal to this people. If most of the people in power were somehow transported to Earth, Landon was sure that they would be institutionalized. To many of the people in this world, loyalty was only relevant when money or power was involved. But not everyone was bad. The most corrupt places were those close to the capitals of most empires. The towns or cities at the outskirts usually had far less corruption involved. Every noble liked being close to the royal capital cities. Landon could understand their plight in this case. For example, back on Earth, most people would leave the countryside to go to the big city, where corrupt reigned and violence prevailed. Country people were simple-minded. They had their farms, they were kind to their neighbors, and so on. Coming back to the situation in this era, Earth was still a haven. Earth had rules that forbade open murder and physical abuse. What the heck? This was clearly child molestation. What was wrong with this people? Those rascals needed to be locked up and beaten to a pulp. Barons did it. Kings did it. Rich merchants did it. This whole world should be thrown in the trash can. Throw it away. Landon had told the caretakers to treat those who were abused with extreme care. He had realized that they didn't value their lives at all. They were just like empty vessels without a soul. This world was too cruel for those without power. That's why London had made up his mind to only take slaves or refugees into Baymard. He would build a paradise that not even the so-called rich people could make. That was his vow to them. The children between the ages of 4–14 gathered around the largest room in the building. They sat down cross-legged and waited for the story to begin. Every week, they looked forward to Landon's stories. Thousands of years ago, in an ancient empire called China, there lived a beautiful young woman named Mulan. As he told the story, the kids became very sad for Mulan, as the matchmaker had confirmed that she would never be a bride. When they learnt that her father was going out to war again, they became even more depressed. Landon looked at their jittery faces and smiled. Did you know what she did? The children shook their heads and leaned towards Landon in anticipation. Late that night, she made a big decision, the biggest of them all. Sue. Big. The children felt extremely anxious at this point. Even the caretakers who were listening at the back felt like they were about to die from the suspense. Your Highness, can you please get to the point? They thought. Landon continued his tale, all the while pretending not to see their anxious gazes. After saying a prayer to the ancestors, she used her father's old sword and cut her hair short. Then, she took her father's warrior clothes and dressed herself up like a man. Everyone gasped. A woman's hair in this era signified her youth and her beauty. Only married women could cut their hair. A young, unmarried woman could braid her hair, leave it free and unbound, or butt it in buns. Mulan had just cut her hair, while she was unmarried, and the matchmaker didn't even approve of her to be a wife yet. How was she to find a husband? Will she be unmarried forever? Plus, was it okay for a girl to be in the army? Although they knew that His Highness had recruited women to join Baymard's army, they couldn't fully understand why he did that. And now this Mulan girl also joined the army? Weren't women supposed to just cook, sew, farm, clean the house, and take care of their children? As her parents slept, Mulan jumped onto her father's horse, Khan, and took off. As Landon recited the tale, the children would exclaim or get angry as they listened. Stupid Hun's bad s, sniff. Sniff, poor Mulan, she's so brave, oh no. They're surrounded, go Mushu, I like Uncle Emperor Wah. She found a husband, and just like that, Landon had passed 2 hours giving a detailed version of Mulan to the children. Auntie Beverly, please sit. How are the children doing? An elderly woman smiled as she sat next to Landon. She was the wife of Chief Wiggins. The first time she met Landon, she was surprised by his manner of speech. He always called those older than him seniors, aunties, or even grandpa. He was very respectful towards his seniors. People in power usually didn't care about age seniority. Money and power were the only way to show real seniority in this world. She very much, like this new king of theirs. Actually, the only people Landon never used those titles with were his knights and the workers within the industries. Landon had formed a bond with them and didn't feel the need to call them so. He was a man from Earth after all, and his family had raised him with high moral values. He couldn't just break these habits away, just because he was in a new world. Plus, this was Chief Wiggins' wife. There was no way that he would ever disrespect her. Your Highness, the children are learning very fast and efficiently. We already have some bright ones in the groups as well. Some of them in class 7 years old, can already recite the timetable and write letters clearly. Those in the younger classes Also know the alphabets by heart as well, she said. Good, good. What about the newcomers? Your Highness, we did as you requested. Some of the slaves have already started to look fuller compared to when they first got here. They now smile more and are starting to open up, bit by bit. Soon, they would know that they are safe here, Your Highness. Landon smiled and nodded as he listened. You all have worked very hard. It's what we ought to do, Your Highness, she said while shaking her head. Oh yeah. I'm going back to the lower regions. Is there anything you want me to give Chief Wiggins? As soon as Beverly heard Landon, her eyes lit up and she quickly rushed to the kitchen and grabbed a basket of food. Sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. This is his lunch, she said while handing over a large basket to Landon. Landon could smell the sweet aroma of baked bread. It must be nice to be married, right, Auntie? Hi. Beverly turned all red. Your Highness, why must you tease me so? She said while placing both hands on her hips. Landon giggled and hurriedly walked out the door as fast as he could. Honestly, this child, she said while smiling. In her eyes, Landon was still a 15-year-old boy who was forced to act tough now and then. She smiled and looked out the window. Times have changed, Yoden Empire, crash. / a clay vase ornament was thrown at the floor, nearly hitting the 5 shivering men, who were kneeling down quietly. In their hearts, the woman before them was the incarnation of the devil. / you buffoons. Where are they? / no one answered here as they nervously looked at the ground. She took an apple and threw it at them. She yelled, / my queen. We tried our best. B. But, / one of the men Finalias spoke fearfully. / but what? Must I do all the work myself? Answer me, / she yelled. The men didn't know whether to speak or not. If they spoke, she would get mad. And if they didn't, she would still get mad. / my queen. We were only able to confirm that they left the Empire on a ship. Our subordinates. RTR. Trying their best. / another man said. / so are you saying it's my fault? How dare you? / she said angrily as she quickly grabbed a sword and sliced the man's left hand off. Slice. / good. Useless men don't need hands. / she said she had meant to cut off his head. But when the man saw the blade, he leaned back with his hands up and instead got his left one cleanly cut. Better hands than my head. He thought the man felt a heart-wrenching pain. But he knew that if he made a sound, this maniac of a queen would kill, not just him, but his entire family as well. She looked at the blood on her shands, and she became more off. Just as she was about to vent her anger on another man, a maid walked in and whispered into her right ear. She dropped the sword and slowly sat down on her chair. The king was coming. / you all can go. Use the back exit. / the men praised whoever it was that had saved them, as they hurriedly got up from the floor. And just as they were about to leave, the devil intervened. / wait. I changed my mind. Guards. Take these men to the dark room and torture them to death. I believe that they are spies from my husband's enemies. / The queen's command was simple. Torture these men under the excuse of them being spies for the king's enemies. The men who were previously kneeling didn't even struggle. The color from their faces were completely drained. As she watched the men being dragged out, a gruesome smile was plastered on her face. It's only a matter of time. Baymard. Over the past 1 week and 5 days, Landon had been shuttling between 4 different groups. Of course, out of the group of slaves and refugees that arrived, Landon allocated 1,000 wood cutting, 1,200 to rubber production, 1,200 to pipe production, 6,000 towards building construction machines like excavators and trenchers, 800 towards building fuel-based electrical systems for these heavy construction machines. Of course, previously, he had already allocated 200 workers towards crude oil refining and added 300 workers to Department 4. As for the wood-cutting group, he basically needed them to fall down trees and make different plank sizes and shapes. Landon had noticed that when other companies needed wood, they would go and cut trees to get it. That wasted everybody's time. Plus, in the future, Landon would also need a lot of wood to make molds as a foundation foot for construction. He needed wooden plank boards ready at all times. When any department wanted to build anything, the first thing he did was show the workers how to use the 2-man saw. He and Chris, the newly appointed supervisor, fell down a tree with the saw and used the other saw types to cleanly cut the wood into several shapes and sizes. From then on, he gave different sketches to Chris, showing the different measurements for different planks, as well as teach the workers how to use the measuring stick and other tools. As for the pipe-making industry, Landon needed them to start producing them ASAP. Some of the pipes he needed were huge and ridiculously large. Those pipes were typically the ones used in industries and all around the city. Those pipes would carry water and sewage all around Baymard. Of course, he also needed to start making house pipes as well. He needed industrial steel pipes, cast iron pipes, PVC pipes, and so on. During this period, Landon had also explained and aided another group of workers to create heavy construction machines. He explained to them where each part went and the importance and function of the parts. Since he was basically an electrical engineer, he also taught a group of workers how to make cables and how to create an electric system for heavy construction machines and cars. The first thing they succeeded in building was a trencher. Once it was completed, Landon called over both the electrical, heavy machine building, and rubber making teams to witness and see how they were to install them. He called the rubber team over so they could see and understand why rubber was important, as well as witness their creation. Tim and a few supervisors also came as well. Everyone paid careful attention to what Landon was doing. He hooked up the tires and connected the electrical cables to the trencher. Then he explained where the fuel went, how water would be used to cool down the engine, and every other thing involving the machine. He then poured fuel into the engine, inserted the key. VRRMMMM. Everyone was shocked. It's alive. It's alive, ha ha ha, did you see that? It's moving without a horse, . Honestly, the workers admired Landon's creativity and vision. In their minds, not anyone could come up with such things. He was simply a genius. They were really thanking God that they chose to come to Baymard. Landon drove forward and chose an empty spot for practice. He pulled down a gear stick and the machine instantly dug the ground as it moved. Trenchers were good for digging up the ground for installing underground pipes and electrical cables. Oh my God. Did you see how it digs into the ground as it walks ? What a godly carriage . And just like that, the curtains were closed, and it was finally the end of the day. The night sky was dark and mysterious. Its black beauty and mildness crept through the world, engulfed with several fleets of stars. It was the biggest indicator for sleep, the kind of rest that puts one in a steady and peaceful state of mind. Its tenderest and warmth engrossed Landon's mind as he laid on his bed. He needed some rest. And just when Landon was about to fly into dreamland, this sweet and gentle warmth was interrupted. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. What? It was already 11:30 p.m. Who could be coming here at this time of the night? And how far away are they from the gates? Answering host, the intruder seems to be carrying a lot of weapons and is filled with killing intent. He has just left his horse 2 kilometers away from the gate and will arrive the perimeter of Baymard within 26 minutes, so it's an assassin. Dumbo had been very annoyed this past few weeks. As a top assassin, his assassination prey were always important ministers, nobles, blood gangs, knights, and other noble figures. But to send him to kill a weak and disowned child, who didn't even have up to 400 knights under his command, was the height of disrespect. They even paid a hefty amount for the little brat's head. It's either they had too much money, or this was their first assassination request. At least that's what Dumbo thought. Just who did they think he was? He was the 5th best assassin in the Empire. Out of millions of people, he was the 5th. He had been trained and properly brought up by a former assassin. He knew all the tricks and ways to kill, torture, and people. He had never failed at any mission assigned to him. For a city lord of a tiny city to call him and dare insult him like this was the highest form of disrespect he had ever gotten as an assassin. It was a rule of thumb that he would only accept challenging and dangerous missions. Just how was this one of those missions? He had used close to 2 months to rush down here to get the job done. He didn't even put Landon in his eyes. That was why he decided that he would kill a patrol guard, switch clothes, so as to sneak into Baymard. But what Dumbo didn't know was that in the eyes of Baron Rogers, his mission was a deadly one. If the king gets wind of what he had done while in Baymard, Only death awaited him and his family. He had already made up his mind that after killing Landon, he would kill City Lord Shannon and Baron Rogers as well. This was their punishment, heavily insulted his dignity. From the information they gave him and what he had gathered, it was said that Baymard lacked any potential threat to him. He had heard that all the soldiers were the worst in the Empire, and that Landon was bedridden with illness. Many people testified that when he left the capital, his complexion was so pale and blue that one could death calling onto him. From what he gathered, his only threat would be Commander Lucius. Nobody really knew why the commander had quite his position in the capital. Some claimed that he was Landon's biological father, while others said he was fired due to illicit actions with Landon's mother. So overall, everything he knew about this mission really ticked him off. It seemed like a bore. What a waste of time, he thought. Dumbo was walking stealthily by the perimeter of the forest, as he didn't dare to move further into it. It would be funny if he was suddenly attacked by wild animals while on a mission. Only 7 minutes left before he could reach the empty fields. In truth, at the front of the gate was a large empty field that resembled a large football field. The forest only began after the field. Since the night was pitch black, Dumbo had planned to crawl across the field until he was close to one of the patrolling guards. Then, he would make his move. Suddenly, three blades attacked him from behind. With his training, he could easily sense the killing intent from the blades. He quickly dodged the first two, but the last one hit him on his left ace cheek. He seriously regretted dodging the way he did. How was he going to sit down now? And who the Hades attacked him? Again, he heard no less than 50 weapons coming straight at him from all angles. He was shocked. Did the banished prince have a powerful force backing him? Dumbo tried to dodge them, but it was to no avail. More than 12 of those knives pierced through his body violently. Who are you? Dumbo asked. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you're trying to take my prey. Once Dumbo heard that, he was stunned, and became angry that those idiot nobles actually hired another person as well. He closed his eyes and wished that he could strangle them to death. He swore in his heart that if he finally left this place, he would kill them and dance on their graves. Landon was talking through the system as he laid down on his bed. Dumbo tried to find the location of the voice, and when he thought he had it, he threw knives towards the place, and Landon immediately pretended to be hurt. How dare you hit my knee and waist? Landon said to him, while pretending to be wounded. Ha, serves you right. Damn you. I will spare your life, and leave this mission to you then. I hope we never cross paths again, or I will for sure take my revenge. Landon said while pretending to be heavily injured. He almost wanted to give himself an Oscar for his performance. As Dumbo concentrated on the man in the shadows, he failed to feel the tree branches slowly moving around his boots. When he wanted to finally move, he felt something tugging on his leg. The more he pulled, the stronger the vines held unto him. And finally, his body was all covered by the vines. After 45 minutes of struggling, fear crept into his heart, and he decided to yell. The rate at which the plant was choking and binding him was too scary. It was better to die by the hands of any man, whether weak or strong, than by a plant. How could he be content with that kind of death as an assassin? At least if he got captured, there would be a chance that he might escape. 45 minutes later, Josh knocked on Landon's door. My king, we caught an assassin. The reason Landon didn't go and fight with the assassin previously was because it would be too troublesome for him to explain how he knew of the attack beforehand. So he decided to act out in the shadows and let the guards accidentally catch the so-called assassin. And if he was to use the system to teleport out of the gates, how was he supposed to explain how he had suddenly passed the guards, who, by the way, were guarding the gates all day and night? It was just too bothersome. Landon's castle dungeon, aren't you going to remove these vines from my body? Dumbo asked with an annoyed and prideful tone. Landon looked at him and whispered something into Lucius' ear. Lucius was confused, but still decided to do as he was told. Dumbo couldn't care less about what kind of torture they gave him. He wouldn't break that easy. As assassin, when while training, he had been tortured by his teacher daily, just to get used to the idea of pain. What could a useless brat like Landon know? Or so he thought. Landon knew what he was thinking. Not all torture had to involve whipping, boxing, and so on. For a man like Dumbo, that kind of torture would only make him smile. Once Lucius brought the stuff, Landon cut his clothes off carefully, avoiding the all vines roped around his ankle waist and upper arms. He also threw oil on him and poured salt all over Dumbo's body. He then soaked Dumbo's feet in salty water. Lucius, Barry, the major generals, and even Dumbo the assassin were confused. Did he plan on cooking him? What kind of torture was this? Back on Earth, when Landon had been forced to take world history as a non-elective course in the university, he had come across an interesting fact. In the 17th century, the tickle torture was invented and used in Europe, China, Egypt, Rome, and other countries. Later on, by World War II, people said they had witnessed the Nazi prison guards using this methods to torture and kill people. Landon wanted to test out the effectiveness of this method for himself. 3 minutes later, Captain Trey brought 4 goats into the room. Once the goats came in, they immediately ran towards Dumbo and started licking him aggressively. Slurp, slurp, slurp. 12 minutes into the torture, Dumbo was laughing his lungs out while crying. Continuous laughter can cause the body to go into cardiac arrest or asphyxia. Cardiac arrest equals sudden loss of blood flow. Asphyxia equals lack of sufficient oxygen to be body due to abnormal breathing. As the torture went on, Dumbo felt it hard to breathe and his body kept aching with pain all over. Please. Haha. Please. Ha ha ha. St. St. Haha. Stop. I'll tell you. Haha. Whatever haha. You want to know? Dumbo begged while crying. Everyone in the room was confused. Was it really that painful? He looked like he was laughing his life out. When did Landon actually torture him? Dumbo, on the other hand, swore that if he had the chance, he would kill Landon. This disgrace and humiliation was too much. Landon felt his killing intent and smiled. He had the men hold the hungry goats while he walked closer to Dumbo. Speak. Who are they? Free me first, then I'll tell you, Dumbo said, while struggling to breathe. Do you really think that I don't know who is trying to kill me? Wasn't it the Barren? In truth, Landon had no clue of who it could be. But after accessing the situation more, he had canceled out his entire royal family. After they had successfully poisoned him with a poison, there was no way that they would still hire an assassin all the way from the capital, just so they could kill him. His siblings would definitely feel that it would be wasteful to use an assassin on him. They saw him as trash, dirt, vermin. To them, he wasn't even worthy of having their attention. But the city lord and barons were a different matter. He was sure that it was one of the barons because on his way here, he had heard that the king had ordered the city lord to move back to the capital. He knew that this assassination attempt could only stem from greed. Right now, Landon was just probing Dumbo to see if he would show any reaction to it being a baron. Dumbo was shocked and eyed Landon to see whether he was lying or not. After observing for a while, he realized that this little witch actually knew his enemies. But you don't know who he is working with from behind the shadows. If you agree to untie me, I can tell you everyone else in the room thought it was a bad idea. Landon smiled, moved closer, and freed him. Once he was freed, he quickly tried to snap Landon's neck with his bare hands. Landon pulled out his waist knife and immediately poked his acupuncture points. Dumbo froze and Landon made a clean cut through his throat, instantly killing him. Fatality. Landon wins. All this happened in less than a minute. Everyone started at Landon as they opened their eyes widely. My king, did you really know who it was? Gary asked. No, I didn't. But I could come up with a suspect based on our time in Baymart. My family is too conceited and will never stoop so low as to use an assassin on me. At least not presently. But if they find out that I became strong, then for sure they would definitely send one. But presently they still think I'm still sick. And since the former city lord left for the capital, only the barons would do this. But why? We've never even met them, my lord Trey asked confusedly. Greed. My guess is, they still want to make money from the mines. Maybe they were transferred to a terrible place, or maybe they want more money to increase their power. Who knows? They all nodded their heads as they listened to what Landon said. But the question is, which baron? Trey asked. I think we should send some men to scout and find his horse and his belongings. It was unlikely that he walked all the way from wherever he came from. Lucius replied, "Excellent. I couldn't have said it better myself. Tonight you all did great. Now, free the goats, so they can keep feasting on their food. And when they are done, dispose of the body." Everyone was stunned by what Landon said. He's already dead. Why let his corpse suffer this sort of humiliation? Those that come after my life, family, friends, and my people, shall never be forgiven. I will never let my enemies off, even after death, Landon said with an intimidating aura. The men couldn't help but feel sorry for the people who tried to provoke His Highness Landon. They almost wanted to make a short prayer to their ancestors for them. Their king was too scary towards people who attacked him and those that he loved. But it was this method of taking action that made them stand firm behind him. They looked at him proudly. His aura was that of a man who ruled several nations. This was their ruler. This was their king. Previously, Landon had allocated all the new workers towards the construction industry. He had made up his mind that the next batch of slaves that Santa brought would be sent over to the other two industries. But right now, he needed people who could build. Today, he wanted to make synthetic rubber. Every week, Landon had to give first aid to treat the workers in the mines. Although he had made them mine carts that were on rails, they still injured themselves. When they had to carry the stones and load the cart, some of them would accidentally drop them on their feet. This had been happening for a while now. Even the working gloves in this era was trash. It could only block 60% of the injuries they were getting on their palms. The gloves were not effective. They would wrap a lot of clothes around their palms, and then wear normal thin material gloves over them. What could that do? That's why the first thing Landon had thought about was safety, hence the manufacturing of rubber. Back on Earth, 90% of products had rubber in them, from bicycle handles to housing and pipe insulation, school stamps. Heck, even toothbrushes were made from rubber. There was no way that he would allow the scientists in the lab to keep working without gloves or other protective gear. For now, they hadn't touched any corrosive substances. But what about the future? Was he going to let their skin burn? He needed to make thick rubber boots, rubber gloves, earmuffs, eye shields, and even helmets. In fact, Landon didn't believe that anyone could start building an advanced empire without any safety gear. F this. This wasn't a wuxia novel. They were real people who could die at any time. Plus, previously, there was no doctor or nurse available. The people used to just wash the wounds with water and tie it with a piece of clothing. Landon took up the duty as an industry nurse and gave them first aid treatment whenever they were injured. Due to the system's first reward about farming and crops, Landon knew what herbs were medicinal to their injuries. Now that there were 7 doctors and 14 nurses, Landon had assigned each doctor with 2 nurses. He assigned each doctor to different stations. 3 for the 3 industries in the lower region, 1 for the military, 1 for the school, and 2 would remain at a new estate which Landon had given as a hospital. While they were on duty, they read the chemistry and mathematics textbooks that His Highness gave them. Landon wanted them to start understanding things like matter, reactions, and so on. Chemistry and math were used in every profession. They needed to know about ions, protons, and so on. The human body has over 100 chemical reactions happening at once. They needed to know about reversible and irreversible reactions, metabolism, and so on. Even drug making and pharmaceuticals dealt with a lot of chemistry and math. He wanted to prepare them for when he would finally teach them new techniques and give them biology textbooks. That would be once he got his reward from the system. Even if he was rewarded today by the system, Landon wouldn't teach them anything unless they studied these ones first. With other departments, they could learn on the job quickly. But this one dealt with human life and health. He wasn't going to teach them how to perform surgeries if they couldn't understand the basics. The nurses also have to learn as well. They should be able to identify drugs and medicine, as well as administer the treatment with syringes and so on. They could also do surgeries as well. They assisted the doctors within the surgery room, so they too had to know what was being done. What if the doctor was a quack and was about to inject poison into someone's bloodstream? Were they just supposed to watch? Now, it was their bound duty to know whatever is done to the patient. In fact, Landon had made up his mind that, when he finally taught them everything, they would have to make an oath towards their profession and Baymard. He wasn't taking any chances. Oaths in this era were sacred and holy. It was the highest form of loyalty one could place. With the help of the doctors, Landon was able to let go of nursing duties for the lower region and around Baymart. Tim, are all the equipments and vessels built? It had been a week and 3 days since Landon had asked Tim to create these vessels. On the same day that he had asked the system to get crude oil, he had asked Tim to start construction immediately. Yes, Your Highness, it's completed. Good. Get 1,200 people from the new workers in Department 4 and let them fill the first tank with petroleum oil. No problem, Your Highness, Tim replied and made his way out. Once they had filled up the tank, Landon decided to start. Landon and the assigned workers refined a mixture of petroleum oil, coal, and the solvent hexane. They piped the ingredients through 3 columns to boil off any residual water, essentially purifying them. Then, they combined and refined them with a catalyst. And after a while, synthetic rubber was produced. Tim and the workers looked at the white milky product and wondered what could be made from them. Once the first set was produced, Landon showed them how to store and handle the products. Tim, all 2,000 workers will stay here to make these products, Landon said as he handed over a ton of papers to Tim. I will show you what to do and how to use the other equipments to produce the products. Different rubber products needed different chemicals to be added to them. There were 5 major chemicals needed for all different rubber products. So Landon had the storage tank of the milky liquid rubber connected to 5 outlet pipes as well. The outlets would lead to different stations within the rubber department. Landon decided to start with one of the most difficult products: rubber tires, preferably construction machine tires. Landon manually opened the valve for the pipeline between his station and the storage tank. Soon, the creamy liquid rubber and headed towards the tank next to him. Once he felt like he had enough, he closed the valve. Landon then added silica, bis, triethoxylipropyl, and carbon black to the creamy rubber. Landon had built a steam/water mixer tank that would constantly mix anything, provided water is used as its fuel. He then added water to the mixer engine, and after a while, it started stirring the materials in the tank vigorously. The mixer head resembled egg beaters. These mixers should never be turned off unless there was nothing in the tank. So Landon decided to have the men pour water every 3 hours. Once the mixture was uniform, Landon opened another valve that allowed the creamy mixture to flow towards another boiler tank, where another solvent mixture and water were added. As he boiled off the solvent, the rubber started forming tiny that were the size of beans. Once the solvent had completely evaporated, all that was left was water and bean-size white. He then sent the products to another vessel, which acted as a filter. And finally, the rubber was sent to a steam compressor to completely dry down. Now the rubber looked like soft rice. Landon had the men form bales of tire synthetic rubber. He then took out one of those bales, reheated it, and used polychloroprene and other chemicals to completely vulcanize it. After creating a mold for the tire, he poured the vulcanized rubber into mold and allowed it to cool down for 4 hours. While it was cooling down, he showed them how to make other rubber materials. And by the end of the day, Landon had made 4 pair of gloves, a pair of rubber boots, and 1 gigantic tire. He had also made a lot of dried bales for each rubber product. Now he could safely progress with his plans. Carrie took the letter from her most trusted knight, Killian, and opened it slowly. The dark-haired knight stood at her side, waiting for further instructions. Carrie looked at the document and smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Carrie was Eli's blood sister. She and her mom had been working hard to keep her brother as the crown prince. She had been given a large estate in the capital, with 5,000 knights under her command. Lately, her half-brothers had been trying to push their father into choosing one of them in Eli's place. She had also been fighting with her sister on the low. That was too cunning. Jeanette had been her biggest nemesis ever since she could remember. The would bad-mouth her to her father, while using the whole White Lotus act to garner pity. Everyone always thought that she was the one who always bullied Jeanette, that had turned her into a villain in front of the entire empire. Jeanette was her second mother's daughter. She, as the first wife's daughter, had more access and privileges than Jeanette. This led to a power struggle between the two. And now, they joined hands with her other half-siblings to kill Eli. When her brother had informed her of the assassination attempt and the Jeanette's sudden visit, she was fuming mad. How dare they? Since they wanted to do things the hard way, then she would just have to play along with them. Wasn't she a villain? In that case, it was time for her to act her part, so as not to disappoint them. Killian. Yes, princess, let's go see our dear ministers, shall we? Carrie followed her guards and stepped into her estate dungeon. There were two badly bruised men, who were and stretched wide with chains. These men were the ministers supporting Kana and James Barren. Wake them up, she said. Killian and another guard took iron buckets of cold water and threw it on their faces. Splash! The water hit their faces and instantly woke them up. All the men yelled. The knights started boxing them violently until blood spat out of their mouths. My dear ministers, do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Do you know how much money I have lost trying to quiet people down? Do you? She yelled while hitting them with a large iron rod. Pong! Pong! Ah! Please, Sto. Stop. We won't do it, Aga. Ein. One cried out. The rod had accidentally hit his manhood when she swung it at his waist. That kind of pain was one that no man should face. The second prince, he was trying to live. You coward. Just this much, and you're already giving up? Are you a man? The another one said while catching his breath. Carrie looked at him and smiled. She gently put down her rod and walked over to him. Then she held his chin with her palms and massaged it. Men like you are rare. You're loyal, strong, and so manly. Too bad you chose the wrong side. Killian, bring the tools. Carrie walked to the other one and smiled. He's right, you know. Just this much, and you want to give up on your prince? TSK, tisk TSK. You know. What I hate the most are cowards. The man's face was completely pale now, and he was shaking like a leaf. I'm going to enjoy killing you, she said with a seductive smile on her face. When everything was brought, she started cutting their fingers and toes, one by one. Please, I'm begging you. Stop. The first man cried. He had tears, snot, and swear all over his face. Truly pathetic. Honestly, Carrie admired the second one. No matter what she did, he didn't even let out a sound. Too bad he was the enemy. She later continued by dislocating their arms and legs. At this point, the first man died. The pain was too unbearable for him, and his heart gave out. The only thing he thought about in his last moments were his wife and son. The second man was still alive, but barely holding on. When Carrie was finally about to cut his head off, he mustered up all the saliva left within him and spat it on her eyes. Pooh! Go to Hades, she screamed, and finally chopped off his head. That which, Carrie thought. Carrie cleaned up herself and left the dungeon. On her way back, a young knight ran towards her and gave her a salute. My princess, he's here good. Lead the way. Once Carrie arrived her audience room, she was met with a hooded man who wore a reddish mask. The red mask only covered his eyes, leaving the rest of his face visible for all to see. The man was presently being entertained with food and wine. I apologize for my late arrival, Sir Death. I hope that Sir Death will not hold it against me, Carrie said as she bowed. Death, as he was known in the Empire, was the #1 skilled assassin in Arcadina. His skills and fame were even known to those in other empires. It's no problem, princess. After all, you were quite busy as well. Was it your first time? Carrie was shocked. How did he know? Was he talking about her torturing the ministers? She sized him up again and started to wonder if any information about the ministers was leaked. He looked at her and immediately guessed what she was thinking. Your fingernails still carry traces of blood in them. Your left ear and the sole of your shoes have tiny spots of blood on them as well. And your palms are still red from holding your torture device, he said while chewing on an apple. How are you sure it wasn't a sword? She asked curiously. Swords leave a different, well-balanced palm print. If it were a sword, then your entire palm would be red. What about the torture? I figured that it's either you were involved in a brutal fight, or you were torturing some poor rascals. But since you're in your own estate, the chances of the first one occurring are very slim, he concluded. I'm impressed, Mr. Death. Your skills are, as they say, legendary. You were right. I was torturing some rascals in there. But now I'm finally here. So let's get on with business, shall we? She said as she walked over to her seat. For the next 3 months, I need you to work strictly for me. And within that time, I need your absolute loyalty. Death was stunned at first and then surprised. It had been a long time since someone had the guts to request for his loyalty. Princess, I hope you know that my services don't come cheap. And just so you know, I never accept boring jobs, he said with a charming smile on his face. Trust me, I know. Whatever your price is, or whatever you require, I guarantee that it shall be done. As for boring, I assure you that you will have the thrill of your life. Death looked at her and smiled. What an interesting little girl, and just like that, the month of May had finally come to an end. May was a very fulfilling month to Landon. He had successfully made heavy machines, oil, and also rubber. Finally, he felt like he was going somewhere with his mission. Today was the first day of June. Although Santa didn't come personally, he had still sent his subordinates to bring 4,619 people to Baymart. Again, there were 254 children between ages 0-14 and 413 people who volunteered to be soldiers. There were also 16 senior citizens amongst the group. Now, Landon was left with 3,936 able workers. He then selected 536 people out of the group and appointed them as cooks. They were to be added to all cooking sectors within Baymart, from the school to the industries, army, castle, in short, everywhere within Baymart. Landon also sent 900 workers to the construction industry, 1,500 to the alchemy/chemical industry, and another 1,000 to the food industry. Landon received money for his mineral ores and also bought more planting seeds. Landon made 419,000 gold coins from Santa's subordinates, minus the cost for the slaves and the seeds. This time Landon was happy with the seeds he got. There were cocoa beans and sugarcane seeds among the bags. Great. Soon he would be able to make chocolate and granulated sugar. Now, it was time to make spices, seasonings, cooking oil, and vinegar. Out of the 1,000 workers given to the food industry, Landon allocated Department 1, working on the farms 300, Department 2, storage plus distribution 100, Department 3, spice making 200, Department 4, cooking oil 200, Department 5, vinegar 200 for the 3 new departments. Lior appointed 3 farmers from Department 1 as the supervisors. Today, Landon had decided to start making various kinds of spices. Landon had the workers tie their hair with rubber bands and hair wraps, as well as wear gloves, safety shoes, mouth and nose masks, eye goggles, and clean aprons. They started by cutting the peppers, garlics, gingers, onions, turmeric, and so on, into tiny pieces. When they were done, they opened up the kiln and filled all 20 layers, with 13 trays of the all-cut pieces in each layer. A kiln was just a giant industrial oven. Since there were over 5 kilns available, Landon asked the workers to continue cutting until they fill the other kilns. Your Highness, so one batch would take 2 days to dry on low heat? Lior asked while looking at all the papers that Landon had given him. They showed the detailed procedures for making different spices, as well as how to mix and create the seasonings, vinegar, and cooking oil. Correct? You and the workers would have to continue the process 3 days later, as well as creating different seasonings, vinegar, and cooking oil. If you come across any issues, you can always look for me. Rest assured, Our Highness, it shall be done, Lior said while nodding his head proudly. I trust your capabilities, Landon said with a smile. Lior pursed his lips and looked at Landon eagerly. Your Highness, I just have one question, Lior said. Landon was also curious as to what could have brought about the immediate change to his personality. Chief Lior, you can ask me anything, no matter what it is, Landon said with a reassuring smile. Do you know how to build a house made entirely of food? Landon was taken aback and didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Actually, Lior was a simple man. At the age of 7, he had always been dedicated to helping his father out in the farms. He would always dream of building huts made of corn, bread, honey, and other delicacies. He even dreamt about using wine as his daily water supply. He was a farmer, and all he really thought about was how to make food grow and taste better. If he ever built a house of food, he could die happily. Landon looked at his enlivened overseer and sighed. Landon could literally see the happiness and rainbows all over him. Why were all his overseers like this? He smiled and shook his head. Better like this than greedy. He too couldn't wait to finally season his food. The food in this era was disgusting to Landon. No spices. Nothing. Except pepper, some vegetable leaves, and salt. Cooking oil was also super expensive, so people usually boiled or roasted food over large fires. It looked like a witch's concoction. It was terrible. No ketchup, no mayonnaise, no dressings, no seasonings. What kind of life was this? Plus, he really missed burgers, fries, and a well-grilled and seasoned juicy steak, as well as pizza. Just thinking about it made him salivate. What a sad life, he thought. Landon sat across Mother Kim, Lucy, Grace, and Barry's Mother Winnie and 6 other teachers. Since Mother Winnie already knew mathematics like addition and subtraction, she volunteered to teach alongside with Mother Kim. During May, she tagged along Mother Kim and learned how the students were being taught in Baymard. He had also given her a mathematics textbook and guidelines on how to test and teach the students effectively. Today, she had her first class. She and Mother Kim both taught Math 2 in separate classes. The other 6 teachers who came with Mother Winnie and May also began teaching as well. The first 2 teachers taught Pyron 1, language class. The other 2 taught Math 1, while the rest taught Math 2. Landon wanted to know their feedback from their first day of teaching, so he held a teacher conference meeting to discuss about the possible issues they might have faced today. Your Highness, the timetable method is truly genius. On my first day, there was already a girl who could say the entire 2 timestable off by heart. One said, I agree. This way, they should learn faster. The conversations went on, and everyone raised their opinions and points. Mother Winnie and the girls also gave their take on the matter. Once the meeting was over, the 6 teachers left, leaving only Landon, Grace, Lucy, Mother Kim, and Mother Winnie in the room. Winnie, did you like your first day? Landon asked cheekily. Winnie looked at the little cheeky brat and pinched his nose. In her eyes, Landon was still a baby. Naturally, he's just 15 years old. Of course I did, silly. It was so exciting. And that chalkboard method was great as well. People right at the back of the class could see what I was doing. Teaching is really exhilarating. There was even this one student who came late and tried to sneak into the class. You should have seen the look on his face when I caught him. Winnie replied excitedly. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Sister, I also faced some of them as well. The students are really funny sometimes. Mother Kim as she started recalling another funny incident in her class. Winnie, come on. Tell us in detail what happened, Lucy said while anxiously waiting for the story. Yeah, Auntie. Tell us. Grace added. Landon smiled as he watched and listened to Winnie's hilarious narration. As he looked at all the women laughing and sharing their stories, he truly felt blessed. From an orphan to a man with a loving family. Now he understood what Drake meant. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Currently, Baymard had a lot of heavy construction machines available. With 6,000 workers making these machines on a daily basis, Baymard presently had 388 different machines ready for use. At least for now, Landon was satisfied with the number they had made. And as time went on, this number would surely increase by an even larger amount. For construction and mining, Baymard had 26 bulldozers, 14 track-type bulldozers, 43 excavators types, including trenchers, 40 loading trucks, dump trucks, 14 road graders, 16 scrappers, 11 lowboys, 13 forklifts, 37 pipe layer vehicles, drain layer, 29 road pavers, 8 slipform pavers, 8 lift cables, 2 cranes, 7 street sweepers, 3 reach stackers, 6 tunnel boring machines for wood cutting, 12 feller bunchers, 7 wheel forwarders, and finally, for agriculture, Baymard had 11 harvesters, 15 farm trucks, 10 balers, 16 reapers, 4 agricultural roller machines, 9 planters, 9 manure spreaders, 8 sprayers, 7 swathers, 3 grain trucks, 8 farm loaders, 4 telescopic handlers. Landon had created the farming machines because he didn't want the workers to be out on the fields by winter time. Back on Earth, farmers would use tractors and other machines to harvest and roll the soil during winter. The farmland in Baymard was too big and wide to cover up. It was bigger than most plantations back on Earth. During winter, he wanted the workers to sit in the machines and work. He couldn't afford for them to go out in that weather and start picking up food or fruits with their hands. That was just wrong. That's why he made harvesters, planters, and so. Some of those machines could work on up to 24 farm beds in one sweep. The same thought process went for the miners. Now that he had built these heavy machines, they could use the excavators and other machines to dig out the ores from the mines. He couldn't possibly allow them to continue using pickaxes during the winter, and some of these equipments could be shared with other departments, like excavators, which is used for digging. Some of these machines could also be used by both the food and construction industry. The chemistry/alchemy industry also needed trucks, loaders, and so on to move their products and chemicals from place to place. These equipments were for everyone. That's also why he decided to use this month to start driving lessons. For the entire month of June, Landon had decided to make a schedule to teach 2 times a day. Of course, they still had to attend their math and language classes daily. That's why he made 2 sessions a day. Plus, it wasn't compulsory. Expect on their days off. People could attend it once a week or twice a week if they liked. Those who have evening shifts can join any of the morning shift sessions, and vice versa for those with morning schedules. Those that have their off days could come and spend an entire day learning and driving. It was really up to them. Landon had decided to have 15 people for 1 session, so in a day, he would be teaching 30 people. He also decided that those who were proficient enough in driving could come to class and teach new people as well. This way, everyone would learn how to use the machines faster. The overseers and the supervisors would also join him in teaching the workers. Landon didn't want all the overseers and supervisors to be out at once, so he created a teaching schedule for them. Basically, 9 people, including himself, would teach the workers how to drive on a daily basis. So a day, the workers would have access to 18 driving classes. Once the first trencher was made last month, Landon had been teaching the overseers and supervisors how to use the machines designated for their departments. To make things easier, Landon decided that each of the overseers and supervisors would only teach those within their departments. He couldn't very well tell the alchemy supervisors to teach the construction workers how to use a paver, could he? As for him, he would teach all departments. On day 1, he could teach the construction industry, day 2 would be food industry, and so on. This way, he wouldn't have to move up and down the place a lot. If today was the day for teaching the food industry workers, Landon would take the machines to the farms for an entire day. He would spend time there, showing them how it's done. If he were teaching the construction workers, he would take them to a site and show them how to use the machines for digging and so on. He also decided to give the mining and wood cutting departments separate days as well. The same thought process went for the alchemy industry. Today was his first driving lesson aimed at teaching the construction workers. Randy was a that had come from Corona a while back. Ever since he came to Baymard, he had been so shocked and impressed by how many things they had built. He now got a better understanding of what chemistry was about and now knew how to properly measure lengths and other dimensions. Last month, their new king had assisted them in creating this gigantic carriages. No. They were not carriages but heavy machines. All the machines were painted yellow and had a name printed on them. All the machines started with the name Baymard. Today, he was going to take driving classes for the Baymard Bulldozer A23, or B-Bull A23 for short. After Landon had explained the basic safety functions involved with the machine, he showed them what each panel, wheel gears, and buttons did. Now, it was time to drive. Randy jumped in the large wheel, just like Landon did previously, and opened the clear see-through glass door. Once he strapped his waist seatbelt and inserted the key and turned the ignition key beyond the on position. Peep! A very low sound came from the interior of the car. Randy started getting really excited. He remembered that Landon said that the engine would need time to start. 30 seconds later, he was good to go. He looked outside his window and also saw all his driving classmates in their own bulldozers. How exciting, everyone thought. He looked at his full fuel tank and nodded. His Highness said that it was important to always make sure that it never went below 30% full. There were 2 gear joysticks at each of his sides and 1 lever slightly at the back of his right gear. There were also a lot of buttons around him that had different labels on them. All the machine cars were placed at a distance between each other. Landon had given them different areas to work on. Landon had hoped that while they worked, they would get better at using the machines. Randy used his right joystick to go forward gear. It's moving, he thought. He quickly moved around a barrel and started pushing a pile of dirt that Landon had previously placed. Randy's goal was to level the ground. Randy was pumped up and ready to learn. The lessons went on for a while, and finally, it was time for the show to end. The workers didn't need to leave and kept sighing helplessly. Landon could understand their plight. This was their first time driving, or even using such machines to dig and whatnot. For them, this experience was the same as using sports cars or a Lamborghini. Who wouldn't want to at least go for a test drive? Randy looked at his machine and decided that he would sign up for the next available class. In his mind, he had already started calling the B-Bull 23 his baby. I must register for the next class. My baby, wait for me. A handsome man of 20 sat in his private quarters as he read the letters sent by his subordinates. The man had blue eyes, black hair, and a finely chiseled jawline. This man was William Barnston, a.k.a. the Ghostly Prince. His mother, Mona Ferris, had been a caring and woman who showered him with love daily. Mona was from the Nobel family of Ferris. She was actually first engaged to King Barn's younger brother at the time. She loved Odin Barn dearly. He was the second prince at the time, and the chosen crown prince by his father. He truly cared about the people, and wasn't power-hungry like his other brothers. Kindness and empathy is a good trait, but can also have its downsides. One day, Mona had come to visit her beloved, only to see him in a pool of blood. There were 3 men in the room with daggers in their hands. It was the now-present King Barn, whose name is Alec, and his 2 subordinates. She immediately pushed them aside and ran towards Odin. Why? What kind of person kills their own blood? She couldn't wrap her head around it. She struggled and fought with all her might, and in the midst of her struggling, Alec Barn got angry and used his dagger to cut her face. He gave her 2 long stripes in the form of an X on her face. Suddenly, the door burst open and her personal guards successfully rescued her from King Barn's grasps. They knocked Alec Barn unconscious and rushed to their lady's side. Luckily, she wasn't. She looked at Odin's body and realized that he was still breathing. He was alive. The guards quickly carried his body and they all escaped. Once she got back at the Ferris estate, her parents quickly sent her, all her siblings and their families, as well as their knights, into hiding. They escaped that very night and traveled for 4.5 months to their secret base. At the same time, her parents freed all the slaves and maids and sat alone in their private quarters. She knew that this would be the last time that she saw her parents. The next day, the entire empire was in an uproar. It was said that Mona killed Odin and Maid was with his body in the dead of night. What made people believe the rumors was the fact that Mona, her siblings, and all the guards and servants were nowhere to be found. What surprised people the more was that the current king, Augustus Barn, had also passed away mysteriously that same night. Mona's parents were and burnt alive in front of the citizens. They were charged for both deaths and weren't even given a trial. 2 days later, Alec Barn took over the throne as ruled of Arkadina, and with this, the Ferris family was no more. 5 months later, Mona heard the news about her parents and her dear father-in-law King Augustus. She swore that she would get her revenge for what that beast did to her loved ones. But for the past 2 months, she had been feeling sick and been throwing up. Her brother's wives had told her that it might be due to pregnancy, but she immediately rejected the thought, since concluded it was probably due to the trauma she had faced. She and Odin had only slept with each other once. How could a baby come out just from that one time? But 7 months later, she looked at her protruding belly and felt helpless. Odin was still receiving treatment and was still very weak. She decided that she would try her best to raise her child with all the love in the world. She had to be strong for both the child and Odin. When William was born, Mona looked at him and cried. He resembled her late father, and when he smiled or laughed, he also had the splitting image of her late father-in-law Augustus. She named him William in remembrance of her loving father and Barnston, to remind him that he came from a great barn, and the stin was for cover-up, so that even if he walked about the town, no one would be curious about why his name was Barn. Little William grew up in loving him with his many uncles, his father, his mother, and a few maids. But as he grew up, curiosity got the best of him. Who gave his mother those scars? Why did his mother often mention someone called Augustus? Why were they always in hiding? And more importantly, who was responsible for heavily injuring his father? When he turned 12, He had overheard his uncles having conversations about their past, and he was able to put 1 and 2 together. He now truly felt bad for his mother, and he swore to make that Bodart Uncle Alec of his pay. He became more vigilant with his sword and more eager on learning military tactics. When he was 15, he walked up to his father, mother, and uncles, requesting for the truth. Odin and Mona had given up on revenge long ago because of William. This kind of burden was too great for him to carry alone. This was the current king they were talking about. It wasn't going to be easy to kill him. Father, mother, I will do this whether you all like it or not. I want you all, and everyone, to be free. I want you all to be able to walk about without disguising or hiding yourselves. I know that you all gave up on revenge because of me. But if I'm truly part of this family, then treat me like a man by allowing me to share your burdens. I will not fail. Odin, Mona, her brothers, and the knights were taken aback. Our young prince had finally grown up, they thought. Odin and Mona knew that they couldn't reject his offer. They never wanted him to go down the road of bloodshed. But they also knew that it wasn't a realistic dream at all. No one could live out their entire life in hiding. It's either you bring the battle to your enemies, or they bring the battle to you. Although they had meant to give up on revenge, a tiny part of them wasn't willing to. So they both trained in secret daily, in hopes that they would one day have the courage to kill that witch without their son's knowledge. But their little bundle of joy had also become a man, and wanted them to rely on him more. Everyone knew that his mind was made up, and no one could change it. Everyone waited for Odin's answer anxiously, especially Mona's brothers. I will tell you everything, and I will allow you to make your own decisions on the path that you want to choose. But no matter what path it is, I hope that you will never do things recklessly or without a backup plan. If you do choose to aid us in our quest, then I too have a request for you, Odin said. What is it, father? You must always cover your face whenever you leave the base, no matter who you are with. You must always wear a mask. Secret hideout. William's door opened and his father, mother, and his uncles came in. How did it go, little? Were you hurt? Are you okay? Haven't I told you never to do anything reckless? Mona said while frantically rushing over to him. Mona, William is a man now. He should have to face some challenges on his own, said Uncle Morel. But the mission this time was difficult. What if he got captured? Mona said while sitting very closely to her son. He won't. Little isn't easy to hunt. With his brains and prowess, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to find him or trap him, said Uncle Powen. Honey, the boy has grown. There is no one who could defeat our son, Odin said while rubbing William's hair. William looked at his overly protective mother and smiled. Mom, I'm fine. Have you forgotten who I am? It would take a miracle for them to find me. That's right, little sister. Since the boy has been trained by us, there's no way that anyone would be able to find him right now, Uncle Morel added. Mona looked at her husband, her elder brothers, and her son, who were anxiously trying to lighten her worries. She knew that what they said was true, but she still wasn't comfortable letting her son go for such difficult missions. Mona decided to calm down and focus on the situation at hand. Over the past 1 month, Slither and Cord had been targeting and trying to find out all her son's moves. A while ago, he had attempted to find William, but for some reason, he decided to stop his search. Now, he resurfaced again with the same goal. With her spies all over the Empire, Mona was finally able to get facts about who he was and who he was actually working with. Mona knew that William wanted to sit on the throne, so she and the family could finally be able to live freely. She knew that it would likely be her son that took King Barn's head. But the information she got about King Barn's children were all shocking. All of them wanted their father dead. Ha ha ha. Karma was A.B. That's what he deserves for all the wrongs that he had done. The only person who didn't seem to care about the Empire was his last son, Landon. At first, Mona thought that maybe Landon hid pretty well. But after reading Landon's information properly, she could clearly understand the thought process of both Landon, the old Landon, and Mother Kim. She had discovered that both individuals seemed to want a quiet and peaceful life far away from the capital. They had been longing for a life filled with easiness and happiness. Although they were treated poorly, they never truly had deep hate for the royal family. So they were likely not interested in taking up kingship. Mona couldn't see Landon as a ruler at all. Throughout the years they were in the capital, Mona had been sending her spies to integrate with those in the palace. One was even a maid, who asked the old Landon what he truly wanted. And Landon's only answer was a peaceful life far away from the capital. The child just wanted to take care of his mother in a safe place. To make sure, she herself had disguised as a common cook and sneaked into the palace to observe all the children. It was as they said. He didn't give about any kingship, and he also didn't have much hate for anyone as well. When she saw Mother Kim, she was also reminded of her past self. When she and her spies had stayed in the palace, they easily knew which children were vicious and which ones would pose a threat to William. Finally, when Landon was 15, her spies had reported that he was poisoned by the Nullet Wisp. She knew that the poor child would die, since there was no cure for that. So she stopped sending her knights to spy on him. She decided to let his remaining days or months in this world free and peaceful. Plus, it would be such a hassle to get her spies over to Baymard. Although she had a lot of spies, most of them worked only in the south, west and central of the Arcadina. She had no spies towards the east or north. Mona's base was in the west, while Baymard was in the east. It would take 8 months in good weather and over 1 year in bad weather for her or her people to get there from the west. It was such a hassle, and they needed more men in the central region monitoring the royal family. All the cities given to the princes were either around south or central Arcadina. The south was closer to the Deiferous borders. So in case of any wars with those people, the princes could make their way over there and fight. Now, she realized that Prince Eli might have gotten information about William from Slytherin Court. The funny thing was that Eli had not released any information on William. He had instead put a cap on William's identity. After torturing one of Slytherin's men, Mona found out that the little prince planned to kill her son in silence, so no one would ever know about his existence. He felt threatened by William. Since he wanted to kill her son, there was no way that she would let him live. But she didn't want to kill him just yet. Since he and his siblings had planned to kill each other and King Barren, she decided to watch the play unfold from her hiding place. She knew that it was only a matter of time before that witch of a king dies. She truly wished that she would be there to watch him fall into despair. She really wanted to watch the whole ordeal and spit on his face. For Augustus, her parents, her son, her brothers, her knights, and herself. But she also knew that one impulsive move from her side would ruin the future for all her loved ones. Right now, she was just waiting patiently to see who could make it to the finish line. Whoever it was would die if they didn't concede the throne to William. Odin was really hurt by his brother. He had always loved his brother and thought that his brother loved him too. He never saw that betrayal coming. And to top it all off, Alec had the guts to kill their father too. How could he kill their father? Their father had worked hard for the empire and was seen as a fair and just ruler to all. Odin's revenge was for his father, his wife and her family, and most importantly his freedom. The reason he demanded that William wore a mask was because William looked exactly like him. He looked like a Barren. Anyone who got a glimpse of him would be able to guess who he was. But the funny thing was that those who saw him thought that he was Alec Barnes' bastarded son. Odin had always made sure that William had at least 3 spare masks within his possessions whenever he was on the move. Has that witch taken the bait? Odin asked. Naturally. From what we gathered, this Slytherin fellow is making his way to Binkong City as we speak. Uncle Powen replied with a smile on his face. Good. Truly a little fish in a big pond. Now, it was time to head on over to the chemistry industry. This was mid-second week of June. On the first day of June, Landon had given the alchemy department several tasks to complete on their own. Today was the deadline for him to inspect the products. Landon had created new departments that had a mixture of both new and old workers. With the work experience of the old workers, Landon was sure that the new workers would easily learn and complete the projects given to them. He had previously opened 3 departments within the alchemy industry: plastic, black small square manufacturing, 100 black small square plastic molding, 400 ink, black small square production, 100 black small square ink whiting material production, 300 paper, black small square manufacturing, 200 black small square exercise book making, 300 up until now. Landon had always been there in every major production process. Landon knew that for his overseers, supervisors, and workers to grow, they needed to do things on their own. This way, they could better their skills and increase their knowledge steadily. If they made mistakes during the process, they could just try again later. Landon had given them a detailed descriptions of the entire process, as well as all the safety hazards involved with the process. He had also reminded them that no one was allowed to work without his or her safety equipments. Of course, he was going to tell them how to make all these products. What he wanted was for them to make errors and see why they had failed. For example, back on Earth, even if someone gave Landon a detailed description on cake making, he was still sure that his first try wouldn't come out okay. Heck, he might even burn the entire cake while it was still in the oven. Some people even forget to add baking soda sometimes. Only by practicing would one perfect their skills. No matter how many YouTube videos one watches, it was no guarantee that anyone would be able to pull anything off just by watching. Landon remembered how he had watched countless hair tutorials on YouTube back on Earth. No matter what he did, his hair never came out like JB from GOT7. Life was just not fair. Sigh. Anyway, it was the same with this case. Hence, he approved for them to finally have the go-ahead to start all these projects without him. Now, he wanted to see the products and get their feedbacks. In front of him were 3 plastic cups, 8 pins, and 3 exercise books. He looked at the products and smiled. Since Landon advised him to start with plastic making first, he did just that. On that very first day of June, that Landon gave Chief Wiggins the project, he had failed woefully. The time when the naphtha was being cracked, Wiggins and the workers removed the naphtha a bit too early, which didn't allow the ethane to properly form. The chemical reaction became incomplete. Other times, he forgot to add other catalysts to the production process. And on the third day, he began screaming like a maniac within the department. The workers also joined him in the madness as well. They were finally successful. They felt like that day was the best day of their lives. Ink, on the other hand, was a different matter. They learned the hard way that ink had too many different types that also had different uses. Aqueous example: pictures from Kamaras, paste ink, textile and paper printing, ball pens, liquid inks, also used for printing, UV-cured inks, electrical printers, latex ink, wallpapers, vehicle graphics, the list goes on. Each ink type could only work with certain chemicals, agents, resins, and additives that were different from each other. Once, they had accidentally used a solvent which was used for aqueous ink towards that used for paste-like ink. It was a complete catastrophe. They truly felt like crying. What sort of joke was this? Chief Wiggins now understood why Landon had suggested for him to start with plastic first. The casing for the pins, as His Highness puts it, were made from plastic, the cork, and the tiny inner tube. Also, because there were no automatic ink filling machines available now, Landon had asked them to create needle syringes, which are made from plastic as well, and feed the ink to the tiny tube. The needles of the syringes were the only things that were tiny enough to fit in the tube. They were perfect for filling the pins. Paper was by far their best to produce. The production process was cleaner and easier to accomplish than the rest. Now was the 10th of June, time to show some results to their king. Now that everything was good with the alchemy department, Landon decided to check on the assignment he had given to Tim previously. "How was the experience to you all?" he asked the entire room, and Chief Wiggins as well. "Your Highness, before, we didn't understand the reasons why you did things at high temperatures," one worker said excitedly. "Or low temperatures," another added. "But now we do. Your Highness, we made so many mistakes these last few days. One time, we used too much additives. And that messed up the product big time. Don't forget about the time that we added too much solvents to the ink." "Ah, that's so true. There were also times where we didn't put enough resins during the process every day. We would have at least 12 different trials." "Your Highness, my brain is saturated right now." "Ah, I correctly used the word saturated. Did you hear it? I'm now a genius. Look at you. Just saturation? I can now use the word homogenized in a sentence." "Ha." They laughed as they recounted their experience to Landon. Landon looked at his silly workers and smiled. They were truly happy over their accomplishments. Now, they too felt smart. Only like this could people grow. In fact, Wiggins had also understood how difficult it was to do the things without Landon's help. When Landon did them, there were no mistakes or errors involved. He would do it perfectly in one go. Was he even human at this point? Before, they thought it would be easy, since His Highness could do it just like that. But when they started doing it, they literally started sweating every time they messed up. They had produced so many funny-looking products that came as a result of their numerous errors. One time, they poured the wrong chemicals into the process, and the products fizzled like soda, overflowing out of the tank. Wiggins and the workers were intrigued by that reaction. Wiggins in particular made a mention note of it and decided that he would research that particular reaction later. Some of the workers were now more diligent and started reading and asking more questions about the process. They wanted to know the hows, the whys, the whens, and the whats. They were now cautious about how much they should put in as raw materials. This was the effect that Landon was going for. He wanted them to think on their own. Riverdale City. What do we do now? Baron Rogers asked nervously, while hysterically pacing around the room. How could this happen? Are there any strong forces around him? City Lord Shannon asked. Impossible. Baron Rogers yelled. City Lord Shannon nodded his head in agreement. You're right. I'm guessing that Commander Lucius killed Dumbo. He was, after all, one of the strongest men in the Empire. With that much experience under his belt, it was no wonder that Dumbo wasn't his match. City Lord Shannon said. Didn't you guarantee me that this would work? Calm down. Do you really think that hiring Dumbo was my only plan? City Lord Shannon said, with a spine-chilling smile on his face. Baron Rogers looked at City Lord Shannon and also took 2 paces back. The man's smile could make anyone shriek. This time, there will be no mistakes. Landon looked at the finely gray cement particles and was pleased. He had also noticed that there were over 2,000 blocks of cement that were already made. At the beginning of the month, Landon had created a cement-making department and allocated 900 workers towards it. Landon broke them into 2 groups, cement production, 100 cement block molding, 800. Landon was happy that everything was going according to plan. For this month of June, he had given every department new tasks to complete. The food industry made spices, vinegar, and oil, while the alchemist industry made plastic, ink, and paper. And finally, the construction industry focused on cement making. Landon decided that for now, each industry should just focus on their given tasks. Your Highness. Do you think we should start construction now? Tim asked curiously. Not yet. At least until July. Plus we need more people for that. And there are other things that I need you all to create before we can fully start. Landon already knew he was lacking some basic needs for housing, so he decided to put it off until he had more people, and until he made all that he needed. For his mission to be complete, Landon needed to build houses for all the original 1,500 people in Baymard. Once he housed them all, he could finally pass this phase and unlock the medical rewards from the system. He also knew that he needed to build these houses at most before mid-November, which was winter. He had already made up his mind that before September, he would build a water/sewage treatment plant, electrical plant, and central heating plant. Since he was only supplying all these within Baymard, the plant size didn't need to be extremely large. Back on Earth, the plants that were large usually supplied water or electricity to more than 3 cities at once. Landon was working with 1 city, so he didn't need it to be extremely large. As Landon kept talking with Tim, he spotted one of his soldiers running frantically towards him. Your Highness, a war messenger has arrived. Landon had already been alerted by system of his arrival, but he chose to wait, since the system had notified him that only 1 person was riding towards Baymard. Plus, it was broad daylight. What could one man do during the day? Heck, it was only 11 a.m. Landon had absolute trust that his men at the gates would be able to handle the situation no matter what. The men didn't allow the man to step into Baymard as per Landon's request. For now, Landon didn't want anyone to see any changes that had taken place within Baymard so far. So he had the men refuse access to anyone who wasn't in dire need of help from entering Baymard. But Landon was really surprised by this sudden declaration of war. In this era where there were knights and nobility, one would always get a notice of any incoming battles. Before they were fought, knights were very proud people. They believed in proving their strengths rather than sneaking around and killing people. It was just not honorable. Gangs and assassins, on the other hand, were a different matter. Those ones wouldn't give you any prior notices and instantly attacked you in the dark. Knights didn't believe in killing the women and children when fighting over territory. That's why they sent the messengers tell their prey that if they don't surrender, their women and children may be killed in the process. Landon knew that for their enemy to inform them, that would mean that it's either the attackers are entirely knights or are a group of knights and gangs. Either way, no knight would fight without ensuring that a letter had been delivered to their enemies, as that was also the rules between most empires. Bowman had been standing there for over 30 minutes now and was getting effing. Who the heck did they think they were? Wasn't this place just some deserted area? To think that they would keep him, the second official messenger of the great city Lord Shannon, under the sun for so long. How dare they? Bowman was now itching to tear them to shreds. But something confused Bowman greatly. When he left Riverdale, City Lord Shannon had told him to go to Greengold City and take his assignment there. Greengold City was the next city after Riverdale, in the direction of the capital. Why go to Greengold City, only to reverse and go towards Baymard? It made no sense to him. Couldn't he just have left Riverdale and rode his horse towards Baymard? Bowman couldn't understand City Lord Shannon's sneakiness, so he chose to forget about it. After all, he was just a messenger and a soldier for the man. He sat on his horse and saw 3 men riding towards him. There were 2 knights riding at the back of a young boy, who looked no younger than 15. The boy rode his black stallion majestically towards him. Bowman scrutinized the young boy, and a sense of displeasure arose in his heart. How dare this which make me wait? HMMP. Just you wait. My lord would surely make you drink your own blood later, Bowman thought as he grumbled inwardly. Once Landon arrived, both he and Bowman got off their horses and walked towards each other. Bowman didn't even wait for him to speak before throwing a letter towards Landon rudely. /here. Hurry up and read it. I don't have all day, so I suggest you hurry up. Bowman said as he sneered at Landon. The knights who were watching around the gate were almost angered to death. How dare this nobody talk to their king like this? What's there to read? Just surrender. Do you really think you have a choice with just 330 knights? If you surrender, who knows? You and your people could live happily as slaves for our city lord. No one can help you win this war. Hurry up. Landon lifted his brow and immediately threw the piece of paper back. There's no need for me to look any further. I refuse. Landon said with a cold tone. Bowman was taken aback and looked at Landon as if he was a fool. Hey. I had heard that the little banished prince of ours was a little foolish, but I didn't think that you would be stupid too. In 3 hours' time, my lord will arrive and behead you all if you don't hurry up. Don't you care about that mother of yours? If you want to save her, you better sign that paper quickly, or else no one can blame us for what would happen to the /Thu. Lucius, who was standing by Landon's side, had wanted to kill the witch, but before he could do anything, Landon had immediately punched Bowman, throwing him to the ground. Bowman held his jaw and was shocked. His lips quivered and he quickly got up from the ground, instantly turning into a mad dog. You dare hit me? Witch? Am I lying? So what if you were once royalty? You're just a piece of trash now. And so is that Imo. Thu. Landon had hit him again. Bowman was so mad that he almost fainted from anger. Landon's eyes became colder and his frown deepened. Bowman looked at Landon's eyes and became scared. W. What are you trying to do? You can't kill the messenger. It's against the Empire's laws. Bowman said while taking 2 paces back. Landon smiled coldly. I would like to remind you that Baymard isn't part of the Empire. Is it? Landon said while closing in on him. You better not be rash. Better sign that paper fast before Lord Shannon gets here. No one can help you. Landon's killing intent increased, and Bowman started sweating heavily. So you want me to allow my people to become your lord's slaves? Ha 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 ha. I wasn't betting on anyone helping me. Tell your lord that I refuse. My 330 men will win this war against you all. Now, get out. Gong. Gong, gong. The bells within the army fort rang loudly. All the soldiers knew the meaning of the continuous bell sounds. During their training, they had learnt that if the bell was rang for more than 5 minutes, it would be a signal for every soldier to assemble in front of the gate posts. Those who were training instantly dropped their iron weights and ran towards the central region. Those that were sleeping immediately opened their eyes and jumped out of their beds. Those that were reading closed their books and hurriedly put them in their locker space. The giant iron bell rang very loudly, and everyone could hear it. Everyone ran quickly towards the city gates. It was time for war. Everybody gathered around the gate post, waiting for the urgent news. Landon looked at his men and was impressed. They had all assembled quietly, in lines of 30. If a pin dropped at this moment, Landon was sure that everyone would hear it. Today, an enemy is trying to attack Baymard. I don't know if I should call them brave or just plain stupid. You all have been training both night and day to become exemplary soldiers. You're all stronger than many soldiers in this world, and I'm confident in your skills so far. No matter how many knights the enemy has under its regime, they would still lose today's battle. I will show you all the true difference between knights and soldiers. I will show you why you can be confident and why you are better than knights. Today, I will show you the might of Baymard's army. Now, it's time to win our first battle. For Baymard. For Baymard, the soldiers yelled back. Landon had planned that for this war, he would only use his original 330 soldiers to win. He would assign them to all the cannons on the walls and have them deal with the enemies. Some of the men were excited while others were curious about how they were going to win the war. The rest of the men decoded to watch the battle unfold from the city walls. Last time that Landon did a cannon test, 90% of the new recruits weren't present. Also, they had seen some of the warrant soldiers practice. They still weren't sure if a cannon could actually cause heavy damage to their enemies. Landon wanted to use this opportunity to prove the strength and damage cannons could cause. While they were waiting, Landon had the men bring out sacks of gunpowder and place by the sides of every cannon. Landon also explained the battle formation and tactics they were going to use for the war. He showed them where each cannon should be pointed to and where their focus should be on. He didn't want men to just fire aimlessly at their enemies. That's why cannon battle formations were very important. City Lord Shannon had gathered 11,500 knights from his territory as his plan B. With 11,500 knights, there was no way that they would lose to a mere 330 knights. No matter whether Commander Lucius intervened or not, everyone knew how many knights Landon had under his command. To Shannon, this war was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. Even if Landon surrendered peacefully, he would still kill him. He had also planned on killing all the people within the town. He was sure that if Tim Mayer knew about the mines, then the workers would definitely know as well. It was better to deal with problems from the roots. Kill them all. Dead men could never tell any tales. As the city lord, he was only entitled to 6,000 knights. But over the past few years, he had been poaching knights from the barons in his territory. And now, he secretly had 12,000 knights under his command. He had kept 500 men back at Riverdale City and informed the rest that they were heading out towards the capital. The 500 men, the barons, and everyone else didn't know where the 11,500 were going to. Most people thought that maybe the city lord had received an urgent message from the capital. A month ago, he had gotten a letter from King Barren about an upcoming war with the Empire of Deiferus. He was tasked with bringing his troops towards the capital for the assignment briefing. He decided that he would use this opportunity to strike Landon so that no one would be suspicious of him. It was the perfect plan. How could anyone suspect him for Landon's demise if he was already on his way to the capital? It was now or never. When the 11,500 knights were leaving the city, they were extremely confused as well. They left towards the direction of Greengold City, but had to sneak back towards Baymard by passing through the swamps. Once they were closer to Baymard, they quickly moved back on the road and continued their journey. At this point, the men were sure that their lord wanted to keep everything under wraps. So this was for sure a secret mission. City Lord Shannon had them swear oaths that said that if they were to release any information about this war, their families would be burnt alive. When the men finished swearing, they had cold sweat on their backs. Most of them already had daughters, sons of wives. and don't want to risk their families' lives. Those that weren't married were still threatened with their parents, siblings, and other loved ones. They knew how cruel their lord could be, so they had already vowed to keep everything a secret. City Lord Shannon, Barren Rogers, and the knights saw a badly bruised bowman riding towards them and stopped. My lord, you must seek justice for me." Bowman cried out, and he approached them. Everyone looked at his purplish cheeks and could guess what he had gone through. "Tell me what happened in detail," City Lord Shannon said. "My lord, they were totally not putting you in their eyes. That brat refused to sign anything. It looks like they would rather die than be your slaves, my lord," Bowman exclaimed. As Bowman narrated his own made-up version of the story, the knights now had the will to fight. As knights, they wouldn't have lifted their swords up without Bowman's story. They needed to make sure that the city they were attacking knew of their attack. That way they could fight with all their mights. The Empire's rules were strict. No knight was willing to bear the consequences for not following the rules. This was exactly the reason why City Lord Shannon had sent Bowman over, so he could convince the men to fight. Once they won, it would make the perfect excuse to kill everyone within the city. After all, he had given Landon a choice of saving both the women and children. But Landon refused. This was perfect for City Lord Shannon. He's a fool. Since he wants to do things the hard way, we will play along with him. As City Lord Shannon looked at his knights, a murderous smile formed on his face. Just with one glance, anyone could tell that these knights had years of experience and training under their belts. Their muscles were massive, and their appearance seemed like they had just crawled out of the pits of Hades. They were prepared for battle. City Lord Shannon had fought several battles with his men. They had expanded the city of Riverdale and had also fought several border battles throughout the years. His knights were strong, proud, very sturdy, and most of all, extremely loyal and fearful towards him. They knew what their lord could do and never ever thought of crossing their lord for 1 second. Their lord was a brutal and frightening man who ruled Riverdale with iron hands. 30% of his men were as good as the top knights within the capital. He had secretly spent most of his resources and time training these men to be one of the best in the Empire. Of course, he did all these away from the watchful eyes of King Barren. Every time that he went to the capital, he would take only 40% of his men with him. He would mix both the weakest and the strongest in the group, so as to hide any suspicions towards him. As he looked at his knights, he was confident that his indestructible team would easily conquer Baymard. How could a lion compare to an ant? The knights carried hard iron shields and long sharp swords as they steadily made their way towards Baymard. My lord, we should be arriving Baymard in an hour's time. Should we make camp and attack first thing tomorrow morning? Asked his second in command. Do we have to sleep outside to defeat such a puny city? We will be arriving at 2 p.m. Once we arrive, the men will rest for 30 minutes before we start. Tonight, I want to lay in my bed back in Riverdale. City Lord Shannon commanded. I think we should be extra careful just in case that brat has more tricks up his sleeves. Barren Rogers advised. HMMP. No matter how many tricks he has, there is no way that he can win against my men. He had just 330 knights. How is that even a possibility? City Lord Shannon sneered. Barren Rogers also thought that what City Lord Shannon said made sense. Indeed, it was not a possibility. From here, are you heading back to the capital? With the border wars getting more and more fierce, the king had called me in to assist in the wars this time. After I finish up here, I will leave half of my men with you in Baymard. Do what you must to keep anyone out of Baymard for the time being. After the border battle, I will come back to further assist you. City Lord Shannon said. The message he had received did not mention the progress of the war, but described the need for extra hands at some of the border posts. Deiferus was getting more and more daring with their actions. The Empire of Arcadina was the largest empire within the continent. One could say that it was almost double the size of Deiferus. Greed, jealousy, and envy had led to this never-ending war. But for King Barren to send more troops as backup meant that the war was probably not going as he planned. King Barren could never allow a tiny empire to insult him by taking part of his land. It would have to be over his dead body. Even if he had to use all the men in his empire, he would gladly make that sacrifice, provided no part his land got reduced. There was another reason why City Lord Shannon was excited about participating in the border war. If he did extremely well, the king would reward him with anything that he required. He himself had always wanted to control the entire west region of the empire. It was perfect. None of the princes were located in the west, and with no major power constantly breathing down his throat, he would easily become a mini-king within the empire. Who knows? Maybe he could get enough forces to break the west region away from the empire itself. City Lord Shannon had been King Barren's trusted friend ever since his days within the Knight Academy. He had always been a lackey for King Barren, and had always despised the fact that King Barren could have everything he wanted. He had been gathering his forces for years in hopes that he would one day break the west region away from the capital. The west region had more than 12 cities and other villages within it. He had planned that when he performed exceptionally well, he would ask for just 2 more cities to control. Once he successfully conquered the barons of those cities, he would further move on the shadows to conquer the entire west region. Who didn't like power? Originally, Riverdale was just a tiny city. But as time went on, City Lord Shannon had attacked the villages around the territory, making the city grow. But he was still not satisfied. He had watched King Barren shine for too long. Even if he couldn't fulfill his dream, he hoped that one of his sons would do what he always dreamt of accomplishing. He wanted his family to have a noble bloodline. That was also why he kept pushing his sons towards the royal princesses. Right now, his sons were studying in the Knight Academy in the capital. He had made up his mind that even if this plan failed, he would get the king to at least betroth one of his sons to any of the princesses fast. As he thought about his plans, he couldn't help but smile happily. He rode on ahead. Once they exited the forest, they saw several hazy figures standing on the city walls. The soldiers tensed up as they stood on the enormous clear fields. The second in command had the men rest, while observing Baymard. My lord, it seems that they were waiting for our arrival. But there's something strange about this. Why aren't they standing outside the city gates, but instead observing from the city walls? Are they already prepared to surrender? His second in command asked. Everyone looked at the situation and couldn't make heads or tails over what these Baymard knights were planning. I have always heard that this witch prince was a fool. Better I never thought that it would be this bad. What sort of battle tactic is this? Even if the prince had never experienced war before, isn't this just plain stupidity? Why didn't his knights advise him on what to do? Another knight asked confusedly. Who knows? Maybe he's just arrogant and didn't want to heed to their advice. Do you think that they plan to trap up when we succeed in getting into Baymard? Baron Rogers asked. City Lord Shannon looked at the hazy silhouettes and frowned. What difference would it make? You go tell the prince that this is his last chance. He either surrenders to me now, or all the citizens would die with him after the battle. Once the messenger left, the men started assembling in formation as they waited for the messenger's return. City Lord Shannon sent the messenger, so that the knights would again be reassured that Landon indeed had no thoughts of surrendering Baymard to them. He too wanted to make sure, as he was thoroughly confused by whatever stunt Landon was pulling. As they saw the messenger coming back, City Lord Shannon sneered as he looked at Landon's silhouette. It was finally showtime. Men. Leave no one alive. Kill all. Even the women and children. Now, charge. Abraham was one of the warrant soldiers who came with Landon to Baymard. As Abraham listened to Landon's battle speech, his blood became hot. When he was in the capital, he would get humiliated on a daily basis by stronger knights. He had always thought that he was inferior to everyone else. But coming to Baymard made him feel like he was wrong. He wasn't inferior. He just lacked the proper guidance to become one of the best. Ever since he came here, he had gotten a lot stronger and had somehow become smarter. Even though he had never experienced any war before, he now understood war tactics and several fighting techniques. He also realized that his king was unlike all the other nobles. Ever since they came to Baymard, the people had a lot of food and were now independent on their own. He could easily see the joy in all their hearts. He clearly remembered that when he got here, the people were no different from street beggars in the capital. They looked haggard and worn out. When he remembered that scene, something tugged in his heart, as he didn't want Baymard to go back to the way it used to be. Abraham had come with his sister and his father on his journey to Baymard. His father used to be a chimney cleaner in the capital, but now he worked at the food industry and earns a lot more than what he used to get in the capital. His sister, who used to stay at home all day cleaning and cooking, now worked as a caretaker for the children. She too was happy with her job and her income. With everyone satisfied, how could Abraham not be angry with this so-called threat? Baymard was their paradise, their home, and their happiness. By now, some scheming noble wanted to take all this away because of greed. Abraham knew that once that noble took over, all that they had worked for would be lost. There was no way that these nobles cared about the people or the soldiers. That's why Abraham decided to fight for his king, his sister, his father, his friends, his self, the people and the land, Baymard. In fact, not only Abraham, all the soldiers felt that way. Some had come with their families, while others had made friends and found their happiness within the city. There was no way that they would give it up. As Abraham looked at the messenger ride away from Baymard for the second time, he knew that the show was about to begin. He could feel his hands getting sweatier as he held onto the large cannon. He began to feel agitated, and honestly felt like his heart was going to fly out of his chest anytime soon. This feeling, was this how war felt like? It was frightening, nerve-wracking, but at the same time exciting. It felt like he had the whole weight of Baymard on his shoulders. This was what responsibility felt like. Once their enemies were 900 meters within the fields, Landon began to give his commands. Steady, steady, fire. Boom, boom. Several cannons were shot, and now the men began to reload them for their next shots. On the battlefield, the enemy was thoroughly confused. Wasn't that the sound of thunder? How could the sky make that sound on a hot, sunny day? And why was the sky lighting up? They saw several flashes of flames go off, and they couldn't understand what the gods of their ancestors were thinking. City Lord Shannon frowned at the scene before him. Just what was going on? As a rule of thumb, the fighters would first charge forward before the archers. So City Lord Shannon had let the warriors run forward with their horses. But before they could make heads or tails of what was going on, the horses started panicking and running frantically. They doubled their speeds as if running for their lives. Were they also excited about the war? Suddenly, something flew past some of the horses and instantly hit the floor. Boom! The floor scattered, and the next thing the knights knew, the ground shook violently. Rumble. Then, dirt and some stones flew about the place haphazardly. Those ahead turned their heads to look at the situation, while those behind were in constant shock. There were no less than 100 men lying on the ground with their horses. Some men had blood coming out of their ears and nostrils. Others lost body parts. Some fell from their horses and were badly trampled, while others just stayed there, with no signs of waking up. Instantly, panic spread throughout the battlefield. Although these men were experienced in battles, human beings would always fear what they didn't understand. Some even thought that the gods of their ancestors were truly angry with them. They had never heard or seen such attacks in their lives. Where the heavens were truly angry at them. Just what was happening here? But before they could beg their ancestors for mercy, they were bombarded again with rains of cannon. Although Lucius and the warrant soldiers had seen the cannonball effects during practice, seeing it work on an actual human being was completely frightening. As for the new recruits on the city walls, they were shocked silly at what they were witnessing. So this was the destructive impact of a cannon? Barry had his eyes and mouth wide open. This. Just how were people supposed to fight against this? The scene was indeed gruesome. In some cases, the cannon would directly hit the animal's legs, instantly cutting all 4 limbs at once. Let's not even talk about the rider. His body parts were instantly opened up as if he were a flower. Was this the shock wave effect that they had learned in class? The cannonball clearly didn't hit all the men, but they still had injuries, while others lost their lives. In some cases, the rider's inner organs were scattered around, making the scene truly horrifying. So this was what their king meant when he said that he didn't know if the enemy was brave or just plain stupid. They had to admit that what their king said was true, but they knew that this was necessary for Baymard to remain safe. Weren't these people talking about murdering them and taking the women and children as slaves? Although they felt pity for the men, they knew that if the situation was reversed, they would lose their lives and their family member as well. Such as war. Everyone in Baymard had worked hard for peace and happiness. No one wanted to see that peace ruined. To keep Baymard safe, they would have to give it their all. Plus, Baymard was truly one of a kind. When they were in the military, they felt truly accomplished and their mindsets began to change. They had also seen new and exciting things that made them want to spend the rest of their lives here. Their pay was generous, the people were good and the lifestyle was comfortable, and now someone wanted to take it all away? As their king always says, hasta la vista. City Lord Shannon, on the other hand, had different ideas. Wasn't this the sort of weapon he needed to conquer the Western territories, and maybe even the whole Arcadina? He had never seen anything like it before. The more he thought, the more greed filled his heart. No matter what, he had to get his hands on those weapons. He turned to his men who were already retreating and frowned. / I will kill the families of those who desert this war. It's either you fight, or your family dies. / He looked at Baymard and a sharp light glistened in his eyes. Soon, it will be all mine. As the battle progressed, City Lord Shannon became more and more obsessed. I must have them, he thought. He looked at the city walls and his eyes lit up. I'm sure these are thick metal arrow tubes, he thought. At this point, he was losing his mind. As a war veteran, he thought that his guess was probably right. So he had his archers run up on the scene and try to hit the flying objects with their tiny metal arrows. Boom! It was safe to say that his idea was a total flop. No. You morons. Can't you do anything right? As he looked at the scene, the color on his face slowly drained out. His archers had been blown away by the strange flying objects. After a moment of silence, he began pulling his hair out of his head while laughing. Ha ha! Brilliant! I must have them, he yelled like a madman. At this point, it was hard for his knights to keep watching him. He looked like a murderous lunatic in their eyes. He honestly looked like he had been possessed by a demon from Hades. Was this still their lord that they swore allegiance to? It had been a little over 2 hours now. The new recruits were really amazed by how the war was going. They felt that their king had ushered in a new age of war. This kind of power was indeed terrifying, as they felt that no one could ever successfully conquer Baymard so easily. 85% of their enemies had died, while 5% suffered from heavy injuries. As for the other 10%, they were still seriously fighting for their lives. Back on the battlefield, the enemy's formation was completely destroyed, and the knights running around were even more pathetic. They screamed and yelled as they became even more confused. Boom! Another cannon had just landed very close to Baron Rogers. I can't hear. I can't hear. Help me. Please, help me. What is happening? Baron Rogers cried as he ran around in circles. The shock force from the cannon had led to his current situation. As blood constantly oozed out of his ears, Baron Rogers tried to turn around and retreat. But when City Lord Shannon saw this, he rushed over and quickly shoved his sword into Baron Rogers. You. Why? You data Brain Rogers would not believe that he had been killed by City Lord Shannon. Although he couldn't hear, he knew that City Lord Shannon had said something spiteful to him. He finally closed his eyes as he slowly lost consciousness. And just like that, Baron Rogers had died. Coward City Lord Shannon said, while spitting over the Baron Rogers' body. The knights who were still alive shivered as they looked upon the scene. In their minds, they were very clear that death was their only way out. The soldiers who saw this from the walls felt disgusted by the city lord. Now they understood why it was important to have a one-for-all mindset. Has the world always been like this? They wondered. As Landon looked at the mad, crazed City Lord Shannon, he decided to change his strategy. At this point, it was clear that these enemy knights had wanted to retreat, but couldn't. They were no different from hostages. They had to fight, or else if City Lord Shannon successfully escaped, their families would definitely die. Landon decided to aim most of the cannons towards City Lord Shannon. It was time to end this. Previously, while the war had been going on, Landon had wanted to change his strategy, but couldn't. He had asked the system about erasing their memories and had found out that he didn't have enough points to buy memory erase spells for that many nights. It was important that he removed all information concerning this battle. Landon's fear was that once they left this place, they would spill the beans about Baymard and being more trouble over here. Looking at City Lord Shannon's crazed look, Landon realized that these greedy nobles would definitely want to have these weapons under their control if they found out. He couldn't allow the knowledge of his weapons to get out unless he was sure that he could completely protect Baymard. For now, Baymard was still weak. Hence, he needed to build his territory safely and quietly. Although he felt pity for these knights, at least 98% of them had to die. For Baymard, Aro remained safe. It was either they died or Landon and his people die. Since Landon was only willing to use at most 10% of his points to erase their memories, he needed their numbers to completely dwindle down. As Landon looked at the horses, his heart also went out. These creatures were even more innocent than the knights, yet they had to be killed and dissected because of war. Some horses had their brains splattered out, while others had their tummies opened up. Sigh. It was truly sad. But animals had sharper senses than humans. Landon had seen when the animals would throw their riders away and run into hiding before the attacks had landed. Presently, there were over 4,000 horses that survived without any injuries, as compared to the 200 knights that survived. City Lord Shannon was in a state of bewilderment. Group by group, his men began to fall down like flies. Why? Why? Why can't I win? I don't believe that I will lose to this brat. As he raved like a deranged dog, he felt something approaching him very fast. He looked up and anger filled his heart. Come. Let me see how tough this thing is. I am the king of the Western Territory. No one can. Boom. Before he finished his speech, 2 cannonball had already hit his chest and his legs, instantly scattering his body parts around the area. Immediately all attacks ceased, and the remaining 86 men felt like crying. We're saved. They cried out as they tried to support each other. They had long wanted to leave the battlefield, so now that City Lord Shannon was dead, they truly felt that their prayers to their ancestors were not in vain. Those that were fine supported those that were badly injured and decided to escape for their lives. As they ran away, Landon erased their memories with fake ones. In their minds, their lord had an urgent matter to attend to in the capital, and on their way there, 15,000 mercenaries attacked them, killing their lord. Before City Lord Shannon died, Landon had requested for the system to search his body for any useful information that could assist Landon. The system had discovered the letter that the king had sent, requesting for them to go to the capital. For their new memories, the men were to say that they were attacked 3 cities ahead of Riverdale. Baymard was in the opposite direction to the capital, so no one would even consider the possibility that Landon attacked City Lord Shannon. Plus, where would he get the money to pay 15,000 mercenaries? No one would ever believe that he was that rich. As the war came to an end, Landon looked at the reddish fields that used to give off a vibrant greenish color. This was his first time experiencing war. What a cruel world. Was this what war veterans meant by painting the fields red? While the soldiers of Baymard were celebrating their first victory, things went a little downhill for Santa. Keyed City, the Empire of Corona / Young Master, are the first, second, and third princes still asking you to pick a side? / Santa looked at the 3 open letters on his desk and smirked. The present king of Corona wished to step down from his throne and appoint one of his sons as the new king. In Corona, there was no such thing as crown prince. All the princes had a somewhat fair shot of being king, provided they had enough support from the nobles and knights. It was just the male nobles and all knights within the empire that were allowed to vote. Ordinary folks and peasants were not allowed to vote, talk less of women. There were 3 parts to the process: voting, court trials, and oaths. After the standard voting period, all male nobles above the age of 15 were to go to court on a particular day and sit behind the prince that chose to support. Once seated, all the princes would try to win over more people with their speeches and whatnot. If anyone felt moved by another prince, they could go and sit on the chairs under that prince's side. During the trials, the king would ask the princes questions like what they would do for Corona, how they would handle threats from other empires, and so on. As for the knights, since they voted the first time, they wouldn't need to do it again. After the trials, all the princes were to swear an oath, ensuring that everything they had said and promised would be made possible if they were to be king. At the end, the total number of people seated under each prince would be summed up and recorded down again. Within the next 2 days, the king would discuss the result with his ministers. The king would look at the potential and morality of all his sons, as well as the number of votes that they had gotten. All the questions asked during the trials were to test their potentials and their hearts. The king didn't want anyone who didn't have the interest of the people to rule, irrespective of how many votes they got. He also needed someone who could also be somewhat cruel to their enemies. Their potential could also be evaluated from how many people they had gathered from their speeches. To make people change their minds was not an easy feat. So the king wanted to see how many nobles left or added onto each prince's side. Being a leader is knowing how to sway and control the opinions of the masses. A weak-willed king could easily lead to a revolt from the people or worse. There were always nobles who secretly opposed the idea of having one family rule forever. A weak-willed king would give these people the opportunity to rally up the masses against royals. The king had to also make sure that the future king was not cowardly, greedy, or short-sighted. He definitely didn't need a prince who would sell out his empire because of greed, or one that would run away cowardly in the face of anger. He needed a prince that would die for the empire, even if the enemy had successfully invaded the empire. In fact, within these 2 days, the king would evaluate all his sons, and the best candidate would be chosen. And on the 3rd day, the new ruler of Corona would be announced. Even though the previous kings and the present king had Corona at heart, Santa knew that none of the present candidates were up to the task. They were all proud, greedy, and selfish. Although the trials and votings all seemed like a fair deal, it was actually still filled with a lot of bloodshed and violence. Nobles were bribed or threatened to vote by these princes. Most noble families would vote for all the princes, just to be safe. The father would vote for the first prince, one of his sons would vote for the second prince, and so on. Those with only daughters could only pray and wish that they made the same choice. Or else, sigh. What if the prince they had chosen didn't win? Then wouldn't their entire families face the consequences forever? Santa didn't want to vote because his father and brothers had already covered all the princes. So he was good for now. But for some reason, these princes wouldn't let him go. For over a month now, they had been harassing him and other nobles here and there to show their support to one of them. If Santa really saw someone that was capable, he would definitely vote for them. But it was too bad that none of the princes had the taken after their father. These stupid princes started hiring people to cause trouble for his stores and businesses over Corona. Over the past 2 weeks, 3 of his shops had caught fire, while some were either robbed clean or had their workers harassed daily. Since his stores were made of stone externally, these people knocked out the guards and burnt the goods, wooden structures, and other items within the store. Luckily, 95% of his goods were kept in his estates. He would only supply enough provisions to each store that would last for no more than a week. This was to prevent theft and other minor issues. Even if people broke in, they wouldn't be able to steal much from him. And at the end of every business day, the money made was recorded and brought back to his estates. His 12 chief assistants each had an office in his estates and were the primary accountants for all his stores. Santa had over 9 estates all around Corona. He made sure that the workers came to the estates to get paid, and so on. The streets of Corona were not safe, even during the day. When Santa first started business way back, he had been robbed of all his money and goods in broad daylight. If not for his mother secretly loaning him money to restart again, Santa was sure that he would still be crying over all the money he had lost. His mother had actually been daring enough to steal money from her father's estate and give it to him. He had eventually paid back the entire debt without his father even knowing. Mothers were truly a blessing. That experience taught him that just because the sun was shining brightly didn't mean that it couldn't rain all day. Since then, he became more vigilant and observing. These princes might have thought that they had crippled his businesses, but they were so wrong. How would a puny fire outbreak, robbery, or business disturbances harm him? Please, he was a proper businessman. He had traveled and traded with the other empires within the Pino continent. He also had various stores all over the continent as well. Corona only gave him 20% of his wealth, so he was sure that he would still be somewhat rich. Although these disturbances still affected his cash flow, he knew that they would only be temporal. Once a king was selected and crowned, all these childish stunts would stop. But recently, these princes have really been getting out of hand with him. He needed to deal with all these issues before leaving Corona. This was the reason why he didn't travel to see Landon or his other customers this time. He could only send his subordinates to the high seas in his place. There were only 5 days left before the trail started. Although he wasn't attending, the sooner it ended the better for everyone in Corona. How bad was the damage this time? Santa asked young master. They had gotten some gang members to cause trouble and beat up our staff. His most trusted assistant, Wayne answered with a panicked tone. Have you sent the injured men to the apothecary? I did, young master. But there might be some other problems as well. Go on. What exactly happened? Young master. Woo woo. 3 young men came over saying that they wanted to see what products we had. Then one paid for something and ate it. He later started coughing and acting as if he was dying. A lot of people crowded around him while trying to help him up. Then out of nowhere, people from the Juba gang came and said that we were selling poisonous products to the people. From there, they took it upon themselves to beat up our staff. Now, people think that we are selling poisonous products. Our reputation is almost ruined now. Woo-woo, young master, we need to address the issue immediately. Wayne exclaimed. Santa looked at the overdramatic Wayne and couldn't help giggling. Young master, this isn't funny. What do we do? Why can't the young master be serious for once? Wayne thought as he looked at Santa helplessly. Ha. Wayne, calm down. Santa said while trying to hold in his laughter. The sight of an anxious Wayne always made him laugh. Wayne would always panic over any major or minor issue Santa had. Sometimes, Wayne would even go as far as losing sleep over these problems. Santa just didn't like to worry over things that he couldn't change, or things that had already happened. He only cared about moving forward. Santa was the kind of person that was always one step ahead of his enemies. Wayne, how long have you known me? Do you think that these trivial issues would affect me? But Wayne paused and his eyes immediately lit up. Young master, do you have a plan? What do you think? The royal Barn Palace, Arkadina. Alec Barn looked at his ministers and was truly disappointed in them. He knew that they had been bribed by his second and third sons to do this. But how dare they disregard his orders? He himself was a scheming and conniving person, so he could easily spot the craftiness in those 2 sons of his. In his mind, his only good son was Eli. No matter what troubles Connor and James caused for him, Eli had never responded to them. Eli was always calm, kind, and looked rather innocent in Alec's eyes. But what Alec didn't know was that his supposedly innocent son was just too good at hiding his emotions and his schemes. Eli was no doubt the worst of his brothers. Eli was the male version of a female White Lotus. Alec was also sure that since Eli was already the crown prince, he wouldn't need to go about looking for trouble aimlessly. Hence he trusted Eli more than his other 2 sons. Deep down, Alec was truly happy that his younger sons had openly challenged his authority, rather than trying to assassinate their brother. They were still his sons, so he still wanted them to live in harmony. He believed that none of his children would be as daring as he was back in his days. He was sure that none of them would ever try to assassinate the other. Did he regret what he did to his family? Absolutely not. As the first prince, it was his given rights to be the crown prince of Arkadina. But his father gave the position to his younger brother, Odin. How could he take this? He despised Odin ever since they were little. Why was Odin so intelligent? Were the gods of his ancestors really against him that much? Odin excelled in both academics and knighthood. To make matters worse, all the people loved him like crazy. Alec thought that Odin was a fool. Odin would often go about in the market area, helping those disgusting peasants and doing manual labor. Sometimes, Odin would also go to the healers' mansions and help out in treating ordinary people's injuries. Disgusting. How can a prince touch the wounds of a low-life dog? How was he fit to be the crown prince? Alec knew that even till now, his people only feared him and never truly approved of him as ruler. Even till this day, his brother had still won their hearts. Why couldn't his brother's memory just die and fade away? If he was so smart, how come he died so easily? Alec didn't regret anything at all. The strong had always prevailed. That was the way of the world. Who asked Odin to be so weak-hearted? TSK. Serves him right. Alec still remembered the day that he killed his father and Odin. He had slipped poison in Augustus' wine, just before he headed out to kill Odin. After killing Odin, he headed back home to see his dying father. He looked at his father's dying face and spat on it. He confessed to the old man and even offered to ease the old fool's pain by stabbing a knife in his throat. Augustus was so shocked that he became speechless. Once he heard Alec say that he had just killed Odin, Augustus closed his teary eyes and died with regret. Alec sneered as he looked at his father's face. In the end, he had won. He would be the new ruler of Arcadina. What gods of his ancestors? If they were truly against him, they would have protected Odin and Augustus from dying. But since they let his father and brother die so easily, that meant that it was the will of his ancestors for him to rule Arcadina. And with that mindset, he began his killing spree. Ever since that day, he had killed all the nobles that opposed him and firmly ruled over Arcadina as a true dictator. His words were always the law, and no one dared to question them. But now, his ministers were trying to make him change his mind about Eli? Dream on. So to say, they were disagreeing with his choice on who was to be the next ruler. He had to say, they had really gotten a lot ballsy over the last month. He had a nagging feeling that his second and third wives, as well as his sons, had a hand in this mess. He had to really applaud his first wife for her calm attitude about the whole charade. Although his love for her had died ages ago, she was still Eli's mother. Hence he decided to show her support, because of Eli. Now that King Barren had aged, he had also added 3 young harlots in his palace. Since these girls were too low in class to be taken in as wives of a king, he had the apothecary make drugs that would make them barren with time. Of course, these women were ignorant of King Barren's schemes. Some of them even dreamed of having a son do the king. But who would have thought that King Barren would be one step ahead of them? King Barren would often ask the stewards and cooks to place these drugs in their foods and drinks. How could he, the all-powerful King Barren, have a child with a mere harlot? TSK. It would be an even bigger disgrace than what he faced with Landon's mom. Because of their young and seductive looks, King Barren had been disgusted with the appearances of his first and second wives. As for the third wife, she was still very slim and so she was the only one that still enjoyed love making with King Barren. After giving birth to their children, his first and second wives had lost their flat bellies and their slender figures. They became larger and had added a lot of weight on their buttocks. Where was the thin and slender women that he had married? Actually, his wives weren't fat, they were just cavia. But in this era, being thin was in vogue, and cavia, heavier women, were seen as unattractive. When he compared the slim harlots to his wives, he began to wonder what he ever saw in them. A woman's place was in her husband's kitchen, house, and bedroom. As his wives, since they never worked a day in their lives, what was the point of keeping them if they became repulsive in his eyes? He couldn't even stand talking to them. That was why he had given them courtyards far away from his. He'd rather never make love again than to sleep with those fat pigs. So disgusting. My king, I truly think that Prince Connor is the best choice for the throne. One of his ministers said. He's right, your highness. Prince Connor is an excellent choice. Nonsense. Everyone knows that Prince James is the best choice for kingship. That's right. He might be young, but he has proven himself time and time again. No, it's Prince Connor. Prince James. Alex sat in his chair and held the urge to jump up and smack all his ministers in the head. Proven themselves time and time again? How come he never witnessed these miracles of his other sons? So no one is supporting my son Eli? King Barren asked coldly, as looked at his ministers who had their faces towards the ground. Your Majesty, it's in. Not that we don't want to support Prince Eli. B. But the people want another prince as the crown prince. That's right, Your Highness. The other day, there were thousands of people gathered in the black market who wanted Prince Eli removed as crown prince. Your Highness. Prince James in particular cares about the people very much. He gave food and money for them to take care of themselves. Your Highness. Prince Connor also visited the hospitals and in the poor around the capital. I think it would be good to give him a chance. Bang. Alec hit his hand on the arm of his chair violently. So you all are telling me that the prince that I, King Alec Barren, chose is not good enough to rule? Alec said with a bone-chilling tone. The ministers shivered with fear at the sight of their angry king. No matter what you all say, my choice will always be Prince Eli. So I suggest you all think things through thoroughly. Anyone who doesn't agree can hand over his life to me. Everyone quickly shivering while bowing their heads in fear. Their king was truly scary when he was angry. Alec looked at his ministers and sneered. A bunch of cowards. Fear was, and had always been, the only way that he could control them. Now, let's talk about the upcoming assignments. How do you all plan to divide the work? My lord. So far, we have lost 5 cities around the border. So we propose that since there are 3 princes, let each prince head over to each city and try to take them back. A brave minister answered instantly. Yes, my lord. As for the other 2 cities, we had already sent letters to City Lord Shannon of the West and City Lord Barring of the South, telling them about their mission. Another minister added. Actually, the ministers did this so that if one of the other princes did well in the battle, their king would be impressed and willingly change Eli as the crown prince. This was their plan B. Good. Let each prince and the 2 city lords be the main leaders in charge of securing the cities. But it still won't be enough. Have 4 other city lords and their armies aid each leader to take back the cities. But let me be clear, if they can't succeed in taking back our territories, they should just die there and never come back. I will not allow useless men to live and thrive in my empire. It had been 3 days after that unpleasant war at Baymard. The soldiers now took their military lessons more seriously. They wanted to further understand all the side effects and injuries one could get from cannons, should in case they were one day attacked with these kinds of weapons. They also started taking their first aid classes more seriously as well. When they remembered the gruesome sight of their enemies, they couldn't help but shudder a bit. It was better to be prepared than to be sorry. After that battle, the soldiers had gathered all the swords and armor together and sent them to the construction company. The weapons were to be melted and used any way that deemed fit. Landon thought that it was better to completely destroy all the evidence of war at once. In this era, shields and other weapons were marked depending on their territories. If the men one day left with these weapons, people would start wondering how they got access to Riverdale weapons. Within these 3 days, Landon and the soldiers went out to the fields and cleaned up all the dead body parts lying around. They had picked up ears, eyes, and other body parts. Even an entire leg was seen lying about on the fields. Landon had the men pile up all the body parts and burn them in a huge bonfire. Since they were enemy knights, it was a taboo for them to be buried here. In this era, people believed that burying your enemy on your land would curse and bring bad fortune to the land. Since they believed in the fact that their ancestors were gods, they also believed that the dead men would one day turn into powerful ancestors that would hinder Baymard's growth. It was also believed if they were buried here, these men would even have the power to block their wives from childbirth, give their families terrible illnesses, and so on. After all, these men were their enemies, so they would never spare their children and families for many generations to come. Of course, Landon didn't believe in all that hocus-pocus, but since his men believed in it, he had no choice but to burn all the enemy knights. Once they were burnt, their ashes were gathered and taken far away from Baymard by carriage and dumped closer to Riverdale City. The men had secretly dug out a large hole in the forest closest to Riverdale and buried the ashes into the ground. Before leaving, they also burnt the wagon and also buried the ashes of the wagon in the ground. This was done because they were afraid that someone might actually use this wagon to enter Baymard one day. Also, Since some traces of the dead knight's ashes were still on the wagon, the only choice was to burn down the mother fur. They had buried the ashes because they were afraid that the wind might successfully these ashes miles away back to Baymard. The men had said that it was better for the dead knights to haunt Riverdale than Baymard. Landon was speechless. His soldiers had really pulled a James Bond stunt just because of this? Can't they use their skills for something better? The funny thing was that when they came back, they looked so proud of themselves, and even went as far as saying mission accomplished. Who the heck gave you that kind of mission? Did I tell you guys to go about sneakily into the enemy's forest region? And how the heck would the wind ashes 2.5 hours away from Baymard? Aren't you guys being a little too paranoid? As he looked at the proud expressions on their faces, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. All this because of the ancestors? Really? His soldiers didn't even want to throw the ashes into the sea because they feared that the waves would bring the ashes back to the surface. And there was another ridiculous story about enemy ashes that touched the sea, which Landon was fed up with. At this point, Landon couldn't even be bothered with them anymore. Once the dead bodies had been successfully removed, the areas on the field that holes were filled with ground, crushed stones, and grass. As for the blood, Landon had mixed a lot of luminol chemicals with some water and sprayed the mixture all over the fields. Luminol was always used back on Earth for crime investigations. It was the perfect chemical to remove all blood stains thoroughly. The thick reddish fields that once looked like someone sprayed a giant bottle of ketchup on them were now looking green again. All the evidence of war had been successfully removed. Luckily, no one ever visited Baymard, so they easily completed all the work without the fear of being caught. During the cleanup process, the men had recovered a lot of coins from the pockets of the knights and the ground. The coins came up to the equivalent of 21,000 gold coins. Landon distributed the coins between those warrant soldiers who participated in the war and those that assisted in cleanup duties. Landon felt like that was for the best. The money was theirs to begin with, as they did all the work in the end. As for the horses, those that were dead, were sent to the food industry to be cleaned up and sold as meat to the citizens. Of course, he sent some meat to the military and the schools for free, on account of the war that the soldiers had just fought. And heck, why should children have to pay for anything? They had also recovered 4,319 horses, which they quickly sent to the stables in the upper region. Landon had already made a mental note to add more stable boys or animal caretakers in future. These caretakers would take care of other animals other than horses, so it was a good idea to increase their numbers. Right now, since there were just 12 stable boys, they were really understaffed. With the addition of 4,319 horses, Baymard now had 6,890 horses. Landon told the stable boys to hang on until the next month, before he added more people to aid them. Just one more week, the stable boys thought. Since he was gone with cleanup, Landon decided to go prepare for his date. He was supposed to have a date with Lucy 3 days ago, but this war ruined his plans. When Lucy found out about the war that day, she was so shocked that she forgot about the date. When did the war happen? How come she didn't know anything about it? Normally, the citizens in the central regions would hear the cannon shots regularly, so they thought that it was just for practice reasons. Those in the lower regions couldn't even hear a single thing, so they were fine. As for Lucy, who was in the upper region, normally, the knights would practice in the upper regions, but since the war happened at the gate on the central region, she almost couldn't hear a single thing. She had spent her day teaching peacefully, so how would she know about any war? Lucy began to feel uneasy. Would the enemies come back for revenge? Would they want to destroy her happiness just like that? What should she do? What if those men that Landon let go come back with reinforcements? Landon had painstakingly explained the situation to her, explaining over and over again that Baymard would be fine. It was only after being reassured for at least 10 times did Lucy calm down. Normally, Landon would see Lucy at breakfast or when he got back at night. They would spend 2-3 hours daily, talking and laughing merrily. There are also times where he would see her around Baymard as well. Landon understood that she too had a job to do. Sometimes, when he was free, she would be busy with lectures. He felt like he was getting married to a university lecturer. She would come to school early, teach, do research, read, and sometimes stay till 8 or 9 p.m. in school. Even when Landon asked if Lucy wanted her classes reduced, she strongly refused, saying that she would feel empty without it. It had become a part and parcel of her now. Her students looked up to her, and when they saw her around Baymard, they would greet her and tell her how much they appreciated her classes. There was no way she would give up this feeling of accomplishment. Furthermore, it's not like teachers teach all year round. The school break was coming up, so Lucy knew that she would be somewhat free during that time. Since it was already 8:30 p.m., Landon was sure that Lucy was done with her lectures. He waited outside her classroom with a bunch of tulips, which he stole from his own castle garden. Landon meant stole because every time he wanted to pluck any flower from the garden, the three musketeers, Old Man Willow and his friends, would harass him here and there. They kept saying that he had no right to touch the flowers without their permission. Landon was really helpless against those three old grandpas. How could he not have the right to touch flowers in his own garden? Did that make any sense? Funny enough, they had stopped calling him Brat and started calling him Sonny Boy. Landon has waited for her class to finish. He peeked at her and smiled. Finally, the class was over. Once Landon was sure that there were no more students in her classroom, he walked in while holding the bouquet of tulips, instantly taking her by surprise. Brother Landon, when did you get here? Does it matter? He replied, while handing the flowers over to her. These are lovely. How did you know that they are my favorite? It's my duty to know, wifey, Landon said while smiling lovingly at her. As usual, her face was flushed as a tomato again. Sigh. Young love. Let's go. I have a surprise for you. This was the last week of June. It was time for the end of the first school semester. This meant exams. The students were already used to their notebooks and pens. It was way better and cleaner than using slate boards and chalk. Landon had given all the children below ages 15 4 empty notebooks, 3 eraser pencils, and 7 pens, 2 blue, 2 black, 2 red, and 1 green. If they needed more, their parents were to buy it for them. And those who were orphans could take them free of charge from the school canteen. The adults who took classes were required to buy their own textbooks as well. After all, they all worked and the books and pens were cheap. 9 pens cost 5 copper coins, 9 pencils cost 5 copper, while 1 book cost 3 copper coins. The teachers still used chalk, of course. With these books, the students could go home and revise their lessons. For those that came to school in the middle of the semester, they would only be given tests on what they know so far. But within the 1-month break, it was compulsory for them to take makeup classes so as to catch up with the rest for the next semester. Those that couldn't catch up would repeat their classes on the next semester, while those that passed would move on ahead to the next phase. All they had been learning so far were language and math. Now, it was time to introduce them into the world of chemistry. Of course, it wasn't intense chemistry, just the basics. With the basics, they could go about and have assignments like science projects and so on. Those that passed and did well would advance and take Math 3, Language 2, and Chemistry 1. Today, the little Princess Linda from Jotun Empire was taking the final exam for the semester. Back at Jotun, 9-year-old Linda was ignored and bullied most of the time. Since she wasn't a favored princess, the maids, servants, and even her teachers looked down on her. The only people who cared for her were her mother Winnie and brother Barry. She would cry daily and sometimes even feel like she was trapped, with nowhere to go. But ever since she came to Baymard, the people were nice and she could finally go to school with other children who were very humble. And for some reason, the food tasted better here as well. Landon would come to her school and read amazing stories to her and the other children. She even played on the metal swing and something called a slide. The little princess was very happy. She loved everyone, even the funny Grandpa Willow. He would always put flowers on her hair and push her on the garden swing, yet he gave trouble to Landon for plucking tulips. Linda sat in the large classroom nervously. Although she had math teachers and language teachers back in Jotun, she had realized that Baymard's educational system was different. It was way better and more detailed. Plus, she loved her rainbow-painted exercise books, pencils, and pens, which were much better and simpler to use. For the tests, she liked that they were evenly spaced throughout the week, giving her more time to read at home. The moment of truth had come. The teacher placed a sheet of paper face down in front of her. Today, she was taking her first exam, Math 1. Once all the papers were shared, Grace signaled for them to start. Somewhere in another classroom, Linda's mother Winnie, Kim, and Lucy were also giving out the same exam. Today was meant for Math 1. So even if they weren't teaching it, they had to help supervise the exams as well. All tests had different sections within them. Some of the sections in Math 1 and Math 2 were similar to one another, but not actually the same. Math 1 had 7 sections, 15%, additions 15%, subtractions 15%, playing with operations using plus or 10%, number writing 15%, word problems using only plus or 15%, measuring length using only plus or 15%, measuring time using only plus or. Linda looked through the section titled Addition and began. First question. 145 plus 74 equals? Show rough work. She immediately started using her fingers and even showed the carryover process on the paper. The more she answered, the more confident she became. Time went on and she arrived at the playing with operations using only plus or part. Question. Achieve the result 20 by using the numbers 2, 6, and 4 as many times as you like. He looked at the question and her eyes lit up. 6 plus 4 is 10, 10 plus 4 is 15. No. It's 14, she thought. Just like that, she completed that section. Now, it was time for word problems. Question. There are 67 bird families living near the mountain. If 32 bird families flew away for winter, how many are left near the mountain? She immediately started writing the main points, as she was taught in class. 67 bird families flew away. 32 bird families. This is a subtraction. This is taking away, she exclaimed inwardly as she immediately did the subtractions. When she was at the last section, Grace kindly reminded them to drop their pens, pencils, and papers. She was currently in the last section and had 3 questions left to answer. She couldn't help but curse the 6th section for slowing her down. All in all, she felt like she was going to do very well in the exam. After the exam, she discussed her answer with some of her friends. Did you guys succeed in finishing the exam? I only had 1 question left, and then they took away for paper woo-woo. I'm not sure I did well, don't cry. Who can say that we will all pass? Yeah, plus there's still makeup classes during the break. Don't forget that if you do well in Math 2 and Barren 1, you will still advance. We have to study hard for the next tests. Question 5 in Section 4 was very confusing. It was definitely a trap. And just like that, the Math 1 exam had officially come to an end. 2 days later, the exam for Math 2 began. The exam had 8 sections, 12%, multiplication tables 12%, multiplication 12%, divisions 12%, playing with operations using times or divided by 10%, number writing 14%, measuring length using only times or divided by 14%, measuring weight using only times or divided by 14%, measuring time using only times or divided by under. The section titled Multiplication Tables. Linda moved like lighting. Question. 3 times 7 is equal to? And under the multiplication section, Linda still felt it was easy. Question. 727 times 4 is equal to? Moving forward, Linda realized that she had spent too much time with the section number writing. Question. Write 9,461 in numbers. Thousand. It's 1,000. But since it's 9, then it's 9,000. She also spent time doing the measuring length, weight, and time sections. Question. 2m equals? CM question. 20 kilograms equals? G question. 9 hours 45 minutes equals? Min. Once again, she was unable to finish her exam on time. Was it a curse for her to never to finish on time? She quickly went home and started practicing her pretenses, present tenses, and so on for her Barren exam. All the people in Pino spoke one language, so the language spoken in Jotun was the same as that in Arcadina. Another 2 days passed, and it was time for her final exam. Barren 1 was divided into sections, 18%, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and pronouns 18%, all tenses, present, past, simple, etc. 9%, writing numbers into words 15%, prepositions 20%, choose correct/incorrect sentences 20%, choose complete/incomplete sentences. Linda kept seeing questions like, Question. Choose whether the following sentence is a simple or compound sentence. Question. Which sentence shows the proper use of a noun? Question. Write 109 in words. Question. Which is not a complete sentence? Question. Identify the adverb in the sentence for her. Language was easy compared to math. So for the first time ever, she had successfully finished all the questions for the exam. She even had 10 minutes to spare, so she decided to go over her work once more. Once the exam papers were collected, she truly felt free as a bird. She had never had this type of feeling before. She began discussing with her friend on what they would do with this 1-month vacation. She had been told that the exams would be posted on the 12th day of July. Also, the next semester was going to start in August. So for the entire month of July, she would hopefully have no school. To be honest, she didn't want to spend the entire July doing makeup classes. That's why she earnestly prayed that her results would be at least all right to take her to the next stage. She had been so stressed during this exam period that she didn't even care how her hair looked like when she left the house early this morning. Her mom wanted to fix it, but she refused as she needed to use all her time for studying. She looked at her mom as if saying, "Mom, my holiday is at stake here and you're worried about my hair?" Right now, she didn't even want to see a single book, at least until August. Finally, no more exams keyed in city. The empire of Corona was. Over at Corona, there were celebratory banners everywhere. The food stalls were crowded and busy, while the inns were also full to the brim. Children were running about happily with their parents, while making their way to the side of the palace. Santa stood with his family outside the palace, facing a giant terrace, while waiting for the king to appear. All the citizens were waiting as well. Today was the day that they had all been waiting for. Who would be king? The 3 princes who were already standing on the terrace displayed arrogant demeanors as they watched the people beneath them. The only princess were also there as well. Suddenly the trumpets were played and the royal message relayer walked on to the giant terrace. Then the royal announcer rushed out to the terrace and took out an iron funnel-like object, which was called a speaking trumpet, also called a loudhailer or megaphone. In this era, the speeches from royalty were made by the royal announcer. These announcers worked like how the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland worked. Their biggest asset was their voice. Since a king was beneath yelling, the royal announcer would use these instruments and read out any document or announcements from the king. The king was just present to indicate that whatever was read out was true. Announcing, His Royal Majesty King Carmelo, the first queen, Queen Megara, and the second queen, Queen Othina. Following them is King Adrian and Duchess Veronica, Duke Samuel and Duchess Kate, and finally, Duchess Mina and Duke Richard. The royal announcer yelled out. 12 knights first went ahead and stationed themselves along every main corner of the terrace. Then, King Carmelo stepped out with 2 knights in front of him and his 2 wives, Queen Megara and Queen Othina, by his sides. Behind him were the former King Adrian, Carmelo's father, his own queen, Duchess Veronica, Carmelo's mother, Duke Samuel, Carmelo's brother, and his own wife, Duchess Kate. Following them were Duchess Mina, Carmelo's sister, and her own husband, Duke Richard, as well as another 12 other guards behind them. The children of King Carmelo's siblings were also on the terrace as well. Duke Adrian had only married one woman his entire life. This woman was Duchess Veronica, who gave birth to Carmelo and his younger siblings. The siblings really didn't have any issues with each other since they were blood siblings. Plus, they kind of liked pushing all the work for Carmelo to do. Duke Samuel used to say that he would rather have Carmelo do all the work, while he just sat there and ate all the money. He was really lazy and didn't like work at all. He just enjoyed having night battles. Who had time to do all the paperworks and maintaining all the peace and order within the empire? It was such a drag. Back in their days, when it was time for their own trial, Samuel had faked illness just so that he could miss out on the trials. But King Adrian wasn't having it and rescheduled another trial session. Then Samuel knelt and begged Adrian to pass it over to Carmelo. Samuel had seen all the work his father had put into Corona. Who would like to have such responsibilities? Although he was a good person at heart, he knew that he didn't like ruling the empire. When he was younger, all the royal tutors had headaches because of him. He would skip out on classes and always complain about some illness that didn't exist. In fact, the entire empire knew of Samuel's antics. But they also knew that he was a good person as well. He was, sadly, just too lazy to be king. Because of this, Carmelo had won without even fighting for the position. In all honesty, Carmelo also didn't care who took over the throne. The royal family had money, so he got the same pay as his siblings. Even till this day. So in essence, he was just doing all the work, while they still got their pay. Now he began to understand Samuel's point. It really was a drag. Corona's way of ruling and allocating funds was completely different from most parts in the continent. You couldn't just take money just because you were king, and if you insulted, bullied, or stole from the people, you would be removed from the throne immediately. But what people feared was that the next kings would change these rules. Rules were made by people and could also be broken by people. That's why one needed to be careful over who they gave the throne to. All the citizens cheered, clapped, and waved their hands at the sight of their king, whom they deeply respected. Once the king had gotten to his normal position on the terrace, he began waving at them with a smile on his face. The queens and the other royals also began waving as well. The people even cheered more loudly, and some people even raised their children in the air to have a better look at the king. Look, look, he waved at us. Did he just wink at us? The king has a very warm smile. He is still charming after all these years. I couldn't agree with you more. Look. King Carmelo waved at my son just now. Daddy. King Adrian also looked at me. As the people talked and smiled, some people even began crying at the sight of their king. He had done a lot of humanitarian jobs for the people, and everyone knew of his boundless kindness within his heart. Such a king was definitely the best within the entire Pino continent. The people had heard of the ridiculous things that other kings did, and were truly shocked. They knew how fortunate they were to have such a king. Even the previous king was the same as their present king. The people knew that it was due to their practice of choosing an heir to the throne that made them feel safe. But now, they couldn't help but feel that their happy days were coming to an end. Who didn't know the real nature of these princes? They had been going about bullying and treating people like garbage because their father was king. They felt that they deserved everything just because they were royalty. Left to the people, they would rather have their present king stay on the throne till he died. After a while, the king raised his right hand straight up to the sky, and the tune of the trumpets changed, indicating that the citizens should quiet down. Now, it was time to get down to business. King Carmelo handed over a parchment letter to the royal announcer in the presence of everyone, and the royal announcer knelt down and accepted it. This was to tell everyone that the message or paper had not switched hands and had indeed been from King Carmelo. The royal announcer opened it and was stunned. Just what was going on? The royal announcer opened the letter and reread it again. He then looked at King Carmelo and was lost for words. The people were also wondering what was so shocking about the message. The royal announcer cleared his throat loudly. Wasn't their king being too daring right now? Although he approved of what was written down, it didn't change the fact that it was still groundbreaking. Was their king trying to give him a heart attack? The hearts of the citizens started beating loudly as they waited for the results anxiously. Mr. Announcer, can you hurry up? Do you want to kill us with anxiety? The announcer took in a big gulp of air and exhaled loudly. It was better to get it over with. From today onwards, King Carmelo has willingly stepped down the throne as the ruler of Corona. Within these years, he has enjoyed fulfilling his numerous duties as ruler of Corona, as well as spending time with his people. Because he was close to you all, he has decided to leave the best parting gift as a former ruler of Corona. He decided to leave the empire with someone whom you all can wholeheartedly rely on. But don't worry, just as King Adrian, he too will look over the ruling party as a counselor for the empire. Although he has left the throne, he will still be here as you all move towards the future. Today, we are all here to welcome a new king to the empire. From today onwards, Princess Penelope will be the next ruler of Corona. The coronation day will be scheduled on the 5th of July. This is the final verdict of King Carmelo. Everyone was stunned. Did they just hear correctly? Princess Penelope? She was the most perfect one to take on the job. Very quickly the citizens all cheered. Unlike her brothers, she was very kind, smart, and knew how to make wise decisions. She had also proven herself time and time again within the empire. At the age of 7, the first time that she saw her brother train with the sword, she would sneak out and hide in the bushes to listen to his trainers. At night, she would then sneak back out of her courtyard with a stolen sword in her hand as she made her way to the practice field. For over a month, no one noticed her movements. But one day, her grandfather, King Adrian, noticed her sneaking away and followed. At first, he was fuming mad at the fact that she wanted to learn sword fighting. How could a woman have the aptitude for battle? When he was about to stop her, she perfectly executed a move that would take a regular page at least 6 months to learn. His eyes lit up. She clearly had talent for the sword. From then on, he began observing her quietly every night. After a while, her father King Carmelo and her uncle Duke Samuel discovered it as well. The 3 men started sneaking about at night to observe her movements. They were all utterly stunned by her quick reflexes and aptitude. Then 4 months later, they saw her sneaking into the royal library, where she would read a ton of books on different subjects. They looked at her and decided that they would assist this little cute bunny. Once she was found out, she didn't even flinch under her father, grandfather, and uncle's auras. They had realized their terrifying auras when questioning her because they wanted to see what she would do. She stood there, steady as the water, and smiled at them. The reason why she wasn't afraid was because, to her, they were her family. She had spent enough time with them for her to believe that they would hurt her. Their powerful auras in her eyes were the same as how the 3 musketeers kept disturbing Landon. She found it extremely cute. But what she didn't know was that these cute auras had made a lot of people wet the pants before. These men were war veterans, for heaven's sake. She was just a curious child and didn't understand why women couldn't do certain things. They had told her that she couldn't wield a sword, but didn't she successfully do it? Doesn't that mean that everyone was lying to her? She really didn't get what the big deal was. She hated doing needlework and all those other things. So what she was doing right now was trying to find things that she loved doing. She had also seen her father read a book, so she thought that maybe reading was also fun. Hence, she started making her way towards the royal library at night. When she took the first manual on war tactics, she was intrigued and completely lost herself in it. Reading seemed to be something that she liked as well. Plus, she also realized that she could remember and understand things a little better than others. Once Carmelo and the rest understood her reasoning, they realized that this child of theirs was a gifted one. From then on, she became the only woman accepted as a knight page, as well as the only one who would go on missions and aid the poor. Maybe it was because she was a woman, but most people noticed that she would give it her all to help those in need. She never did anything half-heartedly. If she said she would do it, she would either do it perfectly or die trying. She also helped in state affairs and aided her father, uncle, and grandfather whenever she could. To them, her ideas were genius. At the age of 14, she was already going on missions with her father to fight pirates and bandits that came to Corona. No one wanted her to go, but this little woman snuck into the supply wagon, and when they were already 6 hours away from the capital, they finally discovered her. Or rather, she revealed herself. She was pressed and wanted to relieve herself, so she popped out of the wagon and shocked everyone silly. "Princess, can you not do this? Do you think that we are here for fun?" The knights all thought. Everyone took her as their little sister, so they were worried for the little bunny. Even after her father reprimanded her, she still didn't know what she did wrong. As a knight, wasn't it her duty to fight for Corona? It was then and there that Carmelo and the others realized that although the princess was the smartest person they knew, she was really dense in personal relationships. At this point in time, she was already daddy's girl, so could he not panic after finding out that she had come over on his mission? But what surprised him was that when they were on their way to save a village from bandits, the little princess came up with a clever plan, which was even better than his original one. She also fought bravely and rescued 2 of his knights from the bandits. When they got back to the capital, Grandpa Adrian and Samuel, who had been looking for her for over 2 months, became excited. Her mother, Queen Megara, who was on the verge of collapse, came back to life and cried while hugging her. Why was Mummy crying? Did someone bully her mother while she was away? She didn't get it as well. Without even knowing it, these everyone, including the knights, had taken her as their precious treasures. They all reprimanded her, but it was no use. Nothing got into that head of hers. When they heard of her bravery, They hosted a feast in her honor as the savior of the village. The little princess thought it was bothersome. All she wanted to do was sleep and train. What was the point of this? After that, she had been unexpectedly groomed for the position of king. Or should we say queen? Of course, at that time, none of the men thought that they were grooming her for that position. They just thought that since their little bunny was good at all these things, she should do them. So what if she was a woman? What was wrong with that? Because of Penelope, over the years, Corona had accepted over 200 female knights into their ranks. It wasn't a lot, but it was still progress for women all around the empire. She was a heroine to all. Actually, anyone from Earth would say that she looked like Akame in Akame Ga Kill. She was extremely beautiful, and her dark black hair made her look like a moon goddess. She was brave, loyal, and the most shocking thing was that her sword skills could put 90% of the knights to shame. The funny thing about her was that she didn't get relationships between men and women at all. Once, a knight told her that when they look at her, they have a love heartache. All she understood in that sentence was look and heartache. Since then, she would carry the knight to any healer's mansion every time she saw him. She would carry him princess style while requesting for the healer to check his pulse. Ha ha ha. All the other knights in training would always laugh at the scene. For them, she was a total badass. It was at this point that most knights started realizing that they were attracted to strong women, who liked all those girls who always waited for you to rescue them. They realized that a woman doesn't necessarily had to fight, but she needed to have standards. She needed to be able to use her brain and not depend on a man to always use his brain for her. Penelope had really changed the game in Corona. Women wanted to do other jobs now because of her. And now, she had become the first female ruler in the history of the world. Hertfilia? If Princess Jeanette Barn knew about this, she would definitely want to split Penelope's head from her neck. How dare Penelope take her dream as the first female ruler and her shine? Penelope was deeply respected by the knights and was considered as their little princess as well. She had a whole knight fan club, and if any boy even tried to ask her out again, those knights would send daggers towards their way. The funny thing was that she was completely unaware of these occurrences. Seeing the people cheer even louder, Carmelo was sure that he had made the right choice. After the trials were done, Carmelo, Adrian, Samuel, and some other ministers had gathered around and review all the answers his sons had given them. Also, prior to the noble trials, he had requested for his secret guards to monitor their actions. What pained him the most was that they went about threatening the citizens and nobles go vote for them. How could he give all his hard work to those arrogant brats? They would just crumble down all his and Adrian's hard work over the years. And their answers to his questions were also infuriating. Their answers all showed that they were either too greedy, selfish, or too arrogant. That same day, he called Penelope to come over. She answered the questions excellently in front of them all, and even swore an oath on it. She herself was clueless as to why they would ask her such obvious questions. Wasn't it the duty of a knight to fight for their empire? Wasn't it the duty of a knight to give their heart and soul for the people? As the men listened to her explanation for an obvious answer, they almost puked blood. Can you not continue to disgrace your brothers even further? It might be easy to you, but they all failed woefully. In fact, even if an examiner multiplied any number to their scores, the result wouldn't change. 0 times anything would still give you 0. What an utter disgrace. Actually, Penelope didn't know about the trials, as she simply didn't pay attention to anything else other than her duties. Before she left the room, they had told her that she would be ruler, which shocked her for the first time in her life. But after 10 seconds, Sohee shrugged it off and went on about her duties. As everyone cheered on, the 3 princes were fuming inside. Weren't they princes? Wasn't the throne supposed to go to them? How was this fair? Penelope came forward with her sword on her hips and knelt down in front of her father. "You may rise," Carmelo said. He then stepped to the side and allowed her to take his place on the terrace. She took the megaphone from the royal announcer, which stunned everyone as well. "Princess, speaking is the announcer's job, all right?" They were truly helpless against her, but they didn't really mind. They all knew that their princess was the densest of them all. "I am honored to be appointed as the new ruler of Corona. I promise that I will give my all in ruling Corona fairly, and with the same competence, strength, and willpower that I have when training with my sword. I will protect you all, and will continue to ensure that peace and prosperity reign within the empire. With my father, uncle, and grandfather guiding me through, I know that I will be able to fulfill my duties as your queen." As she spoke, she knelt down like a knight and gave them her solemn oath. The people were deeply touched by her speech. One needed to know that she took her sword training far more seriously than her life. For her to say that she would put them at the same level as her training, truly touching. "Hail Queen Penelope, hail Queen Penelope," as the people cheered. The ministers and nobles who had previously voted for the princes were truly happy. After all the threats and warnings they had gotten from those troublemakers, they felt like justice had been served. Those that only had daughters had been worried sick that they had not made the right choice. Who knew if one of these princes would come for revenge? They had heard of all the cruel things that royals of other empires did. So who could say that these princes who threatened them wouldn't do the same? They had watched these princes grow up and knew their bad personalities. As nobles, they children could attend the same night classes as the princes, so how could they not know? Some of their sons had been beaten up blue-black because they disagreed with any of the princes. But now, they could finally put their minds to rest. It was truly a good day in Corona. Santa smiled as he looked at the turn of events. The winds of change were blowing in Corona, and now, he could finally begin traveling again after the coronation next month. It was finally July 2nd, and Santa's subordinates had brought 6,800 people to Baymart, as well as 1,000 cows, 600 sheep, 400 chickens, 100 goats, and 400 Angora goats, as well as several planting seeds for sale. Previously, Landon had requested for these animals, because he didn't want his people to go around buying them from the neighboring cities. With all the craziness going on in the empire, it would be better to lessen people's suspicions about what was really happening in Baymart. People still thought that the place was extremely poor, and that the people still looked like street beggars. They still had this ridiculous imagination that the people here could fight and kill tourists over a single loaf of bread. Back in the capital, the old Landon had heard numerous ridiculous tales about Baymart, but the present him knew that there was no logic to them. If the people were really that vicious, how come they never formed gangs and attacked different cities or even other tiny villages? They would have resulted into thievery if they really had no way out. Plus, there were wild animals in the forest and fish in the sea. Although they were starving, since their population wasn't much to begin with, they could still manage to pull through. There were probably a handful of people who tried robbery, but Landon couldn't put all the citizens into one category and call them thieves. But in this era, everything idea or story became reality by word of mouth. So in the eyes of most people in the empire, the people of Baymart were wild carnivores that could even eat your entire leg out due to extreme hunger. I mean, Landon really couldn't blame them for thinking that way too. Back on Earth, Landon had heard of different cultures and rules that scared the out of him. He didn't even want to go to those countries and verify if those stories were true or not. Better safe than sorry. Another reason why no traders, merchants, or even people came over was mainly because Baymart had been exiled from the empire. Who wanted to risk getting King Barn's wrath by coming over here? And why would people travel over for hours just to witness the sight of extreme poverty? This wasn't a theme park attraction. This was an abandoned territory. It wasn't a wise move for merchants and traders. Even ordinary citizens wouldn't leave their towns, villages, and cities miles away just to come here, except they were running or hiding from someone. That's why if anyone ever came towards the city gates, Landon had a 99% hunch that it was an enemy. Although he knew all this, Landon still had no desire to change the Empire's misconception about Baymart. Lastly, Landon didn't want the citizens to be killed while venturing out by either assassins or knights who planned to kill him and seize his land. One could never be sure if more people were coming to get him anytime soon. Hades. They could be on their way right at this very moment. Looking at the animals leave the boat, like how they did in the Bible, Landon became thrilled. He needed milk from the cows, sheep, and goats to make butter. In addition, he also needed to teach the food industry workers how to raise the animals and how to incubate the eggs while waiting for them to hatch. He decided that 50% of the eggs would be sold, and the other half would be hatched to chicks. In fact, for all the animals, he would adapt that same philosophy. Yes, killing animals was cruel, but people had to eat. These were dark times, alright? Since the people needed meat, he would only kill 5% of each animal type for now. There were no fridges to store the meat, so it was better to start with a low percentage. And if the people needed more, then he would gradually increase the percentage steadily. But he would never go above 50% of each animal type. Of course, he would never kill baby animals as well. He also needed the wool from the sheep for making blankets, carpets, and several clothing items. Sheep had very fast wool growth, so Landon needed to teach the men how to take care of these animals. It was very essential for their wool to be cut, because if it overgrew, the sheep would have several complications. Excess wool would impede the sheep's ability to regulate their body temperatures, making them die from overheat. The ant feces would also get trapped on the wool, attracting flies, which in turn causes infections and hence endangering their health. They would also have difficulty moving or seeing. As for Angora goats, their fur was needed for making mohair, yarn. Angora goats looked exactly like sheep, but their fur was very stringy compared to that of sheep. Mohair, yarn, was needed to make good winter scarves, coats, hats, suits, socks, carpets, sweaters, and other clothing items as well. Funny enough, because its texture resembled fine human hair, it was also used to make doll wings and so on. Of course, for now, he didn't want to go into textile just yet. He wanted to first use his time to breed the animals properly. He had noticed that Baymard really lacked a lot of pasture around. Sure, there were a few goats and rabbits within the territory, but it wasn't enough. For farming seeds, this time Landon bought cotton seeds and all the other seeds that he had previously gotten. Landon also sold several ores to Santa's subordinate at his normal discounted price, of course. At the end, Landon only made 275,000 coins this time. This was his lowest amount so far. He really couldn't help but feel that he had really gone overboard with his spending this time. He had really lost a lot of coins paying for all those animals, seeds, and slaves from Santa. Although he knew that they were all essential to Baymard, it still hurt spending that huge sum of money at once. Landon became curious as to why Santa hadn't showed up in Baymard for the past 2 months now. Was he sick? Did any impending crises befall him? Your Highness, the young master is fine. Actually, King Carmelo of Corona should have stepped down from the throne by now. That's why the young master wasn't here personally. Landon was shocked. He willingly stepped down from the throne in this era? Landon couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up to the old man. After finding out about the traditions and customs of Corona from Santa's subordinate, he had to admit that it was way better than what his witch father was doing. Landon could also somehow understand why Santa's father would be disappointed in his son not wanting to serve as a knight. Who wouldn't want to serve such a king? But to some extent, he also understood Santa's own way of thinking. Santa just hated rules, and from the looks of it, Santa's own father was even stricter than King Carmelo when it came to rules. If King Carmelo helped the poor out, they would say it's an act of charity. But when Santa worked in the bakery, he became a laughingstock in his city. From what Landon understood, no one really laughed at Santa in a mocking way. They were just teasing him. But in Santa's father's eyes, it seemed like real insult. So the problem only lied in Santa's family. He was also curious to know which son would take over the throne from King Carmelo. But too bad that Santa's subordinate had no clue as well, since he left 2 weeks before the trials had even begun. Once the ships headed out to sea, Landon decided to settle all the newly arrived citizens. Amongst the group of people, there were 312 children, 183 seniors, and 527 people who volunteered for the army. Again, Landon had received 7 eccentric senior citizens that also wanted to prove their worth to him. As soon as Landon saw them walking hurriedly towards him, he knew. He just knew that they were cousins to the 3 musketeers. After spending more time with the 3 old men, how could he not recognize their cousins, the Fantastic 7? Before they even got closer to him, Landon immediately ordered the knights to carry all surrounding stones around the area and dump far away from the beach. And his guess was right. As soon as they arrived, they stared, yelling out very loudly, "Where are you taking those stones to? Hey, didn't you hear us?" Among the 7 were 2 women who kept telling Landon about how they used to wrestle men in their cities. According to their story, they had even wrestled and won against their city lord and all his knights. Of course, he believed that women could actually win if they trained hard as well, but for some reason, he felt that these particular women were lying to him. He would rather believe that human beings can chew molten larvae than to believe their stories. They also bragged about having enough strength to take down his entire army in a single day. Bravo, Hercules, bravo! Landon kept trying to stop himself from rolling his eyes at them. Did they really think that he was foolish enough to believe their tales? Sure, he looked like a 15-year-old kid, but still, come on. He also succeeded in convincing them to join the Three Musketeers in gardening. It was better to let the two groups compete with each other on who was stronger than whom. Actually, he was looking forward to it as well. He might have to buy popcorn from the system and watch through his system monitors. If he was being honest, Grandpa Willow and his friends made for a hilarious reality TV show. He had been watching them whenever he got bored. Truly entertaining. It looked like the palace would be even rowdier than before. There were also 11 senior citizens who couldn't walk well due to either leg injuries or other health problems. Immediately, Landon requested for 5 open-roof loading trucks to come to the coastline region. He needed 5, because he figured that since he was going to carry the injured people in them, might as well carry all the other seniors too. Once the trucks arrived, the new citizens were shocked. What was this? Why was this carriage so cool? The children were also excited, as their eyes shot wide open. The Fantastic Seven started bothering Landon about the trucks. Brat, better speak up now. Are we going to have our own carriages in future? If you give me one, I will immediately engage you and my daughter together. Sure, she's 42, a widow and older than you, but what matters is love. And that carriage, Puyi, don't listen to him. I have a younger daughter who is 39 years old, way younger than 42. Don't try to cheat us. Will we really have one? HMMP. I'll tell you what, I used to ride these types of carriages when I was younger. I'm not that easy to impress. Landon could really feel a headache coming on. Why would I want your daughters? Do I look like a man who's into women older than my mother? Landon quickly looked at the soldiers who were gently aiding the other senior citizens board the trucks. As they were boarding, Landon told the driver to go slow and steady when on the roads. There were several stones on the roads, so it was better to go at a pace that wouldn't bother those injured seniors. Landon also made sure that each truck had at least 5 soldiers on them, just in case of any accidents happened along the way. As the truck started moving again, the seniors on the truck kept shouting, pointing, and commenting as they observed their surroundings. Ah, look over there. What is the structure? Look at those beautiful flowers. Do you think that we will see wild animals on our way? As Landon heard their comments, he almost lost his balance. Do you guys think that you're on a safari trip in Africa? What wild animals? Sigh. Forget it. Once the group containing the Fantastic Seven left, Landon continued on with his duties. He assigned 20 more caretakers to look after the children and 158 stable workers for the horses. Now, Landon had 5,600 people available for work. He decided to send 300 workers to the food industry, another 300 as caretakers for all the animals, 300 to the alchemy industry, as well as 700 to the construction industry. The remaining 4,000 would work in actual construction. The animals were placed in the stables of the food industry. One should know that before the industries existed, those estates were used for as residence for the barons. Each baron had at least 4,500 knights under their care, and these knights in turn had their own horses. So there were a lot of indoor house stables at the back of every estate. Landon decided to have all the animals stay in those indoor stables for now. Since he was expecting these animals, he had previously requested for the Department 6 of the construction company to build metal bars for each animal shed. He had also brought in a lot of hay and metal trays for the chickens. For the food industry, Landon gave them the task of creating butter and taking care of all the animals as per his instructions. For the entire month, this was their only task. The alchemy industry, on the other hand, needed to focus on soap making for the entire month. The construction industry would also focus on furniture making and porcelain and marble making. Although Landon wouldn't build a gigantic villa as a house, he still wanted the houses to capture the modern essence of beauty. That's why Landon had decided to make porcelain and marble. He needed porcelain floor tiles, as well as marble ones. These materials could also be used in making breakable plates, teacups, teapots, and so on. Both marble and porcelain could also be added to furniture, house pillars, and wallpapers to create beautiful designs. Marble in particular could also be used as aggregates for making cement blocks, so Landon thought it was the perfect time to make them. Since the raw materials were available, why not start now? He carefully explained the process as he handed over an exercise book containing a detailed description on the manufacturing process to Tim. Feldspar ore, clay mineral ore, and sand were used to create porcelain. The raw materials were to be crushed, mixed, and passed through a screen or filter to remove any oversized particle. From there, water would be added and a clay-like product formed. The clay should resemble all those clays in sculpting classes. The workers were to then mold different cups, plates, and so on. The floor tiles were to be spread flatly, using only very thin layers of clay. Once molded, everything would be sent to the fire. And at the end of the day, Landon expected them to also paint and create their own designs on the cups and plates. Who knows, they could make a teacup saying, Father of the Year on it. Landon wanted the workers to use their creative imaginations, so he set up a competition. At the end of the next month, the top 3 designs would win several prizes from him. He wanted to stimulate their minds and encourage their own personal growth within Baymart. As for those in charge of furniture making, they were to get the already cut planks and wooden boards from the wood-cutting department and start making bed frames, chairs, tables, and so on. Finally, he was left with his 4,000 construction workers. His thinking was simple. When building a house, it was essential to hook up the water, electricity, and heating before construction. He could do it later, but that would result in more work. If Landon did it after building the houses, he would need to break down the house walls and floors later on, just to install underground pipes and sewage systems. That was just double work. Before constructing houses for the citizens, he had to make sure that these 3 industries existed: water and sewer treatment plant, thermal power plant, electricity, and central heating plant. Previously, Landon had 6,000 workers that created heavy machines like tractors. Now that Baymart had over 800 different types of heavy machines, Landon decided to withdraw 4,500 out of those 6,000 and add to them with the new recruits, leaving only 1,500 to continue making the machines. Now, he had a total of 8,500 workers ready for construction. The old workers were now considered as veterans. They knew how to use all the tools and machines, as well as perform quick calculations. They also understood the concept of inches, yards, and so on. It would be easier for them to teach the new recruits while on the job. That's why Landon had put them together. Each old worker would guide and help at least one new worker, since they were almost even in number. Previously, when Landon was teaching the construction workers how to use the machines, they had practiced and already leveled and prepared all the construction sites for building. They used the excavators to dig up and clear all trees and leaves within the area. The construction site that was filled with trees and bushes was now bald. They also made trenches for pipelines around the perimeter of the sites, as well as trenches that would connect all industry pipelines together. The 3-meter-wide gigantic pipes had been wheeled into the construction site by the use of lowboy machines. They were basically like those trailers you see in airports that carry luggage to the plane, except this one was for construction purposes. It had no walls, no roofs, just a floor on wheels. Of course, it had several chains to prevent the pipes from falling. They were also good for transporting giant trees from one place to another. With everything organized, it was finally time to start building actual structures. This plant would have 2 main functions: purifying seawater and treating sewage. Landon was sick and tired of using buckets and pit toilets to do his business. As a modern man, how could it not bother him? It was really annoying to have the young butlers in his castle carry the buckets out every day. Honestly, Landon thought that this was human abuse. But the people didn't seem to mind, as if it was nothing at all. Once, he wanted to take out his own bucket of SH, and one of the young butlers started crying, thinking that Landon wanted to fire him. What the F? Dude, I'm trying to help you, all right? He had already made up his mind that next month, he would definitely make pulp and paper. It was so disgusting. Every household would share the same rags or sponges with each other after going to the toilet. As for royalty, after using the sponge on a stick, The butler would clean it up and the next royal family member could use that same sponge. The same thought process went for reusable rags. In fact, there were really few sponges around that Landon was sure that somebody else had used his sponge. He just chose not to think about because the last time he did, he kept puking all through the night. To make matters worse, the system was a scammer when it came to toilet paper. How could 3 squares of toilet paper cost 20 development points? Was he using gold to wipe his ace? Landon really thought that the system was intentionally making things difficult for him this time. At this point, he couldn't help but blame Truck Curran for seriously killing him back on Earth. If the truck hadn't ran over the red light hurriedly, he would still be alive up till this day. Before dying, he had seen the shocked look on the driver's face, so he knew that it was an accident. Since he didn't want to really blame driver Kuan, the truck was at fault. Sigh. Truck Kuan. In this era, the people weren't too big on hygiene, so they didn't mind sharing the same toilet rag or sponge with each other. He had been painstakingly waiting for the time when he would succeed in toilet paper making. On that day, he would probably dance Gangnam Style in his bedroom. For the water and sewage treatment plant, Landon needed several buildings and pipes in place. Since he decided to treat seawater, Landon needed 3 gigantic pipelines to be placed underground from the sea in the coastline region to the plant in the lower region. 2 of those pipelines would be used daily, while the other one would be there as backup, should in case the other 2 needed maintenance or fixing. All the water would pass through the pipes and head toward a 300-square-foot building, which should have different filtering equipments used for filtering out any sand particles or hard rocks from the water. After filtering, the water would still go through several buildings that would focus on filtration and chemical addition until the water is entirely clean. All the tanks needed would be the same size as a regular swimming pool, except for the chemical storage tanks. Landon planned to build these tanks like how one would build an aquarium seal show or a regular swimming pool. There would be safety bars and waist-high iron fences around each pool that wouldn't allow people to come close or touch the tanks carelessly. For water and sewage treatment, it was industrially better for everything to be eye level. Several chemicals would also be added to the water treatment process. Chlorine, for example, would be used for disinfecting the water, and lime for raising the water's pH level, hence reducing corrosion in the pipes. As for the sewage treatment, Landon realized that he needed 11 more buildings within the plant. Wastewater would be collected from toilets, drainage pipes, homes, schools, industries, in fact from everywhere. So of course they needed their own buildings and treatment tanks. Landon also realized that he needed more buildings that would host the workers' daily necessities. Landon decided to adopt the standard industry setup for a power plant back on Earth. Hence the industry would have 2 sectors. Before anyone could pass through the main gate, security would check if they were authorized or not. The first sector would immediately follow after the main gate. This sector would have 6 buildings for staff and office personnel, 1 infirmary building, and 1 security building. These 6 buildings would have staff and meeting rooms, large locker rooms for both male and females, a large kitchen, a large cafeteria, bathrooms and showers around the buildings, and equipment rooms. Some of the buildings would be 4 stories high, while some would be less. There would also be a wall and a gate dividing the first and the second sectors. Only authorized personnel, workers, or engineers will be able to go to the second sector. The second sector would have the fire department building, control tower, chemical laboratory building, engineering office building, the production vessels, chemical storage building, and another security building at the gate of the second sector. Landon wanted the plant to be professional. He couldn't allow people to just walk in and out as they liked. The security had to be tight. Only those with badges, access cards, or passes could move in and out of the plant. And even those who worked in Sector 1 couldn't pass through Sector 2 as they liked. That's how it was done on Earth, and that's how he was going to sew it here. No room for errors. One had to be like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible to get into the plant unauthorized. Heck, what if someone wanted to steal important documents in the offices? Or up the plant from within? What if an enemy wanted to steal his technology? Or poison the workers? Security was a must. He also needed a car park that would be the same size as that for Walmart or any large shopping center. The car park should also have reserved spaces for the company buses, assigned for picking and dropping workers to home or anywhere within the various bus routes. He wore his safety gear and headed out to the construction site. It was 9 a.m., time to work. Since the workers came to work already wearing their new safety gears, he had them offload the trucks that contained sand, cement blocks, cement bags, aggregates, steel rods, ladders, and all other equipments and materials needed for construction. Before Landon could explain the first step to them, the old workers had already taken out their jotters, as well as their pens. Landon smiled while nodding agreeably. They learned so fast. Within this time, the old recruits had learnt to write down important information in their jotters. Since Landon wasn't there to do everything for them anymore, they started writing down important information, so that they didn't have to go through several experiments again. The new recruits were confused about what those stick things, pins, were, and did they just see their colleagues take out tiny manuals? The new recruits started wondering if Baymard was actually super rich for normal workers to afford manuals. Mind you, people didn't have exercise books in this era since paper was seen as a national treasure. Paper was only used to make manuals, textbooks, or important historical records or empire rules. But to allow someone to waste paper just like that was really something else. How could ordinary workers afford paper? Talk less of manuals. Landon amplified his voice using the system and also demonstrated several times on how the foundation of buildings were to be done. He spent 1 hour, repeatedly showing them what to do. And when they finally got it, he broke them up into groups and assigned them to each building and each large tank on the site. Since those tanks were the size of regular swimming pools, their base needed to be made out of concrete as well. The workers first made wooden boards to the sides of the trenches and added crushed stones, gravel, into the trenches. The wooden boards acted as walls, surrounding the gravel and forming what construction workers call the foot. The gravel was also spread around the entire ground floor of the building with the help of wheelbarrows. As for the base, they placed long steel bars which were also held together by steel rods into the gravel. Once the steel rods were placed, the trenches were completely filling with concrete, as well as the building ground floor of the building. Finally, they used the screeds to smoothen the cement on the building floor, making it look even. With 8,500 workers doing this, after 2.5 hours, they had completely laid down the foundation for the entire industry. With this many people, they should have been done in 1 hour. But since it was their first time, it was expected for them to be slow. Now they had to wait for 2 days for the cement to cure and harden before removing those wooden walls and beams around the cement. TSK, time was money. There was no way that he would let the workers do nothing within these 2 days. Might as well start constructing the other industries. Landon needed them to go to the other construction sites to also place the foundation for their buildings and tanks. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted 2 loading trucks heading their way. It was probably 12:30, lunchtime. The men removed their gloves and aided in offloading the cooking pots from the trucks. There were 20 pots and 20 cooks waiting to serve the dishes to them. There were also 20 other cooks, who were tasked in handing out plastic plates and cups to the men. The cooks looked very professional. They had white elastic hair wraps on their heads, transparent gloves on their hands, and wore clean white plastic aprons. There were also several drums filled with water that were offloaded as well. The drums had 4 outlet taps at their bottoms, so that the men could easily get themselves water if they were thirsty. Break time was 1 hour long, so the men had to manage their time wisely. It was better to eat fast, so as to relieve yourself if one needed to. The men formed 20 lines, as they hurriedly took their food as sat on the grass. Landon didn't want them to eat on the construction site, so the trucks gathered just by the side of the construction site markings. Of course, as king, Landon didn't need to wait online as his food was automatically brought over to him. The privileges of power. Hee hee. 1:30 p.m., lunchtime was over. The men loaded all the bags of cement and other materials and equipment into different trucks. Once they were done, they headed out to the second construction site. By 2:15 p.m., they arrived and only used 1 hour 15 minutes to completely layer the foundation for all buildings and tanks on the site. They packed up again and were on their way to the final construction site. By 5:10 p.m., they were done with layering the foundation for all buildings and tanks on site. All the workers were working in the day shift and had spent 8 hours on the job, so by 5:30 p.m., they were required to call it quits for the day. With only 20 more minutes left before closing time, Landon had the men gather up all the tools and drive back to the construction company. Tomorrow, he would focus on installing the iron net like fences around the sites, since they had to wait for 2 days before the cement completely hardened. For the fences, Landon wanted them to be like regular prison fences that had barbed wires at the top. In future, the barbed wires would definitely be able to electrocute those who try to sneak in. Landon wasn't taking any chances with anybody. In future, without your badge, access card, or pass, don't even dream of seeing the inside of the industry. If someone lost their access cards or pass, someone would immediately come over and verify if they worked there or not. All spies would be electrocuted, period. My king, right now the first prince and 7 other city lords are the only ones to arrive the capital to take their assignments. The second and third princes should get back here in a week or 2. And by the second week of August, all the other city lords from far away should arrive as well. Once everyone arrives, they will all move out together towards the different cities under attack. Minister Tawny said, "Good. Has City Lord Shannon arrived yet?" King Barren asked. "My esteemed king, he should arrive in August." Ha ha ha. When he arrives, make sure that he sees me before going out on the mission. I need to give him a personal assignment on my behalf. Yes, my king. King Barren looked at his trusted knight and signaled for him to come forward. Summon Princess Jeanette and Captain Anthony here. Eli's old courtyard, the capital of Arcadina. My lord, I think those old ministers are trying to use this war to the advantage of your brothers. My lord, should we get secret guards to protect you? Zarius asked. Right now, Eli had made his way into the capital so as to receive his assignments. Eli stood in his old courtyard and smiled. Why worry about those tiny insects so such? But my lord, I think that they will try to assassinate you again if you don't go prepared, Zarius replied. Who says that we wouldn't be prepared? Do I need to use my brain to deal with these bafflins? The biggest setback is that we can't besiege Baymard. Zarius' eyes lit up. Because of this border war, Eli might not be able to get that Baymard under his control until next year. The official date to head out to the border is on the 15th of August. It will take 2 months to go down south to the border. And once he completed his mission, his father would probably request that he stay there for at least 4 months, so as to make sure that those pesky Deiferous Knights don't bring more reinforcements to take back the land. After 4 months, he would have to take another 2 months to head back to the capital, so as to receive his rewards and have a parade as the crown prince of Arcadina. After the whole ordeal, he would need another 3 weeks to go back to his territory before attempting to attack Baymard again. And one should not forget that Baymard is 4 months away from his territory. That's almost 11 months by horse travel before he could successfully attack Baymard. At most, he could only start his operations by July next year. Apart from Baymard, that ghostly prince keeps giving me sleepless nights. The fact that I don't really know his next moves really irks me. Eli exclaimed while squeezing the life out of the orange in his hand. My lord, do you think that while we are away, he would finally make his move? Zarius asked inquisitively. Just before he was about to answer, someone knocked on his door. After 2 minutes, a thick, curvy, beautiful woman walked in and sat on a chair beside Eli. This woman was his mother. Little Eli, once you head out, make sure nothing fails. The sooner you get back, the earlier we can officially start with our plans, said Queen Sarah. Mom, everything is ready. Don't worry. Although this trip was a little unexpected, it won't stop our plans. Good. The sooner we kill that witch, the sooner I will be at peace, Queen Sarah said with an evil glint in her eyes. At this point, she too hated King Barren. Hades has no fury like a woman's scorn. When she was still young, she was officially engaged to him and was deeply infatuated with him. He said that he would love her till they grew old together. Granted, she would always kill and torture those women that claimed to love him too. But did that really make her a bad person? She loved him like crazy and would sometimes ask her father, who was a minister within the court, to find out his schedule so she could accidentally bump into him here and there. If he ever showed interest to any girl other than her, for sure that girl wouldn't last a week. And if the girl came from a wealthy family, she would hire gangs to the girl and destroy her public image. Didn't she do it all for love? Wasn't that what love was? Not even 3 months after his marital vow of evaluating love for her, He cheated on her and married another woman. He said that she seduced him and was the one who did all the work in the bedroom. Of course she believed him. How could her love be interested in that? But a few months before she was to go into labor, that had the nerve become pregnant as well. And 2 days before her labor date, another had married into the royal family. And another year after that, a cheap common maid had taken advantage of her drunk husband and gotten pregnant with a witch child. Why were all these women coming for her man? But she quickly realized that the first 2 harlots were much wiser than the last one. So she decided to first eliminate the last. But who would have thought that Chief Commander Lucius would always protect that BC? All these BES made her sick. To make matters worse, it had been 6 whole years since he last touched her. She tried everything, from the latest plum makeup, to hiring street harlots to teach her the game of seduction, to acting like a pampered princess. What else was she to do? And to top it all off, she is a woman that needed and craved for satisfaction as well. She wasn't asking for too much. Even once a year was a good deal to her at this point. Her husband could have many women, but she couldn't? If she ever found pleasure from any other man, she was sure that she would be locked up in a prison-like courtyard for all eternity. Over the years, the witch had gotten ordinary street harlots to please him in bed, yet he refused to even look at her. Sometimes, she could hear their screams of pleasures all the way from her courtyard. It felt like torture. 9 whole years of loneliness. She just wanted to be touched. She had been dying inside for ages now. Every time she tried to talk to him about it, he would make up an excuse and run away from her. There were times that he would ask her if she was a dog, because according to him, only dogs went in heat. Out of those 9 lonely years, she had spent 3 years begging for his attention daily. But on the 4th year, her love for him had completely died. She had overheard him talk to a young maid, promising her love and riches if she could sleep with him. He even said that he couldn't stand her because she was fat. Her fat. Ha ha ha. It was on that day that she finally realized how stupid she had been, to think that this was the man that she killed countless women for. Since then, all her love for him instantly turned to hate. And as years went by, her murderous side began to take over her mind. He had to die. Jeanette Barren walked around the royal garden with her maids, while waiting for her father to summon her. She had been waiting for the past 1 hour now, and her father was still in a meeting with the ministers. As she walked further into the garden, she immediately spotted her dear little sister. Carrie Barren was walking towards a large fish pond, a few feet away from her. There were also several knights, and even some barons in the gardens. People usually stayed in the royal garden when they were waiting for their turn to see King Barren. Little sister, you're here too? Let's walk along together, okay? Speak of the devil. Carrie Barren turned around and saw Jeanette running towards her. Her face immediately scrunched up, and she looked like someone who just ate dog. Jeanette sneered as she hurriedly made her way towards Carrie. This little sister of hers already had a bad reputation in the capital, thanks to her. Her White Lotus act had always made everyone side with her, while they in turn despised Carrie. What do you want? Carrie asked with a frown on her face. Jeanette stopped in her tracks and immediately started acting as if she was sobbing, while choking on her fake tears. She really looked pitiful. What man wouldn't feel touched while seeing a gentle angel crying? All the knights around the area immediately felt pain seeing her like this. Little sister, how can you talk to me like that? If I did something to anger you, please forgive me. I just wanted to spend more time with you, little sis. The scene was really heartbreaking. The moronic knights who had seen this immediately looked at Carrie with disapproving gazes while rushing over to Jeanette's side. Princess Carrie, must you be so heartless? Yeah, why must you make her cry? The knights spoke out as they saw their goddess, Princess Jeanette, in tears. They even forgot that they were reprimanding another princess who could order for their deaths. Come on, little sister, you're almost making it too easy for me now. Hee-hey, Jeanette thought. As the men comforted her, Jeanette continued to sob even more loudly. Please, please everyone, don't misunderstand my little sister. She was just having a bad day, that's why she talked to me in that manner. She's really a good person and not arrogant and rude like what you all think. All the men looked at Princess Jeanette as if she were some divine being. They all thought that the princess had a heart of gold. To them, Princess Jeanette was pure, saintly, kind, and innocent. She looked like someone whom anyone could easily bully. "Little sister, please. Don't punish or kill the knights for talking back at you. If you want to hurt someone, hurt me instead. I will willingly offer up my life for any of them," Jeanette said as she fell to her knees. The knights felt touched and started defending the princess even more. Carrie was almost at her boiling point. When did she say that she would kill them? What bullsh, Jeanette. Offer her life for them? What a joke. She knew that if she made a move against these knights, the entire empire would go in an uproar. She would become the most vicious woman of all time. It's not like she cared or anything, but before her and Eli's plans went through, she couldn't afford to affect his position as the crown prince. For now, most of the citizens wanted Eli to step down from his position as the crown prince. But they were scared to take action. If a large-scale revolt really happened, the citizens would carry fire torches and march up to the palace, demanding for Eli's removal. The capital alone had 37 million people living in it. Sure, there were knights, gangs, and assassins mixed in the group, but the peasants were still quite large in number. No matter what, all the nobles and knights under her and Eli couldn't possibly protect themselves if a large-scale revolt actually happened. Imagine millions of people standing outside the palace walls with torches and other weapons. Even if their father assisted, it still wouldn't count as much. Fortunately for Carrie and Eli, the citizens had not realized the power that they held. What would happen if they decided to team up against them? No one would stand a chance then. For now, they only did small protests in the market areas, but who could really predict the future? These people still feared the nobles, especially King Barren. Their king had killed people when he was displeased, as well as when anyone wanted to go against him. Their king ruled like a tyrant. He was a dictator. The reason why they even had the courage to protest in the marketplaces was because Prince Connor and James promised that they would protect them from King Barren's wrath. King Barren could easily send out his men to make things difficult for them, or murder their families. Most of them were just ordinary peasants who had never fought a day in their lives. But since Connor and James were their king's sons, the gullible citizens easily believed them. They wholeheartedly entrusted their safeties to them and started protesting against Eli's position. Because of Connor and James' heroic acts, the people were even more convinced with their choice and actions. Previously, they liked Eli, as he always seemed sweet and kind, and he also looked somewhat innocent. But lately, they had been hearing all sorts of rumors about him. It was said that he enjoyed killing and women during his free time. Apparently, Eli had murdered multiple women after he was done sleeping with them. It was also said that he had always been jealous of his brothers and had tried to assassinate them several times. Obviously, these rumors were spread by Connor and James, but the people were like sheep. They just followed a shepherd. Once something had circulated for a while, it would become a fact in their hearts. They truly believed these rumors because Eli had never bothered to prove his innocence. So it must definitely be true. And to top it all off, Carrie, as the most vicious woman in the empire, was Eli's sister. The people now believed that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. How could such a cruel man be their king? Carrie looked at her White Lotus sister coldly. What ABCH? And just before she was about to defend herself, a guard came over informing Jeanette that their father wanted to see her. Jeanette hurriedly left, giving Carrie no time to make an explanation. As Carrie watched her White Lotus sister leave, she knew that what had happened here would definitely spread throughout the entire capital. "I'll get you back for this. Just you wait." Jeanette walked into the large throne room and immediately spotted Captain Anthony Martinez, standing in front of her father. As she looked at him, her heart couldn't help but shiver. 8 months ago, she had come across Anthony's stunning sword skills in the annual nightly tournament. He was so handsome, strong, and had a heroic charm about him. What a dangerous man. Just looking at him, she was sure that he had successfully impregnated her eyes. Wasn't it a crime for someone to look that good? Anthony was the son of Minister Golem Martinez, so she knew that marrying him wouldn't be a problem, since he was a noble. Hence, she schemed her way into his life and into his heart. For months ago, they had officially started dating. And today, Her father had called them over to announce that they would be officially engaged, and their wedding would take place before the end of the year. Although she hadn't known him for a long time, Jeanette was sure that he was the one. That's why she had begged and pleaded with her father to rush along the marriage. She was 19 years old, and in this era, people married about this age. They would get engaged at 10 or 11 and get married at 17 or maximum 23. Above 23, you were considered as a problematic woman who no one wanted. Men would be very wary of you and might use you as a side chick. Most women above 23 became desperate and ended up marrying as second wives to elderly rich men. For some reason, her mother had been against all the suitors that previously wanted to be engaged with her. Her mother had said that she would only accept the best of the best for Jeanette. That's why Anthony was the only one that got an approval. He was a noble, young, had outstanding achievements in the army, and was sought after by almost all girls in the capital. After their father had dismissed both of them, she decided to see him off, as they walked hand in hand with each other. "Are you happy?" 2 days had already passed, and the concrete had successfully hardened. Within these 2 days, the men had been installing those iron net prison fences around the site. So far, they had only succeeded in completely fencing the back and the sides of the water and sewage treatment plant. Landon kept the front open, so that the trucks could move in and out of the site freely. 9 a.m. Landon had the men remove all the wooden boards, molds, and rails that were previously placed around each would-be building on the construction site. Today, they had to focus on constructing the first floors of every building on the construction site. Landon again demonstrated what they were supposed to do, and once they had grasped the concept, he decided to have them start on their own. He also tasked 500 workers with mixing the cement to form concrete and wheeling them over towards each building on the site. The rest of the 8,000 workers crowded around all the building sites, ready for work. The concrete had hardened and had successfully glued the steel rods firmly to the building floors. And although these steel rods already indicated all corners and rooms on the first floor, it was still important to make sure that the walls were straight and not bent. That's why Landon had the men tie ropes between each rod, so as to accurately form straight lines within the buildings. Landon listened to the workers as they went about trying to outline the buildings. "The rope is slanted. I think we should connect these 2 rods. I don't think that we need to tie the rope between these 2 rods. It should be between the other 2. You're right. The floor plan given by His Highness shows that this space between the rods is a door. We need to tie the ropes only between the rods that would be turned into walls." "What about the parts where His Highness wrote hallway?" "I remember that His Highness said that the hallway is also like a passageway or corridor." "That's true. I remember that I wrote it down on my notes." "Thanks for the reminder." "Yeah, thanks. To think that I actually forgot about it. I need to go home and revise more on it. Thank you for explaining these things to me. I just got here 4 days ago, so I have no idea what most of this stuff means. But now, I believe that I have a little more understanding towards this. Don't worry, once you keep working and attending your school lectures, you too will get it. It's actually not that hard." The men continued to chat and learn from each other as the work progressed on. When they were done, it was finally time to start creating the interior and exterior walls. The men used those ropes as their rulers and started stacking up the cement blocks. The men laid out the concrete on the floors along the ropes and placed the cement blocks on the concrete. Just like that, they kept stacking up the blocks on one another with the use of concrete. Landon thought that the men looked extremely funny. Imagine a long line of people waiting to have access into a club. That's how they looked as they worked around and inside each building. They were packed like tiny sardines as they went about their work. Each person just had 1 foot of working space in front of them. Most plants back on Earth, for example power plants, provided energy for an entire province or at least 3 or 4 cities at once. Hence their sizes were bigger. For example, the Palo Verde plant in Arizona, USA, provided energy to Los Angeles, San Diego, Tucson, and many more California metropolitan areas. The same could be said for 80% of industrial plants back on Earth. For Landon's case, he was just providing for Baymard alone. That's why Baymard's industrial plants didn't need to be so massive. Hence, although he made 500 men mix the concrete, he still felt like 8,000 workers were really a lot for a normal-sized plant. Once the men had stacked up to 1 meter high, The men used the iron bridge ladders to continue on. The first floor was going to be a high-ceiling floor, so Landon needed it to reach at least 3 meters tall. The iron bridge ladders could hold up to 3 people at once and resembled those ladders that window cleaners used back on Earth. Landon then divided the men into groups of 6. 3 people would stand on the ladders, while the other 3 would be on the ground. 2 out of the 3 men on the ground would aid in giving those on the ladders cement blocks and buckets filled with concrete, while the third person would keep an eye on the ladder footing so as to ensure the safety of those on top. Again, 2 out of 3 workers on the ladders would continue stacking the walls, while the other one be in charge of collecting the buckets of cement and blocks from those on the ground. The work went steady, and by closing time, the first floor of 75% of the buildings had been successfully done. Now, they had to wait for 2 days again for the concrete to completely harden before they could successfully form the second floors. Of course, for the next 2 days, once the men completed the first floor of the buildings left, Landon had them start constructing the first floor walls for the other 2 sites. Honestly, Landon was getting ticked off with this cement hardening stuff. Like, why couldn't it just dry down after several hours? Why wait for days? He needed this industries built fast. Chop, chop. Time was money. But since he was doing all the plant sites at once, his irritation about the matter lessened. And just like that, Landon spent most of his days with the construction team. Empire of Arcadina, secret hideout. William wore his boots, tied his hair, and placed his sword in his sheath. Mona rushed up to him and gently held his checks with her palms as she fought back the urge to cry. Her son was a man now, so it was really inappropriate for her to always cry or hold him back. He had responsibilities and a duty to fulfill. Little William, make sure to stay safe. And if you are ever trapped or discovered, make a run for it and don't try to be heroic. Heroes usually die faster. Odin walked up behind Mona and placed his right hand on William's shoulder. It's been almost 2 months now, and that Slytherin which should be making his way over to Sangria City. And in another 3 weeks, he should be arriving. You need to make sure that you get to Sangria before he does. Once you successfully get through the city undetected, Captain Remlock would be waiting for you at the Quincy Inn. And like your mother said, if anything goes wrong, run. Your mother and I can live our lives without having to fulfill our desire for revenge. But without you, there would be no point living for us to live on. Be safe. Dad, Mom, aren't I the ghostly prince? Since when did I ever lose to anyone? Rest assured, I will return back to you all safe. And besides, I'm no hero. The soldiers were sleeping and snoring peacefully within their sleeping units. Every military dormitory had 4 long vertical stacks of straw, 2 on the left side of the room and 2 on the right side of the room. There were also several iron lockers that were placed all around each wall in the room. The lockers resembled the gym lockers back on Earth, but each locker was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. All of the lockers had locks on them and also had number tags placed on them. The center of the rooms were kept straw-free, creating a large corridor space for morning roll call. The stacks of straw on each side were separated by a 2-meter gap, leaving the center space to 4 meters wide. Some rooms had less stacks, while others had more. It basically depended on the dimensions of the rooms. In this era, most peasants slept on straws, grass, leaves, and other plants that were deemed comfortable. Previously, Landon had wanted to place the straws and fabrics to make mattresses, but the men complained that loose heaps were more comfortable to sleep on compared to compact ones. When straws were forced and pressed into cloth, they ended up poking people when they slept. Some of the straws might even poke out of the fabric, giving the straw mattresses a spike-like feeling to them. Hence, Landon placed long vertical stacks of straw in every room. The straw was changed every 3 weeks by all the soldiers in each room, as per the room roster. In future, there would be bunk beds for them. But for now, the straw was their best alternative. After all, that was what they were used to anyway. And as for the blankets, each soldier had a 2-meter piece of cloth to cover themselves up at night. For now, there were no pillows, since the men preferred so sleep without stone pillows. And Landon didn't blame them. Who would want to sleep on rocks or pebbles? In this era, if peasants were really keen on pillows, they would place several pebbles and dried seaweeds into a piece of fabric and call it a pillow. More like a torturing device. Would that give you serious neck injuries? Anyway, each room had a minimum of 30 soldiers residing in them. Since no one was in the rank of drill sergeant, Landon had the warrant officers look after the new recruits. Drill sergeants were those ranked in the enlisted ranks between sergeants and master sergeants. Everyone in the military fort was either overqualified, warrant soldiers and above, or underqualified, new recruits. That's why the warrant soldiers were the best options for now. Each room had a warrant officer that would be in charge of waking up the new recruits and supervising their morning training. It was 6 a.m. In Kirsten's room, there were 40 soldiers sound asleep as they waited for a new day to begin. Each vertical stack had 10 soldiers on them. Fire up the whistleblower. Get up, get up, get up, get up. You all have 5 minutes to be fully dressed and assembled at the center of the rooms. Warrant Officer Justin yelled out. Kirsten immediately jumped up and rushed towards his locker. Kirsten had just arrived this July and was still not used to all the new routines that were done in Baymart. He had always wanted to be a knight growing up, and when he was 7, he started training as a page in his hometown. By the age of 13, his town was attacked by a fierce blood gang and his grandparents died while protecting him and his sister. His grandparents and all the other adults tried to stall the gang, while his sister and all the other children and some adults fled for their lives. His mother died during childbirth, and his father died while he was out hunting in the forest. All he had were his sister and his grandparents. But when he fled with his 6-year-old sister at the time, he knew that he would never see his grandparents again. He had lived the next 3 years of his life begging, doing petty thievery to feed his little sister, and working as a loader in a shipping dock in Fringa City, within the empire of Terike. It was there that fate finally decided to smile on him. While he was loading items onto a ship, he had overheard a man, presumably the owner of the ship, ask about where he could get refugees and buy slaves within the city. Several days later, the man brought a lot of people by the dock and started reassuring them that where they were going would be a happy place with equal pay and good times. Although he was intrigued, he still felt that it was a scam. Ever since he had fled with his sister, people had bullied him and treated him like a piece of horse. He would get beaten up by the sailors on board most of the ships while he was loading items, or even have dirty moped water thrown on his face when his colleagues were having a bad day. He had persevered through all the torture because of his sister. She was all he had, and he would at least try to make her life as comfortable as possible. But now, he had heard that there was such a place that would treat him with respect, and apparently even catered to the poor. Bullsh. Wasn't this just a typical slavery scam? But then again, something in his heart kept saying, what if? What if what the man said was true? What if he could really become a knight and earn enough money for his sister and him? And even if it was a scam, was he not already treated like where he was? Although it was risky, he finally gathered enough courage and begged the man to add him and his little sister to the list. And the rest was history. Once he arrived, he immediately noticed that this city in particular had soldiers and not knights. As he was already 16, he immediately volunteered for the army since that had always been a lifelong dream of his. Within these 2 weeks, he had also realized that everything that His Highness Landon promised them was true. He made new friends, attended lectures, had enough food to eat, and passed his days in peace. His sister was also happy with her life and lived in the estate with all the other slaves and refugees. Since he was in the army and couldn't live in the refugee/estate, his 9-year-old sister had to live with one other child and one caretaker in single large room. So she was fine and well taken care of daily. Plus, during his free time, he would make stops to her estate to check up on her regularly. He loved his time here in Baymart, especially the army experience. SK. To think that he actually hesitated on giving up this golden opportunity. He also made up his mind that he would never betray Baymart because they had given back his dignity as a man back, taken care of his only sister, and fulfilled his dream to be a knight. Or should he say soldier? Plus, he had already made an oath and signed documents of confidentiality and loyalty towards Baymart. Time's up. Everybody lined up in straight vertical lines at the center of the room. Some of the men had only one leg of boots on, while others didn't even have their shirts on, just their pants. Over the past 2 weeks, the new recruits had learned that if anyone was even a second late to line up, the entire group would face punishment. For example, if someone from the left corner of the room lined up late, all those who slept in that corner would have to do push-ups and frog jumps as punishment. Landon did this to encourage teamwork. If you get up and see the person next to you sleeping, wake their ace up. No one could win a fight or a battle alone. After all, the slogan of the fort is all for one, one for all. What did I tell you all about looking forward? Keep your head straight. Karsten's heart started beating faster. He knew that he had FK'd up today. Warrant Officer Justin came so close to him that if someone accidentally pushed him forward, they would definitely kiss each other. But he couldn't be fooled. He had been here long enough to know that when the warrant officers got close to anyone like this, it was nothing good to write about. He thought. Private, where's your shirt? Do you think that you look? Do you want us to admire you? Is that it? No, sir. Then why is your shirt not on your body? Kirsten felt like crying. Why did he lock his locker last night? He usually kept it open, so as not to slow down his pace in the mornings. Luckily, Warrant Officer Justin quickly left him and picked on the guy who had only his left boot on. 2 minutes of Warrant Officer Justin's yells passed, and it was now 6:10 a.m. Everyone, it's time to head on out. By 6:20, you should all be in the fields. Those who aren't fully dressed should get dressed and meet us on the field. From there, you will receive your punishments. Now, everybody else, move out. Kirsten's heart sank even further. His forgetfulness. He had been doing good since he got here, and now, this one slip-up caused him punishment. He truly felt like crying, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. It was indeed his slip-up, and he had to take full responsibility for his actions. As everyone else left, Kirsten wore his shirt and dashed out like lightning towards the field. He quickly arrived a few seconds before go time and stood in line. Safe, he thought. All the recruits trained together, hence all the warrant officers in charge of them were on the field too. Everybody drop down and give me 20. Kirsten immediately dropped down and started doing his push-ups. As he continued on, another warrant officer came over and inspected his form. Arms apart, Private. You will not get results by doing it that way. He immediately adjusted his stance and persisted on. Listen up. It's time to begin the jog. You will all follow the person in front of you. You will all keep up and not slack off. Now everyone, begin the jog. Kirsten followed the recruit in front of him and jogged around the field 6 times. As they jogged, they also sang number songs that surprisingly keep them motivated. Plus, it was kinda like they were doing math at the same time. Although they didn't know intense math, they had all dealt with money before, so it wasn't that hard to count. 3 silver coins plus 10 silver coins gave 13 silver coins. Do 1, 2, 3, 10, 1, 2, 3, 11, 1, 2, 3, 12 that kept them moving forward, and they finally ended up jogging back to their original positions. From there they did pull-ups, sit-ups, leg lounges, high kicks, squats, frog walks, and finally frog jumps. By 7:30 a.m., they were done. Of course, those who previously didn't completely dress up or came late to the general assembly on the fields or in their dormitories stayed back to receive their punishments. Kirsten ran another 2 rounds around the field and did 10 more push-ups. No slacking off, Private. Keep up. He was worn out as Hades. The pain he felt throughout his body was really exhausting. He swore to never do the same mistake he did again. Never. By 7:50 a.m., he was done and quickly dashed away to get his bath. Bath time was from 7:48:20 a.m., so he was already 10 minutes late. He quickly freshened up and still came 5 minutes late for breakfast. Breakfast was also from 8:39:10 a.m., while classes started at 9:30 a.m. He first attended his military lectures on strategies, cannon operations, and safety measures, as well as a device called a gun. And after his 12:30 lunch, he made his way at 1:20 p.m. to the Baymard Public School. Today he just had Math 1 and Pino 1 in his schedule, while tomorrow he had only Math 2. At 3:50, he was back to the military fort and had 1 hour and 10 minutes to rest before going for his gun-firing session. In May, Landon had asked him to create the semi-automatic pistols for the military, and in June, only the warrant officers, the captains, major generals, and of course Lucius practiced with them. Now that the older soldiers understood how to use them, this July, Landon had the officers train and teach these new recruits how to fire the weapons. Of course, Landon labeled the guns as well. This first gun was called a Baymard M.A1. In Kirsten's schedule, he had gun firing practice on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, as well as his obstacle courses. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, he also had classes, sword fighting sessions, and close combat sessions. On Saturdays, he only had rock climbing lessons in the lower region. While on Sundays, he had nothing at all and was basically free as a bird. Of course, every day, he would have morning training routines with the warrant officers, just as he did today. He rested, chatted with his friends, and when it was 5 p.m., he got to the field and held his gun, like he had been doing for the past few days. So far, no one was allowed to keep the guns. After training, all the guns were counted, collected, and stored back in the fort. Aim for the eyes. Go. Kirsten looked at the large pieces of paper 50 feet away and fired his shots. The paper had an outline of a man drawn on it. There were also several marked lines within the image. Their task was to aim for the inner outline on the man drawn on the paper. Pow! 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 When all the recruits had finished shooting, they unarmed themselves by placing the guns on the ground. Only then did the warrant officers on duty reach forward towards their shot papers. Kirsten looked at his large sheet of paper and was disappointed in himself. They did several other shots, and by 6:20 p.m., they were done. Wah! I got the man's belly. Damn! I got his right arm. Would that really do any damage? Sigh. I got his junk. I think the man must be in serious pain. Ha ha! They all laughed out as they made their way to their 6:30 class. Next up, obstacle courses. Kirsten and his friends ran and jumped on thin logs of wood that were surrounded by mud. The logs were inclined upwards and attached to an even larger logs of wood. Kirsten jumped on the log and nearly slipped. He steadied himself and continued forward on the inclined logs and finally arrived on several larger logs of wood suspended 2 meters in the air by iron bars. As he was about to move, the person in front of him slipped and fell into the mud. Plop! A warrant officer quickly told the recruit who fell to go back at the end of the line and start all over again. Kirsten focused, passed through several log bridges, and arrived back at ground level. He quickly crawled through several large pipes and made his way to another set of inclined logs suspended 3 meters high, which led to a tall wooden post. Once at the top, he quickly used the ropes on the sides to slide down. Once on ground level, he quickly ran towards another 3-meter-tall iron bar wall, which looked like the doors of a giant medieval prison cell. He put his legs and hands in the holes on the wall and climbed over the wall, making his way over the fall wall. As he progressed, he became more fatigued and stressed. He crawled in sand, under several wooden logs, jumped through tires, and almost fell into mud several times. He was now at the final stage of the obstacle course. He crawled on ropes trying to get from one wooden post to another, and when he reached the end, he let go of the rope and lost his footing. Plop! Get to the back of the line and start over again. Kirsten wanted to cry. Why did I suddenly lose my footing? I'm now covered in mud. My hands and shoes are all slippery. There's no way that I wouldn't fall back again. He really cursed his luck. By 7:20 p.m., the session was over, and he quickly headed with his friends to take his bath. Hee. I saw your fall, man. Truly tragic. Don't mock me, all right? By 8:30, everyone had dinner. And by 9:30 p.m., he went around the fort with his friends while talking about their day. And by 11 p.m., it was lights out. Time to sleep. He was really exhausted, but at the same time happy. He only hoped that tomorrow would be just as exciting as today was. This was his experience. Today, Landon left the workers early because he had a meeting to attend. At 3 p.m., Landon headed over to the alchemy industry to have his weekly meetings with all the supervisors and overseers. Every week, Landon would use any room in any of the industries for the meetings. He would rotate between all industries so as to be fair. Last week, the meeting took place at the food industry. The week before that, it was held at the construction industry. And now, it was at the alchemy industry. All the overseers and supervisors were supposed to bring in their weekly reports indicating their progress compared to the prior week, and a pie chart which showed their results, as well as how many products were currently in stock. They were also supposed to present all the problems and difficulties the workers faced within each industry. So far, Baymard had several sections within each industry: food industry, black small square department F1, actual farming, black small square dep F2, storage and distribution, black small square dep F3, seasoning and spice making, black small square dep F4, cooking oil, black small square dep F5, vinegar, black small square dep F6, butter, black small square dep F7, taking care of goats, chickens, etc. Alchemy/chemistry industry, black small square dep A1, gunpowder, black small square dep A2, paint, black small square dep A3, chalk making, black small square dep A4, chemical products like chlorine, etc. Black small square dep A5, storage and distribution of goods, black small square dep A6, oil production, black small square dep A7, ink making, black small square dep A8, soap making, construction industry, black small square dep C1, mining, black small square dep C2, glass making, black small square dep C3, warfare weapons, guns, cannons, black small square dep C4, storage and distribution of goods, black small square dep C5, everything rubber, black small square dep C6, in charge of building and fixing all construction equipment, creating electrical gadgets and heavy industrial machines, as well as other building fixtures. Black small square dep C7, cement making, black small square dep C8, wood cutting, black small square dep C9, everything plastic, black small square dep C10, pipe making, black small square dep C11, paper making, black small square dep C12, everything porcelain and marble, black small square dep C13, furniture making like bed frames, black small square dep C14, construction workers. The room was set up like a lecture hall, with all the supervisors and overseers facing a podium at the front. Everyone quieted down, and the meeting began. Chief Wiggins, since we are at your industry this time, we will start with you. The floor is yours. Chief Wiggins and the 16 supervisors within his industry came forward with samples of all the products created within the week, excluding chemicals, guns, and gunpowder, of course. For today, everything else basically looks and has the same texture and results as last week's products. All except the soap. Landon and everyone else nodded as they listened to Chief Wiggins. Last week, the soap was still effective, but it really didn't lather up as much as Landon expected. Apparently, they didn't add enough sodium lauryl sulfate into their products. But this week, it looked like they had successfully done the corrections and came prepared. As Wiggins spoke, the supervisors placed several bowls of water on 3 large tables. I would like everyone to come up and wash their hands in these separate bowls of water, using the soaps. Those seated rushed to the tables and started washing their hands. There were different colored bars of soap placed by the side of each basin. Wow, this is what His Highness meant by lathering up? I have to agree. It makes me feel like my hands are really dirt-free. Each bar even has a name and number carved on it. Ah, it smells like lavender. My wife would surely like this one. Mine smells very manly. Can it be used for doing laundry and bathing? Of course. That's what Chief Wiggins said in his last week report. I think the B3 soap is the one used for doing laundry. It really is an improvement compared to last week's soaps. Once everyone sat down, Chief Wiggins continued his presentation. As he spoke, the supervisors got all the bowls of water and threw them outside the windows. They also gathered up all the soap bars and cleaned the tables with rags. Chief Wiggins spoke about the overall success rate within his industry, as well as the few issues and problems encountered within the manufacturing processes. Later on, the supervisors spoke about the issues all the workers faced at work. At the end of their presentation, everyone rose up and clapped for them. Brilliant! They had really tried their best compared to last week. Those from the alchemy industry all blushed and smiled as they saw the positive response from everyone. And to top it off, His Highness rose up too. Last week, His Highness didn't rise up but still clapped for them. This week, they saw him standing, smiling, clapping, and even nodding several times to them. All their hard work had paid off. Now it was time for the construction industry take over the presentation. All the products were same compared to last week, except the new tables, porcelain plates, marble cups, pins, pencils, plastic rulers, and paper. Wow, I didn't know that paper could be colored blue. Overseer Tim really outdid himself this time. Check out this pin. The ones before had clear casings, but this one has a grayish casing and looks very cool. Look, when I press on the top, the pin head shoots out at the bottom. This is the best invention so far. Pwee! What do you know? Can't you see that slick glass table over there? The table legs are made out of wood, but the top part is made of glass. Glass! Do you think that a pin can compare to that? I agree. The table is the best. I can't wait for these products to be sold in the stores. They won't be sold now. His Highness said that once house construction starts, then they would be sold. So for now, they can only be stored in big warehouses. But did you see that porcelain plate? It's so artistic and funny. It says, "Go away. Opening hours are closed." Ha ha ha. I need that plate in my life. That should be my new slogan. Every time someone wants to talk to me when I'm eating, I'll just tell them, "Go away. Opening hours are closed." The construction industry rounded up, and it was finally time for the food industry to shine. Once Tim was done, Overseer Lior from the food industry came over with bread and other foods, so that his audience could feel the effectiveness of his spices, seasonings, butter, and so on. Of course, everyone fell in love with them. Just looking at the dried spices and seasonings made their tongues salivate. The men sprinkled the different seasonings and spices on their meat and felt like they were in heaven. The juiciness, the tenderness. How could food taste so good? The meat was well cooked. It had an earthy color and a stringy feel to it. As they savored the meat, they began to eat like pigs without even knowing it. Some of the meat was also deep fried and had a crisp feel to them. They were either sprinkled with salt and pepper or garlic. The single men only had one thought right now. Who cooked this meat? Can they marry them? They had to admit the spiciness and seasonings had improved compared to last week's results. They were still eating the horse meat from the previous attack on Baymard, and it was at this time that they truly felt grateful to their enemies. They sincerely thanked their enemies for dropping them several stacks of meat in Baymard. Once the chicken was done, they started licking their fingers. Delicious. There were also several fried rice and vegetable dishes that were done with oil, powdered, garlic, and vinegar. The butter, on the other hand, was a real treat. The rich, soft feel of the butter on the bread made them feel like they were floating on clouds. The food industry had produced two types of butter, salted and non-salted. Was this how food was supposed to taste? They couldn't help but feel that they had been eating dog-ish all through their lives. They began to wonder how they had ever coped all through the years. How could they go back to eating those awful dishes? No way. They'd rather starve. Right now, their taste buds had been upgraded, and they had already started forgetting what the good they used to cook tasted like. Since they discovered that food was supposed to taste like this, most of the men had gone to the market to buy the products that were supplied by the food company to these stores. These products were now seen as essentials in their homes. It was truly mouth-watering. They couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up to Overseer Lior. On the other hand, Overseer Lior, who was being praised, kept thinking about what kind of food house he should build in future. With these new delicacies, wasn't his world not complete? Hades, yeah. It was more than complete. For now, he decided to put a stop to his food house construction. What if His Highness made more foodstuff? This situation was indeed tricky. Landon, who was oblivious to Overseer Lior's food madness, continued tasting all the different dishes placed in front of him. Overall, Landon was utterly impressed as well. All the industries had heeded to his advice and really improved their products compared to last week. Once all the presentations were done, they started discussing all the issues within their industries and how to further improve their results. Your Highness, now that we have pins, what do we do with the excess chalk in stock? A supervisor asked. Landon thought for a while. Chalk itself has several uses. It was good for raising soil acidity, hence increasing the agricultural yield of the farms. There were spheral types of chalks, like calcium carbonate, magnesium calcium, and so on. In addition, it aids in removing perspiration and reduces slipping, hence it was already used by the military for weightlifting, tug-of-war, rock climbing, and other gymnastics. Chalk was also used in house construction and served as mild abrasives for several other industries, like toothpaste. That's why it was very important for them to continue producing chalk. For now, still produce the same amount of chalk powder, but limit the amount that is molded into chalk sticks? Landon replied. All the men, irrespective of which department or industry they were from, asked Landon multiple questions. And when Landon answered them, they would immediately jotted down everything, so as not to forget Landon's instructions. After all, next week, they were to show how they implemented His Highness's instructions and advice to their industries. No one wanted to let Landon down. Once Landon was done with the group, he headed towards the estate, which was presently known as the hospital. Today, he had a meeting with all the doctors and some nurses there. Not all the nurses could come as they couldn't close down the hospital, school, military, and industry clinics for the meeting. Today, Landon just wanted to know the results about his sanitation advice and first aid methods were working on the patients. Landon had been teaching them basic first aid since May. With the help of hydrogen peroxide, wounds were cleaned up properly. The first time hydrogen peroxide was used, the doctors, nurse, and even the patients were shocked. How come the injured area was foaming up, yet it didn't hurt at all? And how can the dried blood on the wound come out with just a few swipes with a clean cloth? Anyway, they were thoroughly impressed with the hydrogen peroxide. The medicated alcohol, on the other hand, had the patients screaming out loud. Although they hated it, they knew that alcohol was normally needed in treating wounds. Landon also taught them the importance of using aloe vera as an anesthetic after treating the wounds. With the help of the thin medical rubber gloves and other hospital wear, the doctors and nurses worked properly without spreading blood here and there, or further contaminating the patients. Soap was also used to clean the floors and other surfaces within the hospital, leaving the air with a fresh, clean smell. When Landon got to the hospital, he was somewhat shocked at the alarming situation in there. Well, it was alarming to him anyway. He had forgotten that children could still have such illnesses. Your Highness, this week, we have admitted over 100 children in the hospital. They were all infected with this scourge creeper, chickenpox. While Landon was busy dealing with the sick, Slytherin Cord had made his way to the city of Sangria. Finally, he was going to catch that witch, who called himself the Ghostly Prince. It was finally time. Standing in front of Slytherin were one of his trusted aides and 4 other soldiers under his command. So as not to draw too much attention onto himself, he had left thousands of his men back at his base in Ingril City, and had come to Sangria City with just 150 men. His men had all blended in with the peasants, and actually looked like servants and farmers. Today, Slytherin had already received word that the Ghostly Prince would leave the Quincy Inn and head towards the Haunted Plain of Sangria. The Haunted Plain was a cemetery located in the outskirts of Sangria that was believed to be cursed. People didn't go there during the nighttime due to the frightening folk takes that were said about the cemetery. That's why all burials were only done during the day. Those who were brave enough to go there at night never came back to their families. It was believed that the ancestors of their enemies haunted the cemetery and were thirsty for blood. It was also believed that once the ancestors got a hold of a living person, they would out all the blood from that person's body, leaving only a dried-out corpse at the end. /boss, we had observed that place every night for the past 4 days. The masked man would go there with his men for a few hours before coming back to the Quincy Inn. One of Slytherin's subordinates said. Did he meet anyone there? Boss. Except for the hooded woman that he met on the first day, he hasn't met anyone else. If that's the case, then he might be using that place as a way to send messages to his subordinates. How many men does he have with him each time he goes to the cemetery? Boss. He always takes 15 men with him to the cemetery. Slytherin nodded as he listened. Tonight, I will only take 30 men for the mission. Tell the rest of the men to wait outside the gates of Sangria. Once this mission is over, we will be heading out immediately. Slytherin commanded. The night was dark, cold, and somewhat foggy. All around, sounds of frogs could be heard, croaking away, as well as the loud chirps of crickets. Creak, creak, creak. The rain that fell during the day had finally stopped, leaving most of the footpaths muddy. Slytherin and his men moved stealthily as they followed their enemies towards the cemetery. Today, they wore all black clothing, leaving only their eyes visible for all to see. They indeed looked like assassins. Even with the pale moonlight cast on them, one would have to struggle just to make them out. Once the ghostly prince and his entourage passed through the cemetery gate, Slytherin signaled for his men to stop. The cemetery was also shrouded with fog and gave off an eerie feeling to it. From what his subordinates had found out, there was a secret base located at the back of the cemetery. It was hidden away by the bushes and trees. During the day, his men had been able to pinpoint where exactly the entrance to the base was. Amongst the 30 subordinates that had followed him, 10 were tasked with surrounding the enemy's base, while the other 20 would follow him quietly into the base. There were 2 enemy guards standing at the door of the base. Slytherin needed a distraction. One of his men shot 2 arrows a little further from the enemy base. Thup! Thup! Backslash, did you hear that? Backslash, one of the guards asked. Backslash, yeah, I did. I'll go check it out. Backslash, the noise was coming towards a grave that stood a little farther away from the base's entrance. Once that guard left, 2 other arrows were shot again. Thup! Thup! The last guard standing by the entrance heard sounds coming from a different direction and decided to check it out as well. The fog within the cemetery didn't help much, because he couldn't see anything from where he was. Once the man left, Slytherin signaled for those 10 men who were supposed to surround the base to deal with the guards, while he made his way with the rest towards the base. Very quickly, they entered the base and spotted 5 more guards patrolling another hallway. Backslash, boss, what do we do now? Backslash, Slytherin bit his lips and thought for a while. He needed this operation to be done quietly and without a hitch. He couldn't allow that witch to get a chance at escaping. At the start, when Eli tasked him on getting information on the ghostly prince, he really didn't have any personal vendetta with the witch. But for the first time in his life, he had failed a mission. Who would believe that he, Slytherin Cord, the master of the Empire's best intelligence organization, would fail a mission? He, a person whom even the king wanted to hire but couldn't. At his level, he could be working for several empires if he wanted to. In fact, the first time Slytherin had told Prince Eli that he had failed the mission over dinner, Eli looked at the bottles close to Slytherin and concluded that Slytherin was drunk. It was too unbelievable. Even if people had heard that he had failed a mission, no one would believe it. That was how good his success rate was. And at that point, Slytherin became more and more determined to catch this mysterious ghostly prince. It became an obsession to him. He had even started calling the ghostly prince as his little white rabbit. He called him Little White Rabbit because rabbit stew was his best dish, and little because he truly felt like no one could outsmart him. He honestly couldn't wait to slit the throat of the man who gave him so much pain. Throughout these few months, he would spend sleepless nights stalking and tracking down the ghostly prince's movements, but he could never really pinpoint where his little white rabbit's hideout was. But the third time he took over the mission, he had more than 80% of the men who followed him on the mission killed at once. At this point, he had changed the ghostly prince's name from Little White Rabbit to Witch. Getting rabbit stew. Right now, he wanted to eat the rabbit's flesh raw. It was then that he had developed bad blood with the witch. This time, he wanted to skin the witch's face and place it on his wall at home. Anyway, right now Slytherin had to make sure that their actions didn't alert the 5 guards ahead of them. He looked up at the wooden frames on the ceilings and his eyes lit up. Follow my lead. Slytherin placed his hands and legs on the walls, as if he were doing a sideway leg split. He looked like Jean-Claude Van Damme as he climbed up the narrow walls. The hallway they were in had extremely narrow walls, as it was closer to the entrance. Once they had all gotten onto the wooden ceiling frames, they quietly moved on the frames towards an even bigger hallway. This hallway was the one that had 5 guards patrolling on it. As they moved, they began to listen to the conversation of all the patrolling guards. They had learned that the ghostly prince was still having his meeting in a room 2 hallways away from them. They continued in ahead and finally arrived at the last hallway. Slytherin signaled for his men to move. 6 men quickly dropped from above, landing on the 3 guards guarding a large wooden door. Before the enemy guards could react, the men quickly placed their hands on their enemies' mouths and used their blades to silence them. Once that was done, they quickly moved the bodies to the sides. As they dragged the bodies, Slytherin and the rest of the men on the ceiling dropped down. Be careful. This witch is tricky. Slytherin warned, as he stood in front of the large wooden door with a victory smile on his face. Bam! The door was kicked down, and the men quickly rushed in. But to their surprise, there was no one in sight. Forget no one. There was absolutely nothing in the room. No tables, no chairs. Nothing. Why was this room guarded if no one was in there? At this point, they all became solemn. Looking for me? Two groups of men faced each other as they prepared for battle. Slytherin was really off now. After all his planning, traveling, and scheming, he still ended up in this witch's trap. Wasn't this the greatest disgrace to his name? It was all this rascal's fault. Why couldn't he just die? William had entered the room with 10 men, so Slytherin thought that this was all the people he had. Slytherin's reports stated that William usually came here with 15 people, and since they had taken care of the 5 guards so far, so Slytherin thought it was logical for William to only have 10 men right now. So either way, Slytherin still had his victory smile on. So what if I'm looking for you? Even if you succeeded in trapping me and men here, do you really think that you are enough to stop me, HMMP? Enough chit-chat. Hand over your life, and I might just let you go, Slytherin said coldly. William smiled. Silly me. Did you think that these were all my men? Immediately 5 more came out. Just where did those men come from? Slytherin couldn't help but wonder. Right now it was 15 men to 15 men, excluding him and the witch. So now, the battle was even. But so what? He was still going to kill the weasel. Like I said, hand over your life, and I might spare you, Slytherin repeated again coldly. Everyone on William's side was utterly confused with what Slytherin had said. Hand over your life? Aren't you the one who is trapped now? Just where did you get your confidence from? William looked at the delusional Slytherin and knew that this man was conceited. It was clear that Slytherin had always thought that he was far better than everyone else. Confidence was a good thing, but it could sometimes lead one to underestimate their enemies. Right now, William's 50 hidden knights had taken care of Slytherin's subordinates that were supposed to surround the perimeter. William didn't want to use his hidden guards to fight with Slytherin, so he used the other men who usually followed him during the daytime to fight this battle. You're right. Let's cut the bullshit and get down to business, shall we? Immediately, William swung his sharp iron sword at the men who were acting as shields. Slytherin's men had formed a circle around him in an attempt to shield him from the enemy. The battle had finally begun. Clink! The enemy blocked William's attack. As his veins bulged through his arms, William swung his sword again and ended his attack with a kick on his enemy's chest. Their formation was broken. The enemy quickly got up from the ground and yelled angrily, "Witch! Die!" The enemy swung his sword horizontally at full swing as he aimed for William's neck. William immediately fell backwards towards the ground as a way of ducking. He quickly used his back and hands to kick off from the ground and used his legs to punch the chin and face of his enemy. Ah! The enemy cried. Blood was oozing out of his enemy's nostrils. Once he was up from the ground, he swung his sword with all his might and instantly cut his enemy's head off cleanly. The head rolled on the floor as blood oozed out through the dead man's neck. The body shook like a chicken, whose head had been cut off. Just as William was about to look at the situation in the room, another enemy approached him. Clink! As the battle in the room went on, Slytherin's eyes opened wide as 3 of his men dropped to the floor like flies, while his enemy's side didn't even loose a single man. Why did it turn out like this? At this point, he had to look for a way to escape. He looked around the room, and when he saw a window at the corner, his eyes lit up. William's men fought and kept pushing on as they tried to get to Slytherin, who was now making his escape through the window. Slytherin quickly smashed the wooden window frames and jumped out. He quickly escaped with 4 of his men as he passed through the bushes in the cemetery. William, who had seen Slytherin escape, told 4 of his men to follow them. As Slytherin ran, he was shocked to see William's men on his tail. "Boss, I'll hold them off with that." 2 of his subordinates stopped and drew their swords from the sheath that was strapped behind their backs. They steadied themselves in preparation for the fight. Clink! Clink, clink, as Slytherin ran. He kept hearing the sounds of swords hitting one another. He knew that his men would definitely die tonight. It was not that Slytherin cared for their lives, or had any deep affection for them. It was just that training new staff or knights would take years to do, and was already a hassle to him. Why would he feel bad if they died for him? Wasn't he their boss? Weren't they supposed to fight for him? Men like him only really cared about raising their armies and conquering new territories, people, or objects. Death was an everyday occurrence here, so why would Slytherin feel bad? It was his men's duty to die for him, and they had successfully fulfilled it. What more could he say? Once they were closer to their horses, the other two men who were left with Slytherin stayed behind in order to stall the enemies from getting to Slytherin. Slytherin quickly got on his horse and made his way towards the gates of Sangria. He needed to leave quickly with the rest of his men, who were already waiting for him outside the gates. As he left, he couldn't help but curse that witch ghostly prince. He swore that he would eat the witch's flesh and drink his blood when he succeeded. William stood in the cemetery as he faced all 66 of his men who were standing by his side and waiting for the rest to arrive. Right now, they were waiting for the 4 who were sent to deal with Slytherin's fleeing group. For tonight's show, William had come here with 70 men. He had kept 50 men as secret guards around the cemetery, 10 guarding the base, and 10 around him. The first 2 men guarding the base weren't injured by Slytherin's men, as the hidden guards easily took care of the enemies once Slytherin successfully went into the base. It was only the 3 men guarding the large wooden door that got injured. Some were stabbed on their backs, and others in their bellies. But so far no one had died. Once the 4 men were back, they gave their report to William. "My lord, we have completed the mission," they said as they knelt down in front of him. "Is Slytherin core dead?" "No, my lord. What about his men who were fleeing with him?" "All dead, my lord." "And his men outside the gates?" "All dead, my lord." "Good." Actually, William's plan was never kill Slytherin. Slytherin was a key chess piece in Eli's rise to power. With Slytherin's help, Eli could easily take care of his siblings. William didn't want to start attacking any of them until a winner emerged from the group. Why go through all that stress when he could just kill the winner? William was clear on his thoughts. If the winner didn't step down from the throne, then the winner had to die. Simple. Slytherin was part of Eli's backbone, and it wasn't necessary to have him killed just yet. He did all this just to send a message to his little cousin Eli in Slytherin. William had left the message in Slytherin's hideout outside the city gates. He was sure that right about now, Slytherin should have gotten the message. And he was right. Slytherin reached his hideout and was shocked silly. His men were all dead, and all their horses had magically disappeared. The funny part was that all their belongings and clothes had been stolen. He quickly rushed towards his room and pushed the door wide open. Everything was gone. All his gold, his silver, and a few documents that he had within his care were gone. They were really gone with the wind. Luckily, Slytherin had always kept his most important documents with him. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his enemies had gotten them. He had to admit that he had really underestimated that witch. This was the last time that he would ever make that mistake again. There was a note on his table with a knife stabbed on it. The knife had a unique craftsmanship and had the initials G.P. on its handle. Slytherin immediately knew who the culprit was. As he read the letter, his blood boiled and he couldn't help but crumble the letter in his hands. He swore that he would for sure kill the witch, even if he had to die trying. The witch had to die. After reading the letter, Slytherin placed it in his pocket and went outside his room. He quickly burnt down the base and took off. He had come to Sangria with 150 men, excluding the 50 that usually stayed in Sangria to keep an eye on things. All 200 men had died, with only him being the sole survivor. "The humiliation you have given me today, I will remember it." Baymard. While Slytherin was steaming away like a glazed donut, Landon had been educating the doctors, nurses, and caretakers on how to handle chickenpox patients. The children were all infected with the scourge creeper, chickenpox. Since this time was school break, the children would run around the estate playing with each other all day long. Apparently, one of the children had it, but it wasn't really visible at the time. It just looked like breakouts or bad allergies, so no one thought anything of it. Then that child spread it to the other children who had never had chickenpox before in the estate. Since chickenpox is an airborne disease, all those children were easily infected. It was only a few days ago that the head doctor in the clinic realized what it was. In this world, since they didn't have any cure for chickenpox, all they did was let the virus go away on its own, while isolating the victims and treating them like leprosy patients. Landon walked into the room and saw the children itching and scratching themselves aggressively. That was the worst thing to do in such situations. Woo-woo. It's itchy. Will I remain like this forever? I feel like my throat is dry. Landon came into the room and ensured the patients that they would be fine. It wasn't easy. Some children were crying and screaming in the room, while others were violently scratching themselves against the walls. Finally, Landon decided to quiet them down with a short story, and after the story, he began briefing all the doctors on what the disease actually was and how they could further treat and cure it. He also wanted the doctors educate the citizens and the caretakers, ensuring them that this illness was literally not a big deal. There was no reason to not visit the patients. If the citizens had already gotten chickenpox when they were younger, it rarely affected those that had already gotten it. He realized that he also needed the citizens to come to the hospital within this month and register all the symptoms and diseases that they had ever gotten before. Although these illnesses had strange names in this world, they all had common symptoms to those that Landon remembered back on Earth. He wanted to know if they had gotten or survived attacks from diseases like measles, mumps, and so on. He also realized that people in this era could not differentiate between smallpox and chickenpox. For them, both were one and the same. Also, there was presently no cure for most of these diseases. That's why thousands of people died yearly within the Pino continent from them. To think that people could actually die from something like malaria, yellow fever, and typhoid. They also died from measles as well. For chickenpox to be fully cured, Landon gave the doctors a detailed description for the treatment process. The children were to soak in cold water that had sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, added to it. They were to do this at least 2 times a day. After soaking, they were to bathe with soap, so as to keep their skin clean. The caretakers and nurses were only supposed to pat and not rub their skin when giving the children their bath. They were also to keep the children hydrated by allowing them to drink lots of water and milk throughout the day. The children needed to fight off their fever and the viruses within their bodies. That's why their bodies needed hydration regularly. Heat and sweat would also make their skin itchy, so the caretakers were to wipe their bodies with wet cold rags after 3 hours, so as to calm their skin. Since there were no pills, Landon decided to go old school. He decided to go towards the direction of Chinese medicine. He had the doctors, nurses, and some caretakers boil the leaves of the Iplamia and Ocimum basilian plant. The children were to drink the liquid from the boiled leaves at least 3 times a day. Landon had previously gotten all knowledge in farming. Part of that knowledge included identifying all plants, vegetables, dairy farming, food, and all other types of farming that existed in the world. He knew how to grow a farm filled with medical plants as well. Hence, he could tell how beneficial each plant was to the human body. Landon speculated that within a week and a half, the chickenpox crisis should pass for most of the children. Of course, some might require more time to completely get rid of the virus. It's been a few days since the whole chickenpox fiasco. Dr. Jerson looked at the reports from the nurses and nodded. His Highness treatment procedures had worked. When Jerson first came to Baymard, he wasn't really sure about how his life would turn out. He came in May due to the multiple attacks that were taking place in his city at the Empire of Yoden. When he boarded the ship with his family, he kept on praying that Baymard was as good as the ship owner had said. He was scared silly because he didn't want his wife, his children, his brother, and his sister's families to end up as slaves. But when he got here, he knew that all his worries were for nothing. This new king of theirs seemed to know everything. From what he gathered, their king was the one who came up with all the ideas in Baymard. At first he didn't believe it, but when their king started teaching them first aid and the medicinal importance of several plants, he was really taken aback. Their king seemed to be a super genius. He didn't know if he should call the current king of Arcadina foolish or stupid. How could he banish such a treasure? Was he sick in the head? At this point, he had given up on trying to understand royalty. For him, he really enjoyed talking with His Highness. He had observed that Landon didn't put on airs with him, and also admitted to his faults when he felt like he was wrong. Like the other day, Landon apologized for not telling them to register everyone's illness earlier on. Although it really wasn't his fault, their king felt solely responsible for the chickenpox incident. This king of theirs was weird, but they liked him. Landon had told them that they should call themselves doctors and not healers or apothecaries. He had to admit that the word doctor had a better ring to it. Doctor. Dr. Jerson. Yup. It was way better than the other names. In this world, nurses were also called helpers. So of course Landon also changed their names to nurses. The hospital nurses always had their hair placed in a bun or tied away with clothing while at work. Both doctors and nurses had to put on their gloves when treating injuries, as well as their clinical rubber shoes. For the doctors and nurses, Landon didn't want to bother the women around Baymard to sew lab coats, so he had given the hospital staff transparent plastic coats for them to wear at work. The coats looked exactly like transparent raincoats, and were also the same ones used by the alchemy industry while they were in the labs. The coats had buttons and 2 large pockets at the front waist region. The nurses also had to wear pants while at work. Actually, all the women in the industries also wore pants. How could they work with those long skirts and gowns that kept dragging on the floor and collecting dirt and mud? When the women moved, they usually had to gather up their gowns as they walked. Several of them had fallen down on the first day during their jobs. How could they carry anything and climb the stairs or move at work with what they were wearing? Some women had broken some glass items already. It wasn't a big deal to break these items, but having the workers injure themselves was really frightening. Landon had removed several pieces of glass from their skin and given them first aid multiple times. That's why Landon made the rule way back in May that all women were to wear pants at work. What if they fell onto the broken glass pieces and lost an eye? There was a reason why all industries back on Earth required people to wear pants, and that was mainly for safety reasons. Even women in the hospitals wore pants. Of course, the military women as well wore pants, but for different reasons. Who could complete the obstacle courses or do rock climbing and so on with those ridiculously long gowns or skirts. Plus, Landon was pretty sure that their underwear would show when they were doing all those military stunts. The women also found that they could do their jobs more efficiently in pants compared to skirts. They were also happy that they had stopped breaking things here and there. They were really grateful that His Highness didn't fire them from their jobs. For them, the things they broke were really expensive, but their king didn't pay any mind to it and worried about their safety instead. Hence, pants was the way forward in Baymard. Each doctor and nurse also had a name tag that they had pinned to their uniforms, so that all the patients could remember their names. Right now, the caretakers that Landon had assigned around the hospital were looking after the patients, while the only doctor and 2 nurses in the main hospital were having a short but brief meeting. Nurse Chanel had just come for her shift, while Nurse Laura was about to end her own shift. The hospital was open 24 hours, so for sure, Nurse Laura would come again late at night after Chanel closed from work. Landon had told them to persevere till the end of the month, before he would assign more people to work as nurses. By that time, he would task training the new people to the present hospital staff. For now, the hospital was really understaffed. Dr. Jerson, so far we have seen a remarkable improvement with the chickenpox patients. From the tests, in the next few days 90% of them should be free to leave. Nurse Laura said, as she handed over all patient reports to him. We have also started recording all the citizens' health statuses and diseases that they had gotten before. Nurse Chanel added. Actually, Dr. Jerson was really impressed with Landon's ways of thinking. Landon had placed several wooden shelves in one of the largest rooms in the hospital and called it the archives. Each shelf case had a letter carved onto it from A, B, through Z. It was kind of like a filing system. Every citizen's name would be written on the corner and top of the books and placed on the shelves. The doctors and nurses would be the only ones with access to the room, hence only they would get the keys. The books would show the patient's name, place of birth, date of birth, occupation, all visits to the hospital, illnesses, doctor's prescriptions, recommendations, doctor's signature, and so on. The patients were required to buy another hospital book from the hospital. This book was the one that they could take home. This hospital book would also show them the drugs, treatment recommended by the doctor, and what they should do to relieve themselves from their illnesses. This book would also be used anywhere in any clinic within Baymard. After all, all the hospitals and clinics in Baymard were considered as one. Since there were no computers yet, Landon needed a way to make sure that everyone's information got recorded properly. The patient was supposed to keep the note in his hospital book when he or she gets home, and the doctors in the clinics were tasked with heading over to the main hospital and recording all the information in the patient's book stored in the archives. That way, even if the patient lost the note, or his personal hospital book, the doctors can still look up his files from the archives. This was to be done, at least until computers got invented, which would be way far ahead even in the next few years. Landon was sure that he wouldn't be able to do it. What about Grandma Patricia? Is she getting any better? Dr. Jerson asked. Nurse Chanel took over and presented him Grandma Patricia's hospital book. Dr. Jerson quickly grazed through it and nodded as a sign of agreement to what was written in it. It looks like the swelling on her waist has gone down drastically, so His Highness was right. For now, continue all her treatments as planned. Since she has improved, I will meet His Highness to see if we should adjust anything in her treatment or diet. Grandma Patricia was one of the elderly women who came to Baymard as a refugee in June with her family. She had fallen down while farming and had rolled down a hill that was covered in stones and dirt. Elderly people have soft tissue bones, and any sort of fall could lead them to hospitalization. When she fell, she had fractured her hip bone, which led to the swelling around her waist. Her entire body felt completely alien to her at that point. The pain was truly unbearable. Her family had gotten a healer who had advised them to keep her lying in bed all day long. She had been lying in bed for the past 3 months now. When she wanted to relieve herself or take a bath, her daughter or daughter-in-laws would help her. But that healer's advice was actually a bad move. Since then, walking had been too stressful for her as well. When injured, the elderly needed constant massages and light exercises to strengthen their bones. They needed good physical therapy. A healthy, strong body could better fight off infection and make recovery from injuries way faster than a weak one. Exercising could also delay or even prevent diseases like diabetes, cancer, strokes, and many more, just to name a few. The most important thing was that exercising could definitely improve their quality of life and life expectancy. Just lying on the bed for so long had led her to develop back pains and other body pains. Landon had given them instructions on what her diet should be like and how they were supposed to aid her through her healing process. It had been a month and a few weeks now, and there was already a massive improvement with her body and her attitude towards life. When she arrived, she acted like she wanted to die early. But now, she smiled every day and also spent her time gisting away with the other seniors in the hospital. Her family was so happy seeing her walk that they started crying. They had really thought that she would live the rest of her life laying in bed. What Dr. Jerson really appreciated the most was what His Highness called a medical walker. The walker had 4 legs and was made of iron, and had rubber tubes as the shoe of the iron legs. Rubber was also placed around the side handles and acted as a soft cushion between the iron and the palms of the senior citizens. The walker really aided Grandma Patricia when she walked around the hospital during her rehabilitation exercises. As Jerson looked at the report, he couldn't help but smile. Good. You all have done a great job as nurses. Nurse Laura and Chanel were blushing at Jerson's praises as they smiled from ear to ear. They too felt that this is how a hospital should operate. Now, let's go do our rounds and see how all the patients are doing. They arrived at a room with a name tag by the side of the room. The name Ward G1 was painted on the name tag and showed that this was the first ward on the ground floor of the hospital. As they walked in, the children were chatting and drawing on their pieces of paper. Some of the children's families who were not scheduled for work were also in the ward visiting their children. Now that they had been better educated and had spent time with their children, they quickly realized that the whole empire had a wrong idea about chickenpox. They even started feeling guilty towards their children for treating them like leprosy patients. Thank the ancestors that their king had been given the wisdom of the heavens to enlighten them. Once they saw the group come in, the children started smiling and waving happily. Hey, it's Dr. Jerson. Dr. Jerson? Where? Nurse Laura. Nurse Chanel. The families of the children come forward to say their thanks. Doctor, thank you for taking care of my little Bibless. My wife and I would like to invite you to our home to convey our thanks. Nurse Laura, thank you for doing your best. My boy tells me that because of your care, he had started getting better. Nurse Chanel, my daughter sings your praise daily and says that you have the healing hands from the heavens. Dr. Nurse, everyone was happy as they offered their honest gratitude towards the hospital staff. Honestly, the nurses and Dr. Jerson were really happy with the recognition they were getting from the citizens. The nurses almost became emotional, but they knew right now wasn't the time to cry. They had to be strong and keep doing their jobs. For the first time since they started their profession, they felt like they were doing something right. It wasn't all about the money. They quickly realized that saving lives and treating illnesses gave them great joy and a sense of fulfillment. As they checked all the patients, the nurses took down notes of any patient who had developed any other complications or problems with the medicine given to them. Landon had told them to always do this because people could be allergic to certain drugs. Even the water from the boiled leaves could cause allergies or rashes to some people. Once they were done, they visited all the other wards with chickenpox patients and finally headed over to the other patients in the ward. They stepped into Ward G23 and saw some senior citizens and their families who came to visit them. Dr. Jerson, he. I was just talking about you, Nurse Laura. Welcome. Child Chanel, come over to Granny. The patients welcomed the group and even teased them here and there. Child Laura, I have a grandson who isn't married. I think you would be a good match for him. That way I can have you as my granddaughter-in-law. I want Nurse Chanel as my granddaughter-in-law. Do you know? I heard that Dr. Jerson's wife is as beautiful as a flower. Of course she is beautiful. Do you think that just anyone can be with my new son, Dr. Jerson? Concerning this group of seniors, the hospital staff had already given up on them. When these seniors were together, they could really tease someone. Jerson had already been adopted without him even knowing, while the nurses were already granddaughter-in-laws to several senior citizens in the hospital. This was the everyday life of the hospital staff. Only 3 days were left before July could finally come to an end. Baymart had gone through a lot of changes throughout the month. So far, the first construction site was 80% completed, the second site is 72% completed, and the third site is 60% completed. When building, Landon utilized all his time effectively. When they were waiting for the concrete to harden, they went to the other industries and repeated the same procedures there. And with the help of 8,500 workers, the job got by quickly. Overall, Landon was happy with the overall construction progress. Within this month, the industries had also flourished and thrived on their own. All of them had accomplished their tasks for July by creating new products. And the hospital staff had also improved their skills as well. On the other hand, school would reopen on the second day of August. So Landon wanted to know how prepared the teachers were. As a king, it was necessary to have regular meetings with all parts of life in Baymart. Landon still remembered the day that he went over to the school for the end-of-semester results. Some children were crying so hard as they held their report card books. Their families were on the side trying to cheer them up. Others smiled and jumped around as they were truly happy to advance to the next stage. Mother Winnie, Mother Kim, and Grace were also there, as they congratulated Linda and little Momo for also advancing to the next stage. Some parents held their children's report cards and exclaimed proudly, // my girl. I knew you could do it. / my boy is so smart. When we get back home, I'll buy meat and those delicious spices and make you a feast. / they vowed to work hard and make their parents proud in the next semester. Before, they had really never taken school all that seriously, but when they looked at the happy faces of the other students and parents and compared it to their family's sad faces, they truly felt pain in their heart. Why didn't they try their best? Deep down, they knew that they didn't give it their all. They vowed, next time, they would make their parents smile, like others. The results for this semester were actually pretty good. More than 70% of the students had advanced to the next class. Presently, all the teachers were now gathered and ready for their meeting with Landon. At the beginning of July, Landon had given a detailed outline of what everyone would be teaching, but today, he was here to give them their schedules for the semester. Landon quickly distributed the papers to the teachers. There were also 4 new teachers from the group that came at the beginning of July, making a total of 14 teachers in Baymart. Chemistry 1, Mother Kim and Mother Winnie. Math 3, 2 teachers from the group. Math 2, Grace and 2 other teachers. Math 1, 2 new teachers that came in July. Pino 2, Lucy, and one other teacher. Pino 1, 2 new teachers that came in July. Math 3 would incorporate everything from Math 2, but would also start teaching the students about fractions and decimals. This holiday break was used by all the teachers to get familiar with their new courses. During this holiday month, Landon had been teaching his mother Kim and Winnie basic chemistry. He had even given them access to the alchemy industry during the daytime. They had learned a lot from Chief Wiggins, and had also understood how to use the periodic table and what reactions were. In Landon's mind, these women were smart. Landon didn't want them to know everything. He just wanted them to know the basics. After all, even Chief Wiggins was still learning. So how could they know everything in one go? What they knew right now was enough to teach Chemistry 1, and that was good enough. They had gone to the alchemy lab and tested out a lot of things with several chemicals and the glass beakers. They wanted to test most of the reactions in the chemistry textbook which Landon had given them. They had done several experiments and had observed the real meaning behind the different chemical reactions. They started by writing down the equations like Chief Wiggins advised, and coming out with the products that was to be formed at the end. They almost lost their cool when they were experimenting with reversible reactions. They placed water in glass beaker and added glucose to the water. After swirling the beaker for a while, the white powdery glucose substance dissolved, as if they didn't add anything to the liquid. They then added potassium hydroxide into the beaker to act as a catalyst for the reaction. They then added a few drops of methylene blue into the beaker and swirled. At the end, the liquid in the beaker had sky blue. At this point, they paused and wrote down their observations in their little notebooks. As they wrote, they realized that the blue was vanishing and the water was becoming clearer. What sort of magic was this? They were so shocked that they nearly broke the beaker from excitement. But when they swirled that same liquid again, it turned blue. Was this what a reversible reaction looked like? They opened their chemistry textbooks and observed that these were the characteristics of reversible reactions. From then on, apart from teaching their morning holiday catch-up classes, they would go to the alchemy industry and continue their experiments. Speaking of which, they really found it cool to wear those plastic lab coats, goggles, and so on. They felt that it made them look very professional. Everyone's teaching schedule was evenly spread out throughout the semester. The schedule gave them ample time to go about their lives. They were just happy that after this coming semester, they would have 4 months of complete freedom to themselves. The next semester started in August and ended on the last day of November. From there, they would have December till March as a holiday period. And the best part of it all was that would be no makeup classes during that period. Classes would depend on the teachers. If they felt like teaching for a month during their holiday, they could do so. Of course, after the holiday, school would start in April. His Highness had said that since the winter was bad, there was no point in having the children and citizens run here and there for classes. He had also told them that after the next 1 or 2 years, he would adjust the school period so that summer was freed for the teachers and the students. But for now, their king felt that this was the best arrangement, and they couldn't agree more with him. They all knew how bad and cold winter got. It was better to stay indoors and rest. Plus, they really didn't want to wake up early in the morning during the winter season. They didn't know how their king was going to make the place warm. But since he had promised that he would do so, they had decided to wait and see. After meeting with the teachers, Landon headed over to the military fort. So far, Baymard started increasing their military in May. Although a handful of the original citizens of Baymard were recruited in the last week of April, Landon had already decided to add them to the group of those slaves and refugees that came in May. For those who were grouped as the new recruits that came in May, this month would be the end of their first 3-month period within their ranks. Landon had said that every 3 months, they would have an exam to test their skills and knowledge on what they had learned so far. And after 6 months, there would still be another exam. Those with good combined scores for both exams would move up a rank. Landon also discussed about the details of their exams and what he wanted to see from the recruits. At the end of the day, Landon took his tired, hungry body back to the castle. It was finally time for dinner. Royal Palace, capital of Jotun. Did you find them? Queen Ivy asked. She had been looking for clues or hints about that SL Winnie and her witch children. My queen, we found a clue. Apparently, they were headed on a ship that came from the Empire of Corona. A middle-aged mercenary answered as he kneeled in front of her. Good. Get your spies to head on out towards Corona. I want no errors this time / Your Highness. My young master sends his regards to you. He's currently on his way to the Empire of Terike, so he sent us here to deliver the goods that you had previously ordered. Santa's subordinate said. Today was the first day of August and once again, Santa wasn't here. Landon thought that it was very reasonable for Santa to first visit the customers that he knew way before Landon. Speaking of which, Santa had over 27 ships constantly moving about the continent of Pino. There was no doubt that all this must have cost Santa a fortune when he probably started his business. He probably began with maybe 3 ships and grew his way from there. Landon had previously heard from Santa that when he started his business, he got some of his rich clients to reward him with the ships instead of money. For Santa to have done that exchange, that meant that he had taken all this into account his capital at hand. Landon really thought that he must have really had a lot of capital to pull those stunts. His workers needed to be paid, and he was not running his business on love. So how that much was his capital to exchange his goods for ships? But little did Landon know that Santa was using his father's stolen money. Santa currently owned the largest merchant organization in Corona, and also had several shops in every empire within the Pino continent. So of course he would have his ships constantly sailing all year round. Santa's absence today was totally within Landon's expectations. Santa did his business by carrying unique goods from one empire and bring it to the next. Obviously, his goods were selling like hot cakes in these empires, hence his popularity. For this month's goods, Landon had gotten all the animals and planting seeds that he had previously gotten in July. And once again, Baymard had welcomed quite a lot of people this time around. Landon settled the elderly, children, and the new military volunteers, as well as assigning people to work as caretakers. Once he was done, Landon was left with 5,400 new recruits. He sent 200 people to the hospital in the upper region, where they would undergo intensive training by all the nurses. Once they were done with their training, some of them would then be assigned to work in all the different clinics around Baymard. Landon also sent 500 people to the food industry, 500 to the alchemy industry, 1,500 to the construction industry, and kept the remaining 2,700 as construction workers at the sites. Landon gathered all the supervisors and gave them their assignments for the month. Chief Wiggins, there isn't any new product that I want your industry to focus on for now. Currently, 500 new workers have been assigned to your industry. I'll leave you the task of allocating each worker to any of the alchemy departments. No problem, Your Highness, Chief Wiggins replied. Actually, during Chief Wiggins' meeting with his supervisors, he had listened to their complaints and had also realized that some departments were really understaffed compared to the others. Now that he had 500 new workers, he would certainly try his best to settle them down. I've also made some corrections to the report that you gave me last week. If you follow it thoroughly, the problem with the alkyl group spiration should be fixed. Overall, the report you gave me was still very impressive. Well done, Landon said as he handed over a notebook to Chief Wiggins. Thank you, Your Highness. Landon took another file on his table and looked at Lior. Chief Lior, for this month, your industry also doesn't need to make any new products as well. I have also assigned 500 new workers to your industry. And like the case with the Chief Wiggins, I equally expect you to allocate them to each department within the food industry. I'm also impressed with your report and have also made a few minor corrections as well. Thank you, Your Highness, Chief Lior said as he took his report from Landon. In fact, Lior also had the same problem as Chief Wiggins. The supervisors within the food industry had also requested for more workers within their departments, especially the farming department, which Lior thought was very reasonable. Lior thought that the supervisors within the food industry were hilarious. They literally fought over the number of people who were to be assigned within the food industry. Before he had come to this meeting, each and every one of them had tried to sweet-talk him, and even went as far as offering him food. Although he took their food, he was still going to distribute the new recruits where he deemed fit. Why did he take the food then? Because he was a pure food lover. Was it the food's fault that they had tried to sweet-talk him? And no, it wasn't. Since the food was innocent, there was no reason why he should deprive himself of eating. All he told them was that he would try his best. He didn't make any promises to anyone. HMMNP serves them right. Who sent them to try and bribe him with food? Funny enough, All the supervisors were super tight with each other and liked to tease one another daily. But when it came to getting new recruits in their departments, they didn't mind cooking delicious meals for Chief Lior. Landon looked at Tim and smiled. Chief Tim, unlike other industries, this month I would require your industry to create a new department and produce a new product called toilet paper. I also need the porcelain and marble department to mold out sinks and toilet bowls. And finally, I will also work very closely with those electrical engineers in training to create something called a fluorescent light bulb. Tim already knew that there was no way that he would be free. Not that he minded anyway. Toilet paper was essentially made from wood, so the toilet paper department would definitely have to be as close as possible to the wood cutting department. Landon also specifically requested that most of the new recruits assigned to the construction industry should be placed in Department 6. Department 6 alone had 4 buildings assigned to it. They basically did everything, from fixing and creating industrial equipment like wheelbarrows, saws, rods, nails, and so on, to creating metal house features like lockers, locks, doorknobs, pots, pans, spoons, to creating fuel-driven heavy machines, to building any metal feature that Landon required. These people were the most active within all the entire construction industry. Department 6 had about 8 different subsectors, all sharing 4 buildings within the industry. The only sector that didn't share a building with the rest was the one that created the fuel-based heavy machines. All these buildings were 3 to 5 floors high and all covered massive floor spaces. The first floor of each building had really high ceilings as well. When building estates in this era, nobles always tried their best to make it look as grand as those within the royal palaces. It sort of resembled the scene in Beauty and the Beast where Belle was having a dance with the Beast. The distance from the first floor to the ceiling was that high. Landon had destroyed 2/3 of the front walls to create a massive door for these heavy machines, so that they could pass out of the building once built. Once successfully built, they would be driven and parked at the back of the estate in straight columns and rows. Anyway, since the new industries would almost be completed, Landon needed to make sure that there were enough doorknobs, door hinges, taps, and so on that were created. Department 6 also consisted of those workers who Landon had spent time teaching energy systems to. Those who learned were referred to as electrical engineers in training. These engineers in training had worked very closely with the other workers within Department 6 and created the heavy machines. They had placed and connected all the wires for the excavators, trucks, and so on. With the second construction site being the power plant, it would only make sense to start creating the bulbs in advance. So far, that was all that Landon required Department 6 to do. Landon further gave detailed instructions to Tim concerning the porcelain and marble department on how they were to mold the sinks and toilet bowls. Once construction was completed, these fixtures needed to be connected to the pipes and placed all around the buildings. So far, there were already so many porcelain and marble floor tiles ready for installation. Hence, Landon just needed them to focus on the sinks and toilet bowls for now. But Your Highness, what is this strange board thing that you want Department 13 to create? Tim asked as he looked at the notes in his hands. It's a game. It's called chess. Right now, combined with the 2,700 new recruits, Landon now had a total of 11,200 construction workers. He wanted all 2,700 recruits to start working on the sites so that they could learn from the current workers there. After settling them in, Landon withdrew 6,000 workers from the construction site for his next projects. Winter was coming, and Landon was sure that most of the medicinal plants would die from the harsh weather, if not properly cared for. These plants were used by the doctors to heal and treat their patients daily. Hence, what Baymard needed right now was a large greenhouse to continue growing these plants during the winter. With that, Landon assigned 1,000 people from the group of 6,000 to start greenhouse construction within the food industry. These workers had previously worked on the sites and had a ton of building experience. So when Landon gave them the building plan, they immediately understood every single detail on it. But what puzzled them was that this building would have no concrete floors or walls, just 4-meter-thick glass walls, as well as a glass roof. The ground of the building was to be completely exposed. What sort building was this? Who would live there? They even asked Landon several times if he was certain, and when Landam gave his approval, they found that they suddenly didn't understand their king anymore. Forget it. If their king said it was so, then it was so. And from all indications, this building was going to be a very massive single-floored one. Generally, greenhouses over 3.5 meters normally allowed warm air to rise away from the plant's leaves, ensuring that the floor temperature would remain relatively balanced. Hence, a good height allowed for good temperature control and airflow around the plants. That was why Landon decided to make his greenhouse 4 meters high. The only parts within the greenhouse that would be cemented were all footpaths and 12 other rooms used for storing manure, garden tools, and so on. Now that he had settled the greenhouse issue, Landon was left with 5,000 workers for his other project. Previously, all Landon had been doing was focusing on the construction sites. He had started making building fixtures like doors, floor tiles, and so on, just for the industries. None of these products were for the resident homes. These industries would be completed soon, so the floor tiles needed to be placed, the sinks and the light bulbs installed. Landon had planned that when the 3 sites began operating, they would only share water, electricity, and heating amongst themselves. This was to help the workers who would operate these plants have a better understanding of these new industries. During that time, he would personally train them on how to operate these industries. One doesn't just become an operating engineer without proper training. That's why Landon had already made up his mind that the month of September would be used for training these operating engineers. So now that these industries were nearing completion, he could finally begin with city planning for the entire Baymard. A while back, Landon had spent the entire 3 months, May to July, creating a detailed city plan for Baymard. He divided the city like so. Upper Region Black Small Square District A, Royal Palace only. Black Small Square District B, Military Forces, Marine Academy, Navy and Coast Guard Academy, Air Force Academy, and Police Academy. Black Small Square District C, Main Police Station, Schools, Courts, Main Office for Baymard Bank, Education Bureau Offices, Government Policy Offices, School for Nursery, Primary, Secondary, Medical and other important schools, Firefighting Station, and so on. Black Small Square District D, Side branches for the Baymard Bank, Luxury Hotels, Amusement Parks, Zoo, SeaWorld, Car Stores, Malls, Main Bus Station, and so on. Central Region, Black Small Square District E, Residential Region for the original citizens of Baymard. Black Small Square District F, Residential Region for the refugees and slaves. Black Small Square District G, Regular hotels for visitors, bank branches, Baymard National Park, bars, stores, and so on. Black Small Square District H, closer to the entrance/exit of Baymard Police Station, Military Branch, branch office for checking and issuing identity cards, and other important outposts. Lower Region. For this region, Landon didn't want to divide it up into different sectors, as only industries would be set up here. Coastal Region. Landon decided to divide this region horizontally from the beach. Hence, each sector here would have its own mini beach in front of it. Black Small Square District I, Shipping Dock and Ports, Merchant Stores, and so on. Black Small Square District J, Luxury Beach Hotels, and Beach Entertainment. Black Small Square District K, space which Landon just wanted to keep between the other districts and District L. This space was to create ample distance between the other sectors and military posts in District L. Black Small Square District L, Baymard Marine, Coast Guard and Navy stations and posts. All these regions within Baymard would have police stations for safety, gas stations, and other important posts needed. Also, some of the districts would have bankside branches and clinics as well. After the month of May, Landon had basically allowed the construction workers to practice their driving skills and use the excavators to clear up the roads in the lower region, as well as some parts of the coastline region. The workers had used these 2 regions as their practice zones. How else were they to practice? Even till this day, these driving classes were still going on and were currently taught by those who had already mastered the classes. For Landon, the workers could make mistakes in the lower region and maybe some parts of the coastal region. But the upper and central regions were another story. Those regions needed to be superb, leaving no room for errors. After all, in future, these were the areas where guests or visitors would see the most. Currently, if one observed the lower region carefully, they would be able to see that some parts of the roads were crooked, while others were done carelessly. Landon was just grateful that they hadn't started tarring the roads yet. All that they did was clear up all grass and level the surface of the roads, in accordance with the road plan for those regions. This problem could be fixed later on, but right now, Landon didn't want to do so because he knew that they would eventually fix it themselves when the time came for tarring the roads. Presently, Landon had finally finished mapping out every road, administration building, residential house, and so on for the upper and central regions. The workers were to start with District E, which would be the region where all the original citizens of Baymard would stay. For Landon to complete the system's mission, he needed to successfully house all the original citizens of Baymard, not the slaves or the refugees. That's why he wanted to start with District E. Although the men were only to start road construction, they couldn't help but applaud His Highness when they looked at the road plan. There were more than 200 roads that were constantly intertwined with each other, just within the district alone. Landon had already given these roads either street or highway names. The roads that would be placed around every block within the residences were all single-lane roads, with ample space for side parking. For the major roads within District E, Landon had decided that they would have 2 lanes for driving. And finally, the highways that connected District E to District D, upper region, and District F in the central region, were to have 6 lanes. 4 lanes for forward driving, and the other 2 for left and right-hand turns. Of course, he also made enough space for bicycle and pedestrian walking. And at some distance from the highway road, the train tracks would be placed there as well. Starting road construction now would definitely help the workers know where and how to place the pipes and cables for water and electricity. Once District E was done, they were to move to other districts. And after the entire central region is marked, the upper region would be next, followed by the coastal region. Landon had also completed the city building plans for Baymard in preparation for when they were to actually start house construction. These plans included markings for luxury villas, future skyscraper resident buildings, large parking lots, and other important buildings within some district. Although he knew that some of these wouldn't be built in the next 2 to 4 years, he still liked to map them out now. Just looking at the map gave Landon a clear idea of his future goals. The sun was at its lowest, and the day had finally come to an end. It was time to go home. Tomorrow, he would assist the men with road construction. Landon had told the workers to come to the lower region earlier than usual. He wanted them to load up the tools for land mapping into the loading trucks and head out to District E. Within this week, Landon wanted all 5,000 men to learn everything about road construction. Hence, he decided to use this week as training time for the men. And although they were usually given 2 days off within a week, Landon wanted them to work all 7 days straight. Just for this time frame. Of course, they would definitely be paid extra for their overtime. After their training week, Landon would then divide them into different groups based on the different jobs within road construction. Some would be in charge of land excavation, leveling the land, digging up trenches for road water drainage, gravel adding, tarring, and so on. For now, this week would be used to familiarize the workers with every part of road construction. He also decided to start with the street roads around the residences instead of the highways/major roads. Firstly, the main highway road in Baymard is currently used very often. The soldiers and horses use on them daily to leave from the upper region to their posts by the gates and other areas within Baymard. Carriages, wagons, and other supply trucks also use these roads to supply bags of food to the stores, military, schools, and so on. Hence, there was no point in starting with them now. Plus, highway roads were really stressful to create. There might be a possibility that Baymard would be overpopulated and filled with numerous cars in the future. Hence, Landon would also need to make highway road bridges within the city. Back on Earth, all cities had road bridges. If one wanted to head over to the mall, downtown, or any congested area, there were lanes on bridges that took one around traffic and so on. These bridges were usually supported by large pillars and were a must in lessening car accidents, aiding in traffic control, and so on. And although most of the highway roads would be on ground level, Landon couldn't deny the amount of stress highway bridges would cause him. Therefore, anything highway would definitely be done last. Once they were in the District E, Landon and the men began to offload the trucks. They had brought paint, several 2-meter-long iron rods, ropes, measuring tapes, and so on. Today, they were going to focus on mapping out the roads. The topography for the central and upper regions were really superb for construction. Both had what geography would call plain topography. Plains were flat, sweeping land masses, that generally didn't change much in elevation. They usually occurred at the doorstep of mountains or by any coastal region. And one should know that at the back of Landon's castle in the upper region was a huge unexplored mountain range. And the coastal region was also very close to the central region. Hence, both the upper and the central regions were basically plains. These regions were like clear green football fields or clear safari fields where animals grazed openly in Africa. One could say that they looked like parks for kite flying. Clear, green, and perfect for construction. The grass in these regions were only ankle level and really less stressful compared to the lower region that was filled with rocks and trees. Of course, there were trees in these regions as well, but they spread wide apart, as opposed to a densely packed jungle. Imagine several football fields that had only 1 or 5 trees on each field. That's how these regions looked like. But having this kind of topography wasn't always a blessing. Landon realized that if he wanted to make a national park in future, he would need to plant several trees within District G. What a drag. Landon placed a 2-meter iron rod in the ground at the left side of the entrance/exit from the upper region. This rod would indicate the starting point for District E. All right. So far, all of you have your road map plan for this district in your hands. For the next 2 days, we will all map out some of the roads using this rod and the carriage road as our reference points. Landon and the men immediately got to work. His Highness said that after 168 meters, 550 feet, we need to make roads that leave the main carriage highway and lead to the residential roads within the district. You're right. I think His Highness said that these spaces were called city blocks. So what we need to do now is mark up all the roads, as well as block areas. Right? Correct, the men discussed amongst themselves as the work progressed. Generally, city blocks shouldn't be too long or too short. If it was too long, the pedestrians wouldn't feel safe, and when they were walking, they would feel like they weren't making any progress at all towards their destinations. That's why back on Earth, people didn't really approve of the block sizes of several places like Manhattan that had a block size with length 246 feet and a width of 900 feet. The people felt like it was too long and not safe. Plus, there were really no shortcuts around the blocks. On the other hand, smaller blocks weren't always better either. Portland City in the USA was the darling of roadblocks and had a block length of 200 feet, as well as a width of 200 feet. That city offered short blocks and had a lot of shortcuts for those without cars. But on the downside, those with cars were constantly annoyed by these short blocks. The smaller the blocks, the more time those driving spend on traffic lights, which in turn makes them late for important engagements. Plus, on an economical point of view, as block size shrinks, more street roads would be made. Street roads cost money to maintain, as opposed to a retail-occupied land which generated tax revenue yearly from electrical bills and so on. Hence, Landon decided to make his own blocks to be an average of the two comparisons. For the residential areas, Landon decided that the city blocks should have a length of 223 feet, 68 meters, and a width of 550 feet, 168 meters. After lunch, Landon felt like they had marked more than enough blocks along the carriage highway. So he divided the men into 3 groups. 2,000 of them were to continue marking the roads along the carriage road. Another 2,000 were to take each marked road and start marking their way across the fields and further into the district. And finally, 1,000 of them were to start marking the spaces along the already marked roads for rainwater drainage pipes, as well as water supply pipes and sewage drainage pipes. As the work progressed, Landon was happy with how much work these 5,000 men had accomplished. Landon knew that he wouldn't be here the next day, so he instructed the workers on what areas he wanted marked while he was away. Tomorrow, he needed to supervise the first official military exam for the May recruits. But for now, it was 3 p.m., and he had a date with Department C6. Time to teach the electrical engineers in training about how to make light bulbs. When Landon got to the lower region, he immediately went to the Department C2, glass, and loaded a truck with already cut glass tubes and bulbs, as well as 7 oven-like kilns for heating. There were several shapes presently made: large long tubes, small long tubes, short spiral tubes, and so on. Prior to this month, Landon had already known that he would make light bulbs for the new industries. Hence, he requested for the glass department to make tons of these tubes. Fluorescent lights are generally long-lasting and best for schools, industries, homes, hospitals, and so on. Although incandescent light bulbs were way more inefficient and short-lasting than fluorescent bulbs, they could still be used in residential houses. Since they wouldn't last long, it was clear to see that they would be cheaper than fluorescent bulbs. Although not by a lot. People always choose cheaper items first, even if the difference between the two items was by a penny. Hence, Landon still had to make these bulbs for those who wanted to value quantity over quality. One incandescent light bulb could last for only 1,500 hours, but the latter could last for more than 10,000 hours. Once Landon reached Department C6, he realized that this department needed more buildings. Department C6 alone occupied 4 buildings. But right now, Landon decided to add another building for the department, which would be designated for the creation of light bulbs. Speaking of which, Landon realized that the construction industry was quickly running out of space. Previously, there were 13 departments that already occupied 16 buildings within the construction industry. But now, he added a new department for tissue paper and a new building towards Department C6. With those out of the way, the construction industry had no more massive and used buildings left. There were just 7 wide, 1-story buildings that were previously used as sleeping quarters for the maids, slaves, and servants. Off the bat, those 7 buildings could only be used as storage units. So if Landon wanted more space, he would just have to construct more buildings, or create a new industry for whatever he wanted to create. Looking at the electrical engineers in training, Landon realized that he couldn't just pull them all out, as they were still needed in creating heavy machines at Building 4 of Department C6. Hence, he decided to break the men into 2 groups and alternate teaching them daily. Today, he would teach Group 1, while the other group would carry on with their usual duties. And the next day, he would focus Group 2. In addition, by the end of the week, Landon would assign specific people amongst them to continue light bulb production. He just wanted to teach them all, as it was beneficial for their education as electrical engineers. Plus, some of them might even end up as repairmen when maintenance is needed. So it was best for them to understand everything as much as possible. The men offloaded the tubes from the trucks gently, lest they broke, and carried them into their new building. Landon had the men set up the room as a lecture hall, and also placed all the materials in front of them. Today, we'll create long fluorescent light tubes, and the day after that, I'll show you all how to make compact fluorescent bulbs. And later on, we'll make incandescent bulbs as well. In addition, next month, I will continue on by teaching you all how to create halogen and LED light bulbs. But for this month, let's concentrate on the first 3: fluorescent tubes, fluorescent bulbs, and incandescent bulbs. Speaking of which, Landon couldn't wait to make LED lights. Those ones could last for more than 50,000 hours, and were widely used back on Earth by 80% of all the industries, schools, and so on. Those ones took time to make, hence Landon postponed them for next month. The men wore their safety wear, and they sat in the classroom quietly. Question: for electricity to work, what do we need? Immediately, several hands were raised at once. Landon smiled. For the past 3 months, every Saturday was used as lecture day. Landon would teach them for 3 hours and give them weekly assignments to complete. Yes, Christopher. A young man in his early 20s got up instantly. There needs to be a supply of electric charges, some form of push to move the charges, and a pathway to carry the charges. Correct? Everyone clapped. Usually what push system is used in electricity? Cathode-anode push system. The cathode is positively charged and the anode is negatively charged, making the electrons flow freely between 2 points. Another answered, what are the types of current flow? Static? Someone answered, good guess. But no. That is a type of electricity. What I asked for was the current flow. Who else? AC and DC. That's alternating and direct current flow, correct. Now hold the larger glass tube in front of you all and let's begin. Each person held the large glass tube in front of them and followed Landon's lead. Landon took out his own glass tube and passed white phosphor liquid through the clear transparent tube, instantly coating it white. Phosphor was a chemical that could cause the bulbs to basically glow brightly. This kind of glow could be green, pink, white, blue, and so on. After the workers had their own tubes coated, they immediately started taking notes on the importance of phosphor coating. Landon then went on to the next phase. It was time to start with the internal workings of the bulbs, specifically the electrical components. Landon took coiled tungsten wires and placed them at both ends of a smaller glass tube that was on his table. The mouth of smaller tube was heated so as to melt the glass around the tungsten wire, hence forming a glass mold around the wire. As the lecture progressed, the men began to note the importance of other coating chemicals like barium that was used along the wire. At the end, tubes were filled with mercury, argon, and nitrogen gases, as well as other important tube components. These gases all had different uses, like argon that is useful for extending the lifespan of the light tubes. At the end of the day, Baymard had successfully created their first batch of fluorescent tubes. 8:45 a.m. the morning dew could be seen dancing on the grass as the bright golden rays of sun shone on the fields. Within the military grounds, several men stood at attention on the fields as they anxiously waited for the examinations to begin. The military examination was a week-long one. Day 1. Separate theory exams on military rules, weapons, safety, and Pino grammar. Day 2. Physical exam on physical combat and gun firing. Day 3. Theory on scenario questions which were still based on war tactics, code of ethics, and military sign language. Day 4. Separate theory exams on geography, land mapping, first aid, and mathematics. Day 5. Obstacle course, push-ups, frog jumps, and so on. Day 6. Sword fighting and cannon firing. Day 7. Rock climbing. Generally, the theory exam was 50% of the final exam, and the physical was also 50%. Today was the second day for the exams, and also the only day that Landon had to supervise the examination. All physical exam marking sheets graded the recruits based on bravery, task completion, perseverance, knowledge, strength, flexibility, and so on. Mustafa was standing nervously on the exam ground with his friends. Although he was sure that he was ready, a part of him couldn't calm down. He felt butterflies all over his tummy and couldn't help but tap his boots as he waited. He looked at his friend, who in turn kept staring at the ground while being lost in thought. Everyone was nervous. Once Mustafa saw His Highness Landon, he knew that it was finally time. Landon, Lucius, the major generals, captains, and the rest of the warrant soldiers who were also supervising the exam walked towards the field. Once the recruits saw Landon, they knelt down and gave him their. You may all rise. Today is your second examination day, and I'm sure that a lot of you are nervous. But there is no need to be. I, alongside the other soldiers, have seen you train and grow daily. Today, we will be testing your combat and gun-firing skills. Both exams will go on at the same time, for the entire day. Hence, we will divide you all into groups of 2. Once you finish taking one exam, go and line up for the other. All of you have taken the first 4 written exams and can already gauge how much effort you need to put towards your next exams. Work hard. And I wish all the best. As Mustafa heard Landon speak, he became even more determined to pass today's exams. Out of the 4 theory exams yesterday, he was sure that he would pass only 3 of them. Hence, he began to feel an invisible weight on his shoulders. He had to make sure that he successfully passed the rest of his exams, and with a good grade too. Mustafa was placed in the first group, physical combat. There were 20 stages set on the fields, and more than 60 warrant officers, as well as Captain Trey, Major General Josh, and Gary, were supervising this particular exam. From what Mustafa understood, His Highness would be shuttling back and forth between both exam grounds for the entire day. Mustafa and his comrades formed 2 lines along each battle stage. As he waited, he began to observe the people fighting on all 20 stages. Bro, you're up next after this fight. Are you ready? His friend asked. Truth be told, his heart was pounding vigorously, and his palms became sweatier. Bro, I'm not too sure. Now that I'm next, breathe in and take your time. You'll be fine. As they finalized their conversation, they heard people clapping. The match on the stage had ended, and it was finally his turn. The rules of the battle were simple. Successfully kick the other person off the stage before 7 minutes elapsed. Of course, if both participants were still on stage after that time frame, then it would be considered a tie, and both participants would get a pass grade for the exam. Mustafa rubbed his sweaty hands with powdered chalk that was placed in large bowls by stage and proceeded up, He and his opponent saluted each other, took their battle stances, and waited for the start signal. "Begin," an invigilator yelled. Instantly, both of them ran towards each other as they began their attacks. His opponent immediately slid on the floor expectantly and tripped him down. Bang! As he fell, his opponent quickly rolled away, stood up. Feeling the impending crisis, he too got up as well. His opponent then ran and jumped towards him, with both legs flying in the air, and aimed towards his upper chest region. His opponent was going to do a dropkick on him. To counter the attack, he quickly pushed his opponent's floating legs upwards and circled his left hand around his opponent's waist. He was going to do the backbreaker. He instantly dropped to the floor in a kneeling position and hit his opponent's back against his knees. "Ah!" his opponent cried. The fight went on, and when it was almost 7 minutes straight, he was literally rolled out of the stage by his opponent. He felt like crying. He had really lost. Just a few seconds more, and he would have qualified for a tie with his opponent. Why was he so unlucky? Although he lost, he didn't hold any grudge towards his opponent. He was actually surprised that he had held on that long with a fighting monster like that. His opponent had far superior fighting skills than he did. Hence, losing to him didn't take his dignity away as a soldier. "Hi, I'm George. Honestly, you gave me a hard time up there. I think that we are pretty much even in strength." Mustafa turned around and saw his opponent whom he had lost to. He smiled. He knew that George was just saying all this so as to cheer him up. After all, he had lost. "Nah, I think you have better battle sense and no more fighting moves than I do. Speaking of which, how come your brain buster move is better than mine?" They chatted as they made their way towards the other examination ground. Mustafa thought that he had failed that particular exam, but what he didn't know was that most of the examiners had given him a good score. After all, completing the task was just one of the criterias. He had executed a lot of moves, as well as fought with all his might. And although his stances for most of the moves needed more work, he had definitely been able to get all the moves at least 60% right. The recruits didn't know how they were graded, so those that lost thought that they had definitely failed this particular exam. It was done this way, so that Landon and the invigilators could see the true colors of the men. Passing was important, but how you passed mattered as well. If there were people who deliberately went overboard with the fights just so they could win, those people would fail the course whether they finished the fight or not. All the moves that the men were taught had their safety zones. When using these moves on comrades, the men were to attack the body zones that wouldn't leave any permanent or serious injury to their opponents. If anyone intentionally broke her comrade's spine, neck, or body parts, they would be expelled from the military ASAP, but if it was accidental, then they only get a probation period to reflect on their actions. Everything in the world was dangerous had its safety zones. Working in a chemical lab, hospital, or even driving was dangerous. But if done safely, then there would be nothing to worry about. But if someone intentionally blinded a coworker with chemicals, or gave the wrong drug prescription, or even killed someone while driving, then they had to take accountability for their actions. Even if it was a mistake, they would still be held responsible to some degree. In boxing, karate, or even wrestling. If a person broke another's jaw, spinal cord, or shattered his opponent's ribs, they might be suspended or even banned for life. Every profession had its safety zones, and the military was no exception. All the men had been taught on safety right from the get-go, so Landon wasn't going to pardon anyone. It's either expulsion or probation. But when the men were attacking enemies, they could do whatever they wanted. At that point, even if they broke their enemy's nostrils, neck, or even fingers, Landon wouldn't give two Fs about the whole scenario. That was the only time that he would allow them to run rampant. The exam progressed, and finally, it was the end of another beautiful day for Landon, and the end of another hellish examination day for the recruits. On the previous day that Landon had supervised the military exam, the construction workers had continued on marking the roads and had also marked each residential home on the blocks. Today was dedicated towards excavating the marked roads, digging up space for rainwater drainage, water supply, central heating, and sewage pipes. If rainwater or melted snow wasn't drained, the roads and sidewalk pavements would become flooded. When that happened, the pavement grade would definitely decrease. as well as the lifespan of the pavement. The central heating pipeline, on the other hand, ensured that all buildings and houses were properly heated during the winter. It would also provide ventilation and air conditioning to all buildings within Baymart. All four pipelines, rain, sewage, clean water, and central heating, would be placed under the roads. Underneath the left lane of the road would be the sewer pipeline, as well as the water supply pipeline. And below the right lane of the road would be the rainwater drainage pipeline. As for the central heating pipeline, it would be placed underneath the center of the road. Just like how it was done back on Earth, all four pipelines were placed underneath the road and buried at different depths. In the case of a single-lane road, all pipelines would still be placed underground, but their pipe sizes would be much smaller compared to that of a 2- or even a 6-lane road. For rainwater drainage, the sidewalks along the roads would have what was usually called a catch basin. These basins would be placed periodically on both sides of the road, underneath the sidewalks. After a certain distance, a catch basin would be seen draining the water away from the roads. Their job was to gather all the water on the sides of the road and pipe it to the main pipeline directly underneath the roads. All street rainwater pipelines would lead to all highway pipelines and travel down towards the coastal region, particularly District K. At this point, Landon had realized that he needed to build a mini-estate that would focus on filtering out dirt from the water before it went to the ocean. With all this happening, the ecosystem and marine life had to be protected. Plus, he didn't want all those bottles, plastic wraps, and cans to wash up the shores of Baymart. It was just not beach. Hence, before the water went into the ocean, it needed to pass through a filtering plant. District K was a great location for the filtration plant. It was between District J, beach resorts, and District L, Navy and other armed forces. Who would like to turn up to a beach resort that had bottles and cans floating in the ocean? On the other hand, the sewage pipelines would also be directly underneath the left lane of all roads. Sewage was a tricky one. 90% of sewage systems worked with the help of gravity, meaning that the pipes had to downwards from their source, sinks, toilets, etc., to the wastewater treatment plant. Luckily for Baymart, the treatment plant was in the lower region. The upper region generally had a high elevation point to the central region, and the central region in turn had a slightly higher elevation point than the coastal region. But the lower region had the lowest elevation point in Baymart, which was what Landon needed. In this way, all the waste would flow downhill with ease. Gravity was needed because wastewater generally had a lot of solids in it, which made pumping a plane in the ace. There was tissue paper, bones from the sink, seeds from fruits that would end up in the pipes, making it very hard to pump. But although pumping was stressful for sewage, it was still very much possible. If there were areas that needed to travel over hills, grinded pumps or lift stations would be used to pressurize the lift stations literally pushed the sewage up the hills to a needed height where they could gravity flow downwards again. So in the ideal situation, pipes from each house would connect to a main sewer pipe underneath the road and flow downhill by gravity. And now that the men had marked out each residential unit around the blocks, they now knew how many residential sewage pipelines would branch out from the main sewage pipeline underneath the road. There would also be manholes placed periodically along the pipes. These manholes would act as access points, should in case a problem arises in the sewer pipeline. For example, if a toddler had a bad habit of frequently flushing down his toys in the toilet, there might be a clog over time with the sewer pipelines. When that happened, the workers would have to use these manholes and unclog the area. And aside from sewers, rainwater pipelines would also have manholes as well. Once Landon and the men arrived at the road site, they immediately got on the heavy machines and began work. When they had their driving classes months ago, they had been thoroughly taught how to install all these piping units, and had also done so when they were constructing the other 3 industrial sites. With months of experience under their belt, they immediately knew what to do when they looked at the piping plan. And for the next 3 days, some people used excavators to dig up the ground. Others placed the pipes with the Hades of draglines and other heavy machines. Some leveled the ground with bulldozers, while others compacted the ground with compactors, rollers. And since there were not enough machines for 5,000 people, those that weren't driving either jumped down into the trench and guided those who were on the machines placing the pipes together, continued marking the land, and so on. At the end of the day, there was a job for everyone on site. On the 6th and 7th day of the week, they completely tarred the roads using the pavers, spreaders, and other heavy machines. Finally, they were done. Well, almost done. Although training week was over, Landon still added 2 more days for teaching. The tar on the road would only take a day at most to dry, so while it was drying, the men did the sidewalks. And once it was finally dried, road-marking heavy machines were used to paint the roads. The white painted lines usually differentiated each lane, bicycle paths, traffic lines, pedestrian crossing lines, and so on. When everything was done, Landon could finally close his lessons on road construction. Of course, he had made up his mind that at least 2 days a week, he would come over to assist them, as well as check up on their work. Before Landon left, he divided the men into 2 main groups. The first group would continue working on the residential roads within District E, while Group 2 would start installing the main highway pipelines and connecting them to the coastal or lower regions. Unlike the others, the main highway pipelines were not going to be placed beneath any highway road. They would be placed at the sides, hence the men didn't need to necessarily touch the roads. They just had to place the pipes alongside all highway roads and connect them to the coastal region or the plants in the lower region, depending on what pipeline it was. On the city plan, there were 3 main highway roads within the district. 2 had 3 lanes, while the last one had 6 lanes. Landon needed the men to start working on those pipelines now. At the end of the day, even if house or road construction within the district was done, if these pipelines weren't connected to the coastal or lower regions yet, then nothing would be supplied or drained. No clean water, no heating, no sewage drainage, no rainwater drainage. Nothing. Landon really wanted to get things done before it started snowing. In Baymart, snow usually started in the early days of December and sometimes in the later days of November. Landon's plan was to get the original Baymart citizens all housed up before then, and at that time, all these features needed to be fully installed and working within in their homes. Right now, Landon really wanted to finish this housing mission, but he also knew that Baymart's housing plans couldn't be rushed either. For the system's mission to be completed, he needed to successfully house all the original citizens of Baymart. Long story short, time was money, and he needed the citizens to be safe for the winter. Hence, those pipelines needed to be installed ASAP. While Landon jumped from one industry to the other, the royals and nobles in the capital were perplexed over the lateness of one particular noble. Everyone just had one question in mind. Where the Hades was City Lord Shannon? The day for the first official Master Chef competition had finally come. So far, only 8 cooks had applied to participate in the competition. In preparation for today, Landon had requested for the furniture-making department to make several large wooden bleachers for the citizens to sit on. The competition was taking place on the fields, located just beside Landon's castle in the upper region. The area was arranged like how basketball matches were set up back on Earth. The bleachers were positioned around a large empty space, which would be used by the contestants for cooking. As for the judges, their seats were closest to the contestants. One could imagine them being seated where basketball hoops were usually placed on a basketball court. The seats would be raised high up, so as to enable them to see everything in front of them. Landon also got wooden scoreboards that looked like table tennis rackets and had numbers painted red on each and every one of them. If a judge scored somebody a 5 out of 10, then the judge would simply hold up the racket with the number 5 on it. From there, the person who was in charge of hosting the show would tell the audience the score. Hence, those who were seated far at the back could know the scores as well. Today was Saturday, the children were out of school, and those that weren't working came to watch the show with their kids. The rules of the competition were simple. The chefs had 30 minutes for preparation time, where they would lay out and prepare all their ingredients for the competition. This prep time would be done before the competition officially began. The competition had 1 hour of cooking time, where they were to make an appetizer, entree, and a dessert. Serving the citizens would also be done in 2 hours' time, and each chef's workstation would be given 3 large kiln ovens, 3 working tables, 7 large pots, 5 large frying pans, knives, cooking spoons, wooden chopping boards, 4 large iron cook stands, and 4 large steel griddles. Since there were no gas cookers invented yet, hence Landon had come up with steel griddles and iron cook stands. Back on Earth, These inventions were popularly used by people who didn't live on electricity, and even at barbecues or hunting trips sometimes. Steel griddles looked like large metal cupboards that had a single chimney pipe at one end of the cupboard. With these griddles, wood would be placed inside the cupboard area and lit. Once the wood started burning, the cupboard doors would be locked and the smoke inside the cupboard would go out of a 1-meter tall chimney pipe. At the top of the 1-meter chimney pipe was another half-meter pipe that extended sideways. This was done so that if one placed this griddle inside a home, his sideways pipe could extend outside a window and send the smoke within the cupboard space outside the home. And as the wood burned within the steel cupboard, the upper outer surface of the cupboard would heat up gradually. This surface would basically be used as a frying pan. Eggs could be fried on the hot surface. Even about 20 meat buns for burgers could be placed and cooked on the top surface. Since the material used is stainless steel, the food would not carry any metallic tastes. And just so people didn't accidentally burn their bodies, Landon had made the upper part of the cupboard to be very large when compared to the lower part that had the firewood placed in it. If one really wanted to imagine it, Landon would best describe the situation as that of a fancy glass table that had one leg at its center. The rectangular or circular tabletop would be used as a cooking surface, while the only table leg at the center would be used as the compartment for burning firewood. The chimney part could be visualized as a 1-meter stick being placed at the side of the tabletop. With this setup, the large tabletop would definitely give the chefs some distance between the firewood chamber and themselves. Again, these griddles could only be used for frying and needed no frying pan for cooking. As for the iron cook stands, although they were very similar to the griddles in appearance, their upper surfaces had several holes on them. These holes ensured that the cooking pots had direct contact with the fire within the chamber below. This iron cook stand could be used for everything: boiling, frying, with frying pan, and so on. They literally served as a gas cookers, except instead of gas, wood was used. These cook stands could take up to 6 medium-sized pots at once, and if the pots were larger in size, then they could just be placed over 2 holes on the cooker. Within Baymard, both of these inventions were already widely used as they were better than what the people were used to. With these inventions, the people could now cook without constant exposure to fire. Previously, they made all their meals outside or under a grass hut that didn't have any walls. And even when they cooked indoors, the rooms would be full of smoke. And there was always constant fear of their homes being burnt down from the open indoor fires. But now, they could cook inside their homes without the fear of the fire spreading around. The cupboard idea was really genius to them, as the long and bent chimney pipe at the top literally took the smoke out their windows. It really changed cooking for them. For the competition, once the contestants were done cooking, they would be judged and later scored. For the first part of the competition, the judges would score them based on several factors. These scores only make 60% of their total marks. The other 40% would come from the audience. After the judges gave out their reviews, the citizens would come down from the bleachers and taste of all the dishes. At that time, 20 sous chefs would assist each candidate in serving the citizens. Sous chefs were basically second-in-command chefs who were to listen and follow the instructions of each contestant, so as make numerous dishes for the audience. For the second part of the competition, these sous chefs would follow strict rules when working under the contestants. They were not supposed to convince the audience to eat the food or show favoritism towards anybody. They just had to assist the contestants make several dishes for the audience. At the end, the chef with the most dirty or used plastic plates would have the highest score. The plastic plates for each chef would be distinguished by color: red, green, yellow, and so on. So if there were more dirty green dishes at the end, then the contestant who had served his meals on those dishes would win. The citizens had gathered, the chefs were ready, the judges were seated, and it was time to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Baymard's first Master Chef competition. Dominic was in charge of hosting today's competition. For over a week now, he had been practicing and rehearsing his manner of speech for the competition. His Highness Landon had written down a script for him and had also assisted him during rehearsals. The crowd clapped enthusiastically as they listened to him. He even cracked a few jokes here and there to make them happy and relaxed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our judges for today's competition. Our first judge is someone that most of you have heard of. He is the overseer of the food industry, and the one responsible for producing all the amazing ingredients that exist in Baymart. He is the famous, the one and only Chief Lior. The people continued clapping eagerly amongst themselves. Who didn't know Chief Lior? In fact, all the overseers in Baymart were very popular and well known amongst the people. They were seen like celebrities. Right now, in the eyes of the people, all the overseers were seen like how Bill Gates was viewed back on Earth. They earned the biggest paycheck, made some of the biggest moves and decisions within the industries. Plus, they were quiet, humble, and took their jobs very seriously. Every time someone would talk about any of the industries, the names of the overseers would sometimes slip into the conversation as well. Back on Earth, people would say phrases like, "Do you think that I'm as rich as Bill Gates to afford a Ferrari?" But in Baymart, they would say, "Do you think that I'm as rich as Chief Lior to buy several bags of food at once?" It was usually sentences like that. Of course, Chief Tim and Chief Wiggins were also made reference to every time people wanted to buy excess goods from their industries. Chief Lior waved and smiled at the crowd as they cheered. This feeling is good, he thought. Up next, we have the two most famous chefs within Baymart seating here today. Over the past month, their cooking skills and dishes have become popular with everyone and have even earned them His Highness approval. They are Chef Blake and Chef Benita. Once again, the people clapped enthusiastically and discussed amongst themselves. Those who had eaten their meals could vouch for its tastiness. It was as if these chefs were born to cook. Some people even went back home to try and recreate the dishes from these chefs, but it was all for naught. Even when they got the exact recipe, they still couldn't get their meals to taste the same as Blake and Benita. These chefs were, as His Highness had said, 3-star chefs. Landon didn't want to give them higher stars because for now, Baymart didn't have enough ingredients for him to gauge their true potentials. Ordinary people were usually 1-star chefs or no star at all. But these chefs had talent. Just by tasting anything, they could tell Landon all the ingredients that was used to cook the meal. They could also properly estimate and create their own way of cooking different dishes. Plus, their taste buds were more alive than most people. As these chefs waved, the people cheered for them as well. Lastly, he is our beloved king and Baymart's personal savior, as well as the creator for all the delicious food recipes that you all have eaten over the past month. Today, he will be acting as a guest judge for the competition. He is Highness Landon Barren. Landon, who was seated at the center of the judges' panel, waved his hand Queen Elizabeth style. Oh my heavens! He just waved at me. No. It was at my daughter. I wonder whose food chief lawyer would like the most. I heard that he himself is a foodie. Chef Blake and Benita are the ones that I really want to look out for. They would not spare these contestants if the food isn't up to their standards. Remember, His Highness had said that they both had godly tongues. I can't wait to see whose dish would please His Highness Landon. If I had known that His Highness was going to be a judge, then I would have personally applied. Just imagine if I had my food eaten by the king. Everyone discussed amongst themselves as they listened to Dominic. For the competition, the judges would give points for appearance/plate presentation, maximum points of 4 execution, max points anyone can get is 10 texture, max points of 5 creativity, max points of 5 taste, max points of 10. The contestants were also expected to make full course meals that consisted of an appetizer, entree, and a dessert. Most importantly, the theme for their dishes was adventure. And for the prizes, first place got 1.5 months of cooking lessons with Chef Blake and 250 silver coins, 25,000 copper coins or 5 gold coins, second place. 1 month of cooking lessons with Chef Benita and 180 silver coins, 18,000 copper coins or 1.8 gold coin, third place. 2 weeks of cooking lessons with Chef Benita, as well as 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins or 1 gold coin. 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Since the citizens usually made a minimum of 650 copper coins a month, the reward money for the competition was really jaw-dropping. In the Empire of Arcadina, the minimum wage was 350 copper coins. Landon had first made Baymart's minimum wage to be 450 copper coins. But when he later accessed all the dangerous things that these people did daily, that money was just too little in his eyes. Hence, he decided to raise the minimum wage to 650 copper coins. The knights also had their salaries raised to 750 copper coins per month. Well, the overseers and supervisors obviously made more money, as well as the upper military ranks, head chefs, and doctors. Firstly, Baymard was a self-sufficient city. The resources like ores were all found within the territory, and Landon made a ton of money monthly from Santa. So Baymard could actually afford to raise the wages for the workers. Of course, every month, Landon had taken out a certain percentage from each person's salary that would be used for healthcare insurance and taxes. Last month, immediately after the whole chickenpox fiasco, Landon had told the people about the benefits of healthcare and had also told them how their taxes would be reduced from now on. Since the taxes weren't high and their salaries were increased, the people immediately accepted Landon's methods. Who wouldn't? Even when the tax and healthcare was reduced, their salaries were still higher than what they had been paid previously. Landon had adopted the method done back on Earth. Everything one wanted to buy had tax on it, and even their salaries would be tax-reduced well. That tax would be used for future development and so on. To make it easier for the people, Landon had written several sheets of paper that explained how much would be deducted and also put out different formulas for each reduction. Landon had planned that once printers came out, he would officially address all policies and government-related issues then. He needed to print them identity cards, law books that had all policies printed onto them, and so on. In fact, nothing could really be done without printers. Even dictionaries for schools needed printing services. Sigh. The people here also got paid bi-weekly, so as to encourage them to work harder. But still, even with the raise in their salaries, the prize money for today's competition still had them shook. Back on Earth, it was the same feeling as someone who had just seen $10,000 or even $20,000 as prize money. It really excited the audience. Plus, who wouldn't want to receive skills from famous people? Those who were on their journey to being chefs really wanted to punch themselves in the face. Why hadn't they applied for the competition previously? This was a chance to learn Chef Benita and Chef Blake's godly cooking arts. Yet they had just let such a golden opportunity slip by. They had invisible tears in their eyes as they looked towards the stage. Once the judges and contestants had been introduced, Landon had a short brief speech and the competition resumed. Cooking time. The competition had already begun, and everyone tensed up as they watched the contestants hurriedly cook. As time passed by, the audience continued to discuss and observe the competitors. Heavens, look at those knife-cutting skills. Senior Viguera is amazing. Just looking at Senior Winston cook makes me hungry. What kind of smell is this? Why is it so fragrant? Looking at them cook has made me realize how far back my cooking skills are. Look. She's already placing her dessert in the kiln. Senior Yorick is extremely fast and well. Just look at the way he's beating the eggs. Dominic saw the signal from Landon and knew that it was finally time to stop the contestants. Time for the judges to give their reviews. Up first was contestant Milton. He placed his dishes on a metal-wheeled trolley and brought them closer to the judges. Once he had placed all the dishes on their table, he immediately stood a little distance in front of them and waited nervously for their comments. The judges had their own metal megaphones, so they began their assessments. Before we the judges eat, let's talk about your plate presentation and appearance. The theme of the meal was adventure, and your dish screams hunting in the forest. Am I correct? Chef Benita asked. The place was dead silent. Yes. The audience held their breaths as they listened to the judges. So far so good, they thought. The judges on the panel smiled. And what would you call this dish? Landon asked. A hunter's victory, Milton said anxiously. It certainly does look like forest. The rice was sculpted like a mountain and placed at the uppermost corner of the plate. I can also see that you added a yellow-colored sauce around the mountain's top as well, Landon said. Around your mountain of rice, you mixed that same sauce with your meat and placed at the doorstep of the mountain. I'm guessing that this signifies the ground itself, Chief Lior commented. Your leafy vegetables were then placed between each meat stack, creating the illusion of trees, Chef Blake said. And finally, you rolled your brown fried eggs, cut them into several pieces, and stationed them at different points on your plate, which made them seem like large rocks or logs of wood placed around the forest. Chef Benita added as she used her fork to poke the eggs. And for your dessert, I see that you also neatly placed star-shaped cakes on a different plate. which probably signifies the stars at night. So your adventure happens at nighttime. Interesting, Landon said. And finally for your appetizer, I'm guessing the fish sticks and the sauce signified a water body and life somewhere in your forest, Chief Lior concluded. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up to Milton. He had done so much preparation and showed off his skills as a chef. He was telling his own adventure story through his cooking. Now, it was time for the judges to eat the meal. As the judges ate, they all had different looks on their faces. The audience couldn't help themselves from guessing what the final outcome would be. Do you think Chef Blake is impressed? Look, Chef Benita is still continuing to eat the fish sticks. The judges looked at each other and finally decided to give their review. The audience quieted down and the air was filled with anxiety. The people felt like they couldn't breathe. For your meat, you cut them up into rectangular pieces, spiced them up, covered the outer surfaces with flour and eggs, and later fried them, making the exterior of the meat crispy and the interior juicy and tender. It has great taste, Chef Benita said. Meat could be cooked this way? The people thought. The people eased up when they heard the review. The other judges went on to give their own comments as well. I can tell that the sauce that you made was made of milk, butter, salt, eggs, and pepper. The butter was heated up and mixed into the milk to make heavy cream. Then you added all the other ingredients, as well as curry to make the sauce look yellowish. Your vegetable pieces were fried and coated with spices, which also made them firm and crispy. And your cakes were soft and sweet, as well as the judges kept giving positive reviews. Everyone thought that Milton had done a marvelous job. But the next comments made them realize that life was really too unpredictable. Separately, your dessert, entree, and appetizers were fantastic. They were really great. But together, they were utter trash. Chef Blake commented. Everyone gasped for air as they heard what was said. What was this situation? Did they just hear it right? How brutal, but also somehow entertaining to watch. Milton, on the other hand, felt like someone had poured cold water on him. When I ate your appetizer, entree, and dessert together, I felt like I was at the jungle losing a fight against a wild boar. Chief Lior said. I agree. It feels like I'm being torn into shreds by dangerous animals. Landon added. Your meal's name is a hunter's victory day, but it feels like a hunter's death day. Chef Benita stated. The other contestants couldn't help but sweat as they looked at their own dishes in front of them. They had completely lost their confidence as they listened to the judges. Was it possible for them to have a do-over? The peppery taste on your food clashes with your overly sweet cakes. The combination is just awful. Also, the milk you had us drink as a beverage didn't enhance the taste of your dish at all. Instead, drastically destroyed it. After the judges had pinpointed all his errors, they ended their remarks with encouragement. But I must say, you've got what it takes to be a master chef. All you need is more time, experience, and practice. Never give up. Nothing in life comes easy. Take all the criticisms we give you today, work on your skills, and make us proud. Contestant Milton, I await the day that you cook alongside me as a 3-star chef. Tears flowed from Milton's eyes as he heard the last comments. Thank you. The audience got emotional as well. We believe in you, Senior Milton. Never give up. That's right. All you need is time and experience. You're way better than me in cooking, Senior Milton. Milton truly felt touched as he listened to the crowd. The competition went on with the audience hanging on a tiny thread of life again. Their emotions were all over the place because of the judges. Once the judges were done with their assessment, they awarded points to all the contestants. For this part of the competition, Uric came first, Vigera was second, and Milton was third. Of course, there were 5 other contestants behind Milton as well. Now it was time for stage 2 of the contest. The audience quickly came down to eat their fill, as they themselves were hungry from watching all these juicy meals being prepared. With 20 sous chefs helping each contestant, the dishes were served very fast to the citizens. And finally, by the end of the competition, the plates were gathered and counted. Surprisingly, every contestant still had the same rank as before, which meant that the audience still found Yurik's food to be the tastiest, followed by Vigera and then Milton. Of course, Landon gave a closing speech for the event and awarded the winners with their rewards. With this, the competition had come to an end. Daddy, You won, Daddy, congratulations. Milton turned around and looked at his wife, his 9-year-old son and his 6-year-old daughter running towards him. They immediately hugged him as they felt immensely proud of him. I can't believe that Chef Benita would be teaching you for 2 weeks. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Wah. Look at all the money in the bag. His wife jumped about happily. Milton smiled as he looked at his family. Today had truly shown him that his road to being a chef wasn't going to be easy, but there was no way in Hades that he would give up without a fight. Just as the judges had said, he needed to properly hone his skills in order to advance in the culinary world. He needed to do this for his family and for his future. He had already swore that he would do his best and get Chef Blake and Benita's recognition. His new dream was not to be a 3-star chef like them, but to be a 5-star one. Nihud Academy, capital of Arcadina. A young gentleman sat on a chair in his dorm room, with his personal guards standing beside him. Suddenly, his window opened and someone in a cloak jumped in. Any news? No, young master. Keep searching. Yes, young master. And just like that, the cloaked person had left, as quickly as he had arrived. Martyr Shannon's personal guard was worried as well. Young Master Martyr, what do we do about Lord Shannon's disappearance? Lord Shannon's estate, capital of Arcadina. Young Master, all preparations are complete, said one of Martyr's subordinates. Good Martyr was presently in his father's estate in the capital. Although he mostly slept in the academy dormitory, when important matters arose, he would come to his father's estate to handle them. Martyr was sure that the walls of the academy had ears, hence it wasn't safe to talk about his plans at school. A few days back, he had met with King Barren at the royal palace. From the looks of it, King Barren was also probing him to see if he knew anything about his father's whereabouts. But since he was innocent on the matter, standing his ground was a lot easier to do. King Barren thought that either Martyr truly didn't know where his father was, or he was a really good actor. The king couldn't find any loophole in his story or any strange behavior from him. Hence, King Barren had decided to send Martyr down to Riverdale City with 4 captains from his personal army. The knight captains were to stay in Riverdale for 2 months before returning back to the capital. If they didn't return, then King Barren would assume and prepare for a full-scale war against Shannon. The feeling of having an enemy who might be secretly planning an attack had really made him feel on edge lately. Hence, he decided Martyr was to leave at the end of August for Riverdale, along with his captains. Or should he say spies? Martyr, on the other hand, was really concerned about his father's whereabouts. He knew more than anyone else that his father didn't plan any sudden attacks yet. Plus, his father had written him a letter a while ago, stating that he would be coming to the capital. Martyr also knew that if there was really something big happening, his father would definitely not write it down on paper, for fear that someone might intercept the letter. If Martyr wasn't in the capital, then his father would definitely send letters of that nature to him. But since he was in King Barren's region, anything could happen. It was better to be safe than sorry. But what was so big that his father didn't even show for his mission in the capital? Martyr was at his wits' end with the matter. Although people in the West called his father a tyrant and a villain, he truthfully loved the old man. He believed that that was how a future king should live. Ever since he was little, he had been doing the same things that his father did. When his father went to torture, burn, or capture people, he was there as well. He had his first taste of a woman, or should he say a girl, at age 11. He had chained her hands and legs to his bed and kept her in his room every time he made love to her. After the session, she would be taken to the chambers or healers for treatment. Too bad that just after 9 love-making sessions, the 8-year-old died on his bed. He didn't feel any emotions or remorse towards her. He tossed her body down his bed and took another girl from the dungeons. Those children were captured by his father and only knew poverty. So shouldn't they be happy that he had at least given them the opportunity to grace his bed? Who was he? He was Martyr Shannon, future prince of Arcadina. He was the 3rd and favorite son of his old man. When he was 12, he had heard that King Barren had killed his older brothers while they were sent to war some time back. At the time City Lord Shannon was 15, he became City Lord, and since then, he had been women here and there. Hence, before Martyr was born, Shannon already had 2 sons and 7 daughters. Shannon didn't care for his daughters, so he married them off to wealthy nobles in the capital. How they would be treated didn't matter to him. What good could come out of women? When Shannon had martyr, he realized that he didn't want any more children. So, he started giving all the women in his harem drugs that would damage their wombs permanently. With the death of his first two sons, Shannon realized that he needed to teach Martyr everything about power struggles so that he didn't end up like his brothers. Hence, from the age of 5, Martyr began his lessons with Shannon. They planned and strategized on how to make the villain, King Barren, pay for killing their blood. Because of their closeness, Martyr held his father in high regard and knew every step that his father took. That was why his father's disappearance was strange to him. He personally didn't believe that King Barren was innocent on the matter. Was King Barren really sending people with him to Riverdale just to check the situation? What if King Barren had already hired mercenaries to deal with his father and then pretended like he wasn't aware of his father's disappearance? Or was it City Lord Kane of Hawk City that attacked his father? City Lord Kane and his father had been at a power struggle within the Western Territories for years now. His father's army was large in number, so he knew that the enemy would either be a noble with a powerful backer or King Barren. There were so many reasons why King Alec Barren looked suspicious in his eyes. If he left the capital, wouldn't it be easier for King Barren to kill him? Or maybe King Barren just wanted to lure him into a false sense of security before making his move. Either way, he didn't trust City Lord Kane. And he sure as Hades didn't trust that snake, King Barren. That was why he began to make preparations for the journey to Riverdale City. Whatever the enemy's plans were, Martyr was sure that he would be fully prepared. He was just praying that the uneasiness he felt towards his father's whereabouts was all for naught. Otherwise, he didn't even want to imagine what he would do to the poor soul who dared to touch his father. While Martyr was busy making preparations, royal families all over the Pino continent were becoming more and more unstable due to the whirl of change that took place in June. Royal Palace, capital of Yoden. King McLean looked at his daughters whom for the first time ever had requested for an audience with him. In fact, at this point, they were demanding for an audience with him. Ever since the news that Corona had gotten themselves a female ruler spread throughout the empire, all the women had become crazy overnight. They now demanded equal pay as men and also wanted to get similar jobs to that of men. They had also formed cliques around each of King McLean's daughters and demanded for women to choose when to pleasure their husbands. It had even gotten to the point where it couldn't be ignored anymore. These women requested to participate in court meetings and also requested that men should do some household chores daily. Of course, the men were strongly against the idea. They had been firmly rejecting it and even said that they would never go to war with a woman by their sides. At the end, every man agreed to keep their wives and daughters on a leash. For now, their plan was working. But McLean knew that down the line, these plans would crumble down and fall. Hence, he decided to give in to one of their demands. He had allowed them to do daily jobs for men, excluding knighthood. But no, apparently, this wasn't enough for these bloody blood demons. They wanted everything. McLean had already made up his mind that he wouldn't entertain them anymore. Let them do their worst. And now, out of nowhere, all 11 his daughters had joined in and demanded for an audience with him. He looked at his daughters from the youngest, 6 years old, to the oldest, 19 years old. He didn't even know February 3rds of them personally, yet here they were. And what was a 6-year-old doing there as well? Sigh. Forget it. Father, there is something that we would like to request of you, the oldest daughter said. So you all are requesting, was it? If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that you all were giving me orders. As he raised his voice, his daughters began to shiver and tremble with fear. But they quickly took in big gulps of air and calmed themselves down. It was now or never. Father, we would like to be allowed to participate in the battle for kingship. Father, I want to be queen. Father, it's only fair that you pick me to be queen since I'm the oldest in the family. Father, I promised to do a good job as well. When the princesses realized that their father wasn't saying anything, they quieted down, and the room instantly turned dead silent. Ha! This must be the biggest joke that I have heard all year. What makes you think that you all can rule an empire? For the fact that you all didn't even think things through shows me how stupid and naive you all are. You think that you all can compare to Queen Penelope? What a joke. At age 7, she began sword practice. Since then, She had been practicing her skills for 11 years now. She had also been studying the art of war throughout those years, as well as participating in several battles for her empire. In addition, she aided in trades, in all monetary deals and positions in Corona. Did you all think that she was given that position because of favoritism? Ha ha ha, I've met her before, and I can assure every one of you that she is more outstanding than most men. But you all, what do you know? Looking at boys, doing needlework, gossiping? Can any of you tell me how to run an empire? Do you even know all the cities, towns, and villages within the Jotun? Can any of you go to battle and come back alive? Hee hee. I had heard previously that some of you faint whenever you see little traces of blood, or even things like spiders. Do you all know how to handle government positions? Before this matter came out, were any of you ever interested in the empire itself? I remember that I used to order and force your mothers to allow you all to study. And you stand there to tell me to allow you all to rule my empire? As what? As jesters? Do you want to ruin it for me? You all coming here without thinking shows me that you all would make stupid rulers whom anyone can control. Without even knowing or verifying all details from the news you heard, you immediately started causing havoc around my empire. Ask yourselves, could you all do what Queen Penelope did? Get back to our rooms and pray for brains. Once McLean finished speaking, the girls all burst out into tears and ran off. As he looked at them running, he couldn't help but feel immense disappointment. There was no bravery, no courage, no qualities that could even make them 1/3 of Queen Penelope's attributes. Yet they dared to compare with her. McLean decided that he would address this matter publicly. He had to let these women know that it wasn't by favoritism that Penelope became ruler. He would not allow any woman to feel entitled to anything, unless they were truly capable of doing the job required. Should he just give them government positions, when most of them didn't even know how to read or write? Bullsh. McLean was sure that if 80% of these women were actually tortured, they would confess all the secrets that they had learned in these government positions. Even after giving them equal jobs, they still couldn't perform the same as men, hence their pay was still less. Many women started working at building sites and had found out the hard way that a man's innate strength was generally stronger than that of women. If the men there could carry 40 large stones a day, those women could only about 20 or 23 large stones a day. And because of this, they immediately shut their traps about equal pay. They decided to let the equal pay matter go, but they still wanted every other benefit without having the right qualifications. This why McLean decided to address the matter publicly, as well as to explain Penelope's success story to them. How dare they think that they all were as good as Penelope? Penelope's brain from an early age was quick-witted and fast. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge. She was rare a genius. Please, he would rather believe that the world was round than to believe that all the women were like Penelope. Truth be told, when he first saw Penelope, she was 10 years old and had greatly impressed him. He immediately rushed back to Jotun and wanted his own daughters to learn as well. But the heavens were truly cruel to him. Most of his daughters only learned when forced and weren't even interested in any physical exercises. Only his 9th daughter and the other one that was banished from Jotun were able to use their brains to some extent. And although he didn't spend time with his daughters, his personal guards and knights had been reporting their every move to him. In his opinion, they were just too disappointing to look at. King Carmelo, that old dog, was really too lucky to have such a daughter. Other people were having daughters like Penelope, and here he was with 11 daughters that all had coconut brains. He was sure that the fault lay in their mothers. There was no way that he would agree that his seed could produce such fools. Otherwise, how come his sons were brilliant, but his daughters were fools? The fault clearly didn't belong to him. His wives and concubines must have done or eaten something during their pregnancy. In the case for his daughters, he had to constantly force them to study, while in the case of his sons, he didn't even need to lift a muscle. And out of nowhere, his daughters now wanted to rule his empire with those fish brains of theirs. McLean would rather kill himself than to let any of his daughters succeed him. Just as he was going through his own problems with the women, the other rulers were also facing similar situations. But since those rulers governed their empires with fear, the women in these areas didn't even dare to voice out their complaints. Hence those empires were still somewhat peaceful, but the women in their palaces were a different matter altogether. Royal Palace, capital of Arcadina. Father, I would like to be the first queen of Arcadina. Jeanette Barnes said, get out. Royal Palace, capital of Diaphorus. Father, if you do not make me queen, then I'll kill myself. Go ahead. Days went by, and it was finally time for the military results to be released. Landon had decided that there would be no classes today for those who took the exams previously. At 9 a.m., the test papers, evaluation papers for each physical test, as well as a midterm report card for each individual, would be tied together with rubber bands and handed to the recruits. The recruits were to go to the training field and wait for their papers there. Today, Mustafa, Michael, and their friends were lost in thought as they did their early morning training routine. Ever since Michael won Mustafa during the physical combat exam, they had become close. Since Michael's dormitory room was just 2 dorms away from Mustafa, they would gist in each other's dormitories before lights out. At 8:40 a.m., they had already hurriedly eaten their breakfast and were currently making their way back to the training fields. Once they got there, they saw several other students waiting anxiously as well. Someone waved at them from the front of the field, and they made their way towards the person. Good thing you guys came now rather than later. Or else, even if I had called you guys by over, there would have been no space for you all to pass through to the front, Solomon said. Solomon was also one of their many new friends. Everyone around them started speaking to them as they waited. I'm so nervous. I can't wait for the results. What if I fail this midterm? When I remember the exam, I feel like crying. There were some questions that I truly didn't feel confident about. Bro, you're not the only one. I lost a match in the combat examination, Mustafa said. Me too. For me it was the gun shooting examination. I couldn't run and shoot properly. So at 9 a.m. we'll receive all the papers for the exams? Yes. All the written papers, as well as different papers on the physical examinations. I think it'll also let us to know how we were graded in each physical exam. Yeah, I want to know how they gave us our scores, so I can prepare for the next exam as well. Didn't you remember that His Highness said that no 2 exams would be the same? Look. The warrant officers have arrived. There were at least 4 warrant officers handing out exam papers for each letter of the alphabet. Mustafa stood around the warrant officers that were handing out papers to those whose names started with M. Mustafa Cannon. Present. He quickly dashed through the crowd and took his papers from the officer. All his exam papers were already arranged and joined together with 4 rubber bands. As he was too nervous to take a look, he decided to wait for Solomon and Michael to get their papers first. The first paper on the stack in his hand just had their names and military matriculation numbers written boldly with pen, hence he hadn't been able to guess what scores they had gotten so far. The first paper was more like a cover page for the other exam papers. For Mustafa, the cover page just had military midterm examination results, Mustafa Cannon matriculation number. Speaking of dates, ever since Landon had come to this world, a lot of things shocked him, especially the fact that these people somehow called months the same way he did back on Earth. Right now, calendars already existed, but they were just not put down on paper. Every city, town, or village had a group of people that were in charge of dates. There were buildings that were built just for date recording. Stone buildings, stone tablets, or stones were generally preferred. For example, in Baymard, every morning, someone would come up to the abandoned stone building at the entrance of the upper region and use a sharp stone to place a straight under the month name on the building wall. The first floor of the entire building had already been completely marked, as they had been using this building throughout the years. It was kind of cool. It looked like those ancient Egyptian markings in the pyramids. In places without stone buildings, large stone rocks would be cleaned and smoothed out to form stone tablets. The people would then place several strokes on the tablets as the days went by. These stone tablets were always placed in a safe public area where all could see. Back on Earth, Europeans came up with the calendars in the 10th century as well. But the Egyptians were different. The Egyptians had already come up with calendars ages before the Europeans. The Egyptians were just too advanced for the world. In fact, they had left the Europeans in the dust. In fact, Egyptians and Asians were also advanced as well, especially the Chinese. They were one of the first people to use sundials to tell the time and so on. Like Earth, Hertphilia had different continents that probably had different cultures as well. Who knows if there was already another continent right now that had already advanced in development like the Egyptians or the Chinese. Although he had compared Hertphilia with Earth here and there, Hertphilia had some areas that were more advanced when compared to Earth in the 10th century. Some things were similar to Earth, but not all things. This was a brand new world with its own practices and its own traditions. For some reason, their ship-making game was on point. It was more sturdier than that of Earth in the 10th century. Once Mustafa and his friends had collected their papers, they sat on the grass and looked at their results. The warrant officers had said that the only thing that they were allowed to keep was their report card paper. When they were done checking their papers, they were to return them back. No one was allowed to take the other papers away. Okay, guys, let's open them together. 1. 2.3 Solomon said. They immediately took off the rubber bands and removed the cover pages. The first sheet after the cover page was a report card that showed them all their results. Ah, I passed. Me too. Haha, me 3. They continued looking through all the other papers so as to understand how they were graded. Mustafa looked at his physical combat score and was shocked. He opened his eyeballs widely and even thought that his mind was playing tricks on him. I passed the combat exam? Michael and Solomon were shocked. What did you say? Quickly, let's look at how our combat papers were graded. I scored higher for perseverance, bravery, and combat knowledge. Hee. But of course I had a 2/10 for task completion. So they checked several things when accessing us? It looks like it. They even told me how to correct my stand for the backward kick move. So they also give advice on these evaluation papers? Ha. I don't care. I'm so happy right now. Let's go buy food at the market square. I second that they quickly binded all their papers back with the rubber bands, excluding their report card paper, and handed them back to the warrant officers. Celebration time. Today was the 19th of August, and only 12 days were left before the month ended. Right now, there were currently 5,200 men who were assigned to construct these sites, 1,000 men who were building the greenhouse, and 6,000 workers who were doing road construction in the District E. So far, only the water and sewage plant, as well as the power plant, have been completed, while the central heating plant was only 98% done, as the workers were still installing essential fixtures like sinks to all buildings on the site. Since the first 2 plants were done, Landon decided to start teaching the men how to operate both plants, as well as assign some workers to start placing underground electrical wires from the power plant to District E. For the 5,200 men who were previously assigned at the construction sites, Landon divided them up like so. 1,000 workers to complete construction on the central heating plant, 700 workers to operate the water and sewage plant, 500 workers to operate the power plant, and 3,000 workers to place electrical cables alongside the roads. These new industries basically needed chemical engineers, alchemists, electrical engineers, and so on. Hence, Landon requested that some of the electrical engineers in training should be placed in each site, as well as some of the alchemists who would be trained to chemical engineers. On the other hand, the mechanical and civil engineers would definitely come from the construction workers whom he had assigned to the plants. Chief Tim and Chief Wiggins were also to appoint supervisors for every sector within these plants. For example, in the water and sewage plant, after the water leaves the sea and travels through the pipes, it would go to a 300-square-foot building. This building has different equipments used for filtering out any sand particles or hard rocks from the water, as well fishes that made their way to the building. In that stage of water processing, Landon wanted 2 supervisors in charge of all mechanical and chemical processes involved within the building. They were to supervise all activities taking place in that building before the water leaves and goes to the next processing stage. Although Landon needed guards and cooks within these plants, he didn't want to assign any just yet, at least until September. For now, the men would still have their food brought into Sector 1 by trucks. Landon decided that for these first 4 days, he would alternate between both plants. Today, he would only be teaching the workers in the power plant how to operate the plant, and the next day, he would do the same for those assigned to the water and sewage treatment plant. Landon decided to use this 4 days to give them an intense theoretical lecture on both plants. And for the remaining 8 days, all the workers from both plants would officially start their training. Within this 8-day period, Landon had decided that he would spend his mornings in the power plant, and for the afternoons, he would spend it within the water and sewage treatment plant. Early in the morning, the selected workers jumped into the trucks and headed out to their new work sites. Today was their first theory class in the plant. Once the workers who had never been to the construction site before stepped onto the first sector, they were utterly shocked. They felt like they had just stepped into another world. At the front of the sector was a large cemented block that had different words carved on it. The words read, Baymard Power Plant. The block was standing on another platform that was surrounded by a massive pond. And around the pond was a small field of grass. Basically, the large words were on a fountain. The beautiful, smooth and black roads made the fountain look like a roundabout with several roads going towards different locations within the first sector. In this sector, there weren't many buildings since most plant activity happens in the second sector. This sector would mostly be used for the business side of the plant, as well as house the plant clinic, security offices, and so on. The buildings here were fully cemented and went as high as 4 or 5 stories, with the exception of 2 large ones that were both 3 stories high and covered with only bluish glass walls. These 2 glass wall buildings were connected together on their second floors by what looked like a glass bridge. As the trucks drove by, the workers looked around excitedly like tourists. Wow! Look at that building. Oh my heavens! Buildings can be built like this? Look at that large glass door at its entrance. The workers weren't the only ones stunned silly. Chief Wiggins was really having a hard time believing what he saw. Once again, the way he looked at Landon had completely changed. In his mind, Landon's title had now been changed from Messenger of God to God of Knowledge. Although Chief Tim had seen the plant during construction, he couldn't help but be amazed when looking at the end result. As both overseers looked around, they couldn't help but wonder when their own estates would be renovated. The workers really wanted to have a tour of the first sector, but sadly, Landon had the drivers drive straight to the next sector. Landon had promised them that once all 3 sites were up and running, he would give them a grand official tour. For now, all these buildings were locked, and their keys were placed on Landon's desks, as well as Chief Tim's desk. The only buildings that were open right now were those in Sector 2. These few days left, as well as the entire month of September, was their training period. Hence, only by completing their training would they truly belong to the plant. Plus, by the end of September, they would all get their badges and work identity cards for access within the plants. Once the men arrived at the second sector, Landon began his lecture. 7 days had gone by, and both plants now shared electricity and water between them. At this point, the central heating plant was completed. Hence, Landon kept 500 workers to operate the plant and sent the other 500 to aid in installing underground cables along the roads. And just like that, the last day of August had arrived. As for the workers, they now felt a little more confident in their plant operation skills and knowledge. Granted, they made a lot of errors on their first few days, but Landon had expected as much. Hence, he wasn't worried about their learning pace. After all, they still had the whole September to brush up their skills. When it concerned learning, no matter how many years one spent in school, nothing could compare to actually doing the procedures. One could spend 4 years studying chemical engineering. But that didn't mean that if that same person went to an oil plant, that person would automatically know what to do. Knowledge without practice was useless on the field. Back on Earth, there were people who had never gone to school before, but they could fix any machine, car, or engine, just because they had been taught on the job. And even those who had spent 10 years working on oil plants didn't know everything about their jobs. While on the job, new problems would definitely arise daily, making every day different from the next. It was impossible to know everything at once. In schools, people would sometimes cram a lot of information just so that they could graduate. That was why practice was important, as well as schooling. Both went hand in hand. So he had first spent his time teaching them the theory before showing them how the plant actually operated. Right now, Landon didn't need them to know everything. He just needed them to learn at their own pace and safely operate the plant. The more they did, the more they would remember. I mean, he couldn't possibly put them through 4 years of schooling before finally allowing them to work on the plants, could he? The only way was to learn on the job. As for the workers, they truly liked their new work environment, especially because they could use the toilet, soap, and tissue paper. And don't get them started on the magical light tubes that shines brightly at night. When they pulled the tiny switch upwards, these plant sites were like heaven to them. Right now, they all had one question in mind. When was their king going to start residential construction? September was here, and once again, Santa had sent his subordinates to Baymard as usual. Landon bought several seeds and animals, as well as sold his ores to Santa's subordinates. After he had sorted out the children, new military recruits, caretakers, and the elderly, Landon was left with 5,970 new workers, 100 hospital recruits, and 23 people who had professions prior to being slaves or refugees. Amongst those 23 people were 7 teachers, 10 healers, nurses, and 6 new doctors. Of course, Landon immediately assigned the doctors to start training under Dr. Jerson. As for the nurses, they were to join the new 100 hospital recruits and start training under nurses Chanel and Laura. Last month, Landon had added 100 trainees in the hospital, and this month, he had also added another 100 as well. The hospitals ran for 24 hours every day of the week, so more people were needed for different shifts. As for the teachers, Landon would use this September to train them. Although this was the last semester before the long holiday, Landon hoped that by October, these new teachers would begin teaching. It would be wise for them to use the remaining half of the semester as part of their training. Hence, Landon decided to let them teach courses like Pino 1 and Math 1. This month, there were a lot of things that Baymard needed. Firstly, Landon wanted to start making printing presses. He chose to make lithography steam engine rotatory printing presses. These steam engine printing presses were deemed the fastest that could work without electricity throughout ancient times. These ones could print both sides of a page in a single operation at an incredible speed as well. One steam press alone could print over 200 book pages a day, provided water was constantly fed to the engine, as well as a constant supply of ink. Since he couldn't make digital printers right now, rotary printing presses would have to do. Once the printing press could run, ID cards, government documents, and calendars were a must. Up next, Landon wanted to focus on mattress making. He wanted to make 2 types of mattresses, polyurethane foam mattresses and memory foam mattresses. Memory foam mattresses were actually made from the polyurethane ones. The only difference between the two were the additives used for making memory foam. Both foams could be made to feel hard, flexible, or even super soft, depending on whether they would be used in mattresses, pillows, wheelchair seats, bench and couch cushions, car seats, dishwashing sponges, gym mats, and so on. Polyurethane foam is generally formed when a polyol and an isocyanate are combined. Once combined, the foam starts forming and rising on its own at standard atmosphere pressure. The foam starts rising like how yeast would rise in dough and quickly solidifies itself, hence making the soft, flexible, and comfortable material used for mattresses and other cushions. For memory foam, both chemicals used for polyurethane foam are added, along with water and a variety of catalysts and additives. Also, depending on the different chemicals used, these foams could have different colors as well, like the yellow foam used for dishwashing sponges or the white foam used for mattresses. Finally, Landon wanted to focus on textile making. He knew that during this period, he would focus on all textile materials, except cotton. Since June, Landon had been buying cotton seeds from Santa's subordinates. Generally, cotton grew as a shrub, with the plant taking 5 to 6 months to fully grow and produce cotton. Since he couldn't wait for that long, he decided to focus on wool, yarn, and all other textile materials. For the past 2 months, the workers had been cutting and storing the fur from the animals which he had been purchasing. And now, it was finally time to create thread used in making different clothing items such as blankets, winter jackets, winter hats, socks, curtains, and so on. Hence, with everything needed this September, Landon divided the 5,970 new workers like so: Alchemy Industry, Black Small Square Foam Department, 570 Black Small Square the other existing departments, 500 Food Industry, 500 Textile Industry, 500 Construction Industry, Black Small Square Printing Press, 400 Black Small Square other existing departments, 600 actual construction workers, 2,900. Since there were no available buildings within the construction industry, Landon decided to have the paper-making department share their 4-story building with the printing press. As for the textile industry, Since the animals and their fur were being stored within the food industry, Landon thought that it would be wise to allow them to occupy 4 buildings within the food industry as well, at least until their own facility was built. Hence, he had also decided that since those 1,000 workers assigned to build the greenhouse were done, they might as well start constructing the textile industry now. For this new textile industry, Landon just wanted 8 buildings within it. And while construction is underway, those assigned towards textile making would do their jobs within the food industry. In this era, the people already knew how to spin and form textile thread for clothing. The difference was that all their clothing was handmade. So for this first week of September, Landon wanted those assigned to the textile industry to start making thread from all animal fur previously collected and stored. And while they were focusing on that, Department C6 of the construction industry was to make mechanical wheeler sewing machines and spinning wheels. Instead of using electricity, these machines used several pulley mechanisms and leg paddles to spin the threads and sew fabrics. With these machines, the workers would be more efficient when compared to hand sewing and stitching. And once the first week of September was over, Landon would then divide the workers into 2 groups. One group would focus on making thread, while the other would be focused on fabric making. For this textile industry, Landon decided to appoint Mrs. Sophia as overseer of the industry. Sophia was the wife of Chief Lior, and since both industries were basically sharing the same state, Landon decided to appoint her as overseer. Plus, she was the one who had previously aided Landon in sewing badges for the military recruits. So from now on, she would be known throughout Baymard as Chief or Overseer Sophia. And for the food industry, since the greenhouse was already constructed, Landon wanted the new workers to start planting and transferring several medical herbs from the farms to the greenhouse. With the addition of 2,900 construction workers, Landon now had 12,900 workers altogether. It was finally time to focus on building residential homes for the citizens. Landon divided the group up like so. 2,000 were to focus on installing electric cables alongside the roads. 4,000 were to focus on tarring the roads, as well as installing all sewage, water, rainwater drainage, and central heating pipes underneath the ground. 900 would also focus on using heavy machines to level the space for the residential buildings. And finally, 7,000 workers would focus on constructing homes for the citizens. Back on Earth, the only reason building homes took over 6 months was because of land surveying, getting land permits, getting architects to make blueprints, hiring contractors, lawyers, and so on. The actual construction process doesn't take that long at all. Depending on the desired house size, typically 3 men could build a 2,900 square foot house within 11 weeks, 3 months, and 2 weeks. That's without working on Saturdays and Sundays. In Landon's case, he wanted to build a 2,400 square foot home using 27 men in each group. This would by far slim down the building time, and in about 1.5 weeks, 27 men would finish one residential building. And since there were 7,000 workers assigned to building the homes, there would be 259 groups made up of 27 workers. Hence, after 1.5 weeks, Landon expected to see at least 259 homes already constructed. Landon wanted them to do what they had previously done when they constructed all 3 industries at once. Once the workers had to wait for cement to harden during the foundation, floor, and wall stages, Landon expected them to start construction for other residential homes. So in that way, by the end of the 1.5-week time frame, each team would actually complete, or at least start 2 or more homes at once. Of course, Landon had made up his mind to also assist all these industries within this month, especially the textile industry. Once the day came to an end, Landon looked at his schedule for September and truly felt like crying. He was busy as Hades. He had to supervise another military exam for the recruits that came during the month of June. It had been 3 months for those recruits, and now was the period for their first official exam. Hence, his presence as king was a must. Apart from aiding the industries and making his presence known in the military, Landon also had to visit the hospitals, nurseries, as well as the school. As he lay on his bed, Landon quickly tried his best to fall asleep fast, for he knew that tomorrow would be a long, weary day. Previously, during the month of August, Landon had allocated a large estate within the upper region to the medical volunteers. He decided to let the estate be a medical and healthcare academy. Medical care emphasized on disease treatment and care, while healthcare looked at signs, prevention of diseases, and health promotion and awareness. Generally, medical and healthcare had more than hundreds of different professions within it, from pharmacists to medical assistants, emergency medical technicians, cardiac surgeons, nutritionists, radiation therapists, and so on. In future, these students would have to specialize in particular areas and perform several operations and jobs within the hospital and clinics. For now, Landon had given them schedules which they had to follow strictly. They also had to attend the math, chemistry, and Pino classes being taught within Baymart. Chemistry was basically a main course for them. Understanding matter, chemical reactions that occur within the body, and chemical compositions within medical drugs was a necessity. Right now, 100 volunteers had also joined the academy within this month, making a total of 200 students. For their schedules, aside from math, Pino, and chemistry, the students also took first aid classes, wound care and treatment classes, medical rules and ethics classes, medical massage therapy classes, patient care, management and recording classes, patient communication classes, disease management and treatment classes, and finally, hospital time, where different groups of students would spend 3.5 hours in the hospital aiding the nurses and doctors. With the schedule that Landon had made, on a daily basis, the hospital had students who came over and took care of the patients, under the supervision of the nurses and doctors. The students also did hospital rounds, comforted the patients, and did other medical tasks. In this way, they were learning and practicing at the same time. Today, Nurse Chanel had 2 groups to supervise during her 8-hour shift. The first group of 15 students would come for 3.5 hours, while the other group would come after her lunch break. Once all the students from the first group had arrived at the front of the hospital, she began her roll call. Kenneth Carby, present. Quebo Jones, present. As she called out their names, she used a blue pin to tick their names on the list that she was holding. Once roll call was done, she led them to the locker room that had spare lab coats, gloves, rubber shoes, hair caps, face masks, and so on. The students quickly wore the lab coats and shoes provided, as well as put their gloves and face masks in their lab coat pockets. Once everyone was done, they followed Nurse Chanel to her office for a 30-minute meeting. It was now 8:30 a.m., and Chanel's shift started at 9 a.m. The students were told to always come at least 35 minutes earlier. 2 days ago, your group came to the hospital and worked under me. We have been working together since the start of August, so you all know the drill. The seated students immediately took out their notebooks and pens as they waited for her questions. Patient Juliana in Ward B2 says that her tummy is constantly upset. Her stomach feels like it's full of water, bloated. She vomits a lot, and her tummy aches as well. She also says that she always feels like going to relieve herself. She has a fever, and she passes out a lot of gas frequently. She also has trouble swallowing, always feels nauseous, and her stool is loose and watery. Causes. Go. The students raise their hands and attempt to give their hypotheses. It could be due to indigestion. She might have been used to eating food without drinking water. After all, from the lectures, indigestion is known to cause bloating, gas release, and deep aches and pains around the belly. Your answer could have been correct. But how do you explain the other symptoms? It could have also been diarrhea. All the symptoms match it well. Nurse Chanel smiled. Correct. The patient is indeed suffering from diarrhea. So what causes diarrhea? Allergies, lactose intolerance, food poisoning, all the possibilities listed down were in fact correct. But for this case, food poisoning was the main cause of the issue. In this era, people didn't have fridges and better ways to store food. Hence, they didn't know the meaning of expiration dates. For them, food was edible unless it was visibly rotten. These people would cook food and leave it outside for days while eating it. In fact, a lot of them died from food poisoning and had tummy aches frequently. For these people, it was normal to eat and have tummy aches, provided fever and sickness didn't take their lives. Even when their meat, bread, and other food items were molded, they would scrape away the molded parts and continue eating the foods. At least with the existence of plastic bags and containers in Baymart, the people could successfully cover their food from flies. But that still didn't change the fact that all food items would expire. Landon had taken his time to write books on basic hygiene and the causes, symptoms, and treatments of common problems that almost everyone back on Earth knew. He wrote about lactose intolerance, malaria, fever, the common flu or cold, rash treatments, sore throat pain, the importance of washing hands, and so on. Although he hadn't received the medical reward from the system, he wrote about these everyday illnesses based on what he knew. Landon was sure that everyone on Earth had gotten sore throat, fever, flu, headaches, tummy aches, and all the other easy illnesses at some point of their lives. Good. So since her diarrhea was caused by food poisoning, how do we solve it? Have her go on a clear liquid diet for one day, so that her upset stomach can settle down. Have her hydrate by drinking a lot of water, regularly letting her avoid milk and spicy foods, having her drink a mixture of boiled and water. This could reduce inflammation along the throat, as well as strengthen her stomach, plus would also act as a good antibiotic for her fever, nausea, and headache. We could also add featherfew, milk vetch root, and white peony root to the water mixture Nurse Chanel and the students discussed amongst themselves and came up with the perfect treatment for patient Juliana, as well as several other patients in the other wards. They had used 5 minutes to talk about each patient on Chanel's patient checklist, and after 30 minutes, it was time finally for her shift to begin. Chanel gave each person in the team specific duties for the day. Some were in charge of preparing and boiling all the medicines for all the patients on the roster, as per Chanel's instructions. Others were in charge of communicating with the patients about their illnesses, medication, and prevention of their sicknesses. Some also did therapy massages, wound treatments, and so on. Of course, before any medication was administered, Chanel was present to supervise the students. She was also the one that wrote in the patient's medical book as well. Each time the group came over to the hospital, their duties would change. This was done so that they would gain experience and understanding towards all medical procedures within the hospital. And just like that, by the end of the group's shift, Chanel had a 10-minute meeting with them on what they did right today, as well as their individual mistakes. As the group made their way out of the hospital, they kept discussing the events of the day amongst themselves excitedly. They loved the comments that they had gotten from the patients, as well as those from their supervisor, Nurse Chanel. Treating people's illnesses also made them have a sense of accomplishment. In their opinion, volunteering and choosing to be medical/healthcare students was the best decision that they had made throughout their entire lives. They had everything: money, food, housing, and job satisfaction. What more could they want? They were proud to be seen as future doctors and nurses of Baymard. Today, Landon had a meeting with the 3 government officials that previously came from the Empire of Yoden in May. Every week, Landon and the 3 men would write and revise all acts, policies, and regulations in Baymard. They had been writing these laws since May and had only successfully finished writing them around mid-August. Back on Earth, all countries had more than hundreds of written policies for the citizens to follow. Landon and the 3 government officials, Nicholas, Craig, and Benazir, sat around a table and went through the several piles of papers. All the documents were categorized alphabetically from A to Z and were also arranged according to their sectors. There were sectors like agriculture, beverages, fishery, citizenship and immigration, transportation, food preservation, schools, labor rights, minimum wages, construction, and environmental, as well as other sectors like natural resources, medical, engineering, law, military, parks, foreign affairs, trade, water bodies like ocean and streams, Baymard treasury, justice, tax, energy resources, public safety, and so on. In general, there were over 50 different sectors which had their own individual acts, policies, and regulations. It was impossible to write all these policies over a short period of time. Hence, Landon didn't want to address any government issues until they were done. Take, for example, the sector called agriculture. This sector had rules, policies, acts, and regulations for everything agriculture. Within the sector, every grain, fruit, herb, dairy, meat, livestock, spices, seasonings, vegetables, processed goods like butter, and so on, had their own policies. These policies focused on marketing, health hazards and standards, the selling price range for all goods, imports, exports, offenses, and punishments for not following the law, and the list went on. For example, there were documents written on all laws involving apples. So each food item like tomatoes had their own separate documents and policies. That was how it was done on Earth, and that was how Landon wanted to do it here. Each fruit or food had their individual expiration dates, so it was only right to write their policies separately. There were also label requirements and regulations that had to be followed strictly for each food item. Landon had written documents on how long each food item could last, with and without chemical preservatives added to them. Anything that went to the market had to have an expiration date on it that showed when it was produced and when it would expire. He wanted the citizens to start getting health conscious as well. Right from July, the food industry had been adding chemical preservatives to most of the foods that they had produced. This drastically decreased the rate at which the foods turned bad, which was also a good thing. But still, without the aid of fridges or freezers, these food items still rotted away fast, as compared to if they were refrigerated. For now, the expiration labels would only show the expiration dates for all foods if they were not refrigerated. But once fridges came out, Landon would also revise the expiratory dates as well. Food labels also had to show what chemical preservative was added into the food, as well as safety hazards and signs like if it should be kept away from the eyes and so on. Also under this agriculture sector, there were policies on farm income protection, department mediation policies, insurance acts, and agricultural loans for people who wanted to start their own farming businesses. It also spoke about farming practices for land preservation and water. In fact, there were a ton of things that had been written under each sector alone. Even looking at the environmental sector, Landon had written policies on littering, deforestation, pollution, recycling, and waste management. He had quickly realized that he needed a waste and garbage management industry that would recycle containers and destroy all the garbage around Baymart. This industry would also be in charge of collecting all garbage from the garbage around Baymart. Generally, each sector would have a board, parliament, or council that discussed all topics and problems involved within that particular sector, like having a Supreme Court, Engineering, Research and Natural Science Council, Medical Board, Citizenship and Immigration Board, Labor Rights Board, Public Safety Board, Sports Board, Statistics Board, and so on. For example, the Statistics Board would basically collect, compile, analyze, and publish all statistics information related to commercial, industrial, financial, social, and economical activities in Baymart. They were also in charge of taking population consensus of the citizens, as well as doing several other government jobs. Also, Landon wanted to make a health and safety inspection board which would be in charge of inspecting all industries and goods in Baymart. They would go to the industries and ensure that the goods that are marketed out to the citizens are not poisonous, expired, or harmful to consumers. They had to ensure that all industries had safety equipments and needs like ladders, as well as check restaurant cleanliness and so on. In future, Landon would also have them check all the drugs that were being kept in the hospitals and clinics. After all, they would be the main inspection team in Baymart. Landon and the men then proceeded to talk about the sector called benefits, which tackled public pensions, employment insurance benefits like maternity leaves, family benefits, education planning and student aid, disability benefits, housing benefits, payment plans, and so on. Overall, all three government officials were happy with the benefit sector. It showed them that when they themselves retired, they would not need to worry about food and other basic necessities. The important thing was that they wouldn't be seen as a burden to their children or grandchildren. They truly felt grateful to Landon for thinking about them in their old age. Back in Jotunheim, they had been working as government officials for several years now, and this was the first time that they had seen this type of policy. There was no other place within the Pino continent that gave such benefits. All of them came to Baymart with their families. So as they read through the policies, they began to put themselves in the shoes of those in need. If the ones in need were their own children or family members, wouldn't that be great? No one could predict the future, so having plans that tackled health and finance would be seen as heavenly to a lot of citizens, slaves, and refugees. Their king had taken everyone into account, even disabled people, as well as orphans and basically anyone who couldn't help themselves. They felt proud and blessed to be working under him. Once they were done with the benefits sector, they began talking about citizenship and immigration. Your Majesty, under the sector called Citizenship and Immigration, I think that we should reduce the number of days that visitors were allowed to stay in Baymart. Nicholas said, I agree, Your Majesty. Instead of 3 months, 90 days, let's make it 2 months. Benazir suggested. I propose that we make it 1 month, Craig said. Under the citizenship and immigration sector, Landon had made different rules for citizens, permanent residences, international students, visitors, and refugees. He had also detailedly explained how those who weren't citizens could become one. In future, Landon would allow people to come and study in Baymard, but they wouldn't be allowed to work here at all. He would only provide education, and once they were done, they had to leave the Baymard. These were dark times. Empires were at war with each other, and everyone wanted power. How could he give his future enemies the chance to attack him? TSK. Wasn't that stupidity? If it were back on Earth, Landon would have no problem letting international students work in his industries, hospitals, or even join his military. But the times were different. He could only give them education, and that was it. And during the long holidays, they were to go back home to their empire. After all, knowledge was, and will always be, a human necessity for development. Back on Earth, Landon had been taught that basic knowledge should be free for all. Of course, being free doesn't mean that they won't pay their tuition. He could educate them, but it was what they did with all the acquired knowledge that made a difference. If Landon didn't give a detailed description of all industry processes to the men in Baymard, he was sure that they would still be experimenting each production process for each product for at least 5 years. Back on Earth, even when the first printing press was invented, it took another 40 years for mankind to improve that same printing press, brew. So with education, he would let the international students get basic and intermediary knowledge. But the deep descriptions taught in the academies and industries were strictly off-limits to them. He would teach and show them that chemical X is poisonous and chemical Y is toxic. But if they wanted to create their own goods like ink, they had to go back to their empires and combine what they thought were the raw materials with chemicals that they felt would aid in creating ink. It was their job to experiment back in their own empires. There was no way that they would get everything right without a detailed description. There were different reactions, catalysts, additives, and chemicals that did several things during production. And some of the main raw materials and components had to be taken from refined crude oil and other separate chemicals. So Landon was very sure that even if they mastered the entire periodic table and knew about reactions and isotopes, they would still need several years to get to where Baymard was presently at. Of course, in their chemistry classes, they would do basic laboratory experiments, but nothing that would reveal Baymard's industrial secrets. Please, if it were that easy, then all undergraduate students back on Earth would have their own mini-industries on the side, as well as cosmetic and other brand companies. If we're that easy, then everyone would also be able to produce medical drugs and other goods. Without the detailed description, one would need to research for several years. Back on Earth, companies would usually send their workers to other companies. They had exchange programs and internships so that their workers could learn the industry secrets from their competitors. IT was generally allowed because Earth was somewhat peaceful, but in these times, for safety reasons, Landon didn't want them to work at the industries at all. In future maybe, but right now it was a definite no. Back to the matter of stays, the international students would get study permits while they studied in Baymard. If they really wanted to work, then they were only allowed to do so at stores, restaurants, or hotels during their short breaks. Of course, during the 4-month-long break, they had to leave. In fact, they would only work in places that didn't have industry or work secrets. So basically, they couldn't work in the military and lower region. They could work within the coastal and central districts, as well as some parts of the upper region. But Landon could allow them to tour the industries with an tour access pass. They would be led by a tour guide, of course, and their tours would only take at most a few hours. On the other hand, visitors were those that would come for trade, enjoyment, or even those who came to treat their illnesses. Landon wanted the maximum stay for visitors to be 3 months. If they had a serious illness that needed surgery and 2 months of constant medical care, then they would get 3 months stamped on their tiny visa booklets. But if they came for a 1-week vacation, Landon would give them 2 weeks on their visa. At the end of their stay, if they were still within Baymard, they would be caught and banned from ever entering Baymard again. And if anyone needed an extension, they had to go to the main office and state their reasons, as well as bring evidence to support their claim. If the officers in charge deemed the evidence to be tangible, then their request would be approved. After Landon explained his reasons for having a maximum duration of 3 months for visitation, the 3 officials thoroughly understood and agreed on Landon's point. After all, it wasn't fair to let the sick or those in need of medical attention suffer just because of their policies. Up next, They looked at the criminal justice sector. This sector aimed at victim rights, women rights, family violence, criminal conviction, human trafficking, cannibalism, fraud, and so on. They also addressed the marital sector, which looked at the minimum marriage age, child support, abuse and neglect, spousal support, divorce, and separation laws. From the written laws, it was a crime to not provide food, schooling, housing, and clothing to children under the age of 15. After all, 15, in this era, was already considered to be an adult. If a family couldn't provide for their children, then they could apply for student loans, health loans, and so on. Those citizens or refugees that were caught doing these would be locked up in prison for at least 10 years. And if it were visitors or international students, then they would be beaten up and permanently refused access into Baymard for the rest of their lives. Obviously, in the future, once the roads were all done and cars were made available, Landon would also add traffic and driving laws. As they looked at the court and justice rules and systems, Landon quickly realized that he needed to build an impenetrable prison for criminals. Any spy, enemy, or even criminal within the society needed to be kept in this prison. In future, he would also need to make prisoner rights and so on. Yes, the prisoners had rights too, like their visitation rights, phone call rights, basic food rights, lawyer rights, and so on. Sigh. There was just too much to improve on. As the meeting progressed, they successfully went through several different sectors like federal land acquisition for businesses, sports, and medical policies, and finally concluded with taxes, which involved income taxes, payroll, and many more. 8 hours had gone by, with them taking 2 10-minute breaks and a 40-minute lunch break within the meeting. Once Chief Tim successfully created the printing press, they would start making identity cards for the citizens. Hence, at the end of their meeting, Landon quickly reminded them to start collecting all information about the citizens such as age, date of birth, marriage status, and so on, as well as to also get a population census done as soon as possible. They had also agreed that every year, they would improve and update the policies as time went on. Plus, if the people gave feedback on Baymard's rules, policies, and regulations, then they would reflect on them and might even add them to the policies. But they would not approve rules that promoted violence, went against morality, or the people's needs and income, as well as the development of Baymard. It was only 5 p.m., so Landon decided to head on over to the food industry and aid in planting and transporting medicinal herbs from the farms to the greenhouse. As a king, his work never stopped. Host, snow powder has made its way to the continent of Pino and will be revealed tonight at the Tenal auction house within the capital. Does Host wishes to attend or watch through the system's monitors? Since the auction is not being held at the host territory, then viewing through the monitor would cost Host 45 development points, 80 technology points, or 15 bonus points. Likewise, attending the auction with a warping spell would also cost Host 85 development points, 120 technology points, or 23 bonus points for 2 trips back and forth. And if Host chooses to go, the system also offers a disguise package for 20 development points, 50 technology points, or 5 bonus points. Which option does Host choose? The system said. Landon had been telling the system to alert him on any major developments that were happening around the Pino continent. It would be a shame to have an almighty system and not use it. Speaking of which, Landon found that his system was somewhat of a rude introvert. It would only talk to him if it was absolutely necessary. Occasionally, he would interact with the system before going to bed, or when he wanted to use the time capsules. And on a weekly basis, the system would nag him about completing his mission. Back to the matter of the auction. Although Landon could use the system monitors, he had still decided to attend the auction instead. He had been cooped up in Baymard and felt that he should use this opportunity to observe the changes within Arcadina. I'll attend the auction with the disguise package, so use my development points for payment. As you wish, Host. Jeanette walked into the auction house with her guards by side. As she walked, she couldn't help but remember the conversations that she had been having with her father and her mother within these past few weeks. Her dream of becoming the first queen in the continent was ruined by that strong man BCH Penelope. How dare she her dreams of becoming the first female ruler within the Pino continent? And to make matters worse, when she had proposed the idea of her being queen, her father literally told her to get out. Why was Penelope's case different from hers? Wasn't she smart? cunning and beautiful as well? Wasn't she royalty and a good manipulator as well? Jeanette had heard the tales of Penelope and had instantly called it bullsh. Who would go out of their way to help peasants if they didn't want something from them in return? HMMP. For her, Penelope was a grand manipulator. A person that could make all the men around her favor her was something that a seductress was good at, and she wholeheartedly believed that Penelope was such a person. Jeanette being a master in the act of white lotusing, how could she believe that Penelope was that pure and innocent? When she asked her mother for help, her mother had immediately told her to get rid of what she called silly dreams. Her mother had been preparing her blood brother James to take the throne from Eli. So how could she entertain her daughter's fantasy dreams? Jeanette was utterly disappointed in her mother. Why did it seem like her mother loved her younger brother more than she did for her? Anyway, she had already made up her mind. Now that all three of her brothers had gone to fight at the borders, she would use this period to kill her father and sit on the throne, with or without her mother's help. The good thing was that she had a whole 8 months to get the job done. Her brothers had just left 2 weeks ago, and it would take them a little over 2 months to arrive at the borders, plus another 4 months, in which they had to fight and stay within those border cities, until they were sure that the Terry K Knights wouldn't attack the cities anymore or call for reinforcements. And after that period, her brothers would use another 2 months to head back to the capital on horse. All this left Jeanette with enough time to plan her father's downfall. She could attack any time with the 8-month period. Hence, she decided that after her wedding in November, she would attack the old dog and take her place as Queen of Arcadina. Hee. Just thinking about it made her smile. That was why she had been looking for ways to improve her forces, as well as increase their numbers. A few days ago, she had heard that 2 new products had arrived from the continent of Morgany. In this world called Hertphilia, there were 9 continents, but the people from the Pino continent only knew of 4. These 4 were the ones that they would sometimes do trades with. From these trades, the people on the Pino continent had realized that 3 of those continents were somewhat backwards in development, but the continent called Morgany was more or less the same as them in terms of civilization. Traveling ships would usually take several months to move from one continent to another, hence trade opportunities and goods from there were seen as treasures. Who didn't like international goods? She had come today because of 2 products. One was a liquid beauty potion that was rumored to make any woman's skin glow, and the final item was something called snow powder. The merchants from Morgany had said that snow powder was only discovered within the last year. Apparently some alchemist called Indo discovered it by accident, as well as received some injuries from it from the accident. Isn't this what she had been looking for? If she could get some of this snow powder, wouldn't she be able to deal with her father instantly? No matter how much it costs, she had to get her hands on these godly products. As she walked in, she immediately spotted one of her nemesis, Angelina Dwight, the BCH that had always tried to her fiancé. Why was she here? Did she come here to buy the beauty potion as well? No. There was no way in Hades that she would let this SL get the potion. Although she had finally gotten engaged, she was still insecure when it came to her man. What man wouldn't want a beauty? Men were allowed to take as many wives as they wanted, so she was afraid that he would eventually take that BCH as a concubine. No matter what, she had to get her hands on that beauty potion before Angelina did. The guests all came in and took their seats. Of course, some were VIP members who had their own private booths as well. Some guests wore masks, while others came with no disguises. As for Landon, he had gotten a VIP booth by altering the memories of the auction house managers. To them, Landon was a renowned merchant from the northern part of the empire. Speaking of snow powder, it was basically the watered-down version of gunpowder. Landon wasn't surprised that it was invented around this period. Back on Earth, China was the first to invent snow powder in the late 8th century. And between the 10th to 13th century, Chinese goods made their way to other Asian countries, Europe, the Middle East, and other parts of the world. Alchemists tried their best to copy and make their own explosives, as well as take several trips to China, so as to further study these explosives. What Landon wanted to know was the strength of powder's explosive power. Once the host came on stage, the room instantly quieted down. Welcome, esteemed guests. Today's auction only entails goods from the continent of Morgany. Up first, let's start with what the Morgany continent calls horseshoes. The entire audience was shocked. Why would horses need shoes? Was it some sort of fashion statement? I know what you all are thinking. But these shoes could allow the horses to travel for long distances without their feet getting injured. Once the men heard the host's explanation, their eyes instantly lit up. It might seem like a trivial matter, but in actuality, it was not. All these men were either nobility like the barons, knights, merchants, and so on. Some of them had gone on secret missions that made them take tricky roads and even paths around the forests. On their journey, short, dried-up stalks of grass would sometimes their horses' feet. And even on the roads, they would be pieces of wood or sharp rocks that could cause splinters for the horses. No matter how tough the feet, hooves of a horse were, if they stepped on something that was similar to a needle, then they would feel immense pain. So basically, horseshoes protected their feet the same way shoes protected human feet. Without shoes, it would be very painful and stressful for human beings to run or even walk on rocks or other terrains for long distances. Generally, if a horse was domesticated and only stayed within a stable or estate, then they didn't really need horseshoes. But if the people were going to use them in pulling carriages for hours and taking something like a continuous 2-month journey, then they definitely needed them. And in this era, nobody kept horses just for the sake of pampering. Horses were treated like cars since they pulled carriages. They were also seen as war necessities, since they also pulled wagons filled with war supplies and equipments. Plus, they also carried the knights on their backs constantly. Merchants and travelers also used horses on a daily basis. So everyone was somewhat interested in these horseshoes. Some of the men seated within the audience had paused their journey for several days whenever their horses were injured. At times, it could thoroughly disrupt a mission or even supply of goods. But now with the help of these horseshoes, they could finally go about their journey without the fear of delaying their schedules. As the host spoke on the importance of the horseshoes, an auction worker came to the stage and handed him several parchment papers. The design sketches, blueprints, for horseshoe production and fitting will be auctioned out today, and the buyer will also receive 2 samples of these horseshoes. Now, let's start bidding, shall we? 10,000 silver coins for everything. 13,000 silver coins, 50,000 silver coins. Several men fought to win the bid. And at the end, it was finally sold to an influential merchant who probably wanted to capitalize on the horseshoes and make profits from it. As for Landon, he didn't really need horseshoes because all his wars would probably be fought around Baymard's city walls. Plus, in the future, he would use things like machine guns, military all-tanks, and so on. Hence, his horses would probably end up being domesticated. But if he really needed to leave Baymard with his knights, he would probably make these horseshoes and keep up appearances by using the horses. Up next is a beauty potion that would make any woman look 10 years younger. This potion was made by the renowned alchemist, Lupio. I'm sure you all have heard of his fame and deeds within the continent of Morgany. As the host spoke, the women in the audience became more and more excited. Who didn't know the renowned alchemist Lupio? His products had been marketed within the Pino continent for the past few years now. From charcoal eyeliners on sticks to thick liquidy paste substances that reduced eye puffiness once the women woke up to other products. In short, Alchemist Lupio's products were focused on the needs and necessities of women. Once the bidding war began, the women looked at each other as if they were enemies on a battlefield. 15,000 silver coins. Someone yelled 18,000 silver coins, 23,000, 50,000 silver coins. A servant from Jeanette's booth said, 55,000 silver coins. Angelina's servant seconded. Jeanette immediately looked at Angelina's booth with rage. The booths were kind of like high balcony seats at an opera show. Every VIP had a mini balcony and could also see the other VIP members on their balconies. They also had megaphones so that they, or their servants, could yell out their price. Angelina smirked as she looked at Jeanette, who was just a balcony away from her. In fact, they were so close to each other that they could literally have a conversation amongst themselves. 70,000 silver coins, Jeanette's servant yelled out. 75,000 silver coins, Angelina's servant seconded again. Jeanette was fuming mad. BCH, you're doing it on purpose. Whatever do you mean? Isn't this an auction house? Don't I have the right to bid as well? Or do you think that just because you're a princess, I should stop bidding? Angelina responded. Jeanette's face started to twist as she tried very hard to control her emotions. She immediately made up her mind that once she became queen, this SL would be the first one to go. Swore that she would definitely burn the BSH down, and on her grave. I suggest you cut the. Since I as a royal princess is bidding, then you should at least give me some face. Normally, Jeanette could easily deal with anyone and keep her White Lotus act intact. But when she was dealing with Angelina, a White Lotus Grandmaster, she as an ordinary master lost tragically. Whenever she met with Angelina, her true self would always show. Angelina felt the same way as well. She was always seen as weak and helpless. But when she clashed with Jeanette, she became to a tigress. Angelina smirked as she looked at Jeanette's scrunched-up face. Face? Why didn't you give me some face as well? My aunt is the official wife of your father. So technically, I too am part of royalty. So why should I give you face when you clearly don't care about mine? And by the way, why are you here bidding for this beauty potion? Have you finally come to terms with the fact that your appearance is hideous? TSK. I'm actually surprised that it took you so long to grow a brain. I hope that now you've finally realized that your ugly face and body doesn't deserve to be with Brother Anthony. Angelina said. Hideous? Her, Jeanette Barren, hideous? She knew that this Angelina had plans of using this beauty potion to take her man over her dead body. Landon and a few people who had their VIP balconies around both women leaned in and began watching their cat fight. Landon really wished that he had brought popcorn for the show. He had to admit, this Angelina had a sharp tongue. Can't you at least show some respect? Jeanette yelled. Angelina tilted her head and slowly looked at Jeanette from head to toe. Show some respect? To who? In my eyes, you are nothing but a royal, irresponsible, and senseless harlot. You're just a dog in heat. Those around them almost coughed out blood. This girl was indeed savage. At this point, Landon ped Jeanette as he looked at her red, raging face. Rest in peace, elder sister. You're too much. Aren't you just jealous of me? Ha ha ha. I, Angelina, jealous of you? My dear royal harlot. Jealousy is an unsightly and ugly thing. And so are you in that dress. The bidding ended with Jeanette finally winning. But before she could rejoice, Demoness Angelina spoiled her victory. Can I give you some advice? Angelina asked. Since Jeanette had won, all her previous anger had long dissipated. So she decided to listen to whatever bullshit Angelina had to say. Advice? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Jeanette said while gloating. An ugly person will always be an ugly person. So when you use the beauty potion, don't await a miracle.